Chapter 1. Online Games? I Refuse. EMO, a student of Class 301 at Yiyun High School in Hou Xuan, is greeted by the final summer of his high school life. An ordinary existence, an unremarkable school, and in a month, a mundane college entrance examination. Everything should pass by in a rather pedestrian manner. Although he lacks a particular aptitude for academics, he has nevertheless persevered to secure a place in this elite class, a feat not solely attributable to his own efforts, but also thanks to the dedication of his childhood friend, Tong Junwen, who strives to adapt to this world of mediocrity. EMO, did you catch yesterday's news? The global concurrent users of Illusion Arms Online have finally surpassed 100 million, setting a record for the highest online count in the history of video games. His classmate, Hou Xuan, excitedly nudged him from the adjacent desk. I knew this day would come when the game was first released. Chosen One's VR technology was bound to make history. We are witnesses to history. Illusion Arms Online is the world's first true virtual reality game, which has been incredibly popular for the past 6 months. However, EMO, who harbors no interest in cutting-edge technology, remains indifferent to the news of the 100 million concurrent users. Rather than gaming, he finds greater fulfillment in honing his martial arts skills. The idea of idling at home, playing games strikes him as utterly incomprehensible. Unleashing the potential and limits of his body is far more intriguing to him. Today, in pursuit of physical training, EMO rose rather early, and now, suddenly beset by drowsiness, he longs to seize the opportunity to catch a few more winks. He waved his hand dismissively, intending to indulge in a brief slumber. Yes, let me sleep for a while. Sleep? What are you talking about? This news is the most monumental event in human history, and a mere gnat pales in comparison. Hou Xuan, known for his penchant for exaggeration whenever a topic of interest arises, failed to grasp that this sensational news in the gaming realm is but a trivial matter in the grand narrative of human history. Not only do the top students in the elite class seem unfazed, but even EMO, who is merely coasting through, feels no particular resonance with it. In my dreams, I save a world every second, and you've already let 10 worlds perish. Yet, 50 more worlds are waiting for you to be silent. Now, tell me your choice. EMO muttered, head down, unperturbed. Come on. I was so excited last night that I hardly slept. If I don't find someone to talk to, I might just die. Hou Xuan persisted, nudging EMO with his hand, not one to easily relent. Let me tell you, this game is unlike any computer game from before. It's perfect for someone like you. Come join my guild. Ho, I implore you, spare me. I have no interest whatsoever. EMO, now truly weary, found himself at a loss. This relentless Hou Xuan was not one to be easily dismissed. Over the past 6 months, he had never ceased in his attempts to recruit EMO into his ranks. EMO was naturally aware of the Chosen One company and had heard a bit about Illusion Arms Online. The company was established 5 years prior. When the first generation of virtual reality VR technology debuted, it captivated the world, but the initial excitement quickly waned. The dearth of VR content stifled the industry, and the lack of display devices rendered VR more akin to a child's toy, leaving dreams of VR gaming, shopping, and community as mere fantasies. Eventually, only a handful of VR films and games survived, and the bubble burst as swiftly as it had formed, leaving behind only subpar product developed in distant lands to maintain any semblance of relevance. Just as many began to believe that VR technology was limited, the Chosen One company emerged, backed by numerous colossal conglomerates and international capital giants, with close ties to high-ranking political entities. Upon its establishment, the company unveiled its VR technology, dubbed VR Illusion or VRI, at the Ocean Future Technology Center. If the initial VR was a mere toy, VRI represented true virtual reality. For while other companies were still employing motion capture, VRI had already achieved an immersive experience that allowed individuals to connect their neural signals to the virtual realm while fully conscious, effectively granting them a second body in this digital world. With its VRI technology, Chosen One flourished in various sectors, emerging as the vanguard of advanced technology. As VRI continued to evolve, anticipation mounted among players worldwide, leading to the New Year's Day launch of the groundbreaking game, Illusion Arms Online. VRI was destined to be harnessed for such a game. Chosen One constructed a genuine world in the face of Illusion Arms Online. All so-called open-world games became mere jokes. With unparalleled freedom and limitless possibilities, players could engage in any endeavor they desired within this realm, not just pushing against walls, smashing cans, or lifting stones. Upon entering this world, the system offered minimal assistance. Players had to learn to walk, run, and ride on their own. They needed to master the art of starting a fire with flint, aiming and shooting at prey, and wielding weapons to fend off adversaries. This was a true world where one possessed a new body, and mastering VRI signified the acquisition of a new life. Illusion Arms Online became a celebration for gamers, as the long-held dream of an ultimate game transitioned from fantasy to reality. The formidable VRI technology rendered the concept of a second world feasible, drawing countless players into this authentic open world. From that day forth, they were no longer merely inhabitants of Earth, they were the masters of this new realm. Yet, none of this bore much relevance to EMO, as the world spiraled into a frenzy over Chosen One during these past few years, while he dedicated himself to his studies, driven by a promise made to Tong Junwen. After all, she had invested so much in him, and he could not afford to disappoint her. Thus, the fervor surrounding VRI had little impact on EMO, let alone the game Illusion Arms Online. His last gaming experience was approximately 5 years prior, during an era when games emphasized detailed graphics and gameplay. When a classmate informed him about the impending release of the first virtual reality online game 6 months ago, he nearly dismissed him as delusional, never anticipating the technology would advance to such an extent. All right, Hou, he'll agree to join you after the college entrance examination concludes in a month. Is that satisfactory? Unable to endure Hou Xuan's relentless pestering any longer, EMO finally relented. As for what would happen after the exams, he would likely whisk Tong Junwen away to explore far-off places, hardly concerning himself with his fellow. Great, this is a promise. Don't you dare deceive me, Hou Xuan exclaimed jubilantly, entirely oblivious to the fact that EMO was merely placating him, reveling in the prospect of luring a potential expert into his guild. Sure, EMO internally scoffed. Online games? I refuse. He was a bona fide student who had gained admission to this elite class through examinations, albeit barely meeting the threshold, and certainly not comparable to the wealthy scion that Hou Xuan represented. He was determined to prepare diligently for the college entrance exams. Of course, in comparison to the true top students in this class, EMO was merely a struggling student who had managed to enter the elite class thanks to Tong Junwen's guidance, akin to those who were sponsored. It was only natural for him to be excluded from the circle of top students. Thus, EMO found himself as the only genuine student able to mingle with the sponsored students, which unexpectedly garnered him a different level of respect from them. For EMO, keeping pace with Tong Junwen sufficed, everything else was of no concern to him. Chapter 02. Have I encountered a ghost? After school one afternoon, Yimo managed to extricate himself from the persistent clutches of Hou Xuan and found solace in a small garden by the riverside. He secured his bicycle and shed his school uniform, revealing a robust physique that, while not overtly muscular, exuded an undeniable strength far beyond the ordinary. It was not until the sun began its descent that Yimo concluded his workout. Just as he was gathering his belongings to depart, an unexpected tremor coursed through his heart. What? He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The atmosphere had transformed. The once vibrant riverside garden was now shrouded in an eerie silence. The trees seemingly stripped of their color, the air thickened, permeated by a fetid odor, and the tangible presence of reality began to wane. Anxiously, Yimo glanced around, bewildered by the sudden change. Suddenly, near a nearby pavilion, the air distorted, and a figure manifested itself in the realm of reality. its upper body solid, yet its lower half shrouded in nothingness. Was this that a ghost? A wave of trepidation washed over Yimo. The apparition's head resembled a withered corpse, skin taut against the skull, its toothless mouth opening and closing in a grotesque manner, evoking sheer horror, clad in a flowing robe adorned with the skulls of small infants. The malevolent and repugnant patterns twisted and swirled around its ethereal form, an image that should never exist in this world. Yimo struggled to comprehend the scene before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Yet the vision remained. This was no mere illusion. The very impact of its appearance upon the surrounding environment could not be a figment of his imagination. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation, he felt nausea rise within him. Unable to suppress the urge to retch. That was not a ghost. Could it be a film shoot? In a state of disarray, Yimo scanned his surroundings. There were no film crews, no cameras, no signs of life, no wires suspending figures, nor any feasible place for them to stand. Moreover, how could a film shoot evoke such a nauseating, viscous sensation? Along the desolate riverside path, shadows were scarce, save for a sanitation worker pushing a garbage cart nearby. The usually tranquil riverside garden now bore an inexplicable aura of dread and terror. That woman! Panic surged within Yimo as he prepared to call out to the sanitation worker, urging her not to approach. Yet, to his horror, as she drew near, it was as if all her vitality were siphoned away. In an instant, her flesh vanished, leaving only a skeletal frame that clattered to the ground. Gazing at the grotesque and twisted figure, Yimo found it difficult to reconcile this with the worldview he had held for over a decade. It was crumbling before his very eyes. The air regained its freshness, the sounds Yimo, overwhelmed by an irrepressible sense of dread, dashed out, hastily lifting his bicycle and pedaling away with the swiftness of the wind, neglecting the sanitation worker who had collapsed on the ground. In a place unseen by Yimo, a figure clad in a gray uniform stood coldly observing the scene, devoid of any intention to intervene, resembling a detached observer gazing at an insignificant ant. After casting a glance at the spot where the ghostly figure had vanished, he let out a sneer, carelessly pocketing the device in his hand, a compass of ancient design that he then turned and melted into the shadows. And just before his disappearance, the words on his back were visible. C1 Special Operations? Yimo was struck with the realization that he had encountered the supernatural. The sensation of being engulfed in nothingness lingered in his mind, causing his entire being to tremble. His long-held confidence as a martial artist had led him to believe he was impervious to the existence of spirits and phantoms. However, today, his worldview had been shaken. This world that truly harbors ghosts. He had experienced the presence of supernatural forces through his own eyes and senses. After taking a shower, Yimo stood before the bathroom mirror, his body still damp. Staring at his reflection for what felt like an eternity, pinching his cheeks, he exhaled with relief. Everything he had witnessed today was merely an illusion, a product of the exhaustion accumulated over the past few days. He had seen nothing, absolutely nothing. Yimo began to impose psychological affirmations upon himself. 10 minutes later, although still feeling a lump in his throat, his fear had considerably lessened. It was as if nothing had ever happened. He dried off his nearly dry body, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. Yimo's home was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, which felt somewhat excessive for his solitary existence. His parents were often away, reportedly engaged in archaeological work. Although solitude in the house could be somewhat lonely, Yimo had grown accustomed to it, especially since he had the company of Tong Junwen. After a hasty dinner and a brief tidying up of his books, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards Tong Junwen's home. Chapter 3. The youth of 17. The afternoon's ghostly encounter had left his thoughts in disarray, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Good afternoon, Auntie. Yimo greeted Tong Junwen's mother, Shizina, while changing his shoes. Shizina was the embodiment of gentleness, both in appearance and character, and merely being near her instilled a sense of comfort that Yimo. She somewhat filled the role of his irresponsible mother. Little Momo has arrived. Shizina smiled warmly. Have you eaten yet? I've already had dinner. Yimo replied somewhat awkwardly. Annie, could you please refrain from calling me Little Momo? I'm nearly 18. Hee. Shizina squinted playfully, ruffling his hair. Little Momo is eager to grow up. I sent Teehee. Annie. Yimo felt embarrassed, scratching his nose. He found himself powerless against Shizina's persistent perception of him as a child. Please, go on in. One has been waiting for you for quite a while. Shizina winked with a smile. Yimo nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to Tong Junwen's room. Only in Tong Junwen's presence did Imo feel the comforting sense of having a childhood friend who was a girl of his own age. Although Tong Junwen does not adorn her modest abode with the trifling trinkets that most girls favor, the arrangement, hues, and objects within the room unmistakably reveal it as a young lady's sanctuary. In contrast to Yimo's room, Tong Junwen's quarters are relatively small. This compact space serves not only as her bedroom, but also as her genuine study. One wall, facing the window, is dominated by an immense bookshelf, laden with tomes that Yimo could scarcely comprehend or finish in a lifetime. The subjects span an extensive array from the natural sciences to the humanities, and the titles consist of terms that appear recognizable when dissected, yet seem utterly perplexing when viewed in their entirety. Each time Yimo gazes upon this bookshelf, a profound sense of his own insignificance, both intellectually and physically, washes over him. Tong Junwen has a penchant for bright yellow, believing that this hue fosters her contemplation. Thus, her modest chamber is replete with vibrant yellow items: a yellow bed, a yellow mosquito net, yellow bed linens, yellow pillows, a yellow carpet, yellow curtains, a yellow desk, and yellow chairs, all accentuated by the presence of the yellow-clad girl herself. For reasons unknown, the sight of that petite figure invariably evokes thoughts of a cat in Yimo's mind. When Yimo softly called as he gently closed the door behind him. Xiao Imo. Tong Junwen turned her head, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Dressed in her pajamas, having just bathed, her hair clung to her neck, and her cheeks were slightly flushed from the warmth. "Please, take a seat. Let me finish this part." She gestured to a nearby chair before returning her focus to her book. Yimo nodded, casting a glance at the hefty tome before her, which bore the title, Fluctuations During the Period of Inflation, a Study of Slow Roll Approximations. Feeling a tingle of apprehension, Yimo dared not linger on it, instead retrieving his own book, titled Analysis of Classic Problems in National Unified Examination Geometry, and reassured himself, at least this title appears sufficiently lengthy, not overly displeasing. His backpack contained several other textbooks, including classical literature for National Examination Sprint, modern language reading, algebra problem bank for National Examination, and newly compiled geometry for National Examination, staring vacantly for several minutes. Although Yimo's eyes were fixed on the pages, his focus had long since transcended the text, rendering him oblivious to its contents. "Are we studying geometry today?" Tong Junwen asked, gathering her still damp hair and pulling up a chair beside Yimo. Yes, Yimo replied, somewhat awkwardly concealing his true feelings. In fact, he preferred listening to Tong Junwen discuss classical literature. "Oh, very well. How would you like to approach our studies today?" Tong Junwen inquired with a nod. After the events of the afternoon, Yimo's mind remained in disarray, leaving little recollection of what to study. With the mock exam approaching, perhaps you could outline the key points for me. In truth, during crucial examination periods, Tong Junwen would always assist him with such last-minute preparations. A superlative scholar, she invariably had an uncanny ability to predict the teacher's questioning strategies with remarkable accuracy. However, upon hearing Yimo's request, her expression soured, and the brightness in her eyes dimmed, flickering with displeasure. "Xiao Imo, you must understand that nothing in this world is obtained without effort. I emphasize this not to see you squander your time in the drudgery of rote education, but to encourage your pursuit of knowledge. Have you forgotten your original intention? The examination is not the ultimate goal. Rather, mastering the art of learning is what truly matters. Just because one can achieve high scores through highlighting does not mean that learning ceases. In high school, is the sole aim merely to attain high marks?" Imo gazed into Tong Junwen's eyes, seeing his own reflection, distorted yet strikingly clear, capturing even the subtlest of expressions. "However, there are certain things that I still find insurmountable." Imo turned his head away, not feeling resentment, but rather a profound sense of helplessness regarding his academic endeavors. He did not wish to rely solely on Tong Junwen's highlighted notes for high scores. It was simply that he truly lacked the gift for learning. Or perhaps, in academic terms, Imo was merely of average capability, and when compared to the top scholars of Class 301, he felt woefully inadequate. "Xiao Imo, you." Tong Junwen suddenly fell silent, realizing that perhaps she had placed too much pressure on Imo. For 3 years, he had followed her capricious lead, and his tension had become taut to the point of breaking under the strain. The moonlight illuminated the steps brilliantly, while the chirping of insects added a lively cadence to the tranquil night. The door to Tong Junwen's home creaked open, and the bright lights rendered the moonlight dim in an instant. "Xiao Imo, be careful on your way." said Shizinai with a gentle smile, waving her hand. Understood, Annie, replied Emo Mom. I'm going to see Xiao Mo off, announced Tong Junwen. The two descended the staircase. Walking side by side across the grass, enveloped in silence, the moonlight danced around the girl's gauzy attire, reminiscent of a fairy from the realm of the night. Xiao Mo, the girl halted her steps. Xiao Mo, I am truly sorry. Huh? Emo responded with surprise that it is I who have placed too much pressure on you, causing you to lose your true self. Tong Junwen lowered her gaze, idly kicking at the grass. Ah, it's nothing. Emo scratched his head. I don't mind. But I do mind. Tong Junwen looked up at him. Even though I scolded you just now, the one who deserves reprimanding is actually me. I have always been the one forcing you, making you unrecognizable to yourself. I have been somewhat carried away. It's nothing. I am still the same me, Emo said, opening his arms to embrace Tong Junwen's petite form, gently ruffling her hair. High school is ours. It is your choice, as well as mine, and it has nothing to do with others. Tong Junwen rested her chin on Emo's youthful shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist. There's only a month left, she murmured. Emo responded quietly. After a moment of silence, Tong Junwen gently pushed away from him, looking into his eyes, and said, Let me be willful this last month. Emo suddenly smiled. Don't say just 1 month. I could agree to any duration. A month is sufficient. Tong Junwen shook her head lightly. I hope that the future Emo becomes Emo because of himself. Not because of me. I believe that version of you is the best you. It is you who saved me. So ultimately, I became Emo because of you. Emo gently caressed the scar on Tong Junwen's nape, a secret known only to the two of them, and sighed softly. Tong Junwen shook his head, refusing Yemo's touch on his neck, and leaned his forehead against Yemo's chest. After the final exams, I wish to travel to Qingzhou Island. I will book the tickets tomorrow. I long to indulge in an abundance of seafood that we shall catch and cook it by the fishing boats. I also wish to swim and dive. Yes, we shall do all of that. Once the exams are over, I will accompany you to purchase swimsuits. Tong Junwen smiled gently, rising on tiptoes. Thank you. Two soft lips lightly pressed against Yemo's cheek. Observing Tong Junwen's seemingly sprite-like figure, filled with joy, Yemo touched his still warm cheek, as time appeared to stand still at that moment. This is the essence of youth at 17. Chapter 04. The first signs of horror. Yemo was plagued by a nightmare. When he became aware of his surroundings, he found himself ensnared in a dark and foreboding forest. The chilling atmosphere caused him to tremble uncontrollably, as withered branches hanging in the shadows struck his face like ghostly hands, compelling him to shield his head with his arms while he dashed forward. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him vanish, and the abrupt sensation of weightlessness made him cry out in alarm. After an indeterminate amount of time, he found himself crashing onto a cold, lifeless body. He looked up and realized it was the reanimated corpse clad in a skeletal robe, its neck entwined with the infant skeleton. Gradually lifting its head, a bloodied visage grinned at him, uttering, "You'd have seen me." With a sudden, piercing scream, Yemo jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath as he scanned the familiar room, coming to the realization that he had experienced a nightmarish vision. What the hell, that had he seen a ghost? Slowly, he pressed his hands against his face, rubbing it vigorously. He could no longer evade the reality that had confronted him yesterday. The entity he had seen floating in the sky was no mere figment of his imagination. He was certain it was not an illusion. He had lived in a materialistic world for over a decade, devoid of gods, deities, or any superhuman beings capable of flight. Yet, right before his eyes yesterday, a figure had drifted and then vanished. Feeling as though his entire worldview had been upended, Yemo had desperately tried to convince himself to forget everything he had witnessed, and he had succeeded to some extent. However, in the stillness of the night, the sudden nightmare rendered him incapable of deceiving himself any longer. Was it human or ghost? This question, often encountered in horror films, had become an unavoidable dilemma for him. Typically, when characters on screen posed this query, it bore a hint of comedy, but when it transcended the screen into reality, it was far from humorous. Poor Yemo could only retreat beneath his covers, trembling with this question as he endured the latter half of the night. Xiao Mo, Tong Junwen tilted his head, gazing curiously at the boy before him. Heimo, perched on his bicycle, stifled a massive yawn after nearly an entire night without sleep. What's wrong? Those dark circles under your eyes. The girl pursed her lips, pointing at his eyes. It's nothing. Just a bit of insomnia. Yemo rubbed his sore eyes and patted the rear rack of his bicycle. It's all right. Let us hurry along. If we're late for breakfast, there won't be any seats left. Tong Junwen gazed at him for a moment, as if suddenly grasping something, a faint smile gracing her lips. She turned her body and sat sideways on the rear rack, wrapping her arms around the boy's waist. Let us go. With a yawn escaping his lips, Emo faced the morning breeze. Tong Junwen perched behind him. Swaying along the mottled path lined with sycamore trees, the sweltering air felt almost viscous, like a thick colloid, with the rows of trees at school barely swaying in the heat of early June. Emo stared blankly at the teacher gesticulating at the blackboard, absorbing none of the lesson as his mind wandered. Thoughts spiraled alongside the frantically rotating fan, still preoccupied with the question, are we dealing with humans or ghosts? Emo was not fond of novels or anime, nor had he touched a video game in years. His purely materialistic mindset made it difficult for him to believe in the existence of the supernatural, which left him in a state of turmoil regarding his shattered worldview. He resolved to uncover the truth, regardless of whether or not ghosts were real. Snapping back to reality, he noticed the teacher still animatedly presenting at the blackboard, likely discussing the thematic approaches of certain exam questions from the previous year. Tong Junwen. Such lessons were a sheer waste of time. The examiners changed every year, and elucidating past approaches merely provided the teacher with a sense of post-event superiority. Thus, Emo felt justified in his distraction. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate in his backpack. Stealthily, he retrieved it, using his textbook as a shield to illuminate the screen. It was a message from Tong Junwen in the front row. Pay attention, no zoning out, followed by an animated expression of a little girl with exaggerated gestures. Emo glanced up at her seat, where the girl slightly turned her head, her eyes threatening him. He feigned innocence with a shrug and quickly typed back that I'm listening intently, but I think his explanation of this problem isn't as good as yours from last week, and he made 2 mistakes that will count as non-existent later. He sent a little monk diligently striking a wooden fish as an accompanying emoji. Tong Junwen didn't seem to react immediately, but after a moment, her reply arrived that you're off the hook. But do pay attention. With its sundra expression of a little girl, Tong Junwen was far more animated on her phone than in reality. Perhaps this was her true essence. Yes, just don't let the teacher catch you. Though as a top student, Tong Junwen had her share of privileges. Emo did not wish for the teacher to discover her phone usage. As expected, no further messages came through afterward. However, since he had taken out his phone, Emo decided to check online for others who might share similar experiences at noon. He once again accompanied Tong Junwen to dine off-campus. In such weather, no one was inclined to endure the school cafeteria, which merely boasted a few fans. It felt like torture. Not only the cafeteria, but it was surprising that, in the 21st century, only a handful of essential rooms in the entire school were air-conditioned. All the teaching buildings, teachers' offices, cafeterias, and indoor gyms were devoid of any air conditioning. The only air-conditioned facility available to students is the library. However, it typically opens only in the afternoon, leaving the beleaguered students to fend for themselves. One person is absorbed in reading, while another fiddles with their phone, sipping a cold drink as they await their meal. What are you two bothering Emo for? Tong Junwen inquired, glancing up from her book. Emo chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing, just that game from the Chosen One company. Something about breaking 1 billion online. It seems quite impressive. Indeed, the Chosen One company. Tong Junwen rarely lifted her gaze, contemplating for a moment. This company is remarkable. Their VRI technology is 50 years ahead of current science. I would love to see what their research team is like. This fascination could be considered Tong Junwen's professional ailment. Her reservoir of knowledge far exceeds that of her peers, and only cutting-edge technology or research could capture her attention. It was no wonder she had garnered the interest of a professor from a certain prestigious university in the capital, one with an independent laboratory, who intended to recommend her for an accelerated program at such a young age. It's this VRI thing, Emo mused, scratching his nose. That guy said he would give me one. But only if I joined his team. But I don't play games. If you're interested, we could buy one after the standardized exams. I would like to see what this fandom limb is all about. Tong Junwen suggested, revealing a genuine intrigue. However, don't let such matters distract you before the exams. She returned her focus to her book. Emo shrugged. Of course, I declined that I'm not interested in it, and want to be playing. But if you want to give it a try, I'll go buy it later. Tong Junwen responded softly. The tea restaurant was crowded at noon, and as the dishes had yet to arrive, Emo continued to peruse his phone that he was naturally searching online for any similar supernatural occurrences, and after browsing for a while, he suddenly recalled having posted something during class. He opened the forum and found a plethora of replies beneath his post. LZ is an RPG. I'd rather eat dirt. Looking on as the upstairs person eats dirt, that I believe LZ is telling the truth. Long City has always been quite eerie. Regardless of whether it's RPG, LZ must have experienced hallucinations to think they saw a ghost. Some users, seemingly intent on stirring chaos, posted unsettling supernatural images, many of which were rather grotesque. However, to Emo's eye, most appeared excessively photoshopped. Silently, he reported the audacious individuals sharing such disturbing images, noticing a string of users in the thread already marked as muted. It seemed there was little to gain from this endeavor. Emo mused, perhaps that it would be wise to acquire a talisman. Do not seek. Do not inquire. Forget what you have seen. Consider not only yourself, but also your family. Knowing too much may not be beneficial. Take care. The private message did not display a typical ID, but rather a string of garbled characters, evidently not a standard forum ID. Emo's heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, someone was aware of the truth. They are aware of what that ghost is, and they undoubtedly know the ins and outs of the entire affair. The truth lies concealed behind this private message. Emo felt a surge of excitement and hastily began to type. Curiosity is not a commendable habit, young man, that I would not wish for you to meet your demise because of it. What do you mean? Can you clarify? I seek the truth. After sending his message, Emo was met with failure that a warning appeared on the screen. User not found. Emo's heart sank. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and now it indicated that the user did not exist. A chill coursed down his spine. Not only might the other party wield supernatural powers, but they also possessed extraordinary influence in the real world. If such an organization wished to silence him, fear gripped Emo, not for himself, but for Tong Junwen. That he swiftly opened his previous post, accessed the editing feature, and deleted all descriptions of the events, then typed anew. My apologies, everyone, that I was merely bored in class and concocted a story for your amusement. Avoid misleading fellow netizens. I have deleted the content, as this is indeed a material world, and superstitions such as ghosts do not exist. Sorry, everyone, please disperse. After clicking send and witnessing the post vanish entirely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Emo's unusual demeanor, Tong Junwen looked up, puzzled. Xiao Emo, what's wrong? Ah, nothing. What could possibly be wrong? Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety, Emo waved his hand dismissively, attempting to feign that he was merely startled by a post regarding a supernatural incident. He forced a somewhat awkward smile. Tong Junwen scrunched her little nose, admonishing him not to dwell on such nonsensical matters and scare himself. Emo felt a headache brewing. No matter how he looked at it, his situation seemed dire. Recalling the suggestions from netizens on the forum, perhaps it would indeed be beneficial to seek a high monk for a protective talisman. He could give it to Tong Junwen. At the very least, it would be better than nothing. As he began to reluctantly accept a reality that was not entirely materialistic, Emo felt a sense of confusion. Religious artifacts might be his only thought for safeguarding Tong Junwen. Resolving to voice his thoughts, Emo said, 1-1, after school this afternoon, let us visit a temple. A temple. A look of bewilderment crossed Tong Junwen's face, unsure of Emo's sudden whimsy. Well, with only a month until the exams, I want to seek a fortune. Emo carefully concealed his true intentions, mentioning that many classmates had visited and that the temple offered fortunes along with protective talismans from Wenchang Dijuan, which were said to be quite effective. Wenchang Dijuan, the legendary star of scholars, is not to be confused with an electronic dictionary. He is the deity that ancient students would worship before exams. The notion of obtaining a protective talisman from Wenchang Dijuan was not mere fabrication on Emo's part. Hou Xuan's mother insisted on seeking a fortune for him before every major examination, ensuring he received a talisman from the exam deity. Although Hou Xuan's success was not solely attributed to the talisman, it was primarily due to Emo sharing portions of Tong Junwen's notes with him before the exams. Emo is not well acquainted with religious artifacts that are believed to ward off evil spirits. However, he muses that if there exists a protective talisman associated with the deity of examinations, then there must surely be one linked to Zhongkue, the vanquisher of ghosts. If all else fails, even a talisman from the great sage, equal to heaven, would suffice, as long as it serves to protect Tong Junwen. The temple in question is a Taoist establishment. currently presided over by a middle-aged priest that a few years prior. There was an elder priest reputed to possess genuine spiritual prowess. Alas, he passed away of old age. Subsequently, the middle-aged priest took on the role of abbot, living a reasonably comfortable life thanks to the inheritance left by the elder priest. Should they seek him out, it is likely that they could purchase 1 or 2 artifacts that were once the elder's legacy. Well, very well. Tong Junwen is indifferent to the matter, and since Imo has this notion, she shall accompany him. After enjoying lunch, they continued to linger in the tea restaurant, stubbornly soaking in the air conditioning until class began. Even the prodigious Tong Junwen found it unbearable to endure the frugality of the school. Had she known that Yiyun High School lacked even a single air conditioner, she would have chosen not to enroll. In a rare display of frustration due to the sweltering heat, Tong Junwen, despite her capability to gain admission to any prestigious high school in Long City, where the institutions would gladly handle all her application procedures, was visibly discomposed. By the time the dusty and disheveled Imo found Tong Junwen, who was comfortably reading beneath the air conditioning in the library, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Unable to contain her laughter at Imo's unfortunate appearance, she teased, "You fool." Tong Junwen pulled him down to sit, retrieving a tissue to wipe the dust and sweat from his face. After gulping down half a bottle of soda that Tong Junwen had prepared for him, Imo felt as though he had been revitalized. Chapter 05. The anomalous incident at Baofashan. The hill is named Baofashan, originally referred to as Baofashan due to its resemblance to a bundle. Later, a wandering Taoist priest from Lingshao Temple recognized the favorable feng shui of Baofashan and established a temple there, naming it the Baoyuan Temple. Consequently, Baofashan came to be known as Baofashan. When speaking of the temple, it is referred to as the Baoyuan Temple of Baofashan. The current abbot, known as Gazenzi or Guozian Taoist, differs significantly from his deceased master, Guanyang Taoist. Guozian Taoist has made the practice of divination and talisman making the primary focus of Baoyuan Temple, even tailoring his services to cater to students from nearby schools by offering academic-related talismans, perfectly aligning with the temple's worship of Wenchang Dijuan, the deity of literature. Compared to his master, it is hard to say how his spiritual prowess measures up, but in terms of quality of life and reputation, he certainly surpasses him by several streets. The path up the mountain was not suitable for cycling. They could only secure their bicycles and ascend the steps alongside Tong Junwen. Upon arriving at the temple, there were few individuals burning incense, and Guozian Taoist happened to be free. Upon seeing Imo and Tong Junwen approach, he greeted them warmly. "Infinite longevity and fortune," the Taoist inquired. "Are you here to seek a divination or to burn incense?" Naturally, Tong Junwen, with her character, found it beneath her to respond, leaving Imo to answer. "Greetings, Taoist, we have come to seek a divination." Upon hearing their request for a divination, Guozian Taoist's face brightened considerably, and he regarded the two with newfound favor. "Please, follow me to the divination hall." He gestured invitingly, leading them into the side hall designated for divination. His delight was palpable. While the incense offerings were numerous, they were of little monetary value. The act of seeking an oracle is distinctly different. Relying on the esteemed reputation cultivated over many years by a master craftsman, coupled with the knowledge he has acquired, perhaps a mere 60 to 70% of the master's skill, he undoubtedly believes it is justifiable to charge a steep fee. The Guozian Taoist, after all, embodies the essence of a modern-day practitioner, where reputation reigns supreme in both culinary and online ventures, and divination is no exception. With a solid reputation and genuine skill, there should be no issue in charging accordingly. Once seated and tea was served, the Guozian Taoist inquired, "Are you seeking guidance for your academic pursuits?" "Indeed, Taoist," replied Yimo with a nod. "There are 3 types of academic fortunes: Puyu, Meiyu, and Jinyu. Each varies in content, yet holds equal standing. There is no hierarchy among them. Do you wish to make a selection, or shall we leave it to fate?" The Guozian Taoist asked with a smile. "I suppose we shall leave it to fate, Taoist," Yimo said, as he pushed forward a stack of paper currency amounting to 1,000. Despite the Taoist's serious demeanor, Hou Xuan had long deciphered his methods and had shared these insights with Yimo. The so-called 3 types of jade merely correspond to 3 price tiers. Puyu signifies 100, Meiyu 300, and Jinyu 1,000. The choice is, in fact, made at the moment of payment. Whether it is fate or not relies heavily on the amount offered. If one declares Jinyu but only provides 100, can one genuinely expect to receive Jinyu? Ultimately, the interpretation of the oracle depends solely on the eloquence of the Guozian Taoist, Tio Yimo. 1,000 is not an insubstantial sum, yet it is not given without purpose. His true intent lies in the talisman following the divination. Observing the guest's generosity, the Gauasian Taoist's eyes squinted with delight. Please hold on. I shall fetch the oracle tube. Following this, the process of divination and interpretation commenced. Yimo handed the oracle to the Gauasian Taoist, who received it with solemnity and scrutinized it carefully. Though the Gauasian Taoist is undeniably shrewd, he has indeed learned a fair share of his master's craft. Since Yimo was willing to part with 1,000 for a single oracle, the Taoist was equally inclined to employ his genuine abilities for this reading. After examining the oracle, he fixed his gaze upon Yimo, requesting him to extend his left hand, a look of perplexity crossing his features. He also glanced at the quietly reading Tong Junwen beside them. After a moment of contemplation, the Gauasian Taoist spoke. What is it that you truly seek? Naturally, it pertains to my academic pursuits. Yimo raised his brow, slightly astonished. While his intention had indeed been academic, his mind was preoccupied with the ghostly figure he had encountered the previous day. Having never sought an oracle before, he found it hard to believe that this Taoist could truly unravel his perplexities to him. Seeking an oracle seemed merely a means to please and utter sweet nothings to the patron. Hou Xuan consistently received auspicious readings, yet ultimately it was Yimo's own efforts that determined their examination results. He had never considered that such inquiries to the divine could yield any meaningful insights. Not quite. Not quite. The Gauasian Taoist chuckled. Your heart is riddled with doubts, your body shackled, and your spirit bound. What you inquire about appears trivial, yet it bears extensive implications. However, your destiny is misaligned, and this poses a challenge for me as a Taoist. How can I interpret this? To force an interpretation would be beyond my capabilities. If the oracle remains unresolved, your very life may be claimed by fate. Hearing him assert such limitations, Yimo's expression darkened. Although he harbored no genuine expectation of uncovering anything profound through this oracle, he certainly did not wish to be deceived. Upon observing the countenance of Yimo, Gauasian Taoist discerned that her thoughts were somewhat obscured, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. He spoke, "Do not be hasty. Although I cannot provide a complete interpretation of this oracle, I will address your inquiry regarding your academic pursuits as for your other desires. I regret to inform you that I am presently unable to assist. I perceive a deficiency in your fate. It would be prudent to retain this oracle and return to consult me in the future. Should your circumstances change, that I shall not charge you again. What say you?" While Yimo had claimed her sole concern was her studies, thereby justifying the limited interpretation, the Taoist held true to his professional ethics. For one who relies on the heavens, all matters celestial must be approached with caution. Given that fate had bestowed such an oracle, one must either refrain from interpretation or offer a partial one. He candidly acknowledged that his abilities were insufficient to fully decipher the current oracle. Thus, he could elucidate a portion, leaving the remainder for another time. This way, he could conduct his business without contravening heavenly will. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Yimo, who had never placed much value on the oracle itself, chose not to linger on the matter further and nodded in agreement. Gauasian Taoist then commenced with the interpretation of her academic prospects. Although he spoke in somewhat formulaic phrases, he subtly indicated that her current academic achievements were largely reliant on external forces. Even if she were to gain admission to a prestigious institution, the diminishing support might soon reveal her true potential, potentially undermining her fate. This revelation left Yimo in a state of astonishment. And even the previously indifferent Tong Junwen glanced over in surprise. People often defy their destinies, driven by an obsession to ascend, only to find that their fate is insufficient, resulting in backlash. A phenomenon the Taoist had witnessed numerous times. With a chuckle, Gauasian Taoist remarked, "I find you quite agreeable, and thus I shall share a few more words. Though you are no fool, the path of Wenchang Dijuan is not one to be traversed at will. It would be wise to temper your ambitions and seek alternate avenues. Perhaps you might find greater success elsewhere." Yimo remained silent, while Tong Junwen scoffed softly, dismissing the words as nonsense, although she sensed a semblance of truth in Gauasian Taoist assertions. As a staunch materialist, she could not subscribe to notions of fate. If destiny were indeed immutable, Yimo would have already transformed into an entirely different person, rendering them strangers. Gauasian Taoist, undeterred, chuckled and proposed, "Little girl, if you do not believe in my insights, allow me to present an oracle for you, as a complimentary gesture for this reasonable young man. What do you think?" Tong Junwen rolled her eyes dismissively and turned back to her book. However, Yimo felt a flicker of interest. Initially, she had intended to seek a talisman for protection against malevolent forces for Tong Junwen, confident in her ability to safeguard her friend in a normal world. She felt ill-equipped to confront supernatural challenges. Thus, disregarding Tong Junwen's objections, she pulled her to the table and seated her, urging the Taoist to take a look. Gauasian Taoist examined Tong Junwen's visage for a considerable time, scrutinizing her right hand before shaking his head in contemplation and exclaiming, "What a splendid fate you possess! Truly remarkable." He composed himself and began to expound, "I have studied fate under my master since childhood, encountering a myriad of individuals. Yet in the realm of Wenchang Dijuan, there are but a handful who can be compared to you. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this young lady is destined to become a renowned scholar and a great scientist." Although the term scientist uttered from the mouth of the Taoist sounded somewhat peculiar, Imo nodded in full agreement. In contrast, Tong Junwen sat expressionless, as if the discussion did not pertain to him. However, whether the few words of counsel resonated with him was for him to discern. The Taoist continued, "Firstly, though your destiny is indeed lofty, it is not one that can be contained within this dragon's coil. The waters here are shallow and narrow, and even a true dragon cannot emerge. The place for ascension does not lie here. It would be wiser to head north. Secondly, both of you possess extraordinary destinies. If you were ordinary, your complementary strengths would be a blessing. While I cannot provide this young man with a reading or fortune-telling, I can venture a guess regarding the two of you together. Your fates are remarkable and cannot be assessed by common reasoning. The usual principles of mutual growth and conflict do not apply to you. However, should a true dragon emerge, it must find a blessed land and seize the essence of others. If the two of you persist in remaining in the same place before achieving your destinies, it is likely that even ordinary life will elude you, instead inviting calamity. You." Tong Junwen turned pale upon hearing this. His teeth clenched in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Imo grasped Tong Junwen's hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking, and repeatedly apologized to the Taoist. Nonetheless, the Taoist was magnanimous, chuckling lightly and indicating that he bore no offense, stating that bitter medicine is often needed, and that sincere advice may be unwelcome. Each must walk their own path and strive for their own fate. That I can only offer so much, he added. He then remarked, "It seems this young man understands the customs of our Taoist ways. Since you have drawn the auspicious golden slip, you are entitled to receive a protective talisman dedicated to the Emperor Wenchang, which should be placed in your pin case on the day of the examination to ensure smooth sailing and a flow of ideas." Imo thought this was the main course and spoke up. "Perfect. May I personally request a talisman?" The Taoist smiled warmly and nodded, leading him toward the main hall dedicated to the Emperor Wenchang, while Tong Junwen remained seated, sulking. Inside the Wenchang hall, Imo selected a talisman, placed it in a small pouch, and stored it in his backpack. That he then said, "Taoist, I have another request." "Pray tell," the Taoist replied, his hands gathered within the long sleeves of his robe, feeling quite pleased to engage in business. "I wish to request a talisman for warding off evil and providing protection." Imo paused. "A truly effective talisman." The Taoist, who had initially appeared relaxed, furrowed his brow upon hearing Imo's emphasis, hesitatingly responded, "Our humble temple does indeed offer items for warding off evil, but perhaps you would prefer to visit the front hall?" Imo, pulling out a jade pendant from his collar, displayed it to the Taoist. "This is a jade pendant my parents obtained for me. It was crafted by Taoist Guangyang himself. Until yesterday, Imo had harbored doubts about the pendant's efficacy. He recalled his parents frequently visiting Taoist Guangyang, always seeking a few protective charms to carry with them before traveling abroad. This pendant, made by Taoist Guangyang during his childhood, had hung around Imo's neck ever since. Until yesterday, the pendant had merely symbolized his parents' affection for him. However, after today, he suddenly realized that the pendant might hold significance beyond mere adornment. The Taoist, upon seeing the pendant, displayed a moment of recognition in his eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, you are the son of Yi Dongbua and Yu Minshi. I remember seeing you when you were but a child." That Imo smiled faintly, pondering whether there existed any remaining works left behind by Taoist Guangyang. "Your family has a penchant for such matters." The Taoist of returning to truth shook his head softly. Then, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Indeed, there are some, including items that your parents commissioned but never collected. However, I cannot give them to you. That is the rule. If you wish to acquire a talisman, we must settle our accounts separately. Naturally, I have no intention of meddling with my parents' belongings. Emo retrieved a paper bag from his backpack, stating, "This is the money I just collected on the way. I wonder if it suffices?" The Taoist opened the bag for a brief glance, contemplated for a moment, and then returned 2 stacks to Emo, saying, "Since you are the child of an old acquaintance, I shall offer you a discount." He then neatly wrapped the paper bag and covered it with his sleeve. "Wait here for me. I will fetch it for you." Emo nodded, finding a cushion to sit upon as he observed the Taoist retreating to the rear hall. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Emo regained his awareness of the tangible world, only to find himself sprawled on the ground. Dazed, he pushed himself up, sensing vibrations emanating from the not-so-distant rear hall. His expression shifted. "Taoist," he exclaimed, racing towards the back. The door to the rear hall stood ajar, yet no figures were visible within. Waves of nausea periodically washed over him, rendering Emo pale and apprehensive. He surveyed each room in turn, but the Taoist was nowhere to be found. He had distinctly seen the Taoist enter the rear hall, and now he had inexplicably vanished. Emo understood that something beyond comprehension had transpired, and as he gazed into the empty hall, an uncontrollable chill surged within him. He was uncertain whether the force that had caused the Taoist's disappearance was linked to the ghostly apparition he had witnessed the day before, or if they were manifestations of the same power, but he knew he could no longer remain in this place. With Tong Junwen still in the front courtyard, he resolved to leave swiftly, before any repercussions reached the front. Just as Emo solidified his decision, a sudden sound erupted from one of the rooms. The unmistakable thud of a body hitting the ground, followed by a groan. This only deepened Emo's pallor, truly frightening him. He had just checked that room. It had been empty. He hurriedly approached, only to find the Taoist of returning to truth sprawled on the floor. "The Taoist?" Emo hesitated, uncertain if the Taoist was still alive, questioning with trepidation. The Taoist raised his head upon recognizing Emo, visibly relieved, yet still bearing a troubled expression, evidently shaken by something. "What are you doing here?" He struggled to rise. That Emo was oblivious to what the shattered gourd signified, but instinctively sensed something was amiss and stepped toward the exit. "Wait, this. The Taoist seized a box from the table and thrust it into Emo's hands. "This is what you wanted. It can ensure temporary safety. It is best to wear it and not remove it. Tell the visitors in the front hall to leave, stating that the temple will be closed for the next few days and that they should refrain from coming. Hurry," the Taoist implored, as he prepared to shut the temple doors to visitors. By this time, Emo's countenance had returned to normal, masking the tumult within. Tong Junwen, sensing no cause for suspicion, nodded and descended the mountain alongside Emo. The night had descended completely, and the flickering streetlights adorned the path ahead. Emo was leisurely cycling home with Tong Junwen, the temple now far behind them. Emo couldn't shake off the remnants of anxiety from the recent events. His scalp tingling with unease, he wondered if the Guizhen Taoist was truly unharmed, hoping he could navigate through this ordeal. However, one thing was certain. This world was indeed not merely a realm of materialism. In just the span of a day, Emo's worldview had undergone a seismic shift. He had witnessed an apparition, neither human nor ghost, floating in the sky, received warnings from a mysterious organization, and just experienced supernatural occurrences atop Baofu Mountain. The 2 mysterious sensory assaults served as constant reminders that this world was no longer the one he once comprehended. Tong Junwen, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was admiring the bracelet Emo had placed on her wrist under the lamplight. "Xiao Emo, what is this?" she inquired, poking him playfully. "This? It's a bead blessed by the Wenchong Dijuan." Emo decided to withhold the truth from her, assuring her, "With the blessing of the Emperor, you shall surely triumph in your examinations." "What nonsense! Don't let the Taoist ramblings deceive you," Tong Junwen retorted, recalling the Taoist words with irritation. "You mustn't be fooled by his absurdities." "Not at all. I simply found this bracelet beautiful and bought it especially for you." Her face lit up with joy, and she dismissed the troubling events on the mountain. Emo sighed in relief, cautioning her, "Be sure to wear it daily, and never take it off." Chapter 06. Unexpected clues. The consecutive days of supernatural encounters had heightened Emo's heart rate. Perhaps also due to overwhelming fatigue, as he slept soundly until dawn. It was an ordinary morning, a typical day, although Emo knew he was no longer in the world he once knew. Life must go on. Upon arriving at school, he spotted Hou Xuan engaged in animated discussions about games with his classmates. "Yesterday, my guild finally descended to the 40th level of the Demon Suppression Tower." And the guardian was a giant towering several dozen meters high. Hou Xuan boasted to a group of fellow sponsored students, relishing their envious glances that I hear this is from the Panga tribe in the extreme north. No guild has yet encountered them. Only visible within the demon suppression tower. I envy you for recruiting such formidable players. My guild faltered at the 35th level, someone lamented. Xiangu, your ranking on the boundary stone has surely risen again. Right. There are few guilds from Bahuang City that can reach the 40th level, of course. Hou Xuan replied, his expression brimming with pride. During yesterday's tally, we were already above the 80th position. Then your timeline for gathering materials has been moved up. I truly envy you. Far off, I dare not say, but just within our Yiyun district, I estimate I'm the first to acquire IA. Those folks from Hidao High are probably still wandering around the 100th place. The thought of this made Hou Xuan feel exceedingly triumphant. The so-called IA, or illusion arms, named after the game itself, was a testament to the formidable and rare nature of such equipment. As the ultimate gear within the game. An ordinary player might require up to 2 years to gather sufficient materials, while a moderately skilled player could manage to obtain them from the Demon Suppression Tower or dungeons within 6 months to a year. Given that the game has been open for less than 6 months, those who have acquired the IA are undoubtedly the true elites. It is no wonder that classmates harbor feelings of envy and resentment towards Hou Xuan, who seems poised to obtain it in just a little over half a year. In the midst of his boasting, he suddenly noticed Emo entering the classroom and immediately waved him over, exclaiming, Emo, come here quickly. I have something to tell you. Without any further ado, Hou Xuan pulled Emo over and began to recount his remarkable achievement of surpassing the 40th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. On the brink of stepping into a genuine new world, who has the time to concern themselves with mere games? Emo, both amused and exasperated, humored Hou Xuan while resolutely declining his invitation to log into the game today. Filled with disappointment, Hou Xuan relented and joined several classmates in watching the recorded footage of last night's boss battle. In a few days, if nothing untoward occurs at the Bao Yuan Temple, perhaps he would inquire with the Taoist priest. As Emo pondered this, he stretched lazily and cast a sidelong glance at Hou Xuan, who was surrounded by classmates excitedly shouting at the video on the phone. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, a figure suddenly darted across the screen, causing Emo's eyes to widen in astonishment. He lunged toward the phone, ignoring the complaints of his classmates, and fixated on the screen. Within a dimly lit hall, illuminated by flickering torches, several figures were engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of corpse demons. However, Emo's attention was not on them. Rather, it was on the figure hovering in the background, casting spells, clad in a robe adorned with grotesque patterns and embellished with several small skulls as decorations. Emo could never forget that garment. It was the same robe worn by the ghostly figure he had seen the day before. Why did this seemingly supernatural entity bear such an uncanny resemblance to the monsters within the game? Emo's mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Emo. Emo. Hou Xuan nudged him. Several classmates, puzzled by Emo's reaction, queried, What's wrong with you? Emo, dazed, lifted his gaze to Hou Xuan and then back to the phone. Indeed, it was unmistakably the same robe. Why would a ghost engage in cosplay? Hou Xuan, what is this? Emo asked, his voice dry. This is the video of my conquest of the 40th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower from yesterday. Hou Xuan replied, his expression one of curiosity. No, I mean this person. Who is he? Emo pointed to the robed figure. Hou Xuan glanced at the screen, and upon realizing what Emo was referencing, he chuckled. That's not a person. It's a monster from the Demon Suppression Tower, an NPC. Can you communicate with it? Emo inquired. Not at all, Hou Xuan replied, amusement evident in his tone. The monsters in the Demon Suppression Tower are merely projections, not the actual entities. The creatures in the illusionary realm are also a type of NPC, unique and highly intelligent. Unless one possesses ample combat skills, even a single corpse demon is a formidable foe. Most players remain within the city, venturing into the Demon Suppression Tower to slay monsters for profit and to upgrade their gear. Who would dare to recklessly wander into the wild? A moment's carelessness could lead to being besieged by hostile NPCs, rendering months of effort utterly futile. In other words, his essence is capable of communication. Emo swiftly grasped the mechanics of the game, discerning the subtext of Hou Xuan's words. Indeed, if you manage to approach his essence and he does not eliminate you, it is possible. Hou Xuan shrugged, yet it is likely to be quite challenging. He belongs to the realm of Fengdu, a territory designated for the deceased. inaccessible to the living, and his status is notably elevated. Rumor has it that he oversees a domain equivalent in size to a district. How could he possibly deign to acknowledge you? Is it merely his robe that he wears? Yimo scrutinized, sensing that the robe adorning this NPC was somewhat distinct from those he had encountered before. More resplendent in its splendor? Certainly not. NPCs in Fengdu typically don such robes, eerily menacing and terrifying. I would never wish to venture there in my lifetime, Hou Xuan remarked with a grimace. Yimo pondered, contemplating the connection between a game and a seemingly spectral entity. Furrowing his brow, he returned the phone to Hou Xuan. What is this? Are you intrigued by it? Hou Xuan inquired, holding the phone. If you're interested, why not join the game? Once your strength is sufficient, you can slay a few NPCs and strip them of their robes for your own use. He imagined the notion of donning the garments of the deceased, which revolted him. Yuck. However, Hou Xuan's words did serve as a reminder. If one wishes to discern the connection between both realms, the most prudent course of action is undoubtedly to investigate and observe firsthand. Yimo, ever the pragmatist, promptly resolved to take action. Hou Xuan, take me to acquire a VRI after school this afternoon, Yimo declared. Huh, you truly find that robe fascinating. Hou Xuan responded, astonished. Pooh, you're the one who fancies garments of the dead. Yimo shot him a disdainful glance. Will you take me, or not? Fine, I'll take you to buy one. I've been eagerly anticipating this day. Hou Xuan appeared quite pleased, eagerly pulling him into the fold, and assured him, once you join my expedition team, you'll soon surpass the novice phase. Hou Xuan was among the few who were privy to Yimo's martial prowess, aware of his innate talents. In this game, individuals skilled in combat or other fighting techniques undoubtedly hold an advantage, and Yimo is precisely such an individual. Hou Xuan firmly believed that incorporating him into his team would surely lead to their ascension. The duo rode their bicycles to the nearest Chosen One experience store. Since the launch of the VRI, these experience centers had proliferated across various cities, allowing individuals to indulge their curiosity even if they were not purchasing. The Illusion Realm is distinct from previous games, as it necessitates the use of VRI equipment, making it advisable to purchase from an experience store for the convenience of initializing your VRI device under the guidance of staff. Hou Xuan led the way, providing Yimo with insights along the journey to its not that it's troublesome. To be frank, what is being initialized is not the VRI equipment, but rather yourself. Initialized myself? What does that mean? It sounds a tad unsettling. Yimo inquired, wide-eyed. You do know what the I in VRI stands for, don't you? ISNT at the meaning of illusion. Yimo was aware of this much. Indeed, it signifies illusion. However, there exists another meaning, referred to as illusion prostheses, or phantom limbs. Hou Xuan gestured towards his head. To my understanding, it is akin to drilling a hole in your brain to create an interface for the VR device. Why does it seem so perilous? The thought of boring a hole in the brain sent a shiver down Yimo's spine. Surely, it can't be dangerous, right? Of course, it poses no danger, unless one possesses a unique physiology that precludes the creation of phantom limbs. Otherwise, the success rate is 100%, with no harm to the body, Hou Xuan elucidated. However, there may be a slight pain during the creation of the phantom limb, albeit a fleeting sensation. That truly is remarkable. So, does it mean that this phantom limb already exists within your brain? Yimo fixated on Hou Xuan's head, seemingly trying to locate where the hole would be drilled. I certainly have one. But please, stop staring at me. You won't be able to discern it. Hou Xuan, noticing Yimo's persistent gaze on the back of his head, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Isn't it located at the back of the head? Like that sci-fi film with a tube inserted at the nape? Realizing that it was not actually a hole drilled into the back of his head, Yimo couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly. That was a film from 1999. Can the sci-fi of the last century even be compared to modern technology? The notion of inserting a tube at the back of the head is utterly outdated. Hou Xuan retorted with a hint of indignation. Ha. My apologies, Yimo quickly offered. But if it's not for inserting a tube, then what purpose does drilling a hole serve? I merely used it as a metaphor. The VR device will not literally drill a hole and insert itself into your head. That would be rather grotesque. That I simply meant that it resembles the act of boring a hole in some way. You will understand the exact sensation once you try it yourself. Hou Xuan was somewhat reluctant to elaborate further, and he himself was not particularly well versed in the underlying principles. The more he explained, the more convoluted it became. The two continued their conversation as they rode their bicycles, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the experience store. Chapter 07. Journey to the C1 experience store. Yimo had encountered the Chosen One experience store numerous times. The technologically advanced C1 logo at the entrance seemed to be ubiquitous lately. It was not solely the VR devices. An increasing array of high-tech products were being brought to the public by C1, and the company's influence was expanding at an astonishing pace. Inside the experience store, a constant flow of patrons was evident, showcasing the bustling business. The two parked their bicycles and pushed open the door to the experience store, as if stepping into a new realm of high technology. The store displayed an assortment of products that were once only seen in science fiction films, with each demonstration station surrounded by eager onlookers, cheering for every remarkable effect. The large screen at the center was playing a promotional video, evidently crafted by the Chosen One company to celebrate the Phantom Realm armament, achieving a record online peak of over 100 million. While also promoting various derivative products of VR technology, the highly futuristic logo captured attention, showcasing an array of fantastical scenes that could not possibly exist in reality through sweeping long shots. In that world, there exists a colossal tree of life, whose towering trunk pierces the heavens when one gazes upward. In that realm, unending wars rage on, with opposing factions clashing in a chaotic melee, wielding cold weapons and spells, rendering the boundaries utterly indistinguishable. In that world, one can soar upon the backs of flying dragons, gliding gracefully above magnificent cities. In that realm, one may also navigate the seven seas aboard a wind-powered battleship. Donning the VR device, amidst the gentle glow of scanning lights, commands are issued in various tongues, all conveying the same message: load in, connect in, seconnector, C. Accompanying these commands from different nations, the radiance of the VR illuminates, heralding the commencement of an extraordinary journey for ordinary individuals. Welcome to the realm of illusionary armament. The welcoming message is ultimately displayed in Chinese. Yimo raised an eyebrow, impressed by the promotional video, which instilled in every discontented soul a sense of being the protagonist of their own tale. But it was undeniable that Yimo was moved at this moment, no longer solely seeking clues within the game. Hou Xuan guided Yimo to the VR device section, where the crowd was even denser. Aside from the counters showcasing VR products, the most striking feature was the four egg-shaped reclining chairs suspended in midair, serving as the initialization area. A throng of newly purchased VR devices awaited their turn for initialization. Yimo observed in awe as the next customer approached the recliner, a blend of excitement and trepidation evident on their face. They gingerly settled into the most comfortable position, fastening the safety belts as instructed by the staff, then donned the VR device, engaging in peculiar motions. After a brief interval, a jolt coursed through them, and they slumped into the recliner, at which point the adjacent monitor flickered to life, revealing a virtual humanoid figure, eliciting uncontrollable cheers from the customer. Noticing Yimo's rapt attention, Hou Xuan tugged at him. Stop staring. You'll get to experience it yourself shortly. Let us select our equipment first. Yimo nodded and approached a display stand, where a nearby sales assistant promptly greeted him. Welcome. Is this your first time using our products? The assistant beamed with a perfect smile. Yes, I wish to purchase a VR capable of playing illusionary armament. Yimo gazed at the myriad of devices, feeling somewhat dizzy. Very well. May I first inquire if your home as smart host meets our minimum requirements? The sales assistant produced a sheet of paper, pointing to a chart. To run IAO smoothly, a minimum of a supercore 9 or higher processing unit is required, along with at least 120 terabytes of reserved storage space. Moreover, possessing a Polygon 3000 or our company's Real Illusion TI-80 or above rendering unit would greatly enhance your gaming experience. Understood. May I ask how you typically game? Do you sit in a gaming chair, lounge on your living room sofa, or recline in bed? The sales assistant continued, her inquiry persistent. Before Emmer could utter a word, Hou Xuan interjected, "Oh, let us not dwell on the details. We are merely students, usually indulging in leisure activities during the night. Just provide him with the most advanced fully immersive device." Emma shrugged, glancing at the sales assistant's inquiring gaze, and nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall refrain from recommending portable or sports models. The sales assistant then presented two VR devices, stating, "These two models are our company's latest offerings, specifically designed for students about to embark on their summer vacations. One is the goggles version, while the other is the full coverage model. Both boast exceptional immersion capabilities, minimizing unnecessary interruptions during gameplay. The goggles version is suitable for use while sleeping, whereas the full coverage model is ideal for use in a living room or gaming chair. Sir, you may try them on." Emmer accepted the two devices. The goggles version resembled windproof goggles used in snowy or sandy terrains, covering only the upper half of the face and forehead, with a pair of in-ear headphones positioned at the ears. Exuding a strikingly cool appearance, the full-coverage model appeared more professional, akin to a fighter pilot's helmet, though it left the mouth and jaw exposed. This model not only effectively isolates external distractions, allowing for an enhanced visual and auditory experience, but also significantly reduces interruptions. The goggles version, while functional, was comparatively inferior. During the immersion mode, the full coverage model experienced only 1/3 of the interruptions encountered by the goggles version. Furthermore, when utilizing the panoramic mode, commonly known as the VR mode, users could engage in gameplay while attending to other needs. The immersion mode, however, fully enveloped the user in the virtual environment, inducing a state akin to sleep, where bodily responses to external stimuli were managed by the VR device, generating physiological data for monitoring. Users could check their physical status at any time during gameplay and could interrupt the immersion as needed. What are you waiting for? Hou Xuan eagerly grabbed the full coverage model and placed it on Immer's head, giving a playful pat on top. This is the one I've always wanted since its release. But I'll have to wait until the final exams are over to purchase it. You buying this now is perfect. Immer tried it on and found it indeed very comfortable, without any awkwardness. However, he had his own intentions. After all, he was not interested in gaming for its own sake. He sought clues and the truth. Therefore, he removed the full coverage model and tried on the goggles version, which he found quite appealing and notably more stylish. Please, may I have the goggles version? Thank you. Ignoring Hou Xuan's attempts to sway his decision, he followed the sales assistant to complete the purchase. At the checkout counter, after paying with his mobile phone, the sales assistant cheerfully handed him a token. The warehouse staff is currently bringing your device. You and your companion may rest in the initialization area. A staff member will assist you with the initialization when it is your turn. After expressing gratitude to the attentive sales assistant, the two proceeded to the initialization area to await their turn. The line was rather lengthy, and the wait seemed prolonged. Fortunately, the initialization area offered refreshments and snacks, allowing the two to chat, enjoy their treats, and observe the initialization operations of those ahead of them. In the evening, do remember to arrive at Bahuang City. Do not wander off to other places. Although one can freely migrate within the illusory realm, finding oneself in the wrong location could lead to a considerable waste of time in transit, resulting in an extended duration of being a novice. With great concern, Hou Xuan repeatedly urged, fearing that Emo might stray. Having witnessed Emo's formidable prowess, and with his extensive experience in the game, he could discern at a glance that Emo's skills were exceptionally suited for manifestation within such a virtual environment. Given some time, Emo would undoubtedly evolve into an outstanding IAO player. However, Emo remained oblivious, nonchalantly engaging with Hou Xuan while contemplating the matter of that creature, pondering how to approach it. After approximately half an hour of waiting, it was finally Emo's turn. Mr. E, number 174, please proceed to the unpacking area. The announcement echoed through the speakers. It's your turn. Hou Xuan nudged him, and Emo nodded in acknowledgement, clutching his number tag as he walked over. Upon reaching, a guiding attendant approached him and led him to a chair. Sir, please take a seat in the egg chair, ensuring that you are securely positioned and in the most comfortable posture. Emo adjusted himself accordingly, only to hear the attendant's subsequent instruction. Once settled, please fasten your safety belt as a precaution. Complying obediently, Emo secured the belt, and then the attendant pressed a button, causing the egg chair to recline slightly, transitioning his position from sitting to lying down. The attendant placed the VR headset on him, requesting that he secure the device properly. Emo adjusted the goggles to eliminate any gaps and fasten the headphones. At that moment, through the goggles, he could still glimpse the outside world, noticing the attendant's inquiring gaze, to which he responded with an okay hand gesture. The attendant nodded and then stated, Sir, please be advised that the VR is about to initiate. During initialization, kindly remain silent and follow the instructions provided. Until the initialization is complete, refrain from vocalizing or moving your body independently. Thank you for your cooperation. You may experience slight discomfort during the process, which is entirely normal and will not harm your physical well-being, so please rest assured. Wishing you a smooth journey. We shall meet again shortly. Chapter 08, Breaking the Cocoon. Dear user, please maintain a state of calm and follow my guidance to perform a series of actions. Words floated in the darkness, and as Emo slightly shifted his neck, he noticed the text shimmering directly in front of him, remaining stationary and exceptionally clear, as though inscribed upon an invisible wall. First, we shall record the neural signals from your left arm and hand. A hand emerged from the darkness, and Yimo initially assumed it was his own. However, upon moving his fingers, he realized it was merely a projection. An illustrative diagram appeared in the dark, depicting several actions. Please perform the movements of your left arm and hand as illustrated. Yimo raised his left hand and executed the actions accordingly, with each depiction turning green in succession. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, you will be able to control the virtual limb using your left hand's movements. Please slowly repeat each segmented action until the virtual limb can replicate the same motions. With a moment of hesitation, Yimo raised his left hand, only to immediately notice that it trembled slightly in the darkness, startling him. Please maintain your composure and patiently repeat the decomposed movements. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the first exercise. The subsequent steps will require greater patience. Please remain in a tranquil state. Without moving your physical arm, manipulate the virtual limb through neural signals. Now is the time to unleash your imagination. Yimo found himself momentarily at a yet he comprehended the essence of the instruction. In simpler terms, it was about moving objects through sheer willpower. While impossible in the real world, the VRI device enabled it within virtual reality. He dedicated more time to this step, taking a full 5 minutes to achieve control over the virtual limb through thought alone. Observing his arm dance under his mental command, Yimo was filled with awe. Had technology truly advanced to such a degree? Unbeknownst to him, the average person typically took between 10 to 15 minutes to complete this step. His accomplishment in a mere 5 minutes was nothing short of extraordinary. The system notifications brimmed. Well done. You are truly a genius, a godlike synchronization rate. Next, let us proceed to your right hand. Following the instructions, Yimo executed the same actions with his right arm, left leg, and right leg in succession. Congratulations, you have mastered the basic operations of VRI. Now, please utilize your virtual limbs to complete the following tasks. Task 1. Interlaced running test. Please grasp your right ankle with your left hand and your left ankle with your right hand, and run 50 meters within the virtual environment. An unusual task, as interlacing his hands easily led to chaotic commands. However, Yimo quickly adapted and sprinted through the scene, completing the 50 meters with remarkable speed. Excellent. You have fully grasped the techniques for utilizing virtual limbs. Task 2. Color-changing ball catch test. Commencing now, your virtual limbs will change colors unpredictably. Please refrain from catching balls of the same color. Incorrect catches will incur a 3-second paralysis penalty. Aim to catch over 400 within 60 seconds. Gritting his teeth, Yimo plunged into the task. The first attempt resulted in a paralysis every 10 seconds. And again at 23 seconds. Disaster. The second attempt yielded a paralysis at 19 seconds, ultimately resulting in 370 catches, a failure. For the third attempt, Yimo held his breath and focused intently, achieving 434 catches. Success at last. Was every test this challenging? Yimo couldn't help but question why so many were drawn to this game. Successfully completed. You are truly impressive. Task 3. Climbing and jumping test. Your body now possesses the ability to defy Newton's laws of motion. The space around you will soon be filled with obstructions. Please grasp the objects surging from either side and climb upwards, aiming to reach the 600-meter platform within 60 seconds. In the first round, Yimo found himself trapped between two boards at 200 meters. Fortunately, with the assistance of defying Newton's principles, he narrowly succeeded in the second round. Task 4. This is a 3-dimensional maze. You may manipulate your virtual limbs to flip and move it. Please outline your escape route. Yimo mused that it was no surprise this was a high-tech product. Attaining the qualifications for its use was indeed no simple feat. The 3-dimensional maze presented quite a challenge. Despite its seemingly straightforward conversion from 2 dimensions to 3, its complexity exceeded tenfold. Yimo persevered through nearly 10 minutes of attempts before finally succeeding. Task completed. You performed admirably. Please relax. The forthcoming visuals are intended to soothe your nerves. The dark void dissipated, revealing a cascade of shimmering lights. Initially indistinguishable in distance, the scene gradually became clearer, and he felt himself progressing slowly. Countless luminous points began to twinkle, constructing marvelous patterns along an enigmatic trajectory, polyhedra that expanded and contracted with the shift of perspective. Rotating Klein bottles, and numerous other structures Yimo had never encountered before. He could only continue moving forward, observing as these constructs spiraled around him before vanishing behind him. The flow of light intensified, gradually forming a vast galaxy before his eyes. This grand and resplendent sight left Yimo breathless with astonishment. Slowly, the luminous points scattered, creating an endless expanse of white space. Next, we will proceed to the final step of initialization. Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, a brand new world is just within reach. You may experience slight discomfort or pain. Rest assured, this is merely an illusion generated by the neural connection. The connection to the phantom limb will commence in 10 seconds. 10.9.8. Begin. Before Yimo could voice a retort, he was overwhelmed by a sudden sensation, as if a high-speed train had thundered directly into his head. The feeling of his skull being crushed nearly elicited a scream. Yet in the next moment, all sensation vanished, as though the pain had been but an illusion. Phantom limb integration. The last message he perceived was this. Before consciousness slipped away, uncertain of how much time had passed, Yimo regained awareness, finding himself sprawled on the ground, devoid of feeling in his hands and feet, and lacking a nose, mouth, or ears. As he realized this, a wave of fear engulfed him, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. At that moment, indistinct words emerged from an unclear source, resonating in a gentle female voice. Greetings, esteemed customer. Congratulations on successfully completing the initialization of the VRI device. Please extend your phantom limb according to my instructions. Coming to terms with the situation, Yimo felt somewhat speechless, although he yearned to express his thoughts. He found himself without a mouth, compelling him to gather his thoughts. He envisioned a slime or jellyfish, feeling a sense of rejection, yet upon considering soft-bodied organisms, he recalled a certain masterpiece from the previous century he had watched as a child, featuring a remarkably powerful creature. Though it did not entirely align with his aesthetic, it was nonetheless the one. Majin Buu. Yimo slowly opened his eyes, examining his arms, body, and feet, then touching his head. Indeed, it appeared the transformation had been successful. Congratulations, esteemed customer. You have learned how to operate your phantom limb. Unsure if it was an issue with his auditory structure, Yimo felt that the sounds he was hearing were somewhat intermittent. Pardon me, how are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Inquired the mezzo-soprano voice. I feel absolutely wonderful. Yimo chuckled, yet upon the visage of Majin Buu, this smile appeared grotesque and terrifying. It feels as though I have been liberated from shackles. A sensation of unparalleled ease and freedom. Yimo moved his limbs, then slightly crouched and leaped with vigor, astonishingly soaring several meters into the air. Upon landing, he crouched slightly and then surged forward, his speed so swift that it left afterimages in the eyes of onlookers. In his exhilaration, Yimo executed various striking and combat maneuvers. He had not unleashed his fighting prowess in quite some time. Many of these actions were impossible in the real world, yet in this virtual realm, he sensed a version of himself unbound, feeling as if he were capable of anything in that moment. Observing Yimo reveling in his newfound freedom, the invisible instructor seemed taken aback. Wait, sir, please pause for a moment. Yimo obediently halted, sheepishly scratching his head. It was his first time in this new world, and he felt a bit out of sorts. How embarrassing. It must be noted that this seemingly innocuous gesture appeared quite menacing in the presence of Majin Buu. The instructor composed himself and stated, "Congratulations on successfully completing the first binding of your phantom limb. This form is unstable and cannot be directly utilized in the game. Therefore, please follow my guidance for the second binding." The mezzo-soprano recited mechanically, leaving the true nature of the process shrouded in mystery. That we have generated the form of your body based on the scan data. Now please proceed to the projection for the second binding. As the instructor spoke, Yimo's ethereal silhouette was cast before him. You can now directly integrate this form into the game and utilize it in the virtual marketplace or other social hubs. Congratulations, the gateway to the new world has been opened to you. As he experienced this distinct body and the unfamiliar world, Yimo felt an inexplicable surge of joy, sensing a metamorphosis. Would you like to view the outside world through video? Yimo recalled the activities he had observed the customers engaging in earlier and found them quite intriguing. Thus he nodded, with a hearty laugh. He decided not to linger, switched off the screen, and inquired, "How do I operate to go outside?" There is a point where the screen closes in your field of vision. All system operations can be accessed from there, including the body monitoring system, PDA system, and more. This point resides within your blind spot, and unless you specifically focus on it, you will not see it. Are there blind spots in virtual reality as well? Yimo asked with curiosity. Indeed, the world constructed by VRI is entirely virtual, simulating the real world with 99% accuracy. The so-called blind spot is the point where the retinal nerves of the human eye converge, rendering images projected onto this point invisible. What astonished Yimo was that VRI could even replicate this. In reality, there are likely numerous methods available online to identify blind spots, if one is interested. They may seek them out themselves. Yimo stumbled upon this insight, accessed the VRI menu, and located the logout button, subsequently issuing the voice command, "Logout." He removed his VRI headset, rubbed his temples, stretched his limbs, and then rose to his feet. That a peculiar sensation lingered in his mind, akin to the feeling of having gained or lost something. Imagine the sensation that follows the severance of an arm. It was somewhat reminiscent of that he recognized what he was missing. Following initialization, he had acquired an invisible organ known as a phantom limb, which could only be utilized within the VRI. Naturally, the inability to engage this organ resulted in a sense of discomfort. Yimo shook his head, smiled, and made his way toward the exit while holding the VRI. Chapter 09. The eve he carefully packed away the VRI and stowed it in his backpack. He had no intention of disclosing his purchase of the VRI to Tong Junwen. Some matters were simply too complex to explain at present. If she were to learn that he had ventured into gaming merely based on conjecture, he would undoubtedly face consequences. Moreover, yesterday's warning rang true. Withholding information was indeed a matter of safety, as knowing too much could only invite peril. How does it feel? Do you sense the phantom limb? Hou Xuan asked with a grin that it's rather pleasant. As if I've been liberated, Yimo replied, shrugging while experiencing a strange sense of void. However, were all players of this game peculiar? Why subject oneself to such odd tests? The people from the Chosen One company are the real oddities. Hou Xuan retorted, making us build blocks and crawl through dog holes as if we were children. Yimo was momentarily taken aback and turned to inquire, building blocks? Why is my test comprised of those things? He felt a surge of frustration. It appeared that his test diverged significantly from others. If Hou Xuan's was akin to a kindergarten assessment, what could his possibly be? A special forces evaluation. Yet, it must be said that mastering neural control for the first time was indeed quite challenging. The hands would inadvertently lift while trying to separate VRI operations from physical movements, a daunting task for a novice. Hou Xuan, recalling his own chaotic experience, began to gesture animatedly, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that a person of my stature would struggle to build blocks and be ridiculed by the guiding AI? By the way, isn't your test different?" Hou Xuan observed Yimo's demeanor and deduced something. In my squad, there are two individuals who underwent distinct tests. One involved parallel bars, and another was given a slingshot to shoot birds. They have now become the backbone of our team. What about you? Hou Xuan looked at Yimo with eager anticipation, hoping for a surprise. Mine was rock climbing, Yimo contemplated, choosing not to reveal the full truth, as it was rather perilous, with several falls. However, this revelation was enough to excite Hou Xuan. That is fantastic. I knew you would be different from the rest. It's quite rare to have a change in test items. Although it doesn't guarantee proficiency in the game, it certainly provides a higher starting point than others. It appears you possess the potential to become a master. By the way, Yimo still harbors lingering fears from that excruciating pain. Not everyone possesses the courage to remain composed when faced with the crushing pressure of a high-speed train against one's skull. You must be jesting. It was far from merely painful. I genuinely thought I was done for. Ha. I too believed I was finished. The sensation of needles piercing through must have been quite unbearable, right? Hou Xuan chuckled, grinning widely. I thought I had been struck in the head by a nail gun. A nail gun. Yimo smirked slightly. Perhaps this was one aspect where he differed from others. Perhaps the aftermath would also be distinct. He feigned nonchalance as he inquired. So, what about your transformation? I morphed into a tentacle monster. Hou Xuan laughed heartily, which indeed aligned with his lewd character, though it was a pity there were no lovely ladies to witness my greatness. However, I had anticipated a grand physique, yet when compared to my body's projection, I could barely rest upon my own foot. I painstakingly achieved such a formidable appearance. He genuinely felt a sense of regret. He was indeed quite different from ordinary individuals, Yimo mused. While Hou Xuan could only transform into a diminutive soft body, he himself had the potential to become a formidable being akin to Majin Bu, seemingly exuding immense strength. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. He hoped that upon entering the game later that evening, no complications would arise. What amusing form did you take? Hou Xuan asked with keen interest. Me. Yimo scratched his head. I became a slime, about the size of my head. TCH. How mundane. It's truly regrettable that I didn't employ a bit more imagination. Yimo spread his hands, expressing his disappointment. After parting ways with Hou Xuan at the intersection, Yimo rode off amidst his numerous reminders. Make sure to head to 8 Desolate City, Hou Xuan called out from a distance. If you go to another city, it will take several days to return. Yimo raised his hand in acknowledgement while cycling, indicating he understood that it was already past 6 o'clock. He hoped Tong Junwen had not gone hungry. He recalled a time when he was late picking her up due to other commitments. She had pouted, her chin resting on her book, clutching her growling stomach, with sparkling tears in her large, distressed eyes, staring at Yimo with a gaze that conveyed profound grievance. Yimo smiled and quickened his pace. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the school, he found Tong Junwen already standing beneath the library steps with her backpack, a newly unwrapped chocolate bar in hand, the sound of her munching echoing. Noticing Yimo hastening towards her, she began to chew even more vigorously. Screech! He abruptly halted in front of her, clasping his hands together. "I'm sorry." Tong Junwen squinted, scrutinizing him from head to toe, stuffing the remainder of the chocolate bar into her mouth, the crunching noise making Yimo feel as though she were gnawing on his bones. As dusk gradually descended and the lights began to illuminate, Yimo caught sight of Baofu Mountain. Baofu Mountain appeared unchanged. However, the usually vibrant Baoyuan Temple, with its continuous offerings of candles and incense, now lay shrouded in darkness. It was still closed to visitors today. Yimo thought. He wondered how the Taoist priest was faring. What had he encountered? Was it truly supernatural disturbances, or something else entirely? Would he be able to navigate this safely? Yimo felt a deep concern for the Taoist priest he had only met once. There were many matters he could not confide in anyone, not even online, fearing that his words might bring calamity to those around him. It seemed that the Taoist from Baoyuan Temple was the sole individual with whom he could share his thoughts. Yimo yearned to discuss the occurrences he had witnessed and to inquire whether this world truly resembled the one he had observed for more than a decade. "Go for it, Taoist." Yimo silently wished him well. Upon returning to Tong Junwen's home, she was engrossed in a television show, while the dining table was covered with delicious dishes. The rich aroma of the warm chicken soup made. As soon as the two entered, she greeted them with a warm smile, inviting them to dine. Gentle Mama, she had never displayed anger over anything, always quietly caring for the two children. The three shared a cozy dinner, with she continuously serving them food, worried they might not eat enough. After a while, she spoke up. "Today, Dr. Yin Jiahao made an overseas call." When Tong Junwen paused for a moment, a hint of apology flickering in his eyes. "What did the doctor say?" he inquired, lowering his gaze to his soup. "Please do not be too willful, Wen, and do not place too much pressure on Momo. I understand, Mama," Tong Junwen replied, casting a glance at Yimo and speaking softly. Yimo said nothing, merely squeezing Tong Junwen's hand beneath the table, which Tong Junwen reciprocated. Every individual has moments of caprice. However, certain matters must be confronted. After dinner, the two typically studied late into the night before seeing Yimo out. Chapter 10. An encounter like a tempest. Get online. Get online. Are you online? Why the hell aren't you online? After sending about a dozen messages, Yimo felt somewhat speechless. He retrieved a cloth bag containing the VRI from his backpack, assembled the device, and silently apologized to Tong Junwen before powering it on. The VRI emitted a soft glow, the status light flashing before finally becoming steady. Yimo donned the VRI, adjusted it securely, found a comfortable position in his bed, and then pulled up the screen. Beep! The VRI detected the incoming signal and began scanning. A new world is created by you. The grand logo of the Chosen One company floated on the screen, accompanied by the company's slogan. After a brief moment, the startup screen and logo for Fantasy Armament appeared. "Good evening, dear player. The night is deep, yet the life in the new world is just beginning. For the better sleep of you and your family, please activate the loading mode to commence your adventure. Wishing you an enjoyable experience." The final screen froze on the starting page, where his avatar, constructed from phantom limbs, stood at the center, with panels floating in the air to adjust one's appearance. The system informed him that he could modify his looks upon first entering the game, but no changes could be made thereafter. Theoretically, one could transform into a female character, embodying an adorable figure, yet Yimo had no such inclination. He made slight adjustments, styling his hair to suit the game, opting for a more flamboyant look, and then finalized his avatar's appearance. "Please enter your battle name." Below is an explanation. The so-called battle name refers to the typical game ID, which differs from the whimsical names one might choose freely. Phantom Armament is an online virtual game where interactions, whether with other players or NPCs, occur solely through speech. In this context, one would not encounter bizarre names such as a 15-year-old loli being forced by 7 teachers to complete homework. Within the NPC framework, players are regarded as beings from another world known as battle occupants, and thus players are expected to adopt names that are relatively normal and easily recognizable by voice recognition. This regulation is overseen by AI, which strives to manage the absurdity of player names. However, loopholes exist. For instance, while one cannot name themselves an overweight uncle wearing underpants, one could opt for names like Underpants Man or simply Underpants. provided their sense of shame is sufficiently lacking. Without hesitation, Yimo inscribed the name Fire, a moniker he frequently employs. Please proclaim your battle name to establish your character. Yimo hesitated slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Fire, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, the AI remained unfazed. Please proclaim your battle name to establish your character. It reiterated, the prompt flashing once more. Gritting his teeth, Yimo shut his eyes and shouted, Fire, congratulations, your character has been established. Now, please enter the new world. Would you like to activate immersion mode? Yimo nodded in affirmation, and in the next instant, a gentle light enveloped him, causing his entire being to quiver, and then he fell silent. As if drifting into slumber, the night was still young. Activating immersion mode allows for complete control over the game through phantom limbs. These phantom limbs provide a full spectrum of sensory experiences and a tangible sensation, nearly indistinguishable from the user's own body. This mode not only offers a flawless immersive experience, but also induces a state of bodily sleep, making it particularly suitable for nighttime use. VRI user. Feeling as though he had just awakened from a deep slumber, Yimo regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a magnificent hall, with an inexplicable light casting a soft glow upon the floor, bright yet not blinding. He glanced down at his body, experiencing a novel sensation. Although he had utilized phantom limbs during initialization, this body felt as if it had just been sculpted by him, evoking a sense of having a figurine. He reached up to touch his stylish hairstyle, pleased to find it still quite dashing. Just as Yimo was reveling in his phantom limbs, a young girl approached from across the luminous expanse. The girl was clad in the uniform of the Chosen One Corporation, her tall frame accentuated by the fitted attire, which rendered her bosom particularly prominent. She sported short, silvery hair that framed her face. Her thin lips pressed together in a gentle smile. Adorned in a short skirt, white stockings, and polished shoes, she walked with a light step, treading upon the beams of light. Naively, Yimo mistook her for another player. And now aware of his presence in a game, his demeanor became more jovial as he initiated conversation. Hi there. Are you a new player as well? Where exactly are we? The young girl remained silent, her feet maintaining a rhythmic pace as she approached him, adorned with a flawless smile. Good day, sir. I am the guiding spirit of the Rebirth Hall. May I inquire if you wish to select your initial rebirth city at this moment? Yimo realized he had made a mistake, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. Fortunately, no one was watching. It turned out she was merely an NPC, which startled him. Why create such a lifelike? Although Yimo was already accustomed to phantom limbs, he had yet to witness another in the immersive mode. This guiding spirit was astonishingly lifelike. Nay, she was even more perfect than reality itself. This exhilarating first experience left Yimo captivated. Unable to avert his gaze, he scrutinized her from various angles, even circling around her, making sounds of admiration. You wish to select your arrival city now. The guiding spirit's eyes twitched slightly, yet she maintained her impeccable composure. Merely repeating her question. In this light, she resembled a real person without any discernible difference. Yimo, disregarding her, continued his observations, critiquing her from every perspective, pondering the tactile sensation. Oh dear. Could this be deemed too lewd? He sheepishly scratched his head. The guiding spirit's smile grew increasingly strained, yet she mechanically reiterated, Do you wish to select your arrival city now? Nevertheless, no one would know, right? Yimo gazed at the guiding spirit's seemingly luminescent skin, feeling a surge of impulse. Perhaps he should touch it. The guiding spirit's body appeared to tremble slightly, her perfectly poised legs seemingly ready to deliver a swift kick. You wish to select your arrival city now? Please make your choice promptly to commence your experience in the new world. All right. Yimo exclaimed suddenly. A glimmer of joy flickered in the guiding spirit's eyes as she prepared to speak, only to realize her error when he reached for her shoulder. Just a gentle squeeze. Yimo muttered to himself, resting his hand on the guiding spirit's shoulder and giving it a light pinch, exclaiming, VRI is truly remarkable. It feels just like reality. As he spoke, his hand moved upwards, unexpectedly pinching her smooth cheek, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his mouth forming an A shape. The sensation was absolutely exhilarating. Yimo was as ecstatic as a monkey that had just successfully mated, completely oblivious to the guiding spirit's rigid smile concealing her gritted teeth. On the verge of breaking down. Please, player, choose, quickly, to begin your experience in the new world. The guiding spirit exerted every ounce of her endurance to suppress her impending explosion of emotion, continuing to repeat her plea. Alas, Yimo, fully immersed in the initial experience of VRI, remained ignorant of her struggle. Fixated solely on the surprises VRI might unveil for him, he stroked his chin, gazing at her impressive chest. This seemed rather excessive. Was the Chosen One company perhaps a tad inappropriate, presenting players with such a sight at first glance, corrupting the innocent? Why not try again? Regard this merely as a conventional game. Yet I now fully comprehend the sentiments of players who, upon their initial encounter with VR products, were driven by an uncontrollable urge to lift the skirts of female avatars. Such lascivious actions are typically unthinkable in real life, yet when faced with a game of such remarkable realism, the inner demons are unleashed. With a tentative hand, Emma reached towards the chest of the elven maiden, watching as his fingers drew ever closer to the target, an involuntary gulp escaping his throat. Gulp. The silence of the hall rendered the sound painfully distinct. The elven maiden could no longer endure the facade she had painstakingly maintained, and with a sudden snap, it shattered. You insolent. The writing tablet in the elven maiden's hand struck Immer squarely on his bewildered head. Shameless. With a swift kick to his abdomen, the phantom pain, though only half as intense as that of a real body, sent Immer's eyes bulging with agony. Unrepentant, another kick landed on Immer's rear, sending him sprawling onto the shimmering fluid ground in a most undignified manner. You scoundrel! The elven maiden stomped on Immer's waist with deliberate precision, declaring, Die! Pervert! Scoundrel! Wretch! Trembling, Immer extended a hand, as if to utter something, but under the relentless assault from the elven maiden, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although it may seem peculiar to say he fainted in his dreams, Immer indeed found himself in such a state that he was roused by an incessant crackling sound. His mind still hazy from the beating he had endured. As he rubbed his painfully sore abdomen and lower back, realization dawned upon him that the elven maiden was likely not an NPC, but a real person, perhaps even the game master. Having offended the GM of this game, he could only wonder what punishment awaited him. He opened his swollen eyes, the foggy focus gradually sharpening, and then he understood the nature of his punishment. Ghost, ghost, ghost! Immer screamed, turning to flee. Help! There are ghosts! Surrounding him was a desolate graveyard, the ground rotting and upheaving, as darkened corpses and skeletons clawed their way from the earth, the sound of clattering bones filling the air. Crackle, crackle, crackle! The number of zombies and skeletons multiplied, their grotesque visages and decaying forms sending shivers down Immer's spine. For someone experiencing VR for the first time and haunted by supernatural occurrences over the past few days, this was overwhelmingly intense. This place too. Help, ghosts. Terrified nearly to the brink of madness, Immer forgot he was in a game, pursued by the relentless undead in a chaotic frenzy with no escape in sight. Don't come any closer. Help. There are ghosts. Grabbing a decayed wooden cross, Immer swung it wildly at the approaching zombies, cornered against a wall, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Don't come any nearer, with all his strength. Immer swung the cross at the nearest zombie, and to his astonishment, the blow shattered the creature's frame. Immo was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that even spirits could be vanquished, and moreover, he was a genius martial artist. In a state of desperation, Immo resolved to fight back. He glanced at his attire, which consisted solely of the simple garments provided upon entering the game, and with swift determination, he shed his outer robe, tearing it into 2 strips of cloth, expertly wrapping them around his fists, adopting a combat stance. Though fear still gripped him, he summoned his courage and began to swing his fists, ensuring that his body could endure the rigors of battle. Spotting an opening, he charged forward, shouting to bolster his own resolve that I care not for your demons or monsters nor the undead. This is a material world. Let the dead and spirits return to dust. With a powerful kick, he shattered the skeletal hand reaching for his ankle. Even if they were devils, they would taste my wrath. Ducking beneath the sluggish grasp of a few undead, he unleashed a mighty blow upon the grotesque creature blocking his path. Under the eerie, pale moonlight, amidst withered trees, ancient castles, and graveyards, fists collided with bone fragments. In this desolate wilderness, only the howls of phantoms and the mournful cries of hounds echoed. Thus began Immo's tumultuous encounter. As uncontrollable as a tempest, dawn broke. Isabella emerged from her tent. The local time was 5:30 in the afternoon in France, while the game world typically operated 12 hours ahead, placing it at 5:30 in the morning. This arrangement was designed to avoid disrupting the schedules of most individuals, allowing locals to conclude their daily work and studies before embarking on their nocturnal adventures, coinciding with the dawn of a new day in another realm. Naturally, if local players opted to engage in gameplay in a different hemisphere, they could synchronize their local time. As a student at Bordeaux University, Isabella was expected to be lounging in a CF eagerly awaiting the onset of the nightlife, just as her close friends were. They preferred indulging in delectable cuisine with similarly carefree young men, accompanied by champagne and, if possible, exquisite cigars. After a night filled with revelry, whether in the car, at the cinema, or in secluded woods away from prying eyes, they would indulge in romance. She adored this new world and cherished her companions, who were unlike the stereotypical gamers she had previously envisioned, especially their leader. Should the leader desire to initiate a relationship that transcended mere friendship, she would not hesitate, for this was the land. However, at present, her interest in physical intimacy had waned. She chose to ignore the fervent gazes of some members within the group, feeling it was time to embody the role of a good girl. All of this transpired after she became enamored with the mysteries of this new world. Since entering the game, she had learned something new each day, acquiring fresh knowledge, compared to her current life brimming with novelty. Her former existence felt akin to dwelling in a pigsty, when faced with the choice between being a mere sow destined to procreate or becoming an explorer of this new world. The answer was unequivocal. Mott. Good evening, no. Good morning. A vibrant voice called out from behind her. Lucas. Isabella spoke with her usual tone, imbued with charm and playful teasing. Now, don't lag behind today. Lucas's face flushed, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he fled in a hurry. Isabella chuckled softly, paying him no further heed. At that moment, she was immersed in a panoramic gaming mode, deftly maneuvering her phantom limb to inspect the perimeter and traps she had set the previous day, all the while savoring her dinner. Over the past 6 months, she had mastered the art of multitasking, adeptly controlling 2 bodies simultaneously. It was quite astonishing. Really, the ability to manage 2 bodies was once the stuff of Hollywood blockbusters. Yet just a few years had passed, and society had grown accustomed to the everyday use of VR technology. After all, such mind control-like tools were previously associated solely with magic and superpowers. As she tidied up the kitchen waste, she strolled around the camp. Though the time for gathering had not yet arrived, she believed that a competent warrior ought to prepare the campsite before her comrades arrived. With that thought, she cheerfully discarded her VR interface, stripped off her clothes, and headed off for a shower. When Isabella logged back in, her companions were already gathered around the campfire, enjoying breakfast. Curiously, although they had all logged in after dinner, they were now enthusiastically preparing breakfast. The body controlled by her phantom limb had gone an entire night without sustenance, and without proper nourishment, they would lack the strength for the day's expedition. In reality, Isabella had slipped into loose clothing, nestled comfortably in bed. This moment, she was utilizing the immersion mode, which provided her with greater agility and heightened auditory perception, allowing her to overhear the raucous banter of her companions from afar. Hey, buddy, guess what she said? Boomed Trigger, the second foreigner in their group, his American brashness and levity evident in his loud voice. That a circle of men, munching on toast, egged him on, particularly the burly, bearded fellow from Clermont-Ferrand. Fernand, who was guffawing while pouring beer down his throat, nearly choking with laughter. She pushed me away, tossed that condom in my face, and then rolled around clutching her stomach, screaming that if I ever used mint, she'd chop off my manhood. The surrounding men erupted into uproarious laughter, stomping their feet in delight, especially Fernand, who was so caught up in mirth that he spilled beer all as if he had lost control of his bladder. Isabella smirked coldly, drew forth a frozen crystal arrow, capable of only 3 shots per day, knocked it to her bow, aimed, and released. The crystal arrow pierced Trigger's backside, emerging from his abdomen, pinning him to the ground. The frost that burst forth had already encased his lower body in icy shards, yet he did not perish immediately. Instead, he heard Isabella's chilling words. Don't worry, it will only sting for a moment. Uncle Fernand will help you gather your gear. The men continued to laugh heartily, their boisterous cheers echoing through the air. Uncle Fernand, his strength waning, could no longer hold his wine glass. He succumbed to wheezing laughter, kneeling on the ground and pounding it in a frenzy. Ahem, Miss Mott, you have caused us to lose a marksman, spoke Captain Julien, known by his battle name, Hurian, who had refrained from joining in the ribald merriment. Taking a sip of the oatmeal in his hand, he mused that he might as well have been reborn from the Temple of Cologne, for today's mission would be without his prowess. I still have 2 sharpshooters here, Isabella declared, brandishing the last 2 frost crystal arrows. Her brow arched enticingly as she added, "There's a thrill in shooting them." Having already partaken in breakfast, Julien commanded the troops to prepare for departure. The Black Tulip Brigade was a formidable player faction thriving in the wasteland. While most players were relegated to scrounging for resources in dungeons, their ability to traverse the wilds, teeming with fearsome beasts and monsters, attested to their strength. The Black Tulip, having gained a head start, no longer needed to etch their names upon the Chosen One's monument. Through dealings with noble NPCs, they secured ample resources to forge powerful phantasmic armaments. Indeed, Mint's frost crystal arrows were a testament to this. The ease with which she felled Treg revealed the might of such weaponry. Although her strike had a tinge of ambush, the sheer power of the attack. In this game, slaying any target was no trivial feat. NPCs, much like players, would not foolishly stand idle awaiting their demise, their intelligence surpassing one's wildest imagination, to utterly vanquish an opponent, be they player or NPC. One had but two options: either one's strength must far exceed theirs, or one must wield a phantasmic armament. This time, the Black Tulip Brigade had accepted a commission from Viscount Ilias of Cologne. Tasked with venturing to the Count Balzac's castle, long since overrun by specters, in search of the ancestral lost cornflower insignia, although of considerable value, potentially restoring the Count's status for the Viscount, it bore no utility for the players. Were it otherwise, why would nobles enlist warriors for such tasks? Having dismantled their camp and loaded 4 horse-drawn carriages, they set forth along the long-abandoned dirt path towards their destination point 2 hours later. The forsaken fortress came into view. The Count Balzac's castle, though a typical noble stronghold, was sufficiently expansive, resembling a small hill from a distance, with a low-lying wall encircling its base. In truth, this wall was high enough to withstand ordinary siege ladders. Underscoring the castle's grand scale, however, despite its size, it had succumbed to monstrous assaults a century prior, its spire-like towers now serving as perches for gargoyles. The lead carriage halted as Captain Julian gestured for them to stop. Halt. Establish the camp here. The logistics team shall fortify the defenses while the others remain vigilant. At the command of Julian, the members of the Black Tulip Brigade commenced their diligent preparations. Uncle Fernandez led the logistics team in constructing makeshift fortifications, while others remained vigilant, spreading out in the vicinity. The scouts, stationed at a greater distance, set traps and warning lines. Caution and foresight had been the cardinal principles that enabled the Black Tulip to flourish until this day. Julian had donned his battle attire, a sleek ensemble of black leather, a flowing cloak, and a feathered hat, with the enchanted blade of the Mindel armament secured at his waist, clearly marking him as a formidable combatant. He ascended a small earthen rise, binoculars in hand, surveying the ancient castle. Minty accompanied him, standing just behind, her keen eyes capable of discerning the castle's details without the aid of lenses. She too had adopted battle garb. Her fitted leather bodice covered only her chest, leaving her abdomen exposed, while her lower half was clad in shorts and sturdy boots, an ensemble that facilitated her dexterous archery techniques. Over this, she wore a long robe crafted by the wind sprites, a prized possession for which she had paid dearly. The longbow and quiver strapped to her back hailed from the same source. The swift frozen crystal arrows, her greatest defensive asset, were tucked at her waist in a petite aquamarine quiver, so diminutive that it resembled a sword sheath from a distance, containing merely 3 arrows, sufficient, as these were the enchanted arrows of the Ice Queen, capable of producing 3 frost arrows each day. After gazing for a while, Julian furrowed his brow and issued a directive to the scout leader, Zorro. Take 2 individuals and investigate in that direction. That it would be prudent to approach the cemetery. I sensed something amiss there. Zorro, the leader of the reconnaissance team, bore the battle name Zorro. Upon hearing this, Mindy also turned her gaze toward the cemetery, yet she detected no anomalies. All I see are scattered bones. They pose no threat by day. No, the cemetery itself is not the issue. Rather, it is the withered trees and the ruins of the village outside the castle that raise my concerns. Indeed, the damage was evident. But, oh my, this was a haunt for specters. Was it not normal for it to be dilapidated? Minty placed a hand on her forehead, pondering whether their leader was perhaps overly anxious. No, dear Miss Minty, Julian continued, peering through the binoculars. First, I ascertain that these are all fresh wounds. Secondly, I can deduce that the damage exceeds what would be inflicted by mere mortals. Several ruins exhibit large gaping holes. Yet the remnants of walls have not collapsed. What does this signify? Perhaps there are monsters that enjoy burrowing. Minnie felt herself struggling to keep pace with Julian's line of reasoning. Julian chuckled softly. Dear Miss Mindy, I trust you have played the game of Jenga before. When you extract a block, how do you apply force? Are you suggesting that the excessive force used to damage the remnants resulted in holes rather than collapses? Minty's understanding began to crystallize. Precisely, we must prepare for the worst. Should new monsters emerge, We may find ourselves in peril if caught unawares that we require Mr. Zoro to furnish us with definitive intelligence. Julian Mint fell silent, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the captain, seemingly transformed into a devoted fan of Captain Julian. After a moment of drooling, Mint suddenly sprang to her feet, brandishing her longbow as she pursued Zoro. Captain, I shall assist as well. My keen eyesight is unparalleled for tracking monsters. Outside the crumbling remnants of the ancient castle, Zoro and Mint, along with a few others, dispersed cautiously to search ahead. This spot was once a small town built by the vassals of Count Balzac, grand in scale and evidently a bustling place in its heyday. However, the remnants of its former glory now served only to complicate the search efforts of Mint and her companions. Suddenly, a team member signaled a new discovery, prompting Mint and the others to approach stealthily. In this area of wreckage lay the grim traces of a fierce battle, indicative of a confrontation between numerous ghouls and a single gargoyle. The fact that such a powerful entity could engage so many adversaries was unmistakable. Neither human nor ghoul could be handled by this quartet. Zoro, feeling a sense of trepidation, gestured for the exploration to cease. Mint, with bold curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. It was the corpse of a gargoyle, its neck twisted grotesquely, its head severed and lying on the ground. The body was propped against the wall, its limbs nearly shattered, and its massive bat-like wings were tattered beyond repair. The ghoul had evidently perished long ago. Silent and still, the scouts exchanged horrified glances, bewildered by the nature of the creature capable of such devastation. They pressed forward, only to discover a beast obscured by the gargoyle's remains. It was not a beast at all, but a youth, and the scouts stared in astonishment at the boy before them, scarcely able to believe their eyes. With black hair and dark eyes, his fists were wrapped in tattered black cloth, his bare torso exposed, and his ragged trousers bore the unmistakable mark of a giveaway from the rebirth. The ground around him was splattered with black blood and decaying remnants of flesh. As he leaned wearily against the wall, his vacant gaze fixed upon the dawnlit sky, the stir caused by the scouts seemed to rouse him from his stupor. The boy weakly waved a hand and uttered something that was not in a language familiar to the French players. Mint could not comprehend his words, but she recognized his origin. The boy spoke in Chinese, a language absent from the NPCs of the Xenia continent, indicating that he was likely a player. Thankfully, there was a Chinese exchange student in their class, or Mint would have struggled to distinguish whether he was Chinese from Fusong or from the peninsula. However, it was evident that this boy from China lacked a translation device, leaving the French players bewildered by his intent. The boy looked at them in confusion for a moment, then suddenly realized something and switched to English, exclaiming, "Water and food." Perhaps due to the intimidation posed by the deceased gargoyle, the scouts hurriedly produced their water skins and rations, with Mint volunteering to offer the provisions to the boy. "Thanks," he replied politely. After expressing his gratitude, he devoured the food as though he had never tasted sustenance before, downing an entire water skin in a single gulp. Mint, observing the ravenous boy, found the situation rather amusing, and in a peculiar accent, spoke a greeting in Chinese. "And how?" The boy glanced at her with curiosity before responding in kind. Regrettably, Minter's proficiency in Chinese is limited to this, and she can only utter the phrase "Sayanama." Nearly all Western players are familiar with these two Chinese expressions. Of course, she is aware that "Sayanama" carries an unfriendly connotation and is inappropriate in this context. "Sorry, I don't know Mandarin," Minter articulated in English, spreading her hands in exasperation. "But could you activate the translator?" "Turn what?" The youth appeared somewhat perplexed by her request. "Translator," Minter patiently repeated, gesturing as if to indicate a headset. After contemplating for a moment, she activated her translator's external mode. A flash of light ensued, and an object resembling a Bluetooth earpiece materialized in her EA-RDS, a globally synchronized virtual game. A translator is indeed essential, however, for privacy reasons. If a player does not activate their translator, others cannot directly interpret their speech. The youth seemed to grasp the situation, fumbling for a moment before a Bluetooth earpiece also appeared at his ear. "Hi, can you understand me now?" At last, communication was possible between them. Yimo felt a twinge of discomfort in his jaw. He was still struggling to comprehend the recent events. Why had he been inexplicably assaulted? No, that was not entirely accurate. He certainly understood that he had been struck for inappropriate behavior, but what exactly was it? Wasn't that merely a puppet? Why had he been punished for mistreating a puppet? Why had the GM chosen to disguise themselves as an immobile puppet? Most importantly, how could the GM possess such formidable strength? He could hardly believe he had been bested by such a delicate-looking girl. While Yimo was lost in thought, he noticed several players approaching, foreigners, without a doubt. This realization caused him to shut his eyes in despair, for he had clearly underestimated the wrath of Miss GM. This game certainly lived up to the hyperbolic claims of the Chosen One company, with its 99 virtual reality. Even the acts of eating and drinking were rendered with striking realism. Generally, when players first enter the game or are resurrected through the rebirth temple, their phantom limb sustenance levels are below 30. Normally, a basic ration of sustenance is provided, yet it seemed Yimo had simply drawn the short straw. The group of foreign players was surprisingly friendly, although their nationalities remained unknown. The ability to converse in English sufficed. Yimo successfully procured food and water, devouring them ravenously until his sustenance level was replenished. He had never experienced hunger in such an intense manner. For a fleeting moment, he had even contemplated dismembering the creature to satisfy his appetite. Hi. Can you understand me now? Having successfully located the translator, Yimo initiated conversation. Hello? Are you Chinese? Inquired the striking red-haired girl. Yes, that's correct, Yimo replied, sipping water as he engaged. Who are you? Where is this place? We are the Black Tulip Brigade, and this is Count Balzac's castle, the red-haired girl replied, gazing at him with curiosity. You don't know where this is. Where do you come from? Black Tulip Brigade, Count Balzac's castle. Which country are you from? The red-haired girl expressed a hint of surprise but candidly replied, We are French, although our party includes individuals from other nations. Are you unaware that this is a gathering place for French players? This is the realm of the Cavalia Knights, one of the hubs for French players, she continued. I was reincarnated here due to special circumstances, left stranded in this desolate wilderness. Immers let out a sigh, pondering what to do next. To be reincarnated in the wild? How utterly bizarre. The astonished red-haired French girl covered her mouth, while the scouts exchanged bewildered glances. But how could this be possible? Did you truly slay that gargoyle? With your bare hands? Goodness! The French players were utterly astonished. Have just been reincarnated and yet managed to kill a gargoyle lurking among the undead, unarmed. Are Chinese high school students truly monsters? Ah, indeed. It was still dark then, with many rotting corpses and skeletons. I was terrified that I feared ghosts. Immers sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. It was indeed true. Several players began to feel unsettled. They were acutely aware of how formidable gargoyles could be. These were not the mere projections found in dungeons. Each gargoyle possessed formidable combat prowess. Taking one down solo was already a Herculean task, let alone defeating one barehanded in the dead of night. Such a thing had never even been heard of, especially not when in a state of hunger. If they were to discover that Immers was merely a novice player, they would likely question their own lives and consider quitting the game altogether. At this moment, the French players looked at Immers with a newfound reverence, perceiving him as a formidable expert, and resolved to take him to their leader, hoping to bring an unparalleled master into their ranks. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Mint, and this is our scout leader Zoro. They are Lynx and both scouts of our party. And you? The red-haired girl warmly introduced Mr. Fire. You truly are a powerful ranger, Mint remarked with a wink. Immers smiled but remained silent, attributing her words to mere politeness. The reporting party member mentioned that the ranger known as Fire was currently experiencing low hunger levels and was replenishing supplies with the logistics team. Julian pondered for a moment before deciding to personally investigate, as he knew the rangers of the Cavalia Knights, and there was no one by the name of Fire among them, which piqued his curiosity. The term ranger refers to the solitary figures of the Senia continent, who typically operate alone, leveraging their formidable strength to fulfill NPC commissions. In an era when most parties dread venturing, the Black Tulip Guild is considered quite powerful, and both Julian and Mint had secured the illusory realm armament, granting the Black Tulip Guild sufficient capital to roam the wastelands. However, some legendary rangers were said to traverse the wild with ease, treating various monsters as inconsequential. Julian, who was well aware of the terrors of the wilderness, had previously thought these tales were mere exaggerations, but now it seemed a living legendary ranger stood before him. Yet, upon meeting the real person, Julian felt a twinge of disappointment. The wanderer from China is anything but robust, clad only in tattered trousers, gifts from the reincarnation shrine. His upper body remains bare, devoid of any discernible muscle, and he is entirely unarmed, a far cry from the legendary ranger he had envisioned. Prior to satiating his hunger, he has no intention of acknowledging the circle of onlookers surrounding him. The Frenchman. Uncle Fernand, you are truly an angel, Imo exclaims, savoring the exquisite satisfaction of the roasted meat. But if there exists a paradise in this world, it would undoubtedly be the grill of Uncle Fernand, with a generous smile. Fernand, who is not particularly loquacious, continues to roast the meat to a perfectly golden brown crispness, placing it on the rack before Imo, and with his greasy hand, he pats Imo's shoulder, urging him to eat. The surrounding Frenchmen erupt in laughter upon hearing Imo refer to Fernand as an angel, envisioning a plump, bearded elder as a celestial being, likely created by God with an errant booger. Julian, overhearing the conversation, nearly bursts into laughter himself. He had never witnessed someone gorge themselves after teetering on the brink of starvation. If nothing else, it certainly broadened his horizons. At that moment, Minter, seated nearby, noticed Julian approaching and gently nudged Imo. Imo looked up to see Julian, the captain, whose imposing presence was accentuated by his flowing black cloak. It was no wonder he commanded such a formidable brigade. Julian approached Imo. Fire Ranger, greetings. I am Kirian, leader of the Black Tulip Brigade. I have heard tales of your exploits. Defeating a gargoyle with your bare hands is truly remarkable. Imo quickly wiped his hands clean and shook Julian's hand. Greetings, Captain Julian. I am grateful to your scouts and Uncle Fernand. Without them, I might have perished from hunger right after my reincarnation. May I inquire, how did you come to be reincarnated here? Julian's curiosity about Imo's origins was piqued. After a moment's contemplation, Imo decided to speak candidly. To be honest, I just entered this world today that I had intended to reincarnate in the Chinese player zone, but due to certain circumstances at the reincarnation shrine, I was directly reborn in this wilderness. Today that you are indeed a newcomer? Julian exclaimed in astonishment, leaving Minter and Zoro at a loss for words. They had thought they had sufficiently overestimated him, only to discover that the reality was even more astonishing. Such a prodigy truly exists in this world? Well, sort of. I am not a master by any means, merely a victim of circumstance that led me here, Imo admitted, shrugging helplessly. No, in fact, that makes you even more of a master, the three French players silently scoffed. I wish to confirm, you truly began this game today, and upon entering, you single-handedly defeated a gargoyle. If the gargoyle you speak of is the one with a pointed beak and long tail, then yes, that creature was formidable. While its strength was modest, its speed was remarkable, and it could fly.is that an elite monster. That is no elite monster. It is one of the castle's bosses, the trio mentally lamented. Did you employ any martial arts? Kung Fu? Julian struck a pose reminiscent of the martial arts scenes often depicted in television and cinema. Though different, it was somewhat similar. Eimer rubbed his head thoughtfully. The distinction between martial arts and Kung Fu is likely lost on these Frenchmen, and indeed, some compatriots may not fully grasp it either. Kung Fu and drama share a striking resemblance. Both exaggerate combat movements, transforming the monotonous nature of fighting into a spectacle, thus serving as a cultural artifact. In contrast, martial arts aspire to push the limits of the body, harnessing the entirety of one's strength through the simplest of movements, relying heavily on innate talent for combat techniques. Oh, the dragon hero, Julian exclaimed, slapping his palm with a look of realization, while Minter and Zoro nodded in agreement. As long as you are happy. Eimer gazed at these self-satisfied Frenchmen with a hint of exasperation. So, hero of the blazing fire, what are your plans next? Minter inquired earnestly and respectfully, this former socialite now a formidable warrior, always deeply admiring of strength. Eimer felt a pang of embarrassment. Please refrain from calling me a hero. Just refer to me by my battle name. Very well, hero, no problem, hero, Minter replied, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Ahem, Julian, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, I apologize. But our troops' activities are confined to the Cavalier Gavianites realm, and most of our endeavors occur in the perilous wastes, leaving us with limited interaction with the outside world. That we regret our inability to assist with this matter. Noticing Eimer's disappointment, he added, however, while we players may be unaware, there are certainly some who possess knowledge. Oh, who might that be? Eimer's heart, once heavy, surged with newfound hope. The nobles of this land, the NPCs must know, Julian asserted confidently. Every spring and autumn, Gavia's merchant caravans traverse far and wide, often backed by nobles, so they must possess maps of the Senia continent. With a map in hand, you will undoubtedly discover the route to the overseas trading port. Eimer's eyes sparkled with understanding. Finding his logic compelling, yet a lingering sense of doubt crept in. But I've never heard of nobles disclosing terrain and maps to players. Indeed, Minter articulated Eimer's concern first. The nobles have always held a distrust towards us. Certain paths are even barricaded to prevent player access, let alone maps, which are the privilege of the great nobility. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. Maps are solely in the possession of high-ranking nobles. And even lesser nobles, despite harboring less suspicion towards players, would not have comprehensive knowledge of the nation's geography. However, an unprecedented opportunity has arisen this time. Julian habitually squinted his elongated eyes while tugging at his small mustache. "Please, do elaborate," Eimer exclaimed with delight. "If you require any form of compensation, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly oblige within my means." Julian waved his hand dismissively. "No need to discuss compensation, however. I do have a request for your assistance. And it indeed pertains to your map. Let us not dwell on the concept of aid. Your concerns are now my own." Eimer readily agreed, displaying commendable generosity. This endeavor is by no means simple. The Ilias family, after all, pales in comparison to their ancestors in terms of strength. Their power is insufficient to support their foray into the wasteland and breach the fortress of Count Balzac. Lord Marquis Say, the ruler of Cologne, harbors no desire for another grand noble to establish a presence around his domain. Consequently, the Ilias family's request for military assistance was dismissed with a mere wave of Say's hand. And even a mercenary band, painstakingly recruited by the Viscount Ilias, was surreptitiously ambushed and annihilated by the Marquis. Julian rose to his feet, gesturing emphatically, including the battle map of the Cavalier Knights. Eimer donned the light armor provided by the Black Tulip Brigade. An experience that was quite novel. He had only ever seen such armored soldiers on television. Now, he finally wielded the real thing. He equipped himself with two weapons. One was a short sword, secured at his waist, essential in the narrow confines of the ancient castle. The other was a claymore, typically translated as a greatsword or slashing sword, with a size comparable to that of a cavalry saber. It proved immensely effective in the face of multiple adversaries. Of course, the size of the claymore necessitates a user of considerable stature, and the members of the Black Tulip Brigade were nearly astonished by Eimer's ease in wielding. "Although I know you possess great strength, I truly did not anticipate your choice of weapon," Julian remarked, somewhat perplexed as he observed Eimer employing the claymore in a manner starkly different from the Europeans. Normally, a claymore user leverages their height to command this 15-foot-long weapon, swinging it with grandiose arcs. Yet Eimer, standing at less than 18 meters, manipulated this nearly shoulder-high weapon with centrifugal force, moving and leaping with the executing upward slashes, downward thrusts, and horizontal cuts, his speed surpassing that of an average longsword wielder. "I have no desire to approach those zombies and skeletons again. The longer the weapon, the better," Eimer mused, quite pleased with his armament. Had he possessed such a weapon earlier, he would have avoided the endless encirclement he had previously faced. "If we are ready, then let us depart," Julian declared, as the Black Tulip Brigade had long been prepared to assault the fortress, merely awaiting the unexpected factor that was Eimer. With a decisive command, the players set forth towards the ancient stronghold. Today's objective was to cleanse the town and graveyard, constraining the monsters' movements. The vice-captain, Yud, conveyed the day's operational plan to the marching members of the brigade, who responded with fervor, splitting into combat groups and dispersing throughout the town. In the game Phantom Realm armed monsters do not merely, they will always launch their assaults from unexpected locations and moments. Thus, to conquer a monster's lair, one must engage in straightforward combat, ensuring they are eradicated, for even if one achieves their battle objectives, the ultimate outcome could very well be a fatal beating from the monsters. The first rule of the field survival manual is to always ensure the safety of your retreat. Do not fall into an encirclement without awareness. As Eimer re-entered the town, he sensed a distinct difference from before. The night serves as a time of fervent activity for the undead, who emerge from the earth like frenzied hounds, seeking to bite the living. However, with the dawn, these creatures retreat underground, burying themselves and leaving no trace. The task of the team is to uncover the whereabouts of these zombies and to excavate them, so that they may meet their demise once more. Although aware that the undead pose no real threat to him, Yimo still experiences a shiver of dread. Beneath the mounds of earth lining the roadside or nestled within the ruins lie animated corpses. And now they must be unearthed one by one, risking a sudden bite. Unaccustomed to such brutal combat, Yimo declines to partake in this grim endeavor. He has already been unnerved by various phantoms of late. Nevertheless, these ordinary undead do not require Yimo's intervention. He slings his sword behind him, crossing his arms and leisurely following Julian and Em in the retrospect. We misjudged the complexity of the commission. Julian continues to elaborate on the intricacies of their current mission, noting that Viscount Ilias had never mentioned the animosity of Marquis Say towards him. Yet, was it not true that Marquis Say held a fondness for Viscount Ilias? It is said that he even wished to marry off his daughter to Ilias. Otherwise, the Viscount would not have taken up residence in Cologne Castle. Minnie appears perplexed. Wait, the more I listen, the more confused I become. Yimo increasingly senses that this game diverges significantly from his previous impressions. What you just described is not merely the backdrop of the quest, but rather a reflection of reality. Viscount Ilias is indeed a figure of concern for Marquis Say, who simultaneously feigns camaraderie while orchestrating the downfall of Ilias's mercenary band. Might they even lay ambushes for players to eliminate us? Julian chuckles softly, nodding in affirmation, confirming the truth of it all. I can understand your bewilderment. Many players experience the same confusion. Newcomers often regard the introductions as mere game lore. But those who venture into the wild discover that these narratives are rooted in reality and are subject to continuous change. The superficial context often diverges greatly from the underlying truths. If one views NPCs merely as decorative elements, they are bound to find themselves ensnared. This revelation truly exceeds my expectations. I had assumed the AI was simply advanced. But it seems these NPCs have developed into a genuine society. Yimo gasps in astonishment, deep in thought. Though we refer to them as NPCs, they bear an uncanny resemblance to real humans. I suspect they could easily pass the Turing test. Julian shrugs in response. The Turing test assesses whether an AI exhibits human-like intelligence. If the NPCs from the Chosen One company have reached such a level, then this company's depths may be unfathomably profound. Perhaps this game is a veritable world unto itself. Minna blinks, turning away to walk backward alongside Yimo, saying, I must. Hey, Mont, watch out. Suddenly, Lucas's urgent shout pierces the air. A monster ambush, a monstrous creature, moving with astonishing speed, was cornered against a stone wall by the roadside, where it caught sight of Minty, who had turned his back. The beast, with a fierce snarl, bared its sharp fangs and lunged towards Minty's neck with the ferocity of clang. Just as everyone believed Minnie had fallen victim to a surprise attack, a colossal sword intercepted the creature, the violent clash causing one of its fangs to chip off. In reality, Immer would never possess such speed and strength. But this is illusionary realm armament. After enduring a night of intense combat, Immer had fully mastered the control of his phantom limbs. The moment the creature appeared, he reacted instinctively, drawing his sword, stepping forward, and raising the blade to prevent the grotesque black blood from splattering. He swung it vigorously in the direction of the creature's assault. Clang! The diminutive creature collided with the sword, producing a melodious sound. However, it was not over yet. Ha! Summoning all his strength, Immer shouted, and with a tennis-like stroke, he sent the small monster crashing to the ground. Launching it several meters into the air, it finally spun around and, with a resounding thud, smashed against the wall before gently descending to the ground. Immer's swift and ferocious movements left the members of the Black Tulip Brigade wide-eyed, while a startled Minty was the first to regain his composure, angrily drawing his bow and unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. However, to everyone's astonishment, the small creature seemed unfazed by Immer's assault, darting away at incredible speed down a parched drain, disappearing in an instant. East. It fled towards the east. Lucas, who had been perched above, quickly shouted, causing a flurry of chaos. Kill it for me. Minnie yelled in frustration, embodying her fierce spirit. What kind of monster is this? It didn't even flinch from that blow. I should have just cleaved it with the blade. Immer felt a twinge of annoyance seeing the creature still maintaining its nearly unaffected agility. Thank you. Blazing fire. Minty expressed her gratitude to Immer. Still shaken. Too bad it didn't die. Immer shrugged. Hurian, standing nearby, remained silent, tugging at his small beard, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered. Blazing fire. Have you encountered such a creature before? Julian inquired. No, this is my first encounter. Immer replied, shaking his head. If such monsters had existed prior, I doubt I would have escaped so easily. Julian nodded thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, we are in for trouble. Immer and Minty exchanged concerned glances. This creature is known as a lesser fury demon, swift, fierce, and due to its anatomical structure, it is entirely impervious to blunt damage, which explains why it remained unharmed after Blazing Fire's attack. In truth, it is relatively easy to deal with. Once its movements are restricted, a simple short sword can sever its head. Julian retrieved a bestiary from his PDA and presented it to the two, stating that while the lesser fury demon itself is not terrifying, what it signifies is truly alarming. The lesser fury demon is highly sensitive to sound, which is why it is typically employed as a scout in the abyss. If the little limo were wild, it would be somewhat reassuring. However, the true concern lies in the possibility of a greater limo pulling the strings behind it. Julian turned the page to the next entry in the revealing a creature resembling the little limo, yet notably tall and slender. Typically, A greater limo is kept by high-ranking demons or elite abyssal sorcerers as their eyes and ears. The castle would indeed be beyond our reach. Julian closed the PDA, his brow furrowed, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. Well, it might not be so dire. Perhaps it is merely a wild one. Minter attempted to reassure him. One could say that it's 50-50. Julian elaborated. If the previous fire had indeed been attacked by the little limo, and no greater demon had appeared since, it was. Conversely, if they had not encountered it prior, it would imply the little limo had only just arrived, making the odds of it being wild or domesticated equal. Upon hearing Julian's assessment, a shadow of anxiety enveloped Amur. The silver lining was that the little limo had been ensnared by a hastily set trap and subsequently eliminated. The absence of new demons offered Amur a slight reprieve, with the little limo dealt with. The corpses in the abandoned town were swiftly cleared away, leaving the air heavy with a pungent stench, the result of the corpses burrowing underground and excreting nutrients. The players of the Black Tulip Guild covered their noses. And for Amur, experiencing such a scent for the first time was overwhelming. She gagged and quickly held her breath, darting away as if pursued, daring not to linger. Minter, possessing foresight, had already awaited her outside. Only someone as naive as Amur would seek novelty, nearly succumbing to the nauseating odor. Would her real body react similarly to the games? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she anxiously activated her bodily monitoring device. Minter, leisurely perched upon a tree, could not stifle her laughter upon seeing Amur emerge from the ruins with a distressed expression. Minter's amusement only deepened Amur's irritation. How could she not offer a word of warning? Hey, aren't you being a tad ungrateful? Amur shouted. Ha! Minter laughed uncontrollably, her bosom bouncing with mirth, and with a playful wink, she said, Apologies, I thought your curiosity was delightful, so I refrained from telling you. Some experiences simply require a first encounter. Coughing lightly, Amur found herself unaccustomed to Minter's teasing nature, which was subtly provocative. It was a challenge to withstand at this moment. Dawn had passed, and the sunlight grew increasingly blinding. Yet, players felt no drastic temperature shifts. This was a boon, as the temperature remained a steady 18 to 28 degrees Celsius. Under this sun, the pace of clearing the corpses was remarkably swift. Typically, merely digging a pit would suffice to expose them to the sun's rays and bring about their demise. Before long, both the town and cemetery were cleansed, and under the orders of Vice Captain Erd, they hastily escaped this foul pit. Hurian, the rear has been secured, Erd reported. Julian nodded, expressing gratitude for the team's efforts. Take a moment to rest, fellows. Zoro, please summon Fernand to bring over the prepared beer. Then, Julian convened several captains, along with Minter and Immer as observers, and a group of individuals gathered to commence a discussion on tactics. All right, everyone is present. So let us begin. As Julian spoke, he sketched a schematic of the ancient castle. We are currently positioned here, outside the walls. The situation inside the walls remains unknown. We must remain vigilant. Julian drew a circle, indicating the outer courtyard, which is relatively spacious. We must pay close attention to the ground below, meticulously checking for any pitfalls, ensuring that we promptly deal with any creatures lurking beneath them. This area is the inner courtyard. We shall not advance through here, as there are too many monsters, and the formidable Gargoyle King often perches atop the inner courtyard's roof. There is no need to engage it in a futile battle. Julian marked at the inner courtyard's location. This is the back entrance, and our objective lies here. He encircled the position of the back door. Over here is the chapel, situated near the inner courtyard. We must resolve this area swiftly. I will personally lead the team to eliminate the monsters and gargoyles here. Mongoose team, follow my lead. The rest will assault through the back door, focusing their attack here. Upon entering the castle through the back door, we will find ourselves at the chapel. Remain alert. Actions must be executed swiftly, sealing the chapel's main door without allowing a single creature to escape. If we encounter insurmountable obstacles, employ fierce fire. Julian turned to Immer, who nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, the siege task is entrusted to me. No problem, I am always on standby. Minter remained a reliable presence in battle. Thus, after the main force has successfully captured the chapel, we must barricade its doors to ensure that the Mongoose team neutralizes the threats at the chapel tower before the chapel falls. Consequently, the Ales team will remain to reinforce the main door, while the others must swiftly seize the bakery. Julian pointed to the space adjacent to the chapel and said, Remember, we must act with haste to prevent the monsters from the prison tower, and those, if they do, it would signify a complete failure of our strategy. Do you understand? Understood. The remaining captains responded in unison. Julian nodded, declaring, "Today's objective is to thoroughly capture the prison tower, establishing it as a stronghold for our subsequent operations." It is no coincidence that the players of the Black Tulip Brigade can roam freely across the wasteland. Their combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary player teams, exhibiting a level of discipline akin to that of a military force. This led Immer to suspect that Julian hailed from the French army. Several combat teams dispersed, vigilantly maneuvering past the water tower and advancing into the castle's interior. The scouts took the lead. Endowed with enhanced vision and perception skills, enabling them to detect dangers with greater alacrity, Immer unsheathed his blade and followed Julian into the castle's domain. The castle sprawled extensively. Upon crossing the walls, one encountered a vast expanse of barren land, its century-old grass exuding an ominous blackness, a residue of the specters and demons that had long roamed these grounds. The soil within the castle seemed to transform towards the abyss. With the morning sun obscured, casting a gloomy pallor over the surroundings, it appeared as though this place existed in a realm apart. Holy water. Erda, acting as the wartime commander, bellowed. The players adeptly retrieved small vials from their waists. Chanting, "With the sword as our courage, and our hearts as our vow, we advance unflinchingly to vanquish evil." With a firm pressure on the bottle's mouth, a thin stream cascaded towards the weapon's blade. And then the entire bottle was inverted above. The players were not drenched. Rather, the liquid that poured forth radiated a gentle and warm glow after being intoned, enveloping them and rendering their swords sharper and their armor more resilient. Undoubtedly, the primary function of the holy water was to counteract the encroachment of the abyss, while simultaneously inflicting greater harm upon the specters. Dozens of resplendent figures, glowing with divine light, advanced. The sinister black miasma was repelled, revealing a pallid expanse of grass. Yet, from within that inky fog, an unknown beast roared, for the holy water and light represented an intolerable provocation to them. "Raise your shields. Form ranks," commanded. The players, who had initially scattered in search formation, swiftly converged. Some moved to the front to unsling their massive shields, while others retreated slightly to wield their two-handed weapons, the clatter of steel resonating throughout. The scouts in the front lines crossed over the defenders' barricade, positioning themselves at the rear, readying their bows and firearms for ranged support. Experiencing the thrill of battle for the first time, Imo felt a surge of adrenaline. Such scenes he had only witnessed, and now he stood amidst it, palpably sensing the warriors' fervor, the clash of steel and the galloping of steeds. This is the destiny of men. Imo drew his slashing sword, silently joining the ranks of the second row of warriors. As the swirling black mist drew closer, the grotesque figures became increasingly discernible, their heavy breathing audible. With a roar, the monsters burst forth from the fog, bearing their sharp fangs in a ferocious charge. "Hold the line, shield warriors, fortify, assault troops, eliminate the foes." Erd calmly issued his orders. The shield bearers activated their skills. Some radiated a tawny glow, others appeared as if their skin had turned to bark, while others' arms gleamed with a metallic sheen. In the next moment, the monsters collided with the shield warriors in a cacophony of steel and flesh. The sound of their clash echoed. As relentless creatures slipped through the gaps, the assault troops shouted, wielding their weapons to pierce and slice, dispatching the fiends with swift precision. Imo engaged in battle as well, swinging his slashing sword to carve a deep gash into a nearby monster, nearly cleaving it into. However, to his astonishment, the immense blade became ensnared in the creature's bones at the pelvis, black blood splattering forth. It did not perish. For a fleeting moment, Imo was taken aback, observing the monster, undeterred by its grievous wound. Fiercely raising its intact left hand and baring its teeth, he felt momentarily at a loss. Yet, his solid combat training allowed him to react swiftly. He stepped back, relinquished the trapped slashing sword, and drew forth a short sword from his waist. Aiming carefully before thrusting it, pinning the monster's hand and head together, the short sword plunged through its eye socket, and with a vigorous twist, the beast's fierce gaze swiftly extinguished. Without pausing to ponder why the monster remained alive despite its mortal injury, he yanked his slashing sword from the corpse and bellowed as he lunged towards a new adversary. Just as Imo brimmed with confidence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the battle raged on, the slower-moving specters joined the fray. Leading the charge was a fearsome creature clad in full armor, emanating a dark aura. Towering above the frontline shield warriors by an entire head, it swung a flail with ferocity, striking down two shield bearers in an instant and allowing a horde of ghouls to surge forth through the breach, intensifying the pressure on the frontline attackers. Among them, one armored beast had even breached the shield warriors' defenses, Plunging several frontline fighters into immediate peril, I shall take on this challenge, Imo bellowed, pivoting his sword toward the armored monstrosity. 3 or 4 frontline fighters were pushed to their limits. Yet remarkably, Imo single-handedly withstood all assaults, leaving the rescued attackers in awe, gaining a vivid understanding of the prowess possessed by this young warrior from China. The armored creature proved to be a formidable adversary. What had been a smooth advance for Imo now faced an unexpected stalemate. Its armor was exceptionally resilient, complemented by an impressive combat acumen, enabling it to wield any part of its body as a weapon. The sharp spikes on its gauntlets and greaves posed a dire threat, ensuring that any proximity to the beast could spell disaster. Imo truly felt he was up against a worthy opponent. Despite landing several strikes with his slashing sword, each attempt yielded no discernible impact. Either the armor absorbed the blows or the strikes found no purchase in the gaps. Once, he even seized the opportunity to pierce through the gap in the chest plate. Yet the creature remained unfazed, retaliating with a flail that forced Imo back. Attacks aimed at its head were equally futile. With the creature's towering stature and fortified defense, Imo found it impossible to threaten its cranium. Frustration began to creep in as Imo grappled with the stalemate. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind him. Bang! A burst of white light struck the armored beast's shoulder, and what seemed to be a feeble assault surprisingly bore fruit. The creature emitted a low, pained growl, its movements momentarily stalling. An opportunity. Imo rejoiced, swiftly reversing the trajectory of his sword to plunge toward the beast's head. Unfortunately, the creature reacted just in time, deflecting Imo's strike with its gauntlet, resulting only in the sword grazing the helmet, leaving it slightly askew. Imo, unwilling to accept this outcome, unleashed several more powerful slashes, yet none found success. The armored beast, stung by the minor setback, roared in anger, hurling its flail forcefully at Imo, compelling him to retreat several steps and narrowly avoiding the spinning weapon. The creature exhaled a cloud of dark mist from its helmet and withdrew a short axe from its belt, aiming a vicious swing at Imo's head. At that moment, Imo faced a choice. He could once again attempt to deflect the incoming weapon, but he recognized a prime opportunity. The armored beast's instability, following 2 successive weapon tosses, left it momentarily unarmed. Should he choose to deflect the weapon, the beast would have ample time to draw its massive sword from its back. However, if he chose to strike directly, there was no time for contemplation. Imo deftly sidestepped the spinning axe, thrusting his sword toward the armored creature's head with determination. The skilled marksman was struck in the chest by a flying axe, falling to the ground with a harrowing scream, convulsing twice before disintegrating into a scattering of luminous particles. This marked Imo's first encounter with a player's demise within the game. It was also the first casualty in the Black Tulip Brigade's current operation. All of this stemmed from Imo's reckless eagerness to evade. A torrent of shame and fury surged within him. Damn it. With reddened eyes, Imo unleashed a torrent of curses, swinging his sword, sending the black helmet soaring into the sky. However, contrary to Imo's expectations, the headless armored creature did not collapse. Its severed head did not spout forth black blood. Instead, only a swirling dark aura emerged, faintly echoing what seemed to be a mocking laughter. The armored monstrosity paid no heed to the helmet that lay on the ground, but instead drew forth its colossal sword, pointing it menacingly at Imo. Its name was the Headless Knight. Fearless of the darkness, with a heart of steel, arrow of retribution, it sought to eradicate evil. Mint produced a mithril arrow, pouring an entire vial of holy water over it. The rich divine light was sharper than the arrowhead itself. To confront the Headless Knight, one could only enhance the arrow with a full vial of holy water, for otherwise it would be utterly ineffective. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, she aimed at the Headless Knight, whose helmet had been severed by Imo's strike. While the blow had no effect on the flames, for a master archer like Mint, it presented an excellent opportunity. She anchored herself to a tree, patiently awaiting the right moment. She needed to shoot the holy light-infused mithril arrow through the opening left by Imo's strike, piercing the core to vanquish this formidable Headless Knight in conjunction with Imo's assault. But I can do this. Mint felt an unwavering confidence in her abilities. This arrow would surely slay the Headless Knight. The shadowless arrow, with a momentum that promised to obliterate all evil, the mithril holy light arrow raced through the air faster than the wind, instantly traversing the space and shattering the core that roamed within the Headless Knight's body. Left without a target, Imo collapsed to the ground, feeling that his inaugural battle had been a dismal failure. Flames, Julian called out. Come here, you need to use the holy water. At Julian's words, Imo rose from the ground, dragging his sword as he approached. How does it feel? Your first battle. Julian raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yimo offered a wry smile. It was dreadful that it turns out that on the battlefield, sheer combat prowess is not all that is required. Coordination mishaps are commonplace, especially given that you are a complete novice and have yet to synchronize with our team members. Julian did not reproach him. Instead, he patted Yimo's shoulder and offered consolation. And you were also constrained by your equipment. If you had an IA or an appropriate mithril weapon, the outcome would have been vastly different. After all, your opponent is the Headless Knight. Now, your sword is too large. You will need at least 2 vials of holy water to cover it completely. Also here, Julian produced a ghostly, grasping the hilt and offering it to him. Pure mithril weapons are exceedingly rare. Our brigade possesses only 3. I will lend you this short sword for the time being. Yimo accepted the short sword adorned with ghostly blue patterns. Feeling a swell of gratitude, having witnessed the efficacy of mithril weapons, he understood that they often equated to a lifeline. The assault warriors, by infusing trace amounts of mithril into their blades, can efficiently vanquish ghouls even more effectively than he could. Moreover, Minty's mithril arrows swiftly dispatched the Headless Knight, whom he had been locked in combat with. The potency of pure mithril weaponry in such scenarios is self-evident. However, he was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He replaced the ordinary short sword at his waist with a mithril short sword, and then picked up the holy water, preparing to apply it. How does one utilize this? Immer inquired cautiously. Scrutinizing the bottle of holy water, the vial contained only a modest amount, roughly the size of a bottle of oral medication, easily grasped between one's fingers for convenience. Grip the bottle firmly, twist off the cap, and focus on your target, and you shall comprehend its use, Julian instructed. Following his guidance, Immer partially unscrewed the cap, concentrating on the Headless Knight. An inexplicable sensation surged within him, and a mysterious mental connection illuminated the course of action he was to take. With my being, I transform into a blade to uphold justice and eradicate evil. As he recited the incantation, Immer poured the entirety of the holy water over the mithril short sword, the radiant holy light coalescing visibly upon the edge. This was a potent instrument of banishment. The same principle applied to the larger sword, albeit requiring both hands to harness the holy light due to its considerable size. Zoro, leading the sharpshooter, began to channel holy light into their mithril arrows and bullets. The mithril arrows and bullets they employed were consumables infused with trace amounts of mithril. To craft weapons entirely from mithril would be sheer extravagance. Let alone these expendables that a mere hint of mithril sufficed to ensure their banishing efficacy. Prepare. Zoro raised his blade gun, aiming at a Headless Knight ensnared by shield warriors. The sound of safeties disengaging and bowstrings tightening echoed behind him. Fire! Bang! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! At the command, the sharpshooters and archers unleashed a barrage, delivering a devastating blow to the Headless Knight. The mithril bullet, imbued with holy light, shattered the knight's right arm armor, while Minnie's arrow struck true, piercing the knight's knee. Though the knight could typically disregard ordinary arrows, the mithril arrow, saturated with an entire vial of holy water, continued to radiate holy energy, rendering the left leg useless. The Headless Knight let out a silent roar, its left hand plunging its sword into the earth as it knelt on one knee. At a swirling, distorted black mist erupted from its faceplate, as if a ghastly visage threatened the onlookers, reloading their ammunition and arrows. Zoro commanded once more. Fire! Bang! 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 Whoosh! Whoosh! The second volley yielded even greater success. The Headless Knight could no longer maintain its form, its armor clattering to the ground, revealing its core shrouded in black mist. The nearby assault warriors, quick of hand, pierced the core with their holy light-infused swords, pinning it to the ground. The black mist emitted a twitching, anguished wail before succumbing entirely, having collectively slain a formidable foe. The players erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Impressive! Immer marveled as he beheld the players effortlessly dispatching the formidable Headless Knight. Although the feat accomplished by the Black Tulip Brigade may appear deceptively simple, Immo understood that the seamless cooperation between the shield warriors and the assault fighters, as well as the precise and coordinated shooting of the sharpshooters and archers, were all indispensable elements. He had just been informed by nearby players that the Headless Horseman could only be vanquished by striking its core. However, even under the swift onslaught he unleashed, the Headless Horseman adeptly parried each of his lethal strikes with remarkable ease. Should the brigade have been less synchronized, a single Headless Horseman could very well lead to their annihilation. Leave the front line to us, Julian remarked, clapping him on the shoulder. Your current fighting style is better suited for guerrilla tactics outside the main formation. Intercept the formidable specters in advance to alleviate the pressure on the shield warriors. Understood. Imo nodded, acknowledging his shortcomings. Forcing himself into the fray would not only prevent him from fully harnessing his potential, but would also disrupt the teamwork of others. That free-form combat was indeed more fitting for a novice of his considerable strength, yet lacking in training. With a brief farewell, he hefted his slashing sword and made his way toward the flank. The Black Tulip Brigade's battle line was remarkably stable. The frontline shield warriors, clad in heavy armor, steadfastly withstood the onslaught of the corpses, their gleaming iron shields standing resolute amidst the tide of the undead. The assault fighters employed a variety of combat styles. Aside from the initial wave where they wielded polearm weapons, they swiftly drew their favored arms once the line was secure, dispatching the corpses with utmost efficiency. Behind them were the supporting archers, comprising true sharpshooters, marksmen, and temporarily assigned scouts, all belonging to this formation. In the face of such a configuration, the once fearsome corpses, capable of slaughtering ordinary players, now found themselves easily eradicated by the players instead. Dispatched his foe, shaking the black blood from his longsword while observing the battlefield. The corpses and other lower-tier specters present were considered minor adversaries. While they possessed a modicum of intelligence, they were far removed from genuine demons. Unlike true demons, whose remains lingered upon death, the bodies of these lesser specters would soon disintegrate, dissolving into the surrounding black mist. Although the battlefield was free from the encumbrance of corpses, the remnants of black blood and debris still impacted the fight, with several players already encountering perilous situations due to the slick ground. If this issue was not promptly addressed, maintaining the front line would likely prove impossible. Assault fighters, heed my command. Declared decisively as the battle commander. We will take turns using holy water and prepare to advance. Shield warriors, prepare to clear a path for the assault fighters and ready your shield bashes. Advance 20 meters to re-establish the line. Archers, focus on eliminating any stragglers. 10 seconds until we strike point 10, 9. Assault fighters, advance. The assault fighters wielding heavy weaponry were the first to surge past the shield wall, their weapons gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow, howling as they instantaneously cleared a space of 4 severed limbs of corpses littering the ground. The assault fighters with lighter weapons quickly followed suit, supporting the flank, with Julian among them, blending in as a regular brigade member. In the formation, they were united as one, working in perfect harmony. However, in the absence of shield warriors on the front line, the number of ghouls breaching their defenses only grew. Yet Zoro, well prepared, commanded the archers to unleash a relentless barrage, while the fortunate few that slipped through were dealt with by Mentor. Concurrently, the assault troops advanced steadily, keeping pace with their relentless charge. Shield warriors, prepare for shield strike. As everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, swiftly ordered the shield warriors to stand ready. Shield warriors, advance, charge, with a resounding cry. The shield warriors raised their shields high and sprinted forward, radiant lights shimmering upon their forms as they surged ahead like tanks. The assault troops cleared a path for them, enabling their swift dash to the forefront of the battle line. The shield warriors engaged the enemy, sending the frontline ghouls flying upon impact, while the subsequent wave of ghouls could scarcely withstand the force of the shield strikes, retreating under the relentless pressure. Hold the line. Assault troops, attack. In a mere minute, the line was re-established a mere 20 meters ahead. Immer gazed towards the castle looming in the distance, shrouded in a sinister black mist from which new monstrosities emerged, signaling the true battlefield that lay before him. Silently, he raised the radiant sword of light, adopting a battle stance. Inferno. Engage. Immer, no longer merely a denizen of Earth, but a warrior of the New World, now bore the battle name Inferno. The Black Tulip Brigade had not encountered such a grand scale of conflict in ages, and resources were depleting rapidly. 2/3 of the holy water had already been consumed, after the assault troops vanquished a certain number of foes. The power of the holy light began to wane, necessitating constant retreats for reorganization and the re-blessing of their weapons. The most severe depletion was that of the assault troops' weaponry. Typically, they would carry a secondary weapon and a spare, yet some of those primarily engaged in the critical offensive had even rendered their backup weapons unusable, resorting to the standard long swords provided in bulk, thereby diminishing their combat. The archers too had expended considerable amounts of holy water. When faced with larger monsters, the assault troops found themselves overwhelmed, requiring the archers to utilize blessed mithril arrows and bolts from whole bottles of holy water. Although the impact was significant, the cost was equally daunting. Many archers found their reserves of mithril arrows dwindling to a mere handful. Should more large ghouls appear, they might be left with no choice but to resort to ordinary arrows and ammunition. Most critically, the shield warriors, though their massive shields were not consumables, could not afford to rotate for rest like the assault troops. They were firmly anchored in place, unwavering. The strain on their mental and physical stamina was immense. They often faced the brunt of the strongest initial onslaught from the ghouls, with some shield warriors sustaining internal injuries, and their shields even showing signs of cracking. Should the shield warriors falter, all would be lost. The ghouls continued to surge like an unrelenting tide. If this persisted, Julian would have no choice but to command the logistics team to risk their lives to deliver supplies and weapons. If compelled to enter the battlefield, the losses would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. This is entirely different from what Julian had envisioned. Initially, he believed that most of the specters congregated within the castle, while the outer courtyard lacked both habitation and resources worthy of contention. Only the zombies and ghouls would burrow into the ground to slumber in the outer courtyard. To his astonishment, there existed such a plethora of specter varieties in the outer courtyard. The unicorn demon, a common fiend from the abyss, possesses strength surpassing that of ghouls in isolated encounters or amidst chaotic skirmishes. The power of a unicorn demon is roughly comparable to that of a ghoul. However, in this formation, the unicorn demon's impact is significantly greater. The dog-headed creatures, though prevalent elsewhere, have evidently succumbed to the abyssal transformation, emanating black mists and flashing with a cannibalistic green. The magic lizards move at a lethargic pace, typically remaining in the rear, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with their adhesive tongues, ensnaring the feet of players. Their tongues are remarkably resilient. Nearly impossible to sever, and if not promptly cut, they can easily lead to casualties. The bull-headed monstrosities, while slightly inferior to headless horsemen in terms of armor and resistance to physical assaults, are comparable in strength, inflicting substantial damage upon the shield warriors. The great evil spirits, elite demons of the abyss, are colossal in stature and usually serve as commanders. Their entry into battle invariably results in significant casualties. Fortunately, their numbers this time are not overwhelming. Then there are the minor malevolent spirits encountered previously, along with their commanding greater malevolent spirit. Upon witnessing them, Julian and his companions finally comprehend the reason for such an abundance of apparitions. The prior minor malevolent spirits belong to an abyssal army, not wild entities. They have indeed crashed into the ranks of the abyssal forces. The Black Tulip Brigade had never intended to engage with an abyssal army. Regardless of Julian's current frustration, the pressing reality remains. Just how vast is the scale of this abyssal army? Is the brigade's supply sufficient to endure until the battle's conclusion? Or total annihilation? The dire consequences of failure loomed in Julian's mind. Even he could not maintain his composure when confronted with the prospect of complete devastation. Fortunately, they encountered Li Hua. Julian couldn't help but feel grateful. Had Li Hua not intervened to thwart or even slay several formidable specters, the brigade might have faltered long. It is unfathomable that this Chinese high school student, having entered the game for less than 6 hours, accomplished feats that seasoned players who had mingled in the game for half a year could not achieve. With this thought, he cast a glance at Li Hua, the remarkable youth who was engaged in a life-and-death struggle against 3 great evil spirits. A similar sentiment resided within Might. She was not born powerful. The brigade had transformed her from a mere socialite into a formidable warrior capable of wielding the illusory weaponry. The brigade was her home in this world. Faced with the looming crisis of the brigade's annihilation, it was the Chinese individual, who was unrelated to the brigade, who stepped forward. Everyone could discern the precarious state of the brigade, yet no one relinquished hope. All gritted their teeth, extracting every last ounce of their strength. Their endurance until now is not solely a testament to their unwavering loyalty to the brigade and their exceptional combat prowess, but also a reflection of the young boy, whom they had known for less than 3 hours. Though he bore no ties to the brigade, he fought valiantly at the heart of the abyssal army. Confronting half of their overwhelming pressure all on his own, he continued to battle. How could I possibly falter? Such were the thoughts of everyone, propelling them to persevere. Mingta understood well why the brigade had managed to hold firm thus far. Hence, she felt immense gratitude towards the flames of combat, simultaneously harboring a deep-seated resentment for her own inadequacies. As one of the 2 mightiest warriors of the brigade, she found herself unable to spare a moment to assist the young boy. In such dire circumstances, even the provision of a simple divine arrow would suffice. Yet she was powerless, forced to support the beleaguered frontliners with her swiftest rate of fire. Help him, do not let him fall. This became Mingta's unwavering conviction that moment. Li Hua was being pursued and nipped at by a pack of hellhounds. He harbored a slight fear of dogs, having been chased and bitten by one in his childhood, leaving him with psychological scars. The dogs he faced now were far more terrifying than any he had encountered in reality. They bore scales upon their backs, 2 horns atop their heads, and exhaled a sulphurous breath. Their gaping maws were filled with steel fangs capable of crushing a human's pelvis with a single bite. Flames flowed beneath their feet, igniting the ground in ghostly green fire with each step. Who could remain calm while being pursued and bitten by such beasts? This, he mused, must be what hellhounds truly are. The tides of battle shifted unexpectedly. Initially, he navigated among the corpses, occasionally dispatching a larger monstrosity with some effort, while the Black Tulip Brigade faced no significant pressure. However, it was not long before the appearance of the unicorn demons, which, although lacking the resilience of the ghouls, possessed greater strength. If caught unawares, one could easily find themselves overwhelmed. Li Hua dared not attack recklessly, instead opting to evade as best he could. Soon after, he encountered a repulsive lizard that ensnared people's feet. Yet, that sluggish creature posed no threat to Li Hua, who dispatched it swiftly. Then came the minotaurs. The moment he engaged, Li Hua realized that each one was as formidable as the gargoyles he had faced the day prior. They were similarly impervious to attacks and possessed tremendous strength. The only difference was that one could soar through the air with ease while the other plodded heavily like a tank. Though the minotaurs appeared cumbersome, their movements were surprisingly swift. This dissonance in perception led Li Hua to suffer an early setback, as a lightning-fast punch struck his left shoulder, nearly dislocating it. Originally, he had anticipated facing only 2 or 3 gargoyles to complete his day's battle. Unexpectedly, he now confronted 3 or 4 minotaurs of comparable might. Though somewhat disheartened, Li Hua resigned himself to the reality of the battlefield. One could never expect a scripted performance, for unforeseen circumstances were an inevitable part of combat. Encountering such challenges meant that one was simply unlucky. Fortunately, the quality of his sword was commendable, and after a grueling struggle, he managed to slay the minotaurs one by one. However, he soon found himself surrounded by a pack of hellhounds and 3 formidable demons. The great malevolent spirits appeared concurrently with the bull-headed monsters. However, their role was that of commanders. With their presence, the intelligence of the specters advanced to a higher echelon, repeatedly threatening the very foundation of the Black Tulip Brigade. Fortunately, the 4 bull-headed creatures were ensnared by the raging flames, unable to join the offensive and expand their triumphs. Several crises were deftly averted by Yud's exceptional tactical acumen. The bull-headed monsters fell to the flames. The great malevolent spirits realized that he was the true menace. If the flames were not extinguished, they would never be able to concentrate their entire military might for a decisive blow against humanity's lines. Having reached a consensus, they surrounded the flames. In terms of strength, the great malevolent spirits, though somewhat superior to the bull-headed monsters, were not vastly so. They were closely matched. Yet, their intelligence far surpassed that of the bull-headed creatures, allowing their might to exceed that of their adversaries. Particularly when collaborating as 3, the flames were left with no option but to flee. Although the hellhounds appeared formidable, they were not particularly powerful if one remained composed. This, of course, was relative to the strength of the flames. The flames relentlessly dispatched the pursuing hellhounds, infuriating the 3 great malevolent spirits who could do nothing to counter this, realizing they posed no threat. The flames erupted in laughter, mocking each hellhound they felled. With 2 remaining, the flames swung their blade while calculating the moment to feign vulnerability, hoping to slay one of the great malevolent spirits. Feigning exhaustion, the flames were soon pursued by 2 hellhounds. With great effort, they dispatched one, only to be seized by the other, which clamped down on their greaves. Once a hellhound had latched on, it would not relent, regardless of how the flames kicked or tugged at it. The great malevolent spirits seized this opportunity, launching themselves forward. They awaited the very moment the flames exerted all their effort. The flames rolled on the ground, drawing closer to one of the great malevolent spirits. True to their commander-like nature, this particular spirit suddenly became aware, intending to evade the flames' potential strike. Yet, how could the meticulously calculated assault of the flames miss? In an instant, the blade, previously trailing a dent, appeared at the site of the strike. However, it did not yield the desired outcome for the raging fire. The structure of the demon lizard's tongue, as it exhibited an astonishing resilience against the sharpest of cuts, Though the movement and the yielding of the grass contributed to this outcome, the inability to sever it remained unassailable, devoid of rationale. Cursed be it. The raging fire unleashed a succession of slashes, yet the exertion was excruciatingly uncomfortable, rendering him utterly helpless against this tongue. Ultimately, he was hoisted high by the tongue and forcefully slammed to the ground, nearly causing his weapon to slip from his grasp. The great demon was not idle either. The raging fire was relentlessly struck by the demon's claws, resulting in deep gashes on his left shoulder and abdomen. Believing this to be his end, he thought that such injuries in reality would render him incapacitated, even with his remarkable physique, reducing his mobility by more than half. Fortunately, perhaps as a boon for the players, the wounds were not as agonizing as anticipated, and his arm and waist seemed to retain their functionality, albeit with a rather gruesome flow of blood. He remained oblivious to the fact that it was his own willpower at play. A common person, even if the pain were to diminish to a mere tenth, would find themselves immobilized by the agony, yet the raging fire was able to transcend such suffering through sheer determination. However, the dire predicament was compounded by the fact that the blade caught in the tongue had been whisked away. The speed was so astounding that the raging fire hardly had time to react. While he had regained his freedom, he was now bereft of a weapon, leaving him in a perilous situation unchanged. The great demons were right behind him, launching their assault the moment he escaped. Zell, the Laminodro, the great demon uttered in a sinister tongue, its malevolent grin rendering it even more terrifying as sulphurous fumes erupted from its mouth, claws aimed at the raging fire's back, with no avenue for evasion. The raging fire could only barely turn to brace himself with the gauntlet of his left arm against the demon's talons. The claws tore through the lining of his armor, sinking into his flesh. Another claw lunged toward him, targeting his neck. Players typically engage demons at medium to long range. Given the demon's physical prowess, once they breached close quarters, the players were merely fodder for slaughter, engaging in close combat. Players could hardly contend with demons, whose entire bodies served as weapons. Yet, he was the raging fire, a martial artist whose physical form had been honed to its utmost limits in reality at that moment. He recalled that he was not merely a combatant within the game world. He remembered his martial arts. With a resounding crack, a mysterious rhythm emanated from his right hand that if the game truly operated on a 99 simulation model, then this method of exertion would surely yield results. The raging fire's right hand surged forth with newfound speed, delivering a punch that struck the great demon's left claw bone with stunning force. The demon was taken aback, as its seemingly impervious fingers crumbled under the impact of such a small human fist. This single blow rendered the great demon's once indomitable left claw utterly incapacitated. The shattering force traveled up its arm, rendering it useless. With a wail of anguish, the great demon clutched its left arm, unable to accept the reality of its loss, utterly bewildered by the human's actions, and could only howl menacingly at the raging fire. The blazing fire trembled as it lowered its right arm, resorting to a technique that inflicted severe damage upon itself in a moment of desperation. A classic case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while it could sense that should it employ this maneuver once more, this hand might well be rendered useless, a risk only taken within the confines of the game. The battlefield afforded no time for the fire to recover. Moreover, the towering demon was charging forward with a furious roar, necessitating a swift resolution to the immediate threat. With one hand temporarily incapacitated, it still had its feet. With a fierce shout, the fire propelled itself forward, driving a knee into the demon's face. A flurry of relentless kicks forced the creature to retreat, momentarily bewildered by such an unprecedented assault. Sensing an opportunity, the fire showed no hesitation, delivering a ferocious kick to the demon's throat, causing it to roll its eyes back and collapse to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the fire turned to face the final demon, leisurely drawing forth a mithril short sword, a loving smile gracing its face. "Are you ready to meet your end?" The demon charged, fully aware of its impending doom, intent on inflicting at least a modicum of harm upon the fire. Undoubtedly, its proud claws were rendered utterly ineffectual before the sanctified mithril blade, which sliced through them as if they were mere tofu. Before severing its head in a single stroke, the fire clasped a vial of whole thumb, prying open the cap, allowing the liquid to drip slowly onto its wounds. "Heal my body, shelter my heart, banish the darkness, and may the divine save humanity." The holy light transformed into a warm and gentle force, enveloping the fire's wounds with a soothing warmth, bringing forth a sensation of imminent recovery. Although players remained perplexed by the workings of this holy water, it did not deter its use. Perhaps it was connected to the true deity of the game world. Feeling its body gradually rejuvenate, the fire gazed towards the line of the Black Tulip Brigade. With the demon's leadership extinguished, despite the overwhelming number of foes, the tide of the monsters struggled to breach the players' defenses, charging forth like moths to a flame, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by the attackers. What appeared perilous had, in truth, stabilized. The first day in this world had brought forth such myriad experiences. It truly was a rather splendid world. The fire flexed its right hand, reclining comfortably in the grass. Though it could only behold a pale crescent moon, it did nothing to dampen its joyous spirit. Just as the fire believed, all was well. Footsteps echoed ominously from the darkness. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of steel boots approached, measured and unhurried. The fire immediately sprang to attention, rolling over and drawing its last 2 vials of holy water, beginning to invoke blessings. As the blessings took effect, a figure emerged from the swirling black mist. White wings, an angel. For a fleeting moment, the fire was taken aback, its movements faltering. No, it could not be. As clarity dawned, a wave of nausea washed over it. This creature was a blasphemy against angels. The newcomer bore a pair of tattered wings, and upon closer inspection, they were bound with bandages that in stark contrast to the purity of angels. These wings radiated a sense of revulsion and disgust. The creature's physique is elongated, adorned with a pair of wings and 4 arms. 2 of these arms are crossed over its chest, each grasping a slender, cruciform blade, striking a pose reminiscent of an angel. However, the other pair of arms is grotesquely intertwined, their muscles resembling melted wax, creating a most repugnant sight. Leaning forward, it bears the head of a monstrous being devoid of eyes, its structure inherently incapable of standing upright like a humanoid. It can only extend forward. The eye sockets are 2 grotesque growths, while a maw filled with sharp teeth is stitched shut, gasping for breath. The lower half is clad in iron armor, tall and straight. Moving with an elegant stride, the steel boots strike the ground with a measured, rhythmic clatter as it approaches the fiery figure before it. This creature, unlike any other it has ever seen or imagined, exudes an aura of danger. The monster comes to a halt, releasing its crossed arms, allowing the 2 cruciform blades to point diagonally toward the ground. In a strange, rasping voice, it articulates the human tongue. In the name of our Lord, the Palawanites, we have come to claim your life. O Reaper Angel. The fiery figure, grasping the blessed sword, exhales heavily. Although he has only been in this world for a few hours, he has already become deeply enamored with the exhilarating sensation of unleashing his power. This is my battlefield, he muses. Come forth. No matter what manner of beast you are, though his strength wanes, his fighting spirit remains undeterred. In the name of the blaze, I shall annihilate you. The Reaper Angel is not a native demon of the abyss. Whether it can even be classified as a demon is debatable. Its emergence is purely coincidental. Long before humanity graced this world, the celestial angels and the abyssal demons waged a war spanning over 100,000. In that era, the cosmos did not resemble its current form. The universe was tiered, a layered origin of existence, with angels and holy light above and demons and the abyss below. The cataclysmic battles resulted in countless extraordinary beings perishing. The corpses of innumerable angels were cast into the deepest chasms of the abyss, while countless demons were purified by the most untainted holy light. Amidst the protracted conflict, one fateful day, a creature emerged from the depths, a being embodying both the sanctity of holy light and the grim essence of the abyss. Even demons, upon encountering this entity, could only refer to it as a monster that possessed the wings of angelic light, yet had been desecrated. Its upper body was that of a larval form of one of the abyss's most malevolent demons, the Devourer of Death, while its lower half, including its arms, retained an angelic semblance. This was the original Reaper Angel, Ebola. The advent of the Reaper Angel provided demons with a method to desecrate angelic corpses, thus augmenting the ranks of their servitors. This hybrid creature wielded both holy light and abyssal power, its mixed aura exerting a far more potent influence on living beings than typical. The fiery figure sensed an unspoken terror emanating from it. Merely gazing upon such a being seemed capable of driving one to madness. This evoked memories of a specter from the real world. However, the trials of the night had fortified his resolve significantly. Being a person of steadfast will, he remained largely unaffected. For him, the gravest concern now was the ineffectiveness of holy light. The blazing fire wreaks havoc today. And beyond its innate combat prowess, the Holy Light undoubtedly plays a pivotal role. Without the indomitable strength of the Holy Light, the ordinary sword of slashing in its grasp would be rendered nearly worthless. Akin to mere scrap metal, the harbinger of demise, the Reaper Angel, assumes an aggressive stance, propelling itself toward the fire in an instant. Clang! The clash of the piercing sword and the slashing blade produces a jarring screech of friction. Utilizing the size advantage of the slashing sword, the fire forces aside the Reaper Angel's piercing weapon, landing a solid strike upon its grotesque wings. Crack! To the fire's utter astonishment, the holy light embedded within the blade proves ineffective. And instead, the slashing sword suffers a grievous dent from the impact of the wings. Aware of the Reaper Angel's melee prowess, the fire has no choice but to seize an opportunity to leap back, increasing the distance between itself and the foe. The Reaper Angel refrains from pursuit, returning to a poised stance with arms crossed. Strangely, only one Reaper Angel had engaged in the assault, while the other merely spectated. This peculiar behavior instills a sense of unease within the fire. However, upon grasping the slashing sword and observing its serrated damage, that unease is swiftly overshadowed by a profound sorrow. Although this sword is no divine weapon, the life and death struggle of the knight has forged an emotional bond. Witnessing its sorry state evokes genuine pity. More critically, the holy light proves ineffective against the Reaper Angel, and the slashing sword is incapable of breaching its defenses. With the sword nearing ruin, what weapon does he possess to continue the fight? Would it not be more merciful to embrace death? As the fire laments internally, it scrambles backward, realizing that the multitude of holy light arrows is, after only a few steps, a barrage of radiant arrows is unleashed. Fortunately, the holy light upon the slashing sword still offers some measure of protection against such assaults. The fire desperately evades through the gaps in the rain of arrows, managing to deflect a few with the sword when evasion fails. Thankfully, the arrows of holy light are not infinite, and soon the onslaught ceases. Yet, before the fire can exhale in relief, an unsettling sensation grips it. Suddenly, it finds itself immobilized. What? Before it can articulate its thoughts, blood spurts forth from its mouth. Trembling as it looks down, two sword tips emerge from the light armor, piercing through its chest as twin blades drip with its blood. In its peripheral vision, the once distant Reaper Angel fades from view, revealing that the true threat lurking behind it is the original entity, launching a surprise attack. This is the end. The fire can no longer vocalize its thoughts. Only contemplating in silence, it senses the waning of its bodily functions. No further actions from the Reaper Angel are required for it to bleed out and perish. The demon-slaying arrow. The shrieking arrow strikes the base of the Reaper Angel's wing, eliciting a cry of agony. However, the fire's vision fades to black, collapsing to the ground. Teetering on the brink of death, the Black Tulip Brigade has finally vanquished the Abyssal Army. Leading the charge are Minty and Julian, who have come to provide support. Such a battle is evidently not what players desire. What advantages do players possess against the monsters? Or rather, what advantages do modern individuals hold over their medieval counterparts? It is not the sophistication of weaponry, nor the brilliance of intellect, neither the prowess of individual strength, but rather the degree of organization that truly matters. Players can confront foes far more formidable than themselves through exceptional organization. However, once entangled in chaos, they risk having their organizational integrity forcibly diminished to the same level as their monstrous adversaries, rendering the game unplayable. Yet, despite this inevitability, managing to maintain the front lines until now is already an extraordinary feat. Even if one wishes to uphold their organizational structure, it is impossible to muster a sufficiently battle-ready shield warrior. The only recourse is to engage in a chaotic confrontation with the final enemy. Who could have foreseen that this ancient castle, assessed to harbor merely a few gargoyles, would be home to such a formidable abyssal army? To make matters worse, the Black Tulip Brigade has collided head-on with the enemy, leaving no room for retreat. As the battle concluded, Mint, having detected the peril of raging flames, rushed towards the final battlefield, drawing the last mithril arrow from her quiver while clutching a vial of crimson potion in her right hand, its contents bubbling like fire, hotter than flames, sharper than starlight, purer than the abyss itself. Adversary of the abyss, annihilate my foes. Demons be extinguished. As Mint recited her incantation, the mithril arrow radiated a blinding red light, burning fiercely like a flame. This was a potion of demon slaying, the most unadulterated force of destruction forged from holy light, reserved for encounters with archdemons. Mint perceived the shadow lurking behind the flames. her eagle-eyed vision rendering the tricks of the Death Angel futile. However, the distance was now too great for her to provide timely assistance. No, fire. Behind you. I cannot allow fire to perish, Mint thought, for he is not only the benefactor of the brigade but also a future legend, possessing the potential to inspire awe in all. Mint could not permit fire to die at this moment. A legend must have a legendary and flawless first battle. This conviction burned within Mint's heart, a testament to her admiration and yearning for true strength. She paid little heed to the fleeing Death Angel and hastened towards fire. Just a moment behind her, Yiyun finally unsheathed his eye, parrying the cross-stabbing sword of another Death Angel. During the prior skirmish, Yiyun had refrained from employing his illusory armament, for such equipment was never intended for drawn-out battles. Its sole purpose was to secure victory. After all, the repair of illusory armament is far from the simplicity of ordinary weaponry. Fire! Fire! Mint propped up the bloodied fire, astonished that despite his grievous injuries, he had yet to dissolve into particles of light. With no time to ponder, Mint poured the healing potion over fire. As she administered the potion, her eyes filled with tears while gazing at the myriad wounds adorning his body, struggling to fathom how he had endured such excruciating pain to fight on. He was merely a novice who had just entered the game, and his association with the Black Tulip Brigade was nothing more than a fleeting encounter. How could he achieve such valor? Mint found herself profoundly moved by this display of heroism, unable to contain her emotions. Initially overwhelmed with sentiment, Mint burst into laughter at his words. Do you only know how to praise others as angels? As he extolled his own virtues as an angel, Mint was reminded of another individual whom he had referred to as an angel. Uncle Fernand. I refuse. Of course. All my... Liehua chuckled heartily. Just as the two were engrossed in their delightful conversation, an unexpected guest barged in. Yiyun swooped down from the sky, landing on the nearby grass, and upon witnessing their leisurely banter, could not help but complain, "Hey you two, come lend me a hand. I can't hold on any longer." Liehua and Mint exchanged knowing smiles and rose to their feet. They could not help but marvel at the potency of the healing potion. Just moments ago, Liehua had been on the brink of death, and now he was ready to engage in battle once more. Liehua, take these. They are the last few bottles for now. Yiyun tossed a small pouch their way, containing 6 vials of holy water. Without hesitation, Liehua seized 2 vials and poured them onto his battle-worn sword. Wow, your weapon, Mint exclaimed, noticing the countless gashes adorning the blade, her alabaster fingers instinctively covering her mouth. Let's make do with it. It's not shattered yet, Liehua replied with a bitter smile, resolving to seek out a truly formidable weapon, ideally one imbued with the essence of the illusory realm. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. The 3 of them assumed their battle stances, confronting the fallen angels. Leave the unscathed one to me. You two handle the injured one. Liehua discerned that the wounded angel, for some unknown reason, had lost the favor of the holy light and increasingly resembled an abyssal demon. If the two could swiftly eliminate it, pooling their strength against a fully formed entity would enhance their chances of victory. We only have 1 vial of demon-slaying potion left. We cannot replicate the previous assault, Mint remarked, her tone returning to its usual teasing cadence. You better hold your ground. Ah, fear not. It cannot harm me, Liehua thought to himself, though he knew it could not harm the angel either. Here it comes. Go. Yiyun charged towards the wounded fallen angel. Give it your all. Mint winked and followed closely behind Yiyun, drawing her bowstring taut. With a heavy exhale, Liehua swung his sword, declaring, Round 2. The fallen angel spread its arms wide, wielding a cross-shaped sword as it charged forward. Liehua steadied himself, bracing for the assault. The angel's strikes were as swift and powerful as ever. Liehua could only counter occasionally, but to no avail. Regardless of the target, his sword, stripped of the power of the holy light, had become mere iron, devoid of any hope of breaking through. Instead, the fallen angel seized, landing several strikes on his left shoulder. Now, Liehua dared not make any unnecessary attacks, focusing all his energy on defense, though the state of his sword was deteriorating rapidly, threatening to shatter at any moment. It still held on for now. Just as Liehua found himself locked in a stalemate, the air was suddenly filled with the thunderous roar of the fallen angel, its rage palpable, stealing a glance. Liehua saw that the angel's mouth had completely ruptured, its terrifying maw gaping wide as it unleashed a ferocious roar towards the heavens, its aura growing more ominous, darkness coalescing around it. Observing this, Yiyun did not feel alarmed. Rather, he appeared somewhat elated, shouting, Liehua, the mouth? tear apart its maw. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Liehua swiftly maneuvered, lacking the time to inquire further. With a grand gesture, he shook off the blade of the Reaper Angel. Propelling himself into a graceful arc, his movements were so rapid that the Reaper Angel had no opportunity to respond before he struck it squarely in the mouth with his sword, severing its numerous oral tendrils completely. In a reflexive motion, the Reaper Angel's jagged teeth clamped down fiercely, emitting a mournful cry as the already battered sword shattered into two pieces, rendering the weapon that had accompanied Liehua throughout his battles utterly useless. At that moment, Liehua had no time to lament his weapon's fate. He rolled aside, momentarily stunned. After shattering the sword, the Reaper Angel did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, it opened its maw, increasingly expanding. Liehua beheld the terrifying array of its razors standing erect like menacing steel needles. Then, the Reaper Angel elongated its neck, disregarding everything else, and turned to bite down on its own wing. Liehua stared in astonishment at this horrific spectacle, yet rather than being frightened, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, what was the Reaper Angel's greatest reliance? It was not merely its formidable strength, but the amalgamation of holy light and abyssal essence that rendered players incapable of vanquishing it with sacred light. This was a demon that feared not the radiance of the divine. Now, with the holy light extinguished, what could the profound abyss accomplish? As long as there was holy water, one could withstand its might and ultimately prevail. Both Reaper Angels underwent a similar transformation, their forms now wholly altered. Their grotesque mouths gaped wide, revealing a maw full of steel teeth, drool incessantly dripping forth. Their muscular arms swelled to colossal proportions, resembling those of a gorilla, while their legs abandoned their angelic guise, growing excessively large and adopting an ungraceful stance. They were no longer mere Reaper Angels. They had evolved into a formidable breed of abyssal demon, the Death Devourers, in their developmental stage. Seizing this opportunity, Liehua unsheathed the mithril short sword he had long hesitated to wield and consecrated it with holy water. For such a pure embodiment of abyssal evil, a mithril weapon was the optimal choice. Round 3. A battle-ready smile spread across Liehua's face as he brandished the short sword to confront his foe. The Death Devourer's assaults relied predominantly on its hands and fearsome maw, transforming it from a swordsman into a heavy-armored warrior. However, for Liehua, this posed little concern. With the restoration of holy light, he merely needed to utilize his remarkable agility to outmaneuver the Death Devourer, assured that he could slay it. Gradually, Liehua inflicted more wounds upon the Death Devourer. Seizing the right moment to cripple one of its legs, the Death Devourer seethed with fury, yet it found itself utterly powerless against Liehua, despite its attempts to shake the ground in a futile effort to disrupt Liehua's movements. For a martial artist of Liehua's caliber, it was merely child's play to navigate. With a flourish, Liehua adeptly applied the principles of reality to his advantage, using the Death Devourer's own force to spin it halfway around, pinning it to the ground. With his right hand poised to plunge the mithril short sword imbued with holy light into its neck, the Death Devourer sensed the imminent danger and let out a deafening roar from its prone position. Its companion heard its call and suddenly charged at Julien, leaping high into the air, only to vanish before Julien's eyes in an instant, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Minda had anticipated this move. Without hesitation, he drew forth a frost crystal arrow, knocked it to his bow, and aimed above the inferno. In the next moment, the Death Devourer plummeted from above, landing squarely atop the inferno. A true warrior would not allow you to employ the same trick twice, Minda thought to himself, a flicker of pride swelling within him. As he released the arrow, the short distance was traversed in the blink of an eye, and it struck true, embedding itself in the creature's back, unleashing a burst of freezing power that instantly encased half of its body in ice. The inferno unsheathed a short sword, leaped down from the corpse, and delivered a finishing blow to the other creature, thoroughly dispatching both abyssal monstrosities. The players of the Black Tulip Brigade, who had dared only to spectate from the rear, finally erupted with exuberant cheers. That it was not that they feared death against such high-ranking demons. Greater numbers would only lead to futile demise. Julien, however, did not seek glory for himself. He approached Inferno, grasping his hand, while extending his other hand to Minna, laughing heartily as he then raised their hands aloft, exclaiming, "Come forth, rejoice, they are the heroes who have salvaged the brigade." Inferno and Minna, the members of the brigade, erupted into raucous applause, stomping their feet and banging their shields, paying homage to the two heroes that if there had been beer, One could well imagine they would have begun toasting in celebration. Inferno embraced Julian briefly, then turned to Minda with a smile, about to speak when he suddenly glanced toward the darkness. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed. Even amidst the raucous cheers of the players, the sound of the hooves reached their ears, gradually quieting them. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. A knight emerged from the shadows, clad in a suit of black armor far more imposing than that of the headless horseman, adorned with grotesque patterns that instilled a deeper fear from within his helmet. His cold, merciless eyes glowed with a red brilliance, causing all who beheld him to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Beneath him was a fearsome warhorse, its maw filled with sharp teeth and claws that seemed to grasp at the air. Its bloodthirsty gaze fixated upon the pallid faces of the players. The horse bore a lance, a massive sword, a shield, and other mounted combat gear, each menacing detail underscoring the formidable nature of its master. With the weight of the darkest abyss, the knight approached the Black Tulip Brigade, surveying the slain demons with a discerning gaze that swept over the slain angels, the vile demons, and the minotaurs. Before settling upon Inferno and the others in a voice that seemed to echo from the very depths of hell, he spoke. So, it is you who have vanquished my playthings. The knight's frigid stare pierced the players as if they were mere corpses. Are you prepared to embrace death? He reined in his steed, which exhaled sparks from its nostrils to I am Palawa, the sovereign of Isengard, the lord of the Black Knights. Your ultimate terror, the specter of annihilation loomed once more. And this time, there was no escape. Julian understood it all. The sudden appearance of the minor fiends in the town was merely a precursor for this abyssal night lord. They had entered the outer courtyard, believing it to be a mere scattering of ghouls and zombies, when in truth, it was a well-laid scheme. The abyssal army had long awaited them amidst the swirling mists. The reason for the annihilation of the Black Tulip Brigade lies solely in the emergence of an extraordinary force, the blazing fire. However, at this moment, although he may be uncertain of the Abyss Night Lord's true power, he is acutely aware that, as a sovereign entity within the depths of the abyss, it must surely rival, if not surpass, that of General Cologne. He understands that while the blazing fire is formidable, it is still far from being a match for General Cologne, let alone the Abyss Night Lord. Julian can only lament his unfortunate fate. The ancient castle, having fallen into ruin for a century, remains overlooked due to its lack of strategic significance and its considerable distance from more desirable locations. Consequently, no one, not even the descendants of Count Balzac, harbored any intentions of reclaiming this inconsequential territory. The wasteland had long lost its value as a domain. Such a place has little allure even for the supernatural, save for a few gargoyles that are fond of its towered bastions, ruling over the reanimated corpses and various other specters that occupy the area. Thus, it cannot be said that Viscount Ilias betrayed them. Rather, the misfortune of the Black Tulip Brigade is simply inescapable. Now, they must confront the dire consequences of failure. The term extermination had never graced the lexicon of the Black Tulip Brigade, yet it now appears to be an unavoidable fate. Flee, scatter, hurry, 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 Erd shouted in a panic. Reacting before anyone else could, the players, frozen in fear, finally snapped to attention, chaotically rushing toward the walls. Ignorant and foolish beings. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the helmet of the Abyss Night Lord. And with a swift kick to the horse's belly, the fearsome steed surged forth at a terrifying speed, quickly closing in on several players. Charge! The desperate assault warrior, realizing his fate was sealed, swung his great sword towards the horse's legs. A resounding clang echoed, leaving no mark on the armored limb, and instead, the sword shattered upon impact. The despairing warrior was pierced by the Abyss Night Lord's lance, disintegrating into a shower of luminous particles. Is this what you call resistance? The Abyss Night Lord scoffed, methodically dispatching the unfortunate players who had been overtaken. The struggles of mere mortals hold no value even for observation. Feel the terror. Humble beings, kneel before me. Plead for the mercy of the Abyssal army. In an instant, he appeared at the forefront of the throng, cleaving down the fleetest scout. Damnable monster, you speak so arrogantly. One day, we shall see. A skilled archer, knocked down by the fierce winds generated by the Abyss Night Lord, retaliated with 3 swift arrows. The cries of the ignorant echoed. The Abyss Night Lord paid no heed to his attacks. With a swift swipe of the warhorse's claw, a gaping wound was torn into the archer's chest, who then struggled, disintegrating into a scatter of light. Suffer, struggle, then, laden with regret, perish. The Abyss Night Lord cast a fleeting glance at the fallen and moved on to hunt other players. witnessing the members of the Black Tulip Brigade being mercilessly slaughtered without any means of resistance. Julian felt as though his heart was being cleaved in two, and not to mention the kind of death penalty that awaited those slain by such high-level demons. The collective attribute degradation following a total, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his comrades faced a brutal massacre. Minter stood by, her eyes red and her hands covering her mouth, rendered speechless. If anyone besides Julian felt the deepest sorrow, it was undoubtedly her. The expression on Liu Hua's face was also grim. Although it was merely his first day in the game, he had already come to regard the members of the Black Tulip Brigade as companions. Something must be done, Liu Hua thought. Unable to stand by and witness their annihilation, he once again drew his mithril dagger, his expression resolute, channeling the last 3 vials of holy water into the weapon, causing a brilliant holy light to coalesce along the short blade. Only a weapon of high-purity mithril could achieve such a feat. Ordinary weapons could only bear a thin veneer of holy essence. I will buy you time. You must retreat with the brigade. You must escape. Your IA must not fall. While Liu Hua prepared himself for a desperate struggle, given his current strength, victory was unattainable. All he could hope for was to delay the advance of the Abyss Night Lord. And the price for that would be his life. Liu Hua thought no. Minter shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Yet she understood that he spoke the truth. She could only watch helplessly as he faced his demise. I have one more vial. Take it. Julian handed him a vial of holy water. You should respawn at Cologne Fortress after your first death. However, your situation might differ. Perhaps you will find yourself in Elong's, the city of destiny, the place where players first reincarnate. Julian embraced him briefly, patting his back. No matter where you end up, remember to contact us. The Black Tulip Brigade will always be your home. Liu Hua smiled and nodded. Surprisingly, Minter stepped forward to embrace him as well, her formidable presence pressing against him, the softness of her touch stirring something within him. You will become an extraordinary person, Minter said, her eyes glistening. Take care, I must go now. Liu Hua waved his hand, striding toward the path of the rampaging Abyss Night Lord at that moment. The Lord had already slain numerous players, yet he remained unhurried. Even without the Abyss army, though mere playthings, he still felt a tinge of resentment. To toy with these frail beings brought him a twisted sense of joy, until a dark-haired youth stood before him. Does tormenting the weak bring you satisfaction? Liu Hua inquired, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, tilting his head slightly. Your weakness bores me. Mortal, the Abyss Night Lord sneered disdainfully. You should be filled with gratitude, not merely a worthless burden. To bully the weak is a reflection of one's own inferiority that a true strong person shares the beauty of roses, leaving a lingering fragrance behind. Liu Hua conversed leisurely with the Abyss Night Lord. Forgive me, as an NPC, can you comprehend my words? You overestimate yourselves, warriors. The Abyss Night Lord's blood-red eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from beneath his helm. You are no different from the crawling vermin of the land. One day you shall kneel before the Emperor, including your detestable angel. Liu Hua scratched his head in confusion, saying, the angel I referred to is not of this kind. Never mind. What is there to discuss with an NPC? Drawing his sword, Liu Hua assumed a combat stance, warning, underestimating my words could lead to your demise, much like your 2 Birdman puppets. Undaunted, Liu Hua deftly evaded several subsequent thrusts, rolling on the ground. And seizing the opportunity, he leaped up, driving his mithril dagger fiercely into the neck of the fearsome warhorse, eliciting a pained shriek and causing it to retreat repeatedly. I am curious to see if a Night Lord remains formidable without his steed. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Liu Hua chuckled triumphantly. You are indeed stronger than the other reptiles. The Abyssal Night Lord snorted, restraining the howling fearsome warhorse. But you have provoked my ire, Black Raven. Show him your might. You are defeated, mortal. The Abyssal Night Lord gazed down upon him, devoid of emotion, declaring, the price shall be your life. With a heavy thrust, the lance pierced through Liu Hua's chest, pinning him to the ground. Rendering him immobile, Liu Hua coughed violently, blood spilling forth. Even with the pain dulled, he could still feel the excruciating agony, desperately grasping at the lance's tip in futile struggle. Farewell, reptile. The Abyssal Night Lord yanked the reins. And the fearsome warhorse, understanding the command, crushed Liu Hua's skull beneath its mighty H. A despondent player ceased his frantic movements, instead venting his despair by hurling every weapon, vial, and item he possessed toward the Abyssal Night Lord. Naturally, his actions bore no fruit. He was merely surrendering to his own despair. In the next moment, The Abyssal Knight Lord emitted a cold snort, charging forth to swing his knightly sword, severing the player's left arm, followed swiftly by his right. Then, the dread steed trampled his left leg, leaving the battered player to collapse in humiliation amidst his own blood, accompanied by his dismembered limbs. "You ought to be grateful for my mercy, warrior," came the chilling voice from beneath the knight's helm, laced with a cold fury. "I understand that for you, death may seem like a release, yet it does not imply that I lack other means to render your existence a fate worse than death. Die, die, die." The player, with his last remaining leg, kicked upward in a futile attempt to harm the terror-inducing steed, having been tormented to the brink of madness by the horrific demon. Next time, it shall not be so easy. The Abyssal Knight Lord tugged at the reins, prompting the dread steed to emit a gleeful shriek, baring its razor-sharp maw as it lunged toward the player's head, consumed by endless fear and the shadows of his own mind. The player exploded into a cascade of luminescent particles. "This cannot continue." Captain Curian, the vice-captain, witnessed the entire scene, his fury boiling to the point of explosion as he gasped for breath, his eyes reddened, shouting at Julian, "Indeed, this cannot go on." Julian's countenance had never appeared so grim. He realized that if the Abyssal Knight Lord continued his massacre unabated, the brigade would be utterly doomed, and the spirit and ambition of his comrades would be completely extinguished by this monstrous fiend. He summoned Zoro, the leader of his reconnaissance team. "I need all the grappling hooks." Zoro nodded and set off to gather the remaining scouts. The grappling hooks, woven from steel wire and fishing line, were the most resilient climbing tools available to the players at present. "Are the hooks strong enough?" Understood Julian's intentions. "If one is insufficient, we can bind several together. They must not be too tightly stretched, allowing for some elasticity while ensuring they cannot be easily broken." Julian maintained a stoic demeanor, pondering rapidly. "We must call upon Horizon. His family has served in the Navy since his great-grandfather," mused. Julian nodded, adding, "and Moet, a veteran of the active Navy." Acknowledged and went off in search of assistance. Mint stealthily advanced without drawing the demon's attention. Julian instructed Mint, sending a schematic through the PDA. "When I give the signal, shoot arrows in these specified directions." Mint complied without hesitation. In truth, for the two of them, endowed with the formidable attributes of the illusory realm's armaments, escaping was feasible as long as they could disperse from the main group to flee, trusting that the Abyssal Knight Lord would make a prudent choice upon realizing they were not so easily vanquished. However, should they choose this path, the Black Tulip Brigade would be irrevocably lost. With each passing moment, lives were extinguished, and the anxious group prepared with great urgency. "Hurry, hurry," the blood of Yud's heart urged incessantly. "Calm down, Yud." Although Julian felt a sense of urgency, he refrained from displaying it on his face, allowing them a moment to gather themselves. The lather must be evenly applied before the stubble could be cleanly shaven. How to proceed is up to you three. Soon, Mint will provide you with positional instructions. Zoro, your task is to lure the great demon into the trap. I have but one request. Ensnare the fearsome warhorse. If we can temporarily incapacitate the fearsome warhorse, we shall have a chance to escape. Such defeatist remarks would never escape Julian's lips, yet everyone understood the gravity of their situation. "All right, this is our final opportunity. Let us act." Julian clapped his hands, prompting each individual to advance stealthily. He remained behind, observing the movements of the Abyssal Knight Lord while searching for a suitable vantage point. Julian watched as another player fell before the knight's wrath, but he had grown indifferent to the casualties. The relentless slaughter had dulled his senses. However, he noted that this position was just right. He first signaled Mint, who swiftly loosed arrows that glimmered faintly, striking several spots on the ground, their illumination so dim that only the players took notice. A few leaders accurately positioned themselves, unfurling the net and standing ready, awaiting the inevitable approach of the Abyssal Knight Lord steed. Julian then gestured for Zoro to commence his provocation. "Hey, pardon me, Mr. Demon, but I have a question," Zoro shouted loudly. No. Who are you? Please refrain from interrupting. I am addressing this formidable demon with claws and fangs," Zoro said, his expression grave as he regarded the fearsome warhorse's equine visage, as if it were the true protagonist. "Why do you tolerate such a feeble creature upon your back? Yuta, what do you wish to convey?" The Abyssal Knight Lord remained unfazed by such base taunts. "What I mean is, I see. It must be the mother of this colossal infant, pleading beneath your loins. beseeching you to allow her baby to experience the paternal love of a steed. Reptile, you have enraged me. Prepare to face the consequences, the abyssal Night Lord bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder, as the fearsome warhorse charged towards Zoro with the speed of lightning. Now's the time, Yid shouted. Pull the net. In the darkness, a makeshift net, crafted from fishing line and steel wire, was drawn across the path of the fearsome warhorse, various magical knots intertwined, a testament to the ingenuity of sailors from the age of sailing ships. Once the fearsome warhorse became ensnared in the net, it would find itself trapped in a predicament of brute force. Unable to break free without considerable effort, the charging fearsome warhorse, oblivious to the darkened ropes, was eager to drag its master to punish the vile reptile that dared to challenge his authority, and thus it fell right into the trap. Caught it! Caught it! Pull it tight! Pull it tight! Yud commanded excitedly. The players responded with a resounding cheer, pulling the net taut like a game of tug-of-war, as the fearsome warhorse's four hooves struggled against the entangling knots. At this moment, the flames of fervor danced in a curious state. In the lexicon of quantum physics, he exists in a superposition of being both dead and alive, akin to a fiery Schrödinger. Can it be consolidated? The flames suddenly birthed this notion, then became aware of the abruptly breaking free from the void of existence, regaining a sense of reality. Consolidation, the consciousness of the flame began to coalesce, mirroring the initialization it had previously undergone, forming the primordial essence of its being. Majin Bu. Then he opened his eyes, filled with malevolence, accompanied by a wicked grin that regarded all in the world as mere playthings. He had yet to perceive a tangible form. This was the state of phantom limbs. His five senses still engulfed in chaos, devoid of cold or warmth, joy or sorrow. Then he beheld the light of humanity, a manifestation of the phantom limb's inclination towards the corporeal, awakening a sensation of luminosity within the flame. The shattered visage revealed not skull and flesh, but a space glimmering with mysterious particles of light, filling the void left by the form he had once consolidated during initialization, adorned with the sinister smile of Majin Bu. The flame gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the turn of events, even frightened by his own grin. This form must not be revealed to others. Suddenly recalling something, he rummaged through the pouch at his waist. Retrieving the last vial of holy water, clutching it in his hand, gritting his teeth, he hoped for its effectiveness. With determination, he uncapped the vial, pouring its contents slowly over his head. Heal my body, shield my heart. Banish the darkness, holy light redeem. The flame felt a tingling sensation on his face and chest, and once that feeling subsided, he glanced towards the water's surface, releasing a sigh of relief. Before him stood his original form restored. Though beneath his skin, flickers of light still seemed to dance, suggesting an unstable state. Yet, that sufficed. The flame made his way up the slope. He found himself beside a riverbank, a mound of earth concealing his view of the outside world, leaving him only with faint sounds of shouting. When the flame beheld the scene before him, a flicker of astonishment washed over him, for the players of the Black Tulip Brigade had not been utterly slaughtered. Rather, they were straining to pull a rope, at the center of which loomed the suffocatingly powerful Abyss Knight. It was unbelievable that the players had ensnared him and his steed with mere rope. The fearsome warhorse was bellowing in rage, attempting to shred the bothersome net with its hooves. Yet each time it pulled, the players on that side loosened their grip, allowing it to slip free but not escape entirely, while players from the other two directions continued to tug, rendering it powerless. Individually, the players may have been weak, but united, they wielded formidable strength. No, still not enough. The flame was momentarily taken aback, realizing the situation was dire. After all, the fearsome warhorse was not alone. Its master accompanied it. The Abyss Knight Lord roared, and when his sword could not sever the ground-bound net, he resorted to using his lance, which occasionally ignited with black flames, cutting the net wherever it struck. That I must do something. The flame anxiously scanned his surroundings, when he spotted the demonic lizard coiled in a corner by the shore. This lizard had gone missing after he had wounded its tongue with his slashing sword, and he never imagined it was hiding here to recuperate. Fire, upon contemplating its resilient and elongated tongue, was suddenly struck with inspiration that he seized the blessed silver short sword, still imbued with remnants of enchantment, and dashed towards the magic lizard. With its tongue coiled within its mouth, the quietly resting creature sensed the disturbance. Its yellow eyes abruptly opened, and the last sight it beheld was Fire's sword thrusting towards it. With a single stroke, Fire dispatched the magic lizard, feeling a newfound ease compared to previous encounters. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he pried open the creature's foul-smelling maw. The lizard's tongue, coiled like a measuring tape, was grasped by Fire, who began to pull it out, initially intending to sever it with his short sword. To his astonishment, what he had presumed to be a resilient tongue was effortlessly torn asunder by his own strength. This revelation surprised Fire. He had assumed the deceased lizard's tongue had lost its vitality. After some experimentation, he realized it was not a matter of vitality lost. Rather, the root of the tongue possessed far less resilience than the tongue itself. Furthermore, he had grown stronger, as evidenced by the ease with which he had torn the entire magic lizard in half. It seemed the influence of the Majin Buu form lingered. Fire clenched his fist, feeling invigorated. If this was his form, victory was within reach. He recalled the immense power of the phantom limb when it had coalesced into the Majin Buu shape. With little time to ponder, Fire charged towards the battlefield, clutching the viscous tongue. No one noticed his approach until he reached the predetermined distance. Make way. Witness this. Fire cast aside the magic lizard's tongue, spinning to gather energy, the elongated appendage producing a thunderous sound. Fire? Julian was the first to notice him, disbelief evident in his eyes. You're alive, Minter exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Hey, clear the way. Everyone, the hero has arrived. Directing the assault on the Abyss Knight Lord. Grasped Fire's intent and quickly signaled the shield warriors to create space. Itsu. The Abyss Knight Lord appeared momentarily flustered, incredulous at the sight. Out of my way, Fire shouted, releasing the tongue, which spun and ensnared the bewildered dark demon. With a loud slap, the tongue adhered to the Abyss Knight Lord, wrapping around him multiple times and binding his arms tightly. Wretched creature, this is futile. The Abyss Knight Lord, hindered by his trapped steed, could not evade the sudden assault. Yet, to him, the tongue was merely a trivial obstacle easily dismissed. However, Fire would not afford him such an opportunity. With the tongue's momentum, Fire propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance. His combat strategy was to exploit this moment to separate the Abyss Knight Lord from his fearsome warhorse. Without the aid of shadowy illusions, Fire had a chance to defeat this foe. With a resonant crash, Fire's fist, imbued with a unique rhythm, struck the Abyss Knight Lord's helm, causing him to involuntarily rear back. The collision produced a resounding clang, seemingly denting the indestructible visage of the knight. Help him, Minter silently implored, without hesitation drawing her final frost crystal arrow. The moment she had awaited had finally arrived. As Minter released an arrow, the Abyss Knight Lord, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the back. A fierce frost rapidly spread across his armor, yet it only covered his back, preventing any further advance. Such was the power of the Lord's armor, which significantly mitigated the impact of this final gambit of Mingta merely rendered the Lord slightly rigid, unable to escape the fiery onslaught. However, that was sufficient. Seizing the moment when his opponent's back was immobile, Li Hua unleashed a flurry of punches, striking the Abyss Knight Lord's head with the force of a torrential downpour, the clangs echoing incessantly until at last, he dislodged him from his steed. Li Hua propelled the Lord downwards, crashing him to the ground, both combatants letting out muffled grunts. Meanwhile, the players of the Black Tulip Brigade seized the opportunity to forcefully drag the fearsome warhorse away, swiftly distancing it from the battlefield of Li Hua and the Abyss Knight Lord. Taking advantage of a brief opening, the enraged Abyss Knight Lord charged at Li Hua, causing him to cry out in pain. After all, his mortal form could not withstand the superior craftsmanship of the Lord's exquisite armor. A natural disadvantage. Despicable, wretched worm. You have ignited my fury. Only the most brutal tortures of this world can alleviate the hatred in my heart. The Abyss Knight Lord roared, preparing to rise. However, Li Hua was not lacking in strength. In his Majin Buu form, he possessed a power that could rival the Abyss Knight Lord in certain scenarios. Li Hua tightly entwined his body around the Lord's, resolute in his intent to resolve this through close combat, employing his most adept methods to utterly vanquish him. Li Hua understood all too well that in terms of weaponry, he would be no match for the Abyss Knight Lord, but when it came to grappling, he was the true expert. Entwined, regardless of how fiercely the Abyss Knight Lord struggled, Li Hua's grasp held him firmly to the ground, utilizing extraordinary technique to diffuse the Lord's terrifying strength. Even with the power of Majin Buu coursing through him, Li Hua's left hand had contorted into an odd shape, yet remained steadfast in controlling the Abyss Knight Lord's body. The Abyss Knight Lord's continuous roars filled the air, the crimson glow emanating from beneath his helmet as radiant as the sun. The fury contained within capable of incinerating any being. A dense black mist surged forth with each heavy breath from the helmet, obscuring all external sight. With great difficulty, Hou Xuan managed, trembling as he grasped the hilt of the mithril short sword. Although the mithril sword could not damage the Abyss Knight Lord's armor, in such dire circumstances, a thrust through the gaps in the faceplate to his throat could still ensure the demise of this malevolent fiend. The Abyss Knight Lord would not let this opportunity slip by. With a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from Hou Xuan's grasp, only to find that the warrior's arm remained coiled around his own like that of a mollusk. Hou Xuan lunged with the mithril sword towards the gap in the Abyss Knight Lord's faceplate, but the Lord's other hand swiftly intervened, the sword piercing through his armored gauntlet while still pointing threateningly at his neck. Worm, this is where it ends. You wish to contend with me? Such foolish delusions. The Abyssal Knight Lord remained dismissive of the flames, perceiving them as nothing more than an insipid reflection of the reptilian warrior he had pierced through the chest with a single shot. In his mind, all warriors were equally feeble and powerless. However, when the Abyssal Knight Lord perceived the mithril dagger steadily thrusting towards his visor, his eyes widened in disbelief. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to yet it remained immovable, steadfast as the mountains. This, impossible. The Abyssal Knight Lord's blood-red eyes bulged like brass bells. Although his stance was not conducive to generating force, the undeniable truth was that he could not budge the flaming arm. How could a creature as feeble as a reptile possess such strength? The calm demeanor of the Abyssal Knight Lord was now replaced with palpable horror. A formidable boss. One must be prepared to be vanquished by players. Ah, warriors! The flames chuckled, relentlessly pressing the dagger forward, uttering words the Abyssal Knight Lord could not comprehend. What kind of boss could not be extinguished by players? Cursed reptile! How dare you humiliate me so? I am the Lord of the Black Knights, the sovereign of Isengard, the most loyal knight to the Emperor and the soul of the Abyss. The Abyssal Knight Lord began to tremble, and then he caught sight of the face of the flames. Freezing in place, the flames had just been struck in the face by the Abyssal Knight Lord's headbutt, reopening the wounds that had only just healed, causing glimmers of starlight to cascade from his face like shattered foundation, revealing the true visage concealed beneath. That ferocious gaze, that sinister smile. Even the embodiment of evil, the Abyssal Knight Lord, felt a deep-seated terror rising within. You, what manner of being are you? The Abyssal Knight Lord's voice quivered with fear. I am your dread. The wickedly intense visage declared this, the corners of his mouth curling into an uncontrollable, maniacal grin. In the face of the Abyssal Knight Lord's despairing gaze, the mithril dagger advanced slowly, yet inexorably, approaching his visor, penetrating, and then gradually piercing through his throat. The Abyssal Knight Lord's eyes widened in shock. With his last vestiges of strength, he struggled feebly twice. Then his body stiffened, succumbing to utter exhaustion. The crimson glow within his helmet dimming, ultimately fading into oblivion. This demon, hailing from the abyss and once invincible, the Lord of the Black Knights, met his ignoble demise in this dilapidated castle. The players of the Black Tulip League were engaged in a desperate struggle against the dread steed. The Black Raven to say they were fighting would be an exaggeration. Their efforts were limited to mere entanglement. Several valiant souls attempting to slay it had already dissipated into motes of light. The fearsome steed, now bereft of its master, was in a state of furious wrath, and even restrained, it was no easy foe to defeat. Julian, Minter, and the other high-ranking members had ceased to focus on the dread steed. Understanding that the true crux of the battlefield lay in the outcome of the confrontation between the Flames and the Abyssal Knight Lord, whether victory or defeat, they could only hope that the Flames would conjure a miracle. Before long, the commotion within the black mist subsided, and the members of the Black Tulip League anxiously fixated on the obscure depths. Even the dread steed's struggles ceased, its blood-red eyes turning towards its master. The sound of footsteps crunching through the grass echoed, steady and unhurried. The players were not disappointed. Hou Xuan emerged from the swirling black mist, wielding a short sword in one hand and a dark, ominous object in the other. The dense fog parted behind him, accentuating his imposing stature. He came to a halt and raised the object aloft, black blood dripping onto the grass. It was the head of the Abyssal Knight Lord. Now devoid of life, we have triumphed, Hou Xuan bellowed. The overwhelming joy left the players momentarily stunned, unable to react promptly. However, the fearsome warhorse, upon seeing its master's severed head, let out a mournful cry, filled with despair, reared back, spewing blood from its gaping maw before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The players of the Black Tulip Guild paid no heed to the fallen abyssal warhorse. They erupted in jubilant cheers, casting aside their weapons to surge towards Liu Hua, lifting him high into the air in unrestrained celebration. Even Julian and Minter joined in, for this moment belonged to Liu Hua, a moment dedicated to a hero. Liu Hua! Liu Hua! The crowd chanted his battle name, fully embracing him as a member of the Black Tulip Guild. He was hoisted high, tossed into the air, and caught again, as cheers reverberated throughout the courtyard that in the distance. Within the shadowy castle, a figure flitted past, emitting a barely audible, disdainful snort. The night was still long. Following the celebration came the task of gathering spoils. The monsters within Phantom Armed would not drop equipment. While low-level creatures might leave behind some materials upon vanishing, larger beasts required a skilled dissembler for processing. Thus, large guilds like the Black Tulip Guild employed not only combatants, but also a multitude of logistical personnel, who proved invaluable at such times. Uncle Fernandez led a group of non-combat players to rendezvous with Julian and the others, bringing a substantial supply of food, provisions, and spare weapons. Upon seeing the still vibrant Liu Hua, he approached and slapped him on the shoulder with hearty laughter. As the combat players replenished their strength with food and drink, they replaced their damaged weapons with brand new ones, still bearing the scent of maintenance oil. Not to mention an array of essential potions. Having endured a grueling battle against the Abyssal Army, the players were now wary of the dire predicament of rationing even a single vial of holy water. Thus, they equipped themselves with a supply half again greater than usual, no longer reluctant to bear the burden of weight. Liu Hua, for the first time, received a marching pack and curiously examined it from all angles. This pack could be fastened around the waist, resembling a belt at first glance. Despite its unassuming appearance, it was quite remarkable, capable of concealing small supplies while maintaining their weight. With this, he no longer needed to worry about supplies being shattered or crushed. However, overloading the pack would give one a taste of what it meant to bear a heavy belt. Liu Hua secured the marching pack and stuffed it with 10 vials of holy water, not forgetting to include a bottle of healing potion to mend his body, finally dispelling the unstable state reminiscent of a painted skin. Of course, along with that, the power of mage imbue faded as well. While the warriors organized their equipment, the logistical team was far from idle. In fact, they were the busiest among them. Not only must we collect the weapons and equipment of the fallen players, but we must also gather magic crystals and special materials from several formidable phantoms. This endeavor requires a level of discernment and decomposition skills that is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The players in real life are either biologists or medical experts, or specialists from slaughterhouses, each exceptionally skilled in their respective fields. Thus, it is rare for anyone to operate as a lone wolf, and many guilds find it challenging to navigate the wilderness. After all, if they manage to hunt successfully, yet only recognize magic crystals and leave other materials in ruins, how can they sustain such a loss? The Black Tulip has reached its current stature largely thanks to Uncle Fernand's leadership of a group of non-combat players, alleviating the burdens of the combat-focused players, seizing the opportunity for a break. Julian gathered a core group of members to convene a strategy meeting, with Liu Hua in attendance. Laughter erupted as the others expressed their gratitude to Liu Hua. Now, the question at hand is whether we should advance or take a moment to recuperate. Let us hear your thoughts, Julian continued. Erda was the first to speak. Gentlemen, time is of the essence. Spending an extra day in the wild incurs additional costs that I believe we should seize the moment to complete today's strategy and capture the prison tower. It is evident that the Abyssal Army has summoned a vast number of corpses and zombies to participate in our siege, consequently reducing the number of undead within the castle and thereby diminishing our challenges in the assault. Moreover, what if another wave of the Abyssal Army arrives tomorrow? It would be prudent for us to first secure the prison tower, allowing us to dictate whether to assault the upper levels of the castle or hold our ground until our resurrected comrades return to bolster our ranks. The initiative would rest firmly in our hands. However, we must also consider the possibility that today's Abyssal Army might only comprise a fraction of their forces if the enemy has already occupied the castle. Adhering to our original plan for an assault could lead to dire consequences. Zaro did not concur with Erda's perspective. If there are indeed more demons and phantoms, we must occupy the prison tower before the Abyssal Army can respond. Our guild is more than capable of handling them, but we must secure a favorable position. Should we be ambushed by the Abyssal Army in the wilderness, it would result in a devastating battle. The prison tower offers the most advantageous terrain for us players to leverage, and it can certainly withstand any potential attacks. Erda remained steadfast in his viewpoint, asserting, moreover, the recently vanquished Major Demon was a demon lord. Undoubtedly, he was the leader of the Abyssal Army. With such a powerful demon eliminated, should we still be concerned about other demons? Erda's argument held merit. As Abyssal Lords, they are sovereign rulers, unbound by any commands save for those of the 7 Emperors of the Abyss. They operate independently, never entangled with other lords. Regardless of how disgraced the recently defeated Abyssal Knight Lord may have been, in the eternal malevolence of the Abyss, he was merely a local tyrant. With his demise, the Abyssal army he commanded would be left leaderless, presenting an optimal opportunity for their annihilation. That I concur with Erda's stance. Even if demons obstruct us, can they possibly be stronger than the Abyssal Knight Lord? Minter remarked, casting a glance at the blazing fire. Her confidence in its strength was evident. Yet, the fire could only muster a wry smile, fully aware of the significant role that cunning and luck played in vanquishing that terrifying archfiend. Should a proper confrontation ensue, it was likely that even 10 more members of the Black Tulip Brigade would not suffice to fell him. However, such demoralizing words would never escape the fire's lips. Indeed, I advocate for an offensive. One voice chimed in. No, I believe caution is paramount. We cannot afford to step once more into the encirclement of the Abyssal army. Another countered. I think. Hey, don't let fear paralyze you. Several captains began to bicker amongst themselves. Julian found himself in a quandary, weighing the pros and cons of both sides. Not a matter of courage, but rather one of profit. That he glanced at the fire, who sat nearby, curiously gazing around. Fire, what are your thoughts? Julian inquired of me. The fire paused, scratching the back of his head, and chuckled. I'm indifferent. However, I must rise in just over an hour. Regardless, I can only assist you in one more battle. The words left the group momentarily speechless, before realization dawned upon them that this young man was not French. His time zone differed from theirs by several hours, earning him the moniker of a member of the jet lag party. Oh, is it nearly 8 o'clock in China now? Minter asked with keen interest. 8 o'clock? The fire was taken aback, envious of the French schedule. No. Chinese middle school students begin their morning reading at 7:30. Classes start at 8, so I must rise before 6:30, have breakfast, and reach school on time. Oh, Chinese students are truly unfortunate. Minter shook his head in disbelief, while the upper echelons of the Black Tulip Brigade expressed their sympathy for the fire. Very well, gentlemen, let us hasten and take action. Julian clapped his hands, resolute. Scouts, advance further. If we find no traces of the Abyssal army, we shall resolve this battle within the hour. A resounding cheer erupted from the captains as they commenced preparations for the assault. Upon receiving the report, Julian acted decisively, ordering an attack on the church and the bell tower according to plan. The members, fully equipped, surged across the expansive outer courtyard, charging toward the church. Along the way, they encountered few monstrous impediments. The occasional reanimated corpse or minor creature was swiftly dispatched by the players, who were unimpeded and soon arrived at the castle's exterior. The players held their breath, crouching against the wall to avoid prematurely alerting the gargoyles, quietly awaiting their moment. Julian gestured to Erd, leading the mongoose team stealthily toward the bell tower. The bell tow after Erd signaled a shield warrior, who nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. He forcefully kicked the decaying wooden door. With a thunderous crash, splinters flew as the door gave way. A few imps, startled by the noise, glanced toward the entrance, only to be trampled into oblivion by the incoming players. Each squad diligently followed their respective leaders, clearing out various rooms along the corridor, while Erd, accompanied by several sharpshooters as well as Li Hua and Ming, provided support from the center. Whenever they encountered formidable foes that could not be swiftly dispatched, they would step in to assist. For a moment, Li Hua found himself with little to do, and thus meandered around with Ming, taking in the surroundings. The Count Balzac's castle, once bustling with life a century ago, had been home to the Balzac Knights and a multitude of auxiliary troops, and it had also housed the Holy Light Order. Consequently, Count Balzac had designated several halls and numerous rooms within the castle as the site for the church. Over the years, these chambers had succumbed to decay, transforming into lairs for malevolent spirits. Faint traces of the decorative style from 100 years prior could still be discerned on the walls and corridors, with the angelic emblem of the Holy Light Order occasionally visible. Stepping out of the corridor led them to the church's chapel, where the tiered sanctuary was strewn with an indeterminate black substance resulting from the rotting wood. the colorful stained glass above had nearly all fallen away, revealing a gaping, dark-ceilinged at the center of the pulpit hung a massive angelic emblem, remarkably well-preserved despite the passage of a century. Ironically, however, perched above the emblem was a gargoyle lord, the very symbol meant to exorcise evil, now serving as a footstool for the malevolent creatures. Li Hua exchanged a glance with Ming, each drawing their weapons. Li Hua was the first to strike, swinging his sword towards the gargoyle. The blade, imbued with holy light, cleaved through the air. Even a fallen angel would avoid its edge, let alone the gargoyle lord. The gargoyle lord flapped its enormous bat-like wings, evading Li Hua's strike, only to be met mid-air by Ming's rapid-fire arrows. With a series of thuds, 2 arrows were deflected by the wings. Yet the last arrow fortuitously found its mark. The gargoyle lord let out an enraged shriek, its long tail lashing as it dove towards Ming. "Don't underestimate me." Li Hua, feeling slighted by the disregard shown towards him, leaped into action that he crouched low before springing high, his sword carving a graceful arc that struck the gargoyle's claw, producing a sound akin to steel clashing against stone as the claw was severed by half. Finally, the gargoyle lord howled in agony, rolling beneath the expansive ceiling of the church before crashing down onto the pulpit. It realized that the two before it were no lightweights and began to wail, attempting to summon its army of the undead. Yet, in its long slumber, it remained oblivious to the fact that its minions had long been conscripted as cannon fodder by the Abyssal Night Lord and swiftly eliminated, with the few loyal servants left being rapidly dispatched under the coordinated efforts of the Black Tulip Brigade. Defeated and disheartened, the gargoyle lord turned to flee. Li Hua, of course, would not let it escape, brandishing his sword as he charged towards the fleeing gargoyle lord. Mingta held his breath, fully taut with anticipation, as the radiant silver arrow imbued with holy light was aimed at the back of the gargoyle lord. Typically, such a shooting position would be exceedingly rare. The gargoyle lord had always soared aloft, exhibiting remarkable agility and never exposing its vulnerable backside. Its skin, comparable to steel in fortitude, rendered it nearly impervious to harm. Ordinary adventurer parties encountering such formidable creatures would require a multitude of shield bearers and powerful attackers to safeguard their marksmanship, relentlessly firing holy silver arrows in hopes of a fortunate strike. However, the Black Tulip Brigade, possessing 2 pieces of ethereal armaments, found themselves at a relative advantage, capable of launching lethal strikes from unexpected angles. Nonetheless, Mingta had never before experienced such an occurrence. The formidable gargoyle lord had actually fled in terror from a single sword strike of fiery wrath. This revelation ignited a fervor within Mingta, his eyes ablaze and his complexion flushed. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Seizing the moment, he loosed an arrow that struck the wing joint of the airborne gargoyle lord, causing it to plummet with a wretched cry, crashing to the ground. "Well done, Miss Mint." Fiery Wrath, observing the gargoyle lord hovering just out of reach, was pleasantly surprised by Mingta's precise shot that resolved his dilemma. And he lunged forward as if he had slain the gargoyle lord himself. Clang! The unfortunate gargoyle lord, unaccustomed to such injury, found one of its wings severed by Fiery Wrath's sword. Yet, it did not surrender easily. Screeching as it clawed at Fiery Wrath, the clash of their weapons resonating like the sound of ringing steel, but neither could gain the upper hand. Although taken aback, Fiery Wrath, with his extraordinary reflexes, never needed to engage the monster Dedar a century ago. During the incursion of the Abyssal Army, the formidable prison tower became the final bastion of resistance for the entire Count Balzac's castle. Ultimately, the descendants of Count Balzac sealed off the upper levels of the prison tower, seizing the opportunity to leap into the lake from the tower's windows and make their escape. Consequently, the lower levels of the prison tower became overrun with various malevolent spirits, while the sealed upper levels remained relatively intact. Should the Black Tulip Brigade manage to occupy the upper levels of the prison tower, they could clear the blocked passages and gain direct access to the upper sections of the castle, circumventing the need to traverse the entire inner courtyard. Such an action would amount to declaring war against the castle's myriad of specters and gargoyle lords, an utterly foolish endeavor. Therefore, to fulfill the commission of Viscount Ilias, the most prudent course of action was to swiftly infiltrate and seize control of the prison tower. As anticipated, having lost a significant number of zombies and ghouls as cover, the malevolent entities in the lower levels of the prison proved to be only marginally stronger than the players. The gargoyles detested such environments, and after vanquishing the sole Black Knight transformed from a long-ago jailer, they successfully cleared a path to the upper levels of the prison tower. Julian produced a parchment from Viscount Illy, referencing hidden markings to extract several bricks from the wall, revealing a dark, gaping hole adorned with spiraled engravings. That moment, a burly figure retrieved a T-shaped iron rod from his back, fitting it into the spirals. It dawned on Liu Hua why he had seen this player idly wandering about with this apparatus. It was indeed a clever maneuver. This was a replica of the rotary lever crafted by Viscount Ilias based on historical records. Originally made of wood, but having decayed over the years, it was now recreated in iron by a blacksmith. Julian explained to Liu Hua that despite its seemingly simple appearance, the engravings on the rod were not something an ordinary blacksmith. How intriguing. May I give it a turn? Liu Hua said, rolling up his sleeves. No. Julian exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he halted him. This device hasn't been operated in a century. Who knows what it might do? Let them handle it. If something goes awry, we can rectify it. But if you turn it and something goes wrong, where shall we find solace? Ready. Once we confirm this contraption is functional, a shield warrior commanded. I will count to 3, and we shall pull together. 1, 2, 3. With a collective effort, several shield warriors strained against the rotary lever, which began to turn slowly. A cacophony of grinding echoed from within the thick walls. Reminiscent of a bicycle that had languished outdoors for years suddenly coming to life. It was evident to the players that the mechanism had rusted significantly over time, but as the mechanism rotated, the sound gradually transitioned from the walls to overhead, ascending toward an unknown height, evoking a sense of reverence in the players for a mechanism that could still function after a century. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the ceiling, and as the mechanism was on the verge of activation, the players instinctively leaned forward to witness what would materialize. The result was a thunderous explosion as the dilapidated ceiling blew apart. Countless streams of a dark, unidentified substance erupted forth, drenching everyone present in a cloud of debris. Cough, cough, cough. The searing flames were alarmingly close, and I was overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of deep decay and abyssal corruption that assailed my senses, causing me to stagger out hastily. In my frantic escape, I inadvertently grabbed hold of Mint, who, poor French girl that she was, nearly succumbed to the foul miasma. What on earth is this? Liu Hua inquired with a grimace. Cough, cough, cough. Julian, also afflicted by the noxious fumes, apologized profusely. I completely forgot. After all these years, the remnants in the passage should have long since rotted away. Cough, cough, cough. Captain, you truly have a knack for mischief, lamented a player, his face a portrait of despair. Ugh, some players were even doubled over, retching uncontrollably. The horrific odor was unbearable, evoking a visceral rejection that penetrated both body and mind. I lifted my gaze. It had once been an opening accessible by a wooden ladder, which could be raised by mechanisms in times of necessity, such as during the abyssal invasion a century ago. Now, however, all potential climbing aids had turned to dust, leaving only a dark, gaping void. How do we ascend? Liu Hua measured the distance with his hand, deeming it impossible to leap up. Fear not. Julian observed for a moment before instructing someone to retrieve several slender iron rods, which were bound together with fishing line. A few skilled archers then shot them upwards. Such tools would be inadequate for ordinary individuals, but they sufficed for the scouts, and soon Zoro and a few others began their ascent. After a brief commotion above, they lowered a genuine rope ladder, which the players below secured before climbing up. The upper levels of the prison tower were considerably more refreshing. Although the passages were entirely blocked, they were still manageable for those within, and the other side revealed windows, albeit overgrown with strange flora, which could be cleared with some effort. Naturally, all original furnishings had succumbed to decay, indicating a thorough cleanup was in order. Gentlemen, Julian clapped his hands, addressing the players. As you can all see, we must first tidy up this place before engaging in battle. No, the players wailed in despair, recalling the excruciating task of excavating corpses in the town. Although they were spared the digging this time, the sight of these unrecognizable, putrid remnants was hardly an improvement. Gentlemen, let us take action. Julian urged this band of slothful individuals, likely accustomed to sleeping in doghouses in the real world, to commence the cleanup. Liu Hua joined the effort, clearing away the inky, unidentified matter, forced to wield his sword as a makeshift shovel due to the lack of tools. Fortunately, this was a game, and players' weapons retained their undiminished attributes in a non-combat state. Otherwise, his sword would surely lament. Others followed suit, grimacing as they drew their weapons to clear the debris from each room, tearing down the ghostly vines clinging to the sills and incinerating them. Gradually, the upper levels of the prison tower transformed, shedding their former desolation and taking on a semblance of liveliness, resembling a place fit for human habitation. The largest room, once the office of the warden, was naturally repurposed as the operational meeting room for the Black Tulip Brigade. As the flames sought out Julian, they were fashioning a makeshift conference table from scaffolding, upon which they spread various topographical maps and castle blueprints. "Hey, Julian," Fire greeted him. "Fire, have a sip of this," Minter said with a cheerful smile as she handed Fire a vividly colorful drink, enjoying the privilege of not engaging in the laborious tasks typically assigned to her gender. "Ah, Miss Mint, thank you," Fire exclaimed, downing half the glass in one go. The flavor was delightful, imbued with a peculiar freshness that seemed to soothe the spirit. "This is truly exquisite. It's the honey brew of the wind sprites. A rather precious beverage." Minter winked. "Only for you." Fire, "Duh. This is too generous of you," Fire replied, a touch bashful as he rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat inept at handling such flirtations from a French girl. He then shifted the conversation, addressing Julian. "Captain, I'm about to log off. Just wanted to let you know. Oh, is it already that time?" Julian instinctively glanced at the clock. "Then don't delay. You can log out in the room inside." It was originally the wardeness' bedroom, making it a perfect safe house. "All right, I'll take my leave," Fire said, turning to return the empty glass to Minter. "Miss Mint, thank you for your hospitality. Until tomorrow. Remember to log in early tomorrow," Minter teased, her voice laced with allure. Ahem. Fire was utterly flustered by this. "I will. Goodbye, Miss Mint." He hastily retreated to the back room, the sound of Minter's triumphant laughter trailing behind him. Standing in the room, Fire shook his head in exasperation, calming his nerves before locating the menu button to select the logout function, commanding vocally, "Log out." A flash of light swept by, and Fire's phantom limb departed this realm. Chapter 11. Logout and Envy, Jealousy, Hatred. The dawn was just beginning to break when Imo's room, as customary, was stirred to life by the punctual alarm clock. Beep, 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 beep. Imo slapped a hand down upon the clock, silencing the clamor abruptly. Lying in bed, the VR headset atop his head emitted a gentle blue glow. "Thank you for using our product. See you next time. You create the new world," with a swift sound. The screen darkened, the fully obscured visor lifted, loosening the previously sealed VR headset, revealing Imo's eyes. "Hello, new world." It was 6:03 a.m. As per his routine, Imo turned on the music and began his morning ablutions, donning his attire while the soothing strums of a guitar played in the background. Once prepared, he descended to the community garden, jogging a couple of laps before engaging in a bout of shadowboxing, repeating the familiar motions of his daily regimen. Yet in Imo's heart, this world had transformed. He himself had changed. He was no longer merely Imo. He was also Fire, a fledgling adventurer in the game, a ranger of the wasteland. Perhaps it was not merely a game. Perhaps it was a true new world in the realm of phantom armament. Imo has finally discovered a new path, with the formidable physique bestowed by the phantom limb. His martial arts seem to have touched the fringes of a higher realm. The shackles that bind martial arts in the real world appear to have vanished in that domain, igniting within Imo a fervent desire to immerse himself entirely in that world. However, he knows he cannot completely lose himself there. Just as a student preparing for the college entrance examination, Imo remains committed to his principles, diligently completing every task with integrity and dedication, a creed he holds dear. Upon returning home, he quickly took a shower, dried himself in the warm chamber, and changed into his high school uniform, ready to meet Tong Junwen and head to school together. Today, Xiao Mo felt particularly joyful. Tong Junwen perched on the back of the bicycle, her feet dangling. "Is there?" Imo asked, a hint of sheepishness as he touched his nose. "Indeed," Tong Junwen replied with unwavering certainty. "You must have slept very soundly." "Then, straight through until dawn," Imo chuckled. The girl pressed her face against his back and after a moment, spoke. "Xiao Mo, if the pressure feels overwhelming, it's all right to give up." "Foolishness," we agreed to pursue. "So of course we must strive earnestly," Imo replied, gently patting Tong Junwen's hand. No matter the circumstances, this was their final year of high school. The schedule at Yiyun High School begins with morning reading at 7:30, followed by a 10-minute break, and classes starting at 8:00. As the secretary of the student council, Tong Junwen needed to arrive at the student council office by 7 o'clock each morning, obliging Imo to endure the early hour as well. Initially, Yimo had assumed that Tong Junwen's nature would dissuade her from taking on such responsibilities, yet he was surprised to find that she had indeed accepted the role of secretary, diligently managing various student affairs. Though she offered no explanation, Yimo suspected that she genuinely wished to embrace her high school experience. Upon arriving at the classroom that day, Yimo noticed that Hou Xuan had yet to arrive. Typically, Hou Xuan was an early bird, driven to school by his father's car. Speaking of Hou Xuan's workaholic father, he would rouse Hou Xuan at the break of dawn, ensuring he was washed, dressed, and ready to partake in breakfast as a family before whisking him away to school before 7:00. Meanwhile, his father would commence his rounds at the company shortly thereafter, much like a king surveying his domain. When Yimo learned of this from Hou Xuan, he felt a deep sympathy for his friend while also admiring his father's discipline. Being wealthy was no easy feat. Seated at his desk, Yimo, in a state of ennui, pulled out his phone and began browsing for information on games online, particularly the monsters that inhabited the Fengdu underground palace. After a night filled with fright, Yimo had begun to develop an immunity to the imagery of such creatures. Perhaps the power of the phantom limb had instilled a false sense of security in him, for he felt less fearful of supernatural occurrences in the real world. After all, even ghosts could meet their demise. And Yimo found himself inexplicably confident. Yimo, there's only a month left until the unified examination. How do you feel about studying now? Is there pressure? A gentle male voice suddenly inquired from beside him. Yimo glanced over. It was Pang Xiujing, the class's study monitor. This individual seemed courteous to everyone, garnering the admiration of the girls, yet he often delivered veiled jabs at Yimo, which tempered Yimo's regard for him. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed committee member for your concern. I indulge in ample nourishment and enjoy restful slumber every day. Achieving a passing grade poses no challenge for me. With unwavering focus on his phone, Yimo remarked without lifting his gaze. Haha. After all, we are the CRME de la CRME. Even on a citywide scale, our class commands respect. The notion of merely passing is, quite frankly, an affront to our standards. With a feigned smile, Pang Xiujing adjusted her glasses and, with a hint of malice, suggested, if you find yourself only capable of passing, perhaps I should offer my guidance? I possess considerable experience in tutoring students who are lagging behind. Thank you, but that's unnecessary, Yimo drawled, his tone laced with impatience. Wenwen tutors me daily, so I needn't trouble anyone else. Indeed, classmate Tong Junwen is the pride of Yiyun High School and the hope of this year's candidates. Destined to enter the Imperial Capital University as the top scholar, it would be unfortunate if your distractions hinder your revision. Pang Xiujing wore an earnest expression. While I may not surpass her, I am also capable of scoring over 140. Without the pressure of competing for first place, I can spare time to assist you. Please do not decline. Your score of 140 reflects your own limitations. Wenwen's score of 150 corresponds to the maximum on the test, Yimo retorted dismissively. Furthermore, whether Wenwen aspires to be the top scholar of the province is none of your concern. Likewise, my desire to merely pass is irrelevant to you. Haha. Pang Xiujing's face twitched as she struggled to contain her anger, glancing at Yimo's phone screen. With only a month left before the unified examination, what could possibly hold your attention? Oh, a game. I see. With a stern expression, Pang Xiujing coldly declared, as the academic representative, I must admonish you. Such individuals cannot coexist in an elite class. Playing games so close to the exams tarnishes our reputation. If you remain obstinate, I implore you to leave this class. I represent all the diligent students here in urging your departure. Yimo smirked, initially intending to ignore her, but her persistence only fueled his irritation. Casting a sidelong glance at her, the usually mild-mannered Yimo's words turned sharp. Who do you think you are? Who do you represent? Is it your prerogative to decide my presence in this class? My admission here is of no concern to you. Do you truly believe yourself to be of significance? What will you do if you find my presence disagreeable? Hey, you four-eyed brat. Do you think you have a say in this class? What relation do you have to Tong Junwen? Your glasses are wasted on you. Do you lack perception? Or has your studying rendered you dull? A brash voice emerged from behind, as Hou Xuan interjected. Step aside and don't be a nuisance, you all. Humph. Pang Xiujing dared not provoke a wealthy second generation like Hou Xuan and could only leave in frustration. You should take care. What is this, Anyway, Hou Xuan scoffed, disdainfully watching Pang Xiujing's retreating figure before suddenly seizing Yimo by the neck, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, You, where were you yesterday? You left me waiting in vain. I couldn't even add you as a friend. I lost face in front of the team. Wait, don't be so rough. Ahem, I truly had my reasons, Yimo gasped, struggling against his grip. Lodging a complaint truly effective. After all, the fault lies with me initially. Yimo is somewhat vexed as well. Nevertheless, I suppose it is worth a try to file a complaint, considering the imposition of forced reincarnation upon players, which disregards their preferences. Surely, one can seek an explanation. What was I thinking? Teasing the GM. Yimo wears a lamenting expression, sighing, and yet I cannot believe that you wouldn't want to experiment when entering the game. I knew it. Yimo claps his hands, exclaiming that who wouldn't feel a sense of curiosity. This GM, feigning indifference like a lifeless puppet, suddenly unleashed a barrage of attacks upon me. There must be something amiss. No, I must certainly submit a complaint. It's utterly unreasonable. I merely touched a mere puppet, while you engaged with a genuine GM. Hou Xuan is filled with indignation. Hey, are you missing the point here? You scoundrel. I envy you. Why do you always stumble? Hou Xuan locks Yimo's throat in a crosshold, shaking him. Let us discuss this calmly. Release me. Release me. Chapter 12. Hou Xuan's bet and complaint. Naturally, Yimo would not divulge today's events to Tong Junwen. His approach towards such individuals is to disregard them entirely. However, should one dare to overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to respond with severity. Furthermore, Yimo harbors no desire to engage in childish games with these adolescent boys, especially since Tong Junwen is far from being a naive young girl. During the break, Hou Xuan rests his head despondently on the desk, seemingly regretting his actions to the point of wishing to crash into a wall. Yimo, my friend, we are doomed. The mournful gaze from Hou Xuan sends shivers down Yimo's spine. No. What is it that you wish to say? Yimo jolts, rubbing his arms. It turns out this fellow, upon successfully recruiting Yimo into his ranks, has become quite puffed up with pride. His group already boasts 2 skilled individuals and several promising talents, making it a commendable organization within the entirety of Baja City. With Yimo's addition, it is quite possible they could rank among the top 50 on the Baja City boundary stone, bringing his dream of forming a formidable armed faction within the game tantalizingly within reach. Another noteworthy group from the Yiyun district hails from Hou High School. Speaking of Hou High School, it is notoriously known as a failing institution. Many prominent figures from various clubs originate from there. As the training ground for the underground world, it is certainly not lacking in resources. The students of Hou High School, who previously engaged in betting matches on various esports games and cyber cafes, now find it easier to leverage their brawling skills and fantasy armament, resulting in a significant influx of resources into the game, thus establishing the Hou faction in the Yiyun district. Hou Xuan's faction and Hou's can be seen as the dual paragons, although they frequently find themselves in competition with one another. Hou Xuan's faction is named the Hou Zai Wu faction, and incidentally, Hou Xuan's father is named Hou Da. His family's company is called the Hou Zai Wu Group, which, as the name suggests, is a logistics giant spanning across Long Province and several surrounding provinces, wielding substantial capital strength. Observing his son's growing prominence within the game, he naturally entertained the idea of investing a substantial sum to bolster the faction's development. Coincidentally, just yesterday, Hou Xuan's esteemed Hou Zai Wu Brigade surpassed the milestone of 80 members, elevating their status significantly above that of the He Dao Brigade. Furthermore, they have recruited the formidable figure Emo, whom Hou Xuan has long admired, and it is anticipated that, given Emo's capabilities, he will soon assume a pivotal role within the team. At that point, the He Dao Brigade will undoubtedly be left far behind. In the game, the two factions encountered each other at the boundary stone, and with Hou Xuan's boastful demeanor, it was inevitable that a few words of banter would ensue as the conversation escalated. It nearly erupted into a physical confrontation. Ultimately, both sides made a wager. In the upcoming Strongman League a month later, the team that finishes lower must surrender the rare illusionary seal, a core item obtained during their sole mission. From Hou Xuan's perspective, with Emo's addition, victory in this bet seemed assured. Little did he anticipate that Emo would unexpectedly be dispatched to France. This turn of events left him utterly unprepared. And to make matters worse, he had just received news that the He Dao Brigade had enlisted 2 powerful individuals, likely linked to the guild emerging from Long City. With their assistance, the He Dao Brigade commenced their assault on the Demon Suppression Tower during the day and had already reached the brink of the 40th floor. It appeared that by the time of the next assessment, they would likely secure at least a 90th place ranking, which left Hou Xuan in a state of anxiety. Emo chuckled. Are you not concerned about my abilities? What if I am merely a novice? Oh, spare me the jest. If you claim to be lacking in skill, what does that make me? A mere waste. Hou Xuan had never doubted. Well, IT should be manageable, provided everything goes smoothly, Emo replied. Hou Xuan, filled with excitement, grasped Emo's shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, Good brother, I am counting on you. Emo raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you propose? Of course, we can delete the account, reset everything, and re-enter the game. And voil, Hou Xuan proclaimed with a clap of his hands. This that Emo sensed that Hou Xuan was leading him astray. How exactly do we go about that? Just head to the experience store, perform a reset, and all will be well, Hou Xuan boasted. Filled with self-admiration for his brilliant idea, Emo was tempted to slam the table down on Hou Xuan's head. Get lost, I refuse. After school, Tong Junwen still made his way to the library, while Emo seized the opportunity to accompany Hou Xuan to the C1 experience store, not to delete an account, but rather to lodge a complaint regarding Emo's unexpected relocation to the French player zone. Upon arriving at the C1 experience store, it was bustling with activity, with many queuing in the Viri area to purchase Viri headsets and undergo initialization. Various promotional videos played throughout the space, showcasing the high-tech products of the Chosen One Corporation, evoking a sense of a futuristic world. Although Emo found each product intriguing, this was not the time for leisure. The two found the service window and began filling out a complaint form, which they submitted to the customer service representative. The representative examined Emo's complaint with a serious demeanor and, after a moment, addressed him. Good day, sir. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to your gaming experience. Please hold on for a moment. Our manager will come to discuss this matter with you in detail. After a while, a shrewd-looking man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached. Upon noticing the two middle school students, he displayed no signs of surprise, shook hands with them, and then took a seat. I have just perused your complaint form and sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. However, as you are aware, we have implemented AI systems in the reincarnation hall precisely to prevent such occurrences. Yet, I genuinely found myself cast away to France. Immer thought the other party was attempting to evade responsibility. No, you misunderstand. What I intend to convey is that having a GM substitute for AI in player activities is strictly prohibited by our regulations. Please describe the appearance of the GM who engaged in this misconduct, and we will impose appropriate sanctions on her, as well as provide you with suitable compensation. Very well, sir, I shall relay your sentiments, the manager replied with a smile and a nod. Immer exhaled in relief. He was not one to blame others or trouble them due to his own predicaments, and it would be preferable for this mischievous GM to avoid punishment. He then began to describe her appearance, unaware that as he spoke, the manager's expression grew increasingly peculiar, appearing quite pained that is roughly her appearance. Oh, and she has a somewhat irritable temperament. After finishing his description, Immer took a sip of tea. Thank you for providing that information. The manager appeared momentarily awkward, unsure of what to say. I will report this to the company. Please exercise patience as we await the outcome. We will notify you directly in Viri. Chapter 13. Tong Junwen's discontent on the way. Immer suddenly found himself reminiscing about his companions in the game, although they had only been teammates for less than 8 hours. It felt as if they were comrades he could rely on with his very life. At AT-17, Immer had never envisioned himself as a potential savior. He had always practiced martial arts. Yet what could martial arts truly accomplish? Neither his mentor nor he had any inkling, and no one else could provide him with answers. The current world was one dominated by technology, where those who studied combat were regarded as anomalies, and practitioners of martial arts were exceedingly rare. He had scarcely encountered any. Even when he did meet a few, their prowess was worlds apart from his own. Eventually, he surpassed his mentor by a considerable margin, leaving him without guidance for the road ahead. After years of solitary and lonely training, Immer unexpectedly discovered a path for martial arts within the game. That it was a realm strikingly akin to reality, where a virtual body could perform feats that were unattainable in the physical world. The limits of martial arts were tangible in that realm, and perhaps he could ascend to even greater heights in the future. Immer held this belief steadfastly. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at a crossroads and abruptly halted. Looking up, he then turned his bicycle and rode uphill. The incline was steep, unlike the gentle slope of the previous direction, compelling Immer to stand on the pedals as he cycled. After 10 minutes of this exertion, he arrived at the steps of Baoyuan Temple. He secured his bicycle and ascended the steps. Upon reaching the grand entrance, he knocked twice, but, as anticipated, there was no response. Upon entering, one discovers peculiar talismans affixed to the grand entrance, fluttering high above. Not only at the gate, but as Yimo gazes to either side, he observes an abundance of these strange symbols adorning the walls, instilling a sense of unease. The haunting cries of unknown birds occasionally pierce the air, further amplifying the eerie atmosphere surrounding the Baoyuan temple. Suppressing his trepidation, Yimo wanders along the perimeter wall in search of an entryway. And in his meandering, unexpectedly finds himself outside the rear hall. Catching sight of the familiar eaves, unable to contain himself, he calls out loudly, "Daozhong, are you still there? Daozhong?" Yet, no response greets him. Instead, the cries of the unknown birds grow even more chilling, filling the air with a sinister resonance. Sensing impending doom, just as he resolves to retreat, a faint sound suddenly reaches his ears. Startled, Yimo surveys his surroundings, but sees no source for the sound, nor any sign of life. Only the sorrowful bird cries echo around him, leading him to wonder if he is merely imagining things. Just now, that representative from the English class, Jing, suddenly rushed to the library to find me. Tong Junwen remarked as she fed Yimo. "Is that so? Why does he care about your English grades?" Tong Junwen queried, a look of confusion on her face. Yimo chuckled, slightly amused. "Who knows what he's concerned about?" He smirked, his expression a mix of laughter and jest. "Nonsense, my English is quite good. Just yesterday, I was chatting online in English with a French person." "Really? What did you discuss?" Tong Junwen, well aware of his English proficiency, was genuinely curious about the content of their conversation. "A lot, like water and food. Ni hao." Translator, "Plenty." Yimo spoke the truth. The second one was in Chinese, right? Tong Junwen pinched his soft flesh playfully. Of course, it was English coming from a foreigner. The Chinese pronunciation sounds so awkward. When I heard it, I thought she was cursing me, like Nima, and I was left wondering if she meant no more anima. Yimo offered a humorous critique of the French girl's pronunciation. "What a joke." Tong Junwen couldn't help but chuckle as she pinched him again. "But do you really need that Jing to tutor you in English? His name is Pang Xiujing." Yimo laughed. Dismissing the matter, "Let him be. What a self-important fellow, meddling in others' affairs." Tong Junwen felt indifferent, yet a flicker of discontent sparkled in her eyes, though not directed at Yimo. Upon returning home, she had already prepared dinner. Today featuring a delightful pork rib soup, its sweet aroma irresistible to Yimo. "Mom, why have you made soup again today?" Tong Junwen, not particularly fond of soup, would often remark, "Soup contains nothing but fat and lacks real nourishment." Of course, she only dared to voice such opinions in front of Yimo, never in the presence of Shizina, especially with the imminent examinations looming. She, with a cheerful smile, declared, "I announce that until the examinations conclude, we shall have soup every day. This is a special brain-boosting recipe I learned. Every parent's preparing this for their children. We can't fall behind." As she spoke, she clenched her fist, exuding an air of determination. Tong Junwen discreetly rolled her eyes, while Yimo, happily sipping her soup, discreetly gave a thumbs up, prompting an irate glare from Tong Junwen. After satisfying their appetites, it was time for the evening tutoring session, which focused on English speaking, reading, and grammar. It seemed that Pang Xiujing's actions had led Tong Junwen to misinterpret the situation, believing it to be a subtle critique of her teaching. Yimo pondered, somewhat troubled by a toothache. "New world, here I come again." Yimo gazed at the VRI on her bedside, feeling an inexplicable thrill. "Activate." Yimo commanded vocally. The VRI emitted a soft blue glow, and Yimo's body straightened, falling into a silent slumber as if in deep sleep. Chapter 14. Reconnection. Fire of Fury Online. Once again, in the safe house at Logoff, the twilight was deep, the castle silent, with the occasional shadow flitting by outside the window, accompanied by eerie laughter. The menu flickered, dancing in Fire of Fury's view. With a thought, he opened it, revealing a message from the Chosen One company. "Dear player, we sincerely apologize for the negative impact on your gaming experience due to our customer service issues. To compensate for the losses incurred during this process, we will provide you with a set of limited edition equipment. Please retrieve it in a safe environment. That we appreciate your understanding and once again express our heartfelt apologies. A new world awaits your creation." Fire of Fury's eyes brightened. He had not held out much hope, yet here was a surprise. A set of limited edition equipment. He hastily retrieved the items attached to the message, a square-shaped cube, its cream-like surface emanating a wondrous glow, distinctly different from the native creations in the game. The Chosen One's miracle armor granted to players who have made outstanding contributions to the development of Phantom armament. Special effects: lightweight, anti-magic, self-repairing. Point 3 Special effects. It was worth noting that even the silver short sword, which made quick work of demons, had only the effect of dispelling evil. Fire of Fury was suddenly enveloped in immense joy. Such equipment was akin to a divine artifact for him at this moment. He had never anticipated that the Chosen One company would be so generous as to directly gift him such equipment. And any lingering dissatisfaction about being thrown into France evaporated. Unfold. Fire of Fury eagerly commanded the cube. This equipment is limited to the following player. Battle name: Fire of Fury, Vrin. CN3F25053. Verification successful. Before him, the cube opened layer by layer, its thin outer shell expanding to form various shapes, and with a flash of strange light, a complete set of light armor materialized before Fire of Fury's eyes. The material of the miracle armor appears to be non-metallic, its ethereal shell radiating a pearlescent sheen. The components encompass shoulder plates, torso armor, gauntlets, skirt armor, leg armor, and a helmet that can unfurl and retract at will. One cannot deny that this lightweight armor boasts a far more striking appearance than the standard light armor of the Black Tulip Brigade, especially considering its enchanting effects that render it only 1/3 the weight of the conventional light armor. Liu Hua could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the miracle armor, projecting a mirror to admire his new visage, and he found himself utterly satisfied. The pristine white armor clung to his form, neither cumbersome nor compromising the protection of vital and vulnerable areas. The faceplate and gauntlets could open and close freely, allowing for unimpeded movement during non-combat situations. The exquisitely crafted leg armor combined the defensive prowess of iron with the lightness of leather boots, embodying a fine balance of style and combat readiness. Gazing at his reflection, Liu Hua nodded in approval, striking several poses with a flair that exuded coolness. He was utterly enamored. After indulging in his vanity for a moment, Liu Hua picked up the weapon that accompanied the miracle armor, a resplendent longsword. Initially, he presumed that with the miracle armor in hand, the weapon would merely be a supplementary item. However, upon grasping it and reading the inscription, he realized his misjudgment. The Chosen One company had been remarkably generous. Qianshe, Liu Hua's miracle sword effects. Banish evil, sharpness special skill. Requires the order of fantasy and angelic sword. Light Liu Hua could hardly maintain his composure. Even with limited experience in online gaming, the mere fact that the weapon bore the name of a player signaled its extraordinary nature. This was the sort of privilege typically reserved for legendary artisan weapons. Countless individuals would spend exorbitant sums, without batting an eye, simply to possess a weapon bearing their name, believing themselves fortunate in the process. Yet here was Liu Hua, a novice who had just entered the game, receiving such a weapon as compensation for an accident. If it were this easy, players would eagerly prostrate themselves before the GM, pleading for a mere glance at the GM's high heels. No, they would be begging for a favor. Although the effects were limited to 2, there remained a significant gap to the 4 or more effects of a fantasy armament. However, it was crucial to note that it required the Order of Fantasy to activate its special skill. What was the Order of Fantasy? A vital component capable of inciting animosity between 2 brigades. This indicated that the sword was, in fact, a rare embryonic fantasy armament. It required no materials and could directly evolve into a fantasy armament embryo. Though it still needed the elusive angelic sword light, the prospect of wielding a fantasy armament was exhilarating. At that moment, Liu Hua was overwhelmed with joy, standing motionless, mouth agape, his expression utterly frozen. After a brief pause, he erupted into unabashed cheers. Yahoo! I have I now. Liu Hua jumped around in a daze, his elation indescribable. After all, this was a fantasy armament. Yet, it was curious that amidst his laughter and commotion in the safe house, he did not pique the curiosity of the brigade players. Liu Hua pushed open the door, ready to greet his comrades. The scene that greeted him sent a chill down his spine, foreboding trouble. As a temporary command center and meeting room, the outer area should have been bustling with activity. Even if no one was currently online, there ought to have been individuals on standby. However, what lay before me felt utterly amiss. Several chairs and weapon racks lay strewn across the ground, and sheets of parchment were carelessly discarded on the table, with some even littering the floor. Most alarming was the absence of a single soul within the office. The scene before me evoked memories of the fall of the empire, reminiscent of a hasty retreat. But how could this be? We had intended to spend several days strategizing our siege of the castle. How could they simply abandon it? Suddenly, I recalled having added a few friends, and I hurriedly accessed the menu, opened my PDA, and sent messages to them, only to be met with the cold, unyielding system prompt. Player is in an unreachable state. What on earth? I felt a surge of frustration as I scoured each room, only to find yesterday's vibrant spaces reduced to mere remnants of debris. The castle sky remained shrouded in perpetual darkness, rendering me unable to discern whether dawn had broken outside. I could only navigate through the pale moonlight. The absence of any signs of conflict suggested that the withdrawal from the prison tower had been an intentional action by the Black Tulip Brigade. But why? As I pondered this, I arrived at the sole hidden door I had discovered yesterday, which had not been completely obstructed. Traces of players' departure were still evident here, indicating that the Black Tulip Brigade had commenced their assault on the castle from this very point. A sinister thought crept into my mind. Could it be that they had been annihilated? Regardless, it was imperative to venture into the castle and ascertain the truth. Preparing myself, I readied to unlock the hidden door and set forth. Chapter 15. Soul of the Abyss. 1. I groped about until I located the mechanism I had discovered during the day, pulling it with all my might. In no time, a fissure opened in the wall, wide enough for passage, revealing a short corridor that I slipped through the opening, deftly closing the mechanism behind me, causing the entrance to vanish, and then I stealthily made my way out. This wall was part of the castle's outer structure, meaning that beyond it lay an abyss, devoid of anything. Yet beneath my feet was a narrow pathway situated beneath the roof. This served as a drainage channel for rainwater from the castle tower. Given the vast expanse of the castle, during inclement weather, the accumulated rainfall could become a formidable torrent, necessitating the existence of an extensive drainage system. Now, however, these once functional facilities had transformed into a passageway for players. The channel was sufficiently wide, almost akin to a small river, allowing me to traverse it with my sword sheathed without hindrance. Naturally, I had to remain cautious of my footing. After all, this was an edifice built a century prior, and a misstep onto a loose brick could result in a fatal fall. As I proceeded along the drainage channel, small flying demons occasionally flitted across the sky, emitting chilling cries. I had to be cautious not to attract the attention of the gargoyles perched atop the roof. Provoking them in such circumstances would be tantamount to courting death. Even if I could contend with a gargoyle, it could swiftly summon reinforcements, leaving me utterly trapped in this desolate realm with no hope of escape. Fortunately, the tranquility of the past century had rendered the gargoyles complacent, devoid of any vigilance. In a relentless pursuit, the flames of Liu Hua discovered traces of the Black Tulip Brigade's activities on a relatively spacious platform within the water trough. He noticed several claws firmly secured to it, indicating that this was indeed the entrance to the ancient castle. Liu Hua paused, exploring his surroundings, and behind a stone, he found 3 or 4 coils of rope. It seemed that the Black Tulip Brigade had indeed made a hasty retreat. Otherwise, they would not have left the ropes so neatly organized. However, what circumstances could have compelled the players to withdraw? Liu Hua retrieved a coil and, recalling his memory, secured the rope before lowering himself from the edge of the trough. Below this platform lay a windowsill, perfectly suited for entry into the castle's interior. After fastening his harness, Liu Hua approached the edge of the trough, only then realizing the castle's imposing height. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Liu Hua's forehead, leaving him slightly dizzied. 17, having never engaged in rock climbing or extreme sports on tall buildings. He suddenly recognized his latent acrophobia. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously turned his back to the outside, fastening his harness as he began to descend slowly. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and he safely reached the windowsill. However, due to the gap between the windowsill and the rope, it took considerable resolve for Liu Hua to swing into the corridor using centrifugal force. As he flipped in midair, being a novice at such maneuvers, he mismanaged his strength and landed with a thud on the floor. Cough, cough, cough. Ouch, that hurts. Liu Hua groaned, rubbing his nose, now reddened from the impact, feeling tears welling up from the pain. After a prolonged moment of brushing off the dust and nursing his nose, he finally ceased his lamentations. Fortunately, the landing site was devoid of any specters. It was a long corridor bathed in the pale light of the moon filtering through the window panes. The floor was strewn with rubble and debris, with rooms or passages visible at intervals, their details obscured by the dim light. This corridor, perhaps a century ago, may have been a grand promenade, but now, 100 years later, it lay in ruin. Signs of a small team of players were evident. Likely an exploration party composed of the mongoose team and several scouts. As Liu Hua discovered a mongoose team's military pack and some trinkets commonly used by the scouts, their whereabouts were easily discernible, as the litter and dust revealed all. Following the player's trail, Liu Hua arrived at a pitch-black passage where visibility was entirely compromised. Suddenly, he recalled a peculiar gadget gifted to him by Mitt, a creation of some eccentric players in the brigade who fancied transporting real-world items into the game. It was a finger-sized flashlight that consumed holy water instead of electricity. Eccentric as it was, this contraption proved to be invaluable at that moment, for Liu Hua was utterly incapable of igniting a fire with flint. Faced with the reality that a torch and half a bag of oil in the corridor were unusable, he felt a pang of frustration at the thought of wasting precious holy water. Regrettably, these peculiar players have been unable to replicate the matchstick and lighter. Should they resort to using flint in a hasty manner, they might find themselves pressed for time, and further, there lies the peril of inadvertently provoking a catastrophic explosion, potentially attracting the attention of gargoyles or other airborne specters, an outcome of dire consequence. Moreover, the PDA serves solely for the player's personal use. Relying on it for illumination is utterly implausible. The utility of the small flashlight can only be described as marginal. The feeble light is further compromised by the erratic flickering caused by the movement of holy water. Hence, Liu Hua must strive to maintain the flashlight's stability, cautiously advancing in accordance with the traces upon the ground. Thanks to his exceptional perceptive abilities, he has thus far managed to avoid stepping into any pitfalls. Suddenly, a patch of desiccated black blood comes into view, prompting him to halt. He directs the flashlight towards it, simultaneously probing with his hand. It appears that a considerable amount of time has elapsed since it dried, yet within the crevices of the tiles, he can still discern the congealed, gelatinous black blood. It seems this is where the encounters began. A sweep of the flashlight reveals no additional items of value, and Liu Hua proceeds onward. Room after room, the signs of battle become increasingly evident. The advance appears remarkably smooth. Having vanquished the specters without inflicting significant damage upon the chambers, AS1 ascends the castle. The inhabitants consist of relatively higher-tier specters, contrasting with the lower-tier entities and zombies that dwell in the courtyard of the first floor. These advanced specters demand a more comfortable living environment and greater space to roam, rendering it impossible for them to burrow into the ground like their lesser counterparts. This, in fact, facilitates the player's efforts in clearing the area. For players, it is not the individual specters of reasonable combat prowess that instill fear, but rather the formidable hordes of monsters. If the player's formation is breached, some individuals may possess lesser combat strength than the lower-tier specters. Yet within a cohesive formation, they can unleash devastating power. Thus, directly engaging in combat on the upper levels of the castle is the preferred approach for players. Liu Hua suddenly senses movement ahead and swiftly extinguishes the flashlight, drawing forth his sword while lowering his posture. Sniff, sniff. These are the sounds of a creature's breath. Sensing the presence of the living, it utilizes its keen nose to investigate. This moment, the creature appears to have confirmed something. It has spotted Liu Hua. Roar. The monster bellows loudly, swinging its limbs as it lunges toward Liu Hua with a ferocious bite. Though Liu Hua cannot see, his heightened perception reveals the direction of the monster's assault. The faceplate rapidly envelopes Liu Hua's exposed head as he leaps with all his might. The lightness trait allows him to evade the creature's extensive strike. Had he not fortuitously acquired the miraculous armor, Liu Hua would surely have been struck. It is formidable. Liu Hua senses the fierce wind howling mere centimeters beneath his feet, suddenly realizing that this creature is not the trivial foe he anticipated. A grave seriousness envelopes his expression. Damn it, a one-on-one confrontation would undoubtedly lead to a grueling battle. Since entering the game, this marks the second occasion Liu Hua faces a formidable adversary alone, without support, and this monster is far more formidable than the ordinary gargoyle from the town. At this juncture, he feels the lightness power within his leg armor coalescing once more. It seems that he may be able to leap again. Squeak. The creature that had been struck emitted a sound reminiscent of a mouse. And suddenly, a sharp, whooshing noise pierced the darkness as an extraordinarily resilient whip lashed against the flames. The flames, spinning, were sent hurtling away. Goodness, what manner of beast is this? A mouse of such colossal proportions? Shaking his helmet, Liehua gazed at the shadow before him, which was larger than a tiger, sending a chill down his spine. His fear of mice did not stem from their ferocity, but rather from an innate aversion to such grotesque forms, particularly those delicate claws and tails. The mere thought of confronting a mouse of this size made the hair on his body stand on end. Surely not engaging in battle with such a creature would be utterly revolting. Goosebumps prickled his skin. He was genuinely reluctant to face this seemingly gigantic rodent. The idea of potentially coming into contact with its flesh and tail during the fight sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the beast lunged ferociously at him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liehua turned on his heel and fled. Fight a mouse? Absolutely not. He screamed inwardly as he dashed away, the creature hot on his heels. Close enough to almost bite into him. Realizing he was about to be caught, Liehua raised his sword and swung it backward, only to be met with the unexpected sound of metal clashing. In the darkness, he could not discern what the monster had used to block his attack, compelling him to continue his retreat. The taken-aback creature had not anticipated the sword would transform into a flying blade. Letting out a pitiful squeal as it was struck, though it was unclear what part had been injured. However, Liehua had no time to ponder this. He swiftly turned at the next corner and leaped onto a beam. Indeed, he had not delayed the beast for long. As it charged beneath the beam, fuming with rage, Liehua knew he had little time left. Grasping the hilt of Qianche, he drew the sword from its sheath. The shimmering blade emitted a white mist, a reaction to the aura of the abyss it sensed. Looking at the gleaming blade filled him with a sense of reassurance. With the sword as his courage and his heart as his vow, he would advance unflinchingly to vanquish evil. As Liehua recited these words, the white mist upon the blade began to merge with holy light, coalescing into a sharp edge that adhered to Qianche. With the blessing complete, Qianche hummed with excitement, as if unable to contain its eagerness for battle. Let us fight side by side. Feeling Qianche's fervor for their initial encounter, Liehua smiled silently. Not far off, the creature had come to a halt, seemingly puzzled by the sudden loss of its target. Closer, closer. Liehua gauged the distance to the monster, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Now, he leaped forth, sword in hand, delivering a powerful downward slash. The blade struck the creature's nose as it looked up in astonishment. Black blood spurted forth, drenching Liehua and causing a wave of nausea. Squeak. The creature shrieked as it collapsed to the ground. This strike inflicted far greater damage than the previous colossal blow. Liehua reacted swiftly. Sensing his successful hit, he rolled on the ground, landing behind the monster, and, guided by the faint light, located that repulsive tail. With a swift motion, he brought Qianche down, severing it as easily as slicing through tofu. This earned him an even more anguished scream from the creature. One cannot help but acknowledge that Qianche indeed lives up to the reputation of being the progenitor of the illusionary realm's armament. Even in this juvenile form, it exhibits formidable strength. Seizing the opportunity, Liehua naturally did not hesitate to strike, and the monstrous entity ultimately succumbed. Slain by his hand, a shiver ran down Liehua's spine as he forsook the demon crystal, hastily covering his mouth and nose to escape, terrified of the prospect of retching. Having vanquished the pigrat, Liehua pressed onward, delving deeper into the ancient castle. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he was beset by a nauseating sensation. The air seemed to turn viscous, waves of nausea crashing over him. This feeling appeared hauntingly familiar. Following the corridor, he arrived at a spacious hall, where towering columns supported an expansive ceiling. Although the decayed tables and chairs revealed little, it was apparent that this had once been a venue for dancing and revelry, likely a banquet hall for the nobility. The nauseating feeling intensified as Liehua navigated through heaps of refuse. And abruptly, he stumbled upon what he had been seeking. A gruesome battlefield. The ground was littered with shattered armor, broken shields, and crooked swords and axes thrust into the earth at odd angles. Arrows clustered against the ceiling and columns, indicating they had failed to strike their intended targets. Undoubtedly, the reconnaissance team had met with a catastrophic defeat here. Astonished, Liehua unsheathed Qianche, adopting a defensive stance. What could have caused such a multitude of players to perish in this place? His mind raced with dread as he heightened his vigilance, moving stealthily through the debris. Upon nearing the center, he scrutinized the damage to the weapons and armor, his astonishment deepening. The points of destruction were charred black, resembling melted beeswax. Although the steel employed by the players was not of the highest quality, he had never witnessed such melting before. What manner of creature could have inflicted this? gazing upon the evidence of those who perished without a semblance of resistance. It was clear, this was no battle. It was a massacre. Continuing to explore the heart of the battlefield, Liu was suddenly spotted an anomalously radiant equipment cube. His heart leapt as he rushed to retrieve it, only to be rendered speechless upon examination. The Mindel stiletto effect. Sharp, swift, paralysis, bleeding, penetration special skill. Mindel's lunge. A guaranteed penetrating strike that can be activated once per day, ignoring all defenses. That was the illusionary realm's armament of Julian. In this game, the penalties for death are exceedingly harsh. First, the corporeal form crumbles entirely, and the attributes accumulated within it dissipate into nothingness. Players endure a penalty of attribute reduction, which fluctuates based on the manner of death. Should one fall to beasts or neutral NPCs, they would face a weakness penalty lasting from 1 to 3 days, accompanied by a minor to moderate attribute penalty, roughly equivalent to 1/3 to 1/2 of their level's attributes. Now, with Kyrian and the players of the Mongoose squad slain by this unknown, evidently high-level creature, demotion had become inevitable, a collective downgrade representing a grievous loss. The devastation wrought by their annihilation also amounted to significant material losses. Should a player meet their demise, their corporeal form may shatter, yet their equipment and belongings shall remain. Upon reincarnation, the player is left with but a new shell and garments bestowed by the rebirth sanctuary. In the event of a typical defeat, comrades within the brigade would naturally gather the scattered belongings and gear. However, what transpires in the case of a complete annihilation? It is evident that all items would be irrevocably lost. And should misfortune strike, the lost treasures may vanish into oblivion. Such is the current predicament. The Mongoose squad has been utterly vanquished. Kyrian has fallen, and equipment lies strewn across the ground, including the elusive phantom armament. Had it not been for the intervention of the flame, this loss would have been insufferable for the Black Tulip Brigade, while the loss of other gear may be manageable. The absence of the phantom armament would significantly diminish the brigade's combat efficacy against formidable foes. Yet, safety remains elusive. The cause of the Mongoose squad's demise is still shrouded in mystery. If the flame proves incapable of confronting the threat, or, worse yet, is slain, all hope shall be extinguished. The capability to obliterate the Mongoose squad suggests that the malevolent entity's strength is likely on par with that of the Abyssal Night Lord. Even with newly acquired equipment, the prospect of a direct confrontation can be succinctly summarized in 2 words: no chance. The flames swiftly surveyed the surroundings. One side of the banquet hall was transparent, the ghastly pale moonlight filtering through the windows and casting eerie reflections upon the shattered floor. Situated in the heart of this brutal battlefield, devoid of any signs of life, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. What had once appeared to be an ordinary hall now brimmed with a palpable sense of peril, perhaps lurking beneath the floor, or in the shadows of the beams, or even from the ceiling. And possibly from behind. Lowering his body, the flame cautiously retreated along his original path, treading lightly to avoid creating noise amidst the debris. Unbeknownst to him, a scythe hovered ominously in midair, poised just behind his neck. The silent blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for the flame's head. In a moment of utmost urgency, the flame's formidable instincts kicked in, with an unimaginable twist of his body. The scythe grazed his neck, nearly severing it in 2. Fortunately, the heart of the blazing fire sank, yet he had always been one to lose his adversaries rather than his resolve. Thus, he stood tall, a warrior of renown, known as the Blazing Fire. Is it truly the Blazing Fire? The woman approached him, circling around like a playful specter, her laughter ringing like silver bells. A warrior, merely a pitiful creature. A tame beast, a wretched and humble mortal. However, we warriors shall one day grow powerful enough to obliterate beings such as yourselves. That is the very essence of your existence, is it not? Oh, is that what you believe? The woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. The thoughts of mortals always evoke such mirth. The woman halted before the blazing fire, one hand gripping a scythe, the other resting on her hip, a scornful smirk gracing her lips. I am aware that warriors can perceive death as liberation. However, given your amusing demeanor, I find no desire to toy with you. Please accept your demise with grace. The woman raised her scythe, proclaiming, remember my name. I am the harbinger of the abyss, the overseer of the abyss, the master of death, Morgana, the soul of the abyss. The blazing fire darted through the banquet hall, while Morgana strolled leisurely behind him, as if attending a grand feast. Yet the scythe in her grasp was far from accommodating. It sliced through the air without a sound. Unaffected by any resi, Morikana's prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the Abyss Night Lord. If he previously possessed any capacity to retaliate, now, confronted by Morikana, he finds himself utterly bereft of any chance to defend himself. Flattery is of no use here. Morikana lowered her head, gently lifting his chin with one hand. However, a youthful figure like yours should not meet an ordinary demise, and let me ponder how you might perish. I have a query, Miss Demon. Li Hua, enduring the immense pressure emanating from Morikana, spoke with an apparent ease. Are you referring to Palawa? Morikana raised an eyebrow. Oh, Palawa. Li Hua nodded. I see your suitor, Miss Demon. Giggle. What are you implying? Are you not curious about how he met his end? Li Hua smiled, drawing attention to the formidable and imperious Abyss Lord, who, in his final moments, uttered words in front of those he deemed mere insects. What did he say? With a smile, Morikana tightened her grip on her scythe. He said. Li Hua shook his head with a TSA. Captivating Morikana's interest, he said he would await you in the depths of the abyss, Miss Demon. The mithril dagger lunged upward, aimed directly at Morikana's visage. Clang. Unfazed, Morikana effortlessly blocked Li Hua's assault with just the tip of her finger. That seemingly indestructible mithril dagger was halted, unable to advance an inch. Young man, that you truly are quite mischievous. Morikana regarded him as one might observe an ant attempting to flee. Palawa perished beneath this very dagger. Do you not wish to experience the essence of a suitor, Miss Demon? Li Hua narrowed his eyes, making one final effort. Not at all, young man. Morikana applied slight pressure with her fingers, maneuvering the blade's tip. Young man, are you intending to strike here? Morikana extended her tongue, licking her deep purple lips, still not intent on making a move. The dagger was shifted to the knot at her chest, poised to sever with a gentle flick. As if the radiant glory were ready to spring forth. The target is your neck, Miss Demon. In his heart, Li Hua was left with nothing but despair, unable to heed her provocations any longer. The foreplay has concluded. Young man. Morikana waved at Li Hua, as if bidding farewell. This is the flame of the undead. May you find joy in your play. Undead flame. With that declaration, blue-black flames surged from the scythe, each flicker seemingly harboring the wails of the tormented. Enveloped by the flames, Li Hua could not help but let out a wretched scream as the torment consumed his soul. Yet, encased within the blue-black fire, Li Hua did not entirely succumb to the paralysis she envisioned. Anti-magic. The miraculous armor's effect saved Li Hua's life. No, this abyss demon is simply insurmountable, at least not by the current players. While Li Hua screamed, he watched Morikana retreat. He was unaware of how long the undead flame typically takes to extinguish a player. Should it exceed a certain duration and Morikana discover Li Hua had not yet perished, even a fool would realize what transpired. Thus, he must find the opportune moment to escape. Morikana stepped cautiously into the abyss. Momentarily pausing, now is the time. A jolt of alarm coursed through Li Hua's heart as he activated the effects of anti-magic and lightness, propelling himself into a frenzied sprint. The blue-black flames were extinguished in an instant by the miraculous armor, and Li Hua's mind was singularly focused on the distance to the balcony. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. It was within reach. Suddenly, a scythe appeared in his line of sight. It was Morikana, having anticipated his move, swinging the scythe towards him from the side. Yet, it was sufficient. With a mighty roar, Li Hua crouched low, executing a swift maneuver to dart beneath the scythe. He shattered the decayed railing, sliding off the balcony. And moments later, with a resounding splash, the figure clad in white armor disappeared beneath the lake's surface. Morikana, her face contorted with rage, stepped to the edge of the balcony, peering into the water, where only the rippling surface remained visible. How intriguing, little brother! Morikana scoffed coldly before turning away. Chapter 16. Escape from death. Li Hua plunged into the water, the weight of his body pulling him directly to the bottom. For players, as long as their attributes are sufficiently robust, they need not fear the pressure of deep waters. Thus, for Li Hua in this moment, sinking like a stone to the lake's floor suited him perfectly. His escape was sheer luck, had Morikana not been overly confident in her soul's flames. Believing Li Hua was doomed, he would never have evaded the scythe's pursuit. Unlike Paleva, Morikana's speed derived from her own prowess rather than a mount, leaving Li Hua with little hope of survival against her. Fortunately, the distance was just enough for him to leap from the balcony. The shiver ran down Li Hua's spine at the thought of the elusive scythe, as he quickly oriented himself towards the exit. The lake's bottom had long been corroded by the abyss, with grotesque flora and fauna surrounding him, even a few water spirits attempting ambushes. However, they posed little threat to Liehua, who swiftly dispatched a few, causing the rest to flee. The lake's fresh water originated from the cliffs behind the castle and, after collecting in this artificial lake, wound its way towards the castle via a small river near yesterday's battlefield. Liehua found this small river and began to swim along its bed, surfacing several times for brief breaths, never daring to linger. Though he was 80% certain Morikana would not pursue him, caution was prudent, and he resolutely continued beneath the water. After a short while, Liehua arrived at the spot where he had fallen yesterday. His spirits lifted. He was not far from the castle's exterior. Inside the castle, the night remained unchanged, but as Liehua advanced, he could see light ahead, not the pallid glow of the moon, but the warmth of genuine sunlight. At last, Liehua crossed a sluice gate, and the gentle sunlight filtered through the water's surface, casting warmth upon him even at the bottom that he had finally seen the light of day. Excitedly, Liehua emerged from the depths, reclining on the grassy bank, allowing the long-missed sunlight to bathe him. The characteristics of the battle warriors soon came into play. Their once damp bodies rapidly dried, basking in the warmth of the morning sun, and the chill within their hearts swiftly dissipated. The thought of having escaped with his life filled Liehua with an exuberant joy, leading him to lie back and laugh heartily. After a spell of laughter, he suddenly noticed the incessantly flickering system button and hurriedly clicked it open. It was a message from Kurian and Mint. Having left the confines of the castle, the communication system was once again operational. To Liehua, I have perished. If you come online, do not linger in the castle. It is far too perilous. By Kurian. Kurian's messages were clear and coherent. Mint's, however, was quite different. To Liehua, hurry online. Run. By Mint to Liehua. This is bad. Kurian's IA has also fallen. What do we do? By Mint to Liehua. Oh my goodness. I could cry. By Mint. Counting down. There were about 20 messages. Liehua felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He could sense the French girl's panic. No wonder Kurian was concerned about Mint. The core combat strength of the Black Tulip. Her current state could very well lead the remaining members of the brigade astray. With numerous elites already fallen, Kurian could not bear any further losses. To Kurian, I have escaped the castle and am safe. The brigade has nothing to worry about. Furthermore, take a look at this. By Liehua. Attached to the message was information about the IA cube. To Mint. Miss Mint, I have successfully escaped. Where are you? Please guide me to your location. Liehua smiled, and Mint's response soon followed. To Liehua. Oh, dear Liehua, I knew you could do it. It's such a relief that you didn't encounter that dreadful demon. By Mint. Liehua scratched his head. He imagined his experiences would surely frighten the adorable French girl. Simultaneously, Mint guided Liehua to the camp. Upon seeing her, he noticed Mint waving at him from, Hi, Miss Mint. Liehua called out as he approached. To his surprise, Mint leapt down from the tree and enveloped his head in a tight embrace, pressing it against her chest. Oh, dear Liehua, I thought you had perished. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Liehua felt a bit breathless, yet secretly delighted. Naturally, his bashfulness turned his face crimson as he experienced the softness of Mint's chest. After a playful commotion, Mint finally released her hold on him, and the two walked side by side toward the camp. At that time, in pursuit of continued exploration and under the belief that the castle harbored no formidable spirits, Kurian resolved to lead the Meerkat team and several core combatants on an initial expedition. The primary objective of this exploration was to seek a route leading to the Lord's workspace, to provide preliminary intelligence for the larger brigade's campaign. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but as they advanced to the banquet hall, a horrifying event transpired. Most players were struck down by the infernal flames of the undead before they even laid eyes on their assailants. Initially, only a handful were scorched by the malevolent blaze, but soon they were left in utter astonishment by the ensuing scene. The bodies of the incinerated players shattered apart, transforming into deep violet crystals that erupted in flames, splattering onto nearby players, igniting them, leading to their demise, and resulting in further fragmentation. This cycle continued relentlessly, and before long, the players of the Meerkat team had suffered grievous losses. In contrast, a few players, including Julian, who possessed relatively greater combat prowess, launched an offensive against the attackers, finally confronting the true visage of their assailant, the abyssal soul, Morgana. At this juncture, Minty's expression turned somewhat dejected and somber. Miss Mint, let me think, said Liehua, scratching his head as he retrieved a cube from his military pack. Although the process was rather convoluted, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon this item. Chapter 17. The Journey Home. 1. Upon examining the properties of the cube, Minty's expression was nothing short of Mindel's stinging sword. Seeing the name of this item, Minty could scarcely believe that Liehua was akin to an incarnation of the divine. This that I can hardly fathom what I'm witnessing. Liehua, how could you possibly? This that wasn't he it already. Thank you. Liehua. Minty struggled to articulate his gratitude, reaching out to embrace Liehua's head in a moment of exuberance. Liehua felt as though he might suffocate. With immense pride, Liehua showcased the attributes of the miracle armor to Minty, who was rendered speechless with shock. Where did this come from? This can't possibly be from IA, can it? Did you slay that great demon? Heh, not at all. I barely managed to escape, Liehua remarked, rubbing the back of his head. After recounting his tale of encountering the abyssal soul Morgana, Minty could hardly find words to respond. When will C1 send me a full set as well? Minty's eyes sparkled with desire, filled with longing. Are you the son of the president of C1? Could you possibly arrange for me to receive a set too? Liehua was momentarily taken aback by Minty's fanciful musings. I'm just an ordinary person. As for why they would bestow upon me such equipment, perhaps C1 wishes to avoid a scandal. Minty remained skeptical, yet Liehua continued to share his encounter with Morgana, sparking Minty's admiration for Liehua's fortuitous luck. Having witnessed Morgana's power firsthand, she understood just how terrifying this great demon was. The numbers of ordinary players were utterly inconsequential, and even the elite players could only endure for a brief moment. Though Liehua had relied on the newly acquired effects of the miracle armor, his skill and courage were equally indispensable. As they conversed, the two arrived at a new encampment. This fresh base was established within a concealed hollow of the mountains. After the entire Black Tulip Brigade withdrew from the ancient castle, they dared not linger near the small town any longer, decisively abandoning the fortifications they had constructed over the past couple of days. They understood that against such a fearsome demon, the strength of mere mortals stood no chance. Their only hope was to remain undetected by the enemy. Fortunately, within the nearby rolling valleys, suitable positions could consistently be found. As the flames entered the camp, Uncle Fernand was leading the logistics team in distributing steaming bowls of oatmeal and crispy, golden brown baguettes slathered with mayonnaise to the players who had just completed their shifts. Upon seeing the flames, he enthusiastically handed a hefty stack of bread to them, indicating that there was more if needed. It seemed that Uncle Fernand had taken note of the flames' hearty appetite, which left him both amused and exasperated, while Martin and the surrounding players erupted into laughter. Fortunately, you were unharmed. Embracing local customs, the flames sipped on oatmeal and not on the baguette while conversing with the players. I was deemed too heavy, and the commander was worried I might collapse the water trough. Otherwise, I would have gone to see just how splendid that great demon is. Martin chuckled self-deprecatingly, prompting more laughter from the players, who lamented the absence of their fallen comrades, lamenting that it was a pity not to witness the abyssal soul Morgana's praise that had reached the heavens, noticing that the players of the Black Tulip Brigade were seemingly unaffected. The higher-ups of the brigade chose not to disclose the news of the lost Mindel's stiletto to avoid dampening morale. They aimed to make adequate preparations before revealing the information to prevent unrest within the ranks. However, the remarkable performance of the flames provided them with a sigh of relief, allowing their spirits to ease in light of the severe loss of high-tier combatants. The prospect of safely returning home rested heavily on the shoulders of the flames. It was somewhat awkward that one of the leading brigades in the wasteland had to rely on a lone wolf who had only recently entered the game for protection, yet everyone acknowledged the flames' prowess. Even though they were merely a level 0 player and had yet to become an official combatant, there was no room for dissent. Once well-fed and refreshed, the players swiftly commenced their actions. Despite possessing numerous large military packs for transporting goods, the weight capacity of a single wagon was limited, making it impossible to load everything onto just a few carts. This was precisely the moment for the Beastmasters to shine. As they summoned their steeds and assembled new wagons, after harnessing their mounts, they created entirely new carriages capable of carrying cargo, as well as serving as transportation, with the packing of various supplies. The number of wagons increased, and by the end, there were an impressive 24 carriages of assorted styles, some enclosed, some open-top, single-horse, double-horse, and even donkey carts. This motley caravan appeared somewhat comical, yet most brigades struggled to gather even a couple of trained mounts. with many able to muster only 1 or 2 wagons. "Let us set off," bellowed Uncle Fernand from the lead carriage, cracking his whip as the convoy began to move. When the caravan advanced at a brisk pace, it reached approximately 30 kilometers per hour. While this speed might seem trivial in the real world, in the realm of the game, it was akin to a cheat code for players. An NPC caravan would typically only manage around 20 kilometers per hour. However, for most players, maintaining such a speed over an extended period proved exhausting. Aside from the rotating scouts, the majority of players comfortably nestled in the speeding carriages. Occasionally, the local inhabitants may entrust the warriors with particularly special tasks, often concerning matters that exceed their personal capabilities to resolve. In such instances, fortune smiles upon them, for the remuneration offered is likely to be utilized in the crafting of ethereal weaponry, far superior to the tedious wait for rewards dispensed by the chosen one steely. Various factors conspire to delay the progress of the Black Tulip Brigade. The convoy of black tulips weaves its way along the mountain paths, and before emerging from this secluded valley, the players can leisurely advance along the ancient post roads. As a result, a sense of ennui begins to settle among the players. Aside from the drivers and rotating scouts, they seek entertainment. "Hey, Mont," a fierce attacker called out from another carriage, beckoning to her. "Come sing us a few songs." Instantly, a raucous cheer erupted from the surrounding carriages. "Sing, Mont, a few songs, please." Applause and whistles filled the air. Mont and Fire were seated in Uncle Fernand's carriage, enjoying a congenial conversation when the sudden uproar left Mont momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure, rising to call out, "You rascals, my performance fee is quite steep." As a former socialite of Bordeaux University, Mont relied not solely on her appearance, but also on her. The Nightingale, Isabella, was a hallmark of Bordeaux University. Whenever the school organized events, she would grace them with her singing. Occasionally, she even received offers for commercial performances, earning enough to lead a rather luxurious life. Ever since Mont showcased her vocal talent within the brigade, she had been on the minds of all the members. Experiencing professional-grade singing in close proximity was a rare delight, and while the players of the Black Tulip Brigade might not concern themselves with Mont's combat prowess, they were certainly invested in whether she would sing. Thus, without a leader to rally them, a flurry of coins was tossed from the rear carriages, clinking as they struck the front carriage, prompting yelps of surprise from the players inside. Enraged, they shouted angrily at their comrades in the rear. Fire watched this spectacle with curiosity. Though unaware of Mont's past, it did not hinder him from joining the fray. "I haven't heard Miss Mint singing yet," he exclaimed, catching the incoming coins with a playful clap while addressing Mont. "Then you better listen closely." Mont winked, turning back to shout, "Don't throw too hard, you rascals." The laughter from the rear carriages subsided as they ceased their coin bombardment. Today's performance was in celebration of Fire's induction into the brigade, and Mont jested, "Lucky you, rascals, curse you, Fire, that you should be the one to receive a serenade from Mont. I loathe." Martin bellowed from the back, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Fire shrugged innocently. Mont established a voice channel, setting it to open mode so that players within a certain range could enjoy her song as if it were whispered directly in their ears. After a moment of preparation, she began to sing. "It was the first day of summer, and I was languishing by the harbor, never having imagined that someone would tenderly approach me and speak," softly narrating. This is a quintessential French ballad, infused with the spirit of youth and vivacity, evoking a sense of ease and delight within the heart. With his gentle visage and innocent humor, he opened his heart to me. Naturally, I succumbed, but it was always in that initial moment, and we parted tenderly. As the song concluded, everyone remained entranced, as if this desolate expanse was not so barren and tedious after all. Mingta's voice, light and melodious, perfectly interpreted the song Entanglement by the early 20th century French diva Laurie, prompting the audience to rise in applause. Hearing the clamor of appreciation, the players joined in one by one, cheering with sincerity rather than frivolity. At that moment, Li Hua could only think, why, with such a splendid voice, must one toil alongside a band of unseemly men amidst this chaos? It hardly. Following this, Mingta performed several songs of varying styles, showcasing her lark-like voice. Whether it was the enchanting El Rentrate de El Col or the serene Force de Solitude, each piece was rendered flawlessly by Mingta, eliciting waves of applause that grew ever louder. "Miss Mint, you are truly remarkable," Li Hua exclaimed earnestly. "There is much more to my prowess," Mingta teased, her alluring lips curling into a smile. Coughing, Li Hua felt once again teased. "Your voice is so enchanting. You must be a formidable singer, right? Was Li Hua genuinely curious about my real identity? Mingta leaned closer, her astonishing softness pressing against Li Hua's arm, her gaze dreamy. Li Hua blushed, awkwardly looking up at the sky. No, it's not that. I merely think that with such exceptional singing talent, Miss Mint should achieve fame and success in reality, rather than play a game. Mingta raised an eyebrow. Why act like a typical gamer? Coughing again. Yes, Li Hua's mindset had yet to shift. On one hand, he believed that those who enjoyed gaming must be introverted, while on the other, he thought that extroverts would naturally be disinterested in games. But don't you feel that in this world, our existence holds greater significance? Bound by the constraints of reality, we find our true freedom here. Mingta traced her finger along the cheek of the blazing fire. Articulating her thoughts, upon hearing Mingta's words, Li Hua reflected on the martial arts that seemed futile in the real world, yet allowed him to shine brilliantly in this realm, and he couldn't help but concur with her perspective. Thus, we are not merely enthusiasts of gaming. Rather, we are captivated by this world, a realm brimming with joy and endless possibilities. Mingta continued, indeed that it seems I have harbored my own biases. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. Forced Military Operations 1. 2 hours later, as the convoy was poised to leave the valley, the vast expanse of the wasteland lay ahead. T. Martin's call, the lethargic players, who had been unable to maintain a proper stance, hastily stowed away their playthings and re-equipped their armor, weapons, and marching packs that had been laid out upon the carriage. However, the leisurely moments came to an abrupt end as they prepared to depart the post road and venture into the wasteland. The once listless group of players suddenly transformed into a cadre of battle-ready elites. Within the wasteland, although the monsters bore some semblance of the abyss's influence, they still appeared relatively normal compared to the fully abyssal creatures within the ancient castle. Physiologically, they retained their life forms, and wielding slashing weapons would yield significantly better results than within the castle's confines. Li Hua, having readied his gear, no longer lingered in the carriage. He leaped atop the roof and gazed. Moments later, Mingta emerged, clad in her battle attire, her elven cloak fluttering majestically in the breeze, and her exquisite longbow, the Frost Queen's command, drew the It appeared tranquil. Li Hua squinted, observing the wasteland in the distance. However, it was merely an illusion of calm, Mingta remarked, as she unstrung her longbow, knocking an arrow and shooting it towards the crown of a tree below the post road, with a resounding thud. A creature resembling a monkey, yet possessing a bird-like beak, tumbled from the branches, its life clearly extinguished. This was a tree falcon, a small creature known for preying on horses and livestock. Mingta raised an eyebrow at Li Hua, seemingly flaunting her prowess. Li Hua scratched his head, astonished by Mingta's keen eyesight. Miss Mint, your eyes are truly as sharp as a hawk's indeed. Mingta purred, brimming with pride akin to a cat flaunting its tail. You are correct. This skill is called the Eye of the Falcon. I see. This skill is indeed quite effective. But mastering a skill is no simple feat. It's not merely a matter of clicking a button and learning it instantly. Mingta chuckled, her chest bouncing with mirth. Li Hua averted his gaze. Aren't skills in games typically like that? For most players, when they first enter the game, they struggle to even wield a knife, let alone grasp a sword, and attempting to shoot a bow often results in hitting their own feet. If one were to compare it to previous games, they would be unable to execute even a basic attack. They must start from square one, learning how to handle weapons, which is the first skill most players acquire. Mingta explained with a radiance. So that's how it is. The so-called skills are, in essence, methods of harnessing the power that players have mastered. Correct. Li Hua began to understand. Exactly. One could almost grasp the notion that the Chosen Ones Guild, along with other accredited guilds, possesses the ability to elevate one's level based on physical attributes. Advancing in rank bestows upon individuals varied powers, each of which permits the acquisition of distinct skills, all of which are intrinsically linked to personal qualities. Furthermore, the skills available for learning differ across guilds. The same power may yield the ability to master focused shooting in the Archers Guild, while in the Gunslingers Guild, it could translate to rapid-fire shooting. Mingta provided a brief elucidation. It appears there are indeed notable differences from previous games. Li Hua nodded in agreement, recognizing that this is a second world, a realm of authenticity, where the concept of instant skill acquisition seems implausible. Mingta shrugged in response. As the two conversed while surveying the enemy situation, other players were not afforded such leisure. Ordinary players had to ensure their own survival, necessitating far more preparation. With the absence of numerous core members from their brigade, ordinary players were compelled to undertake additional measures. Firstly, they should don full coverage armor, whether it be iron or leather. After all, unlike Liehua and Mingta, they lacked the same reflexes and could not guarantee immunity from attacks. Moreover, aboard a swiftly moving carriage, they could not rely on the same defensive arrangements they would against the Abyssal Army, shield bearers in front, mongoose team assault specialists at the sides, and archers providing cover from behind. Should monsters leap onto their carriage, they would be left to fend for themselves. Secondly, they ought to choose weapons that facilitate blocking and parrying. In the chaos of forced military maneuvers, threats often arise from sudden assaults. Timely blocks against monster attacks, followed by teammates executing counterattacks, represent the most effective survival strategy. Lastly, they must ensure an ample supply of consumables. Holy water, antidotes, and bandages must all be abundantly stocked. One should not skimp on weight saving by relying on comrades' potions. As often, comrades may not be able to attend to one's needs, let alone others. This is the survival mantra for ordinary players. As the players busied themselves, the caravan halted at a clearing along the way. Beyond lay the wasteland, where the Black Tulip Brigade would inevitably face relentless assaults and battles. Martin disembarked from the carriage, beginning to direct the players in their tasks. Standard carriages were inadequate for forced marches and required reinforcement and fortification. The donkey carts and slow horses were stowed away, their duties completed, while beast tamers summoned robust war horses, commencing their feeding and care. Among them, a few players who had attained the level of apprentice knights summoned their prized steeds, offering them premium feed. This fare was often more costly than what the apprentice knights themselves consumed, murmuring as they fed, "My dear, your father's life depends on you. Do not let down the days of hardship when I fed on pig slop." Liehua found himself stifling a laugh, though amidst the amusement, he felt a tinge of envy. After all, these were fully armored steeds, far more impressive than ordinary military horses. Naturally, the carriage required reinforcement as well. Previously, to conserve horsepower, these armors had been borne by the slow horses and donkeys, but now it was time to arm themselves. The fortified carriage has taken on a more menacing appearance, with most of its windows obscured, transforming them into firing ports. The body is adorned with various spikes, ensuring that any monster daring enough to leap upon it will find themselves in a most exhilarating predicament. Atop the carriage stands a reinforced railing, reminiscent of ancient heavy war chariots, allowing assault troops to stand aloft and wield long weapons in battle. Each carriage is drawn by 2 horses, as the players have yet to master the control of additional steeds. The horses are clad in canvas and palm frond armor, providing a modicum of protection. Their heads are shrouded in iron face guards, obscuring their vision, which serves to shield them while preventing any potential fright. Before long, all the carriages have been modified, transforming the once lackadaisical motley crew into a formidable heavy war convoy. Administer the beast potions to the horses, Martin commanded from atop the lead carriage. The logistics team members grasped the horses' muzzles and administered a vial of yellow elixir. Soon, the military steeds began to huff and puff, biting down on their bits and stamping their hooves restlessly. In this state, the horses are more than capable of pulling the modified heavy carriages. Onward, the convoy surged forth like a torrent across the wasteland, the thunder of hooves resounding like rolling thunder. As the lead carriage, it was destined to face the brunt of the fiercest assaults. Thus it boasted the strongest military horses, the best defenses, the most seasoned driver, and, of course, the mightiest combatants, Fire and Minter. Not long after the convoy entered the wasteland, relentless monster attacks ensued. In truth, the monsters were not necessarily instigating the assaults, rather, they were roused from their tranquil slumber by the convoy's presence and retaliated in anger. However, Fire showed no sympathy for these unfortunate creatures. Standing atop the carriage, he occasionally brandished his elongated sword, effortlessly cleaving any oncoming monstrosity in twain. Minter crouched behind him, utilizing ordinary arrows to great effect, unleashing a barrage of projectiles upon the advancing foes. Even the most formidable skulls could be pierced by her arrows, demonstrating her formidable prowess. One can never truly fathom the multitude of monsters lurking in the wasteland until they venture into its depths. They can spring forth from any hiding place, baring their sharp teeth and risking their lives for a potential morsel, from the trees, the underbrush, beneath stones, within heaps of weeds, in puddles, and even some monsters masquerading as dirt clods at the roadside would reveal themselves as the lead carriage passed by, suddenly shedding their camouflage as the following carriages drew near. Keep up with the lead carriage. Keep up with the lead carriage. Martin commanded from a carriage positioned behind the lead one, directing the convoy's advance. Watch the ground. Do not halt. Charge through this area with all your might. This region, abundant in waterways, evidently served as a habitat for a plethora of monsters. The convoy had made every effort to skirt around the central area. Yet the racing carriages could not simply change course on a whim, inevitably plunging into the throng of monsters, which unsettled the convoy's formation. Avoid the mud pits. Steer clear of the water holes. All carriages. Take care to maneuver. The abundance of waterways implied an excess of mud, swamps, and an abundance of unknown creatures lurking within the water. One carriage, attempting to evade a mud pit ahead, slightly veered off course, and suddenly, a massive maw lunged forth from the water's edge. The sharp teeth swiftly sank into the horse's head. The horse let out a mournful cry and collapsed, dragging another horse and the carriage along, which tumbled sideways before coming to a halt on the ground. This carriage was doomed. Curse it. Martin's mood soured. Alan, Flix, help them grab the marching packs. 14 carriages. Hurry up. Get onto another carriage. Away from the water's edge. Away from the water's edge. There are monstrous creatures in the water. Martin continued to shout. Fortunately, the convoy finally managed to veer away from the water system, and the number of monsters dwindled significantly. The lead carriage, where the fiery battle took place, was now smeared with blood. After passing through this area, the carriage had transformed from black to a dark crimson, a sight that was somewhat horrifying, hinting at the sheer number of monsters that had fallen to the blade of the fiery warrior. Initially, the fiery warrior had taken delight in counting the number and types of creatures he had slain. But soon all he could remember was the numbing rhythm of swinging his sword, striking, swinging, striking. He estimated that if the monsters he had defeated were to be made into a feast, it could satiate half the population of Yiyun District. During a brief lull between monster assaults, the fiery warrior plopped down on the roof of the carriage, discarding his sword to the side. The resilience of a warrior's physique came into play as the blood and bodily fluids after vanquishing this small pack of wolves. Martin finally resolved to take a respite and partake in some sustenance, while attending to the repairs of the damaged wagon and replacing the horses. Hang in there, fellows. We shall rest on that hill ahead. Martin rallied loudly. After nearly 2 hours of relentless battle, the players were utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Martin's command for a break, they erupted in cheers as the convoy swiftly advanced toward. The mound was modest in size, just spacious enough for the wagons to form a circle, allowing the players to refresh themselves and eat in the center. Not far off lay a dry riverbed, bordered by a small grove of trees. Observing the players dismounting from the wagons, Martin called over a squire, Alan, exchange for a standard military steed, and patrol the opposite thicket along the riverbed. Report any developments immediately. The squire named Alan nodded and mounted his horse, setting off. Chapter 19. The Assault of the Malevolent Wolves. 1. Seeking collections and recommendations, as this was merely a temporary halt. The Black Tulip Brigade did not establish a full encampment, but rather formed a circle with the wagons, with the players resting in the center. The Beastmaster's pets could utilize their beast potions twice, ideally with several hours in between, though this meant that these precious creatures would likely have to remain in the stables for the ensuing days. The Beastmasters felt a pang of concern, hastily providing their steeds with water and soybeans. The squires shared similar sentiments. Although their warhorses were not burdened with pulling the wagons, the combined weight of horse and armor was considerable, and they too were fervently quenching their thirst, inevitably incurring further expenses for feed. The combatants were not faring any better. After a series of battles, nearly every wagon bore a dark crimson hue. Each participant had been through a harrowing ordeal, their limbs tingling and their backs weary. Liu Hua limped to a patch of clean grass, rolling onto his back in a star shape, resolutely refusing to rise again. The sky over the wasteland was perpetually overcast, a consequence of the abyss's influence. Fortunately, the air remained relatively pleasant, and the winds of the wasteland carried Liu Hua's thoughts ever further afield. Lost in contemplation, he was brought back to reality as Mingda approached. Casting a shadow over him in his hand, he held 2 rolled crepes, extending one towards Liu Hua, clearing one's thoughts, and drifting along with the clouds aids in relaxation. He remarked. Liu Hua smiled, accepting the offering. What is this? Crepes, or you may refer to them as French pancakes, a delightful snack from France. Mingda waved the crepe in his hand before taking a bite. Liu Hua examined it for a moment. The crepe was conically shaped, filled with an assortment of ingredients such as cheese, ham, and diced chicken. Taking a bite, he found it rather agreeable, the substantial texture quite fitting for the occasion, albeit with a slightly peculiar flavor. Not bad, somewhat reminiscent of our country's jianbingguozi. Feeling hungry, Liu Hua devoured nearly half in a few bites. Jianbingguozi is also sold at our school, though it's rather expensive, especially the kind with leogama added. It's spicy, but exceptionally delicious. In the midst of this, Mingda attempted to recite some Chinese, but mispronounced it. Liu Hua nearly choked, pondering whether it would be better to inform him that it costs less than 10 soft sister coins back home, and that we typically use sweet bean sauce. If given the opportunity, I would invite you to savor the authentic delicacy of jianbingguozi. Liu Hua gave her a thumbs up. At this moment, the players of the logistics team were the busiest, not only preparing food, but also reinforcing the carts. Every damaged part, including axles and wheels, needed replacement, and even those that remained intact required a fresh coat of oil. These tasks were far simpler than repairing automobiles, and the pressure was minimal. Within the temporary camp, the players, having just emerged from battle, lost all interest in conversation, lying quietly to rest, while a few scouts remained vigilant. The surrounding carts were being disassembled and reassembled amidst the shouts of the logistics team players. The battle was not yet over. Martin, a pack of wolves, a pack of wolves. Suddenly, terrified cries pierced the air. The players lazily turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, thinking little of the wolf pack's alarm. However, the next moment, they were all startled into action. This was no mere pack of wolves, but an ocean of them. A relentless tide of wolves surged forth from the woods, sweeping over the dry riverbed, staining the entire horizon with the ominous hue of ravenous beasts. Their numbers were beyond counting. Prepare for battle. Check your gear. Martin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, issued hurried commands. There are more out of sight. These beasts are encircling us. A squire named Alan reined in his horse in front of the cart, his voice trembling with panic. The seemingly endless sea of savage wolves left him awestruck. Do not panic. Is the logistics team ready with the carts? Martin steadied his mind, beginning to orchestrate their retreat. Almost ready. Just a few armor plates left to replace. No time for that. These carts will run towards the center. Are the horses prepared? Administer the beast serum directly. The drivers hastily pried open the horses' mouths, pouring in a yellowish potion, and lowered the visors over the horses' heads. Set off. Maintain formation. Move, move, move. Fernandez personally seized the reins, cracking the whip with a resounding crack in the air, and the frenzied horses reared and galloped forth, followed by a procession of heavy war carts. Despite the massive number of wolves trailing behind, they were merely ordinary beasts meant to hinder. The real threat lay in the robust, more powerful wolves on either side, with swifter limbs and sharper teeth. Not to mention, the most ferocious wolves were likely lying in ambush ahead, waiting for the convoy to walk into their trap. This was the survival instinct of the wolf pack. They would only attack once they had encircled their prey, and until then, their presence remained undetected. Although the sheer number of this wolf pack bordered on the absurd, it was reasonable to assume that their instincts remained unchanged. The convoy had not traveled far before being pursued by the wolves. The first to engage were the carts on either side, as the savage wolves bared their teeth, lunging fiercely at the horses' heads. Most were shot down, while a few, unable to penetrate the horse arm, were toppled by the assault specialists atop the carts wielding long weapons. The carts behind faced no immediate threat. The massive wolf pack could only maintain a distance, their stamina insufficient to catch up with the galloping carts, merely keeping close behind. Soon, Liu Hua also joined the fray, as the most vicious wolves had already flanked the front of the convoy, the largest among them comparable in size to a pony, sending shivers down the spines of the other players in the lead cart. The blazing sword of fire lay aside, replaced by a long spear in hand. As the distance between the ferocious wolves and the carriage diminished, the spearhead gradually lowered. Several wolves leapt forth, jaws agape, aiming for the horse's neck. Uncle Fernand swiftly tugged at the reins, causing the wolves to miss their target, and then, with a resounding thud, two of the wolves were skewered by the flames, struggling momentarily before disintegrating into a cloud of gray ash. Well done, fire, Minter exclaimed in praise, as a piercing arrow shot through the head of the wolf that had been perched upon the horse. You too, Miss Mint, Fire chuckled, finding the use of this weapon unexpectedly challenging on her first attempt. Nevertheless, thanks to her robust physique, she did not suffer any humiliation. The weather on the plains was notoriously fickle. The sky, once shrouded in a gray haze, had unexpectedly darkened, transforming what should be midday into an atmosphere akin to dusk. A storm was imminent. Martin, while directing the caravan, cast a worried glance at the ominous horizon. Rain would prove detrimental to the Black Tulip Brigade. The slick ground was the greatest adversary for both wheels and hoofs. Moreover, the weight of the soaked canvas and palm fronds was no trivial matter, and the horse's vest would likely become a death sentence. The curtain of rain would obscure visibility, significantly increasing the likelihood of the caravan falling into peril. Similarly, it would not favor the players embroiled in fierce combat. The efficacy of arrows and projectiles would be greatly diminished, and the toll on stamina during a rain-soaked battle was formidable. Perhaps it was fortunate that the same held true for the wolf pack. Fire had abandoned the long spear. The wolves had multiplied to the extent that they were leaping directly onto the carriage roof. She seized her sword once more, and with a swift stroke. Several wolves were cleaved in half, their wails echoing in the air. Just then, a player from a nearby carriage emitted a terrified scream, followed by the frantic whinnies of horses and the tumult of a rolling carriage. Fire turned to see a gigantic wolf, roughly the size of a pony. Its steel-like teeth sank deep into the horse's neck, and it appeared doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, Minder knocked a penetrating arrow and let it fly. But the colossal wolf was surprisingly alert, dodging swiftly. Subsequent arrows followed, yet not a single one found its mark. Even those that grazed merely skimmed its fur, inflicting no harm. Wait. Fire halted her shooting. The great wolf had released its prey and was now charging toward the lead carriage, inadvertently sparing the overturned vehicle that it's too agile. You may not hit it. Let me handle this. Fire drew her sword. Qianche, leaping from the carriage, rushing towards the direction of the great wolf, she intended to exploit her agility to target its vulnerable midsection. But to her astonishment, from a considerable distance, the wolf suddenly let out a low growl, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward in an instant. Fire barely had time to brace against its steel-like jaws before being knocked to the ground by the wolf's weight. Gasping for breath, Fire, cries of alarm erupted around her as several penetrating arrows flew to her aid, yet this unusually large wolf twisted its body, deflecting every arrow with ease. The great wolf clamped down tightly on Qianche, refusing to let go. However, as an IA embryo, Qianche was not something it could easily sever, and the suppressed flames could not extricate him from the steel jaws. The flames, desperately attempting to free themselves from the wolf's grip, found their strength utterly dwarfed. Their body was firmly pinned to the ground, rendering any movement impossible. Thus, a stalemate ensued. The great wolf could not reach the flames, and yet, this was not the only wolf present. Sensing an opportunity, the smaller wolves began to encircle. Just as the flames were on the verge of being engulfed by the pack, thunder roared in. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted in the sky, as if tearing a hole in the heavens. The sudden cacophony resonating endlessly, startling even the players, let alone the wolves. The sound of thunder. The ferocious wolves recoiled, their mighty and even the great wolf momentarily faltered. Before the echoes of thunder had faded, another flash of lightning struck, directly hitting a withered tree at the center of the wolf pack. The explosive sound and the scattering fiery branches of the tree sent the wolves howling in distress. Martin, observing the now cowering wolves in the wake of the thunder, felt a spark of hope ignite within him. It was the first time he realized that the wolves were afraid of thunder. With this newfound knowledge, an escape plan began to form. However, he needed to act swiftly, for if the wolves adapted, the Black Tulip Brigade would likely face utter annihilation. Lead carriage, northward, into the canyon, Martin commanded loudly. All carriages, stay close to the lead carriage. Right turn, right turn. The sound of hooves melded seamlessly with the thunder, rumbling as they began to change direction. Yet, entering the canyon would inevitably slow their pace, allowing the wolves to catch up. A novice knight gasped in alarm. Fear not. Trust me. I have a plan, Martin bellowed. Hector, where are you? Hector, remove your armor. Huh, but boss, this Hector blushed, fidgeting as he clutched his broad chest. His hulking figure, complete with a bushy beard, made the gesture seem absurd, sending shivers down the spines of those in the carriage. The glances exchanged among Martin's companions were laden with unspoken meaning. Instinctively taking a half-step back. Damn it, you fool. What are you thinking? Martin's face flushed with embarrassment as he scolded. Can that contraption from the creators actually function? Huh, are you referring to the explosive crystal powder? It works, though it's prone to backfire. Hector sighed in relief, nodding. How much do we have? Not much ready-made. The Commander 1T let me use it. Too unstable. Hector expressed his grievance. Is it possible to blow a section of the canyon down? There isn't enough on hand, but we have plenty of magic crystals. They can be made on-site. How long will it take? Hector hesitated. 40 no, half an hour. Damn it. Why does it take so long? You have 10 minutes to get it done. I still need to choose. Some properties can't be detonated. I have to separate them. Otherwise, if the ratios are off, it won't explode properly. Is your brain filled with nonsense? Separate the tasks and package them individually. We can detonate them all at once. If they fail to explode, it matters not. If we can achieve even half, that would suffice. Martin, incensed, struck the carriage with a resounding crash. At such a juncture, concerns over waste should be cast aside. Hector, struck by sudden clarity, signaled an okay gesture, declaring that 5 minutes would remove the armor. Let a land take you ahead. With reduced weight, we can carry more supplies, Martin advised. Amidst the rolling thunder, the Black Tulip Brigade's convoy raced towards the canyon, drawing ever closer. Raindrops finally descended, plummeting to the ground with a cacophony. While the wolf pack remained relentlessly clinging to the rear of the convoy, trembling in fear from the thunder, yet unwilling to relinquish their prey. Chapter 20, 200,000 Gold Echo. 1. The Creation Society is a loosely knit assembly of eccentric players near Alonxio, characterized by a lack of stringent regulations, allowing for free coming and goings. However, each month, members are required to present their creations for collective appreciation. Failure to do so risks losing their membership. The Society's mission is to replicate real-world objects within the game. Naturally, there are skeptics who argue that the game lacks a program for gunpowder explosions or even the concept of gunpowder itself. This topic often ignites heated debates on the Society's forum, spanning dozens of pages. Regardless, players' motivation to replicate the real world can only be fulfilled through existing creations within this realm, such as holy light and magic crystals. The players of the Creation Society are a peculiar lot. While most of their creations are bizarre, there are occasional practical inventions, or those that can prove immensely useful in specific situations, such as explosive crystal powder. At this moment, Blaze remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Martin, his entire focus directed towards the formidable wolf and its pack. Blaze, the cart is about to enter the canyon. We must resolve this quickly. Martin shouted in desperation. It is said that wolves possess a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist. This monstrous wolf's physical prowess exceeded even those descriptions, rendering conventional methods ineffective for a swift resolution. I refuse to believe that your innards and brain are made of steel, Blaze thought, leaping down from the grass. Cloudburst, the approaching wolf, caught off guard, was met with a powerful strike from Blaze, whose well-prepared hand deflected the otherwise unyielding assault, causing the beast to stagger in surprise. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Harnessing the power of the earth, Blaze executed a second move with his right hand forming a palm. Rising Dragon, with a swift kick of his right foot. His palm shot upwards. Bang! It struck the wolf squarely on the jaw. Its gaping maw was forced shut, the formidable rows of steel teeth clashing together with a resounding snap. The combined force from Blaze and the wolf's own momentum sent, however, this alone would not suffice to vanquish the wolf. Miss Mint, the strike was successful. Blaze bellowed. I'm on it. Men had long been awaiting this opportunity. Goddess of Frost, I beseech your power, as Minta silently recited his incantation. The frost crystal arrow emitted an even more frigid aura, soaring through the air like a meteor. In the instant it was released, the arrow struck the neck of the great wolf. The beast, poised to retaliate, suddenly froze, feeling as though its vertebrae had been encased in ice. Its body began to betray it, stumbling unsteadily as it teetered on the brink of collapse. How could Liahua let this opportunity slip away? He swiftly crouched, maneuvered past the front half of the great wolf, and delivered a powerful punch to its flank. Bang! Well done, Liahua. Minta embraced him momentarily, with the retreat of the great wolf. The number of wolves capable of threatening the lead cart diminished significantly, granting Liahua a much-needed respite. The rain intensified, compelling the carriage to slow its pace. The canvas harness had severely hindered the steed's movement. Discard the harness? Unfasten. Accelerate as soon as we enter the canyon, Martin commanded once more. The drivers hurriedly untied the knots on their harnesses, discarding them onto the ground as the rumbling convoy surged ahead, gaining a bit more speed. The lead cart was the first to enter the canyon. The carriages thundered along, lined up in formation as they penetrated the gorge. Many wolves that had been lunging at the carriages collided with the cliff walls, drastically reducing the number of wolves that could keep pace with the convoy. However, this was only a temporary reprieve. The canyon's terrain favored the wolves' movements, and they would soon catch up. Action was imperative. Liahua once again ascended to the roof of the cart, ever vigilant for new creatures lurking in the darkness. Before long, he had dispatched several serpents and hawks, as well as numerous unknown small beasts at that moment. A few apprentice knights from the rear hastened to catch up. "Martin, all the carriages have safely entered the canyon." One apprentice knight shouted. "Good. Hector, how are you faring?" "Ready at a moment's notice, boss." "Come, let these brutes taste the first volley." Martin climbed onto the cart's roof, eyeing the approaching pack of wolves, and commanded fiercely. "Understood." Hector activated the device, leaping onto Alan's warhorse as if propelled by flames, urging, "Hurry, we must not bury ourselves." Alan required no further encouragement. He immediately spurred his horse forward in a desperate dash. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted as an indeterminate amount of explosive crystal powder detonated, creating shockwaves that propelled Hector forward. Thankfully, this was just a game. In reality, such an explosion at this distance would likely leave a... Moreover, detonating in the confined space amplified the sound, potentially inflicting secondary damage on living beings, disorienting them. The wolf pack fared far worse. The sudden and violent explosion not only harmed them but also left many trembling in fear, their pursuit momentarily faltering. After a while, the rear wolves surged forward, overtaking their stunned companions, baring their teeth as they resumed their chase of the convoy. "Well done, Hector." Martin, also experiencing a ringing in his ears, had to shout to be heard. "Prepare for the second gift. Keep your eyes peeled, boss." Hector, employing his tried and true tactics once more, swiftly urged his steed forward, his experience evident as he deftly squeezed the horse's flank, propelling them ahead with even greater speed than before. The pack of wolves surging into the canyon was left momentarily stunned, with many of the malevolent beasts turning tail and colliding with their advancing comrades in a chaotic frenzy. Players, enduring the ringing in their ears and the sensation of dizziness, erupted in applause at the sight. "Well done, Hector. Absolutely magnificent. Explosive genius, Hector." Even Lihua could not help but give a thumbs up, inquiring of Mint. Why was T such a formidable weapon utilized earlier? In the ancient castle, no less? Goodness, a single blast like that would surely summon all the gargoyles in the castle to confront us. And if the castle were to collapse, we would be in even greater peril. Mint rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lihua, upon realization, nodded in understanding. Thank you. Hector, brimming with pride, saluted the crowd. "Hold on. There's still one more big shot left. Just a moment. Let me administer a potion to my horse." Alan interjected, placing the horse at the last detonation point. Thwarting his immediate plans for ignition, he produced a bottle of yellow potion glowing with a white light and administered it to the warhorse before extending his hand. "Please, begin your performance." Hector shrugged, lowered his head to activate the final device, and swiftly mounted his steed. Without needing prodding, Alan immediately spurred the horse into a gallop. "Run, my son," Alan bellowed, and the warhorse, as if fueled by gunpowder, charged forward, carrying the two hefty men with such velocity that it left afterimages in its wake, swiftly catching up to the retreating convoy. Before long, players felt the ground heave beneath them before they could react. A tumultuous roar surged forth. Boom, 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 boom. Those players positioned further back initially believed they had been blown away, their bodies thrown askew by the shockwave, with several military horses falling to the ground with anguished cries. Even those players who had distanced themselves significantly were not spared from the calamity of the blast. As for the wolves, one could only wish them a peaceful passage to the afterlife. The malevolent wolves closest to the epicenter were obliterated, while those slightly further out perished with blood oozing from every orifice. The collapsed canyon crashed directly into the heart of the wolf pack, unleashing a frenzied mudslide that buried the strongest of the vile wolves beneath its weight. The surrounding wolves, paralyzed by fear, promptly turned tail and fled, abandoning any thought of pursuing the players' convoy. The players, having narrowly escaped, erupted in a chorus of curses, completely forgetting their earlier praise for Hector. "Damn it, Hector, you scoundrel! What on earth was that?" Martin exclaimed, his head poking out from the mud, furious. "Pa, pa, pa." Hector and Alan were not faring any better. Their faces caked in mud. Even more so than Martin, Alan's precious son had transformed into a muddy creature, causing him immense distress. He felt an overwhelming urge to kick Hector off his horse. Hector spat out the muck from his mouth and, with a tone of grievance, protested, "I have never used such high-grade materials. That was a magic crystal produced by an abyssal demon, not to mention. Even the creator has never laid eyes on it." "What?" Martin instantly lost his temper. "Repeat that. Whose magic crystal did you use?" "Huh?" Hector, momentarily taken aback, replied, "It was just a large demon's magic crystal. You said to go all out against him. And the one on our vehicle is the fiercest of the lot." Martin trembled with rage, his blood boiling, his face flushed, the air he exhaled warm. "Alan, throw this imbecile onto the cart." "Yes, sir." Alan had long to deal with him. And he swiftly tossed Hector onto the cart. Martin charged at Hector, delivering blow after blow to his head while cursing. "I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson. Wasteful fool. Do you know how much that magic crystal costs?" Gripping Hector by the neck, he spat in his face. 17,000 gold coins. Enough for that unfortunate Viscount to sell his son for a pittance. He slammed Hector down and continued to pummel him, each punch landing with force. "You dim-witted thing. Martin, won't he stop until I beat the very life out of you?" True to his word, each strike grew fiercer. Upon hearing the figure of 17,000, the surrounding players grew restless, rising to encircle them and kicking at Hector. 17,000. And there are 11 carts and 22 carts. Those two also hold considerable goods. Over 200,000. Wasteful scum. Go to hell. Even players from nearby carts could not resist joining in, delivering kicks of their own. Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, Hector did save the convoy, Li Hua remarked to Minter, but his voice dwindled as he spoke. "All right, forget I said anything." Minter shot a fierce glare at Li Hua, seemingly siding with Hector. "Over 200,000 gold coins, just like that?" Poof. Minter rolled up his sleeves, appearing eager to join in. "This fool, he infuriates me." In response, Li Hua could only silently close his mouth, secretly feeling sympathy for this unfortunate soul receiving a beating. Chapter 21. The Sword Tax. 1. The carriage had fallen into a state of disrepair, and some of the horses bore visible injuries, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Far removed from the grandeur with which they had set off, the players were slumped in exhaustion, too weary to move. Even Li Hua and Ming had taken to resting back-to-back atop the lead carriage, their weapons cast aside as they sought a moment's peace. After departing from the canyon, they had encountered several ambushes by monster hordes along the way. Yet these were significantly less daunting than before. The most perilous encounter had been with a swarm of rotting crows. The assault from these undead creatures had left the players flustered, but despite incurring some losses, they ultimately vanquished the entire group. After hours of relentless combat, fatigue had set in for all. However, as they approached the territory of Cologne Fortress, the threat of monster ambushes had markedly diminished, allowing the players to finally relax. Except for one unfortunate soul still bound atop the carriage, the moniker 200,000 Hector would likely haunt him for a while longer. Ming's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned to Li Hua. "Someone is tailing us." Upon hearing this, Li Hua immediately sprang to his feet, grasping his sword. Not far behind a nearby rock, two shadowy figures appeared, mounted and fully armed, yet lacking any family crest that would indicate their noble lineage. "Who are they?" Li Hua inquired. Ming shook his head, uncertain. "They must belong to some noble family, but their intentions for following us remain unclear." Li Hua glanced at the vigilant Martin, making a slicing motion across his throat, silently asking if he should take action. Martin observed the situation for a moment before shaking his head. "Let's avoid conflict for now. They could be the private soldiers of a noble. It would be best not to stir up trouble." Li Hua nodded in agreement, resuming his seat but remaining alert, his gaze fixed on the two riders. The duo, having realized they had been spotted, paid no mind and continued to trail the caravan into the territory of Cologne Fortress. "I recall a legend," Ming suddenly remarked, his expression shifting. "About these two individuals?" Li Hua queried. Ming nodded. "It's about the notorious sword tax." The nearby Martin evidently shared the same thought, his demeanor darkening as he sent a message to Julian, seemingly deliberating on a course of action. "Sword tax? What is that?" Li Hua asked, perplexed. "It is said that when a prime target appears, Marquis Say dispatches his private nightly order to collect exorbitant taxes, circumventing the gaze of the general of Cologne Fortress and imposing rates far beyond those. They also seek out individuals or matters that may pose a threat to Marquis Say." Ming elucidated. "The sword tax, truly a tyrannical practice." Li Hua frowned, now comprehending the value of the Black Tulip Brigades. These funds were intended to compensate for the brigade's losses, and should they be excessively taxed, the repercussions for the brigade would be dire. "The captain has mobilized a patrol squad that is on their way to greet us. We must stall for time," Martin declared. "Li Hua, I will be counting on you again." Li Hua nodded and unsheathed his sword, preparing to wipe it clean. The two individuals at the rear engaged in constant conversation. And it was only after the caravan had ventured into the territory of Cologne for some time that they adorned themselves with the insignia of Marquis Say. With a swift urging of their horses, they accelerated past the caravan, turning their steeds to stand imposingly before the procession, raising their hands coldly to signal the convoy to halt. The two warhorses pawed the ground restlessly, occasionally snorting loudly. The players' expressions shifted dramatically as they drew their weapons and stood at the ready. Martin, feeling a surge of anxiety, hastily urged his comrades to lower their arms, forbidding any hostile gestures. As a leader of the caravan, he bore the weight of greater considerations. While eliminating these two might be simple, who could ascertain whether additional knights lurked behind them? Offending Marquis Say could jeopardize their standing as outsiders, leaving the Black Tulip Brigade at a disadvantage in the opportunity-rich wasteland. The coachmen reined in their horses, halting before the two knights of the Say family. One by one, the carriages came to a standstill, enveloping the scene in an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional snorts of the horses. As not a soul dared utter a word, Li Hua regarded the two knights with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. They were formal knights of the Say family, undoubtedly of a rank superior to the fledgling knights of the Black Tulip Brigade. Observing how merely two knights could silence the entire group, he inwardly lamented the peculiar dynamics of the game, where players seemed to depend upon the whims of NPCs for their survival. This marked Li Hua's first encounter with intelligent NPCs within a human society, and the impression it left was indelible. As the knights noted the caravan's compliance, their expressions turned to satisfaction. One knight dismounted, drawing a long sword from a sheath strapped to his horse. With a resounding clang, he thrust it into the ground, surveying the players, who stood in fearful silence, before smirking and drawing his second sword. With 5 resounding strikes, 5 swords found their place in the earth, and the knight positioned himself before them, unsheathing his own knightly sword, driving its tip into the soil, his hands crossed over the hilt. Casting a cold gaze upon the players as if awaiting something, Li Hua noticed the expressions of Mingta and Martin darkening significantly and could not help but inquire about the meaning of this display. The so-called sword tax referred to the swords embedded in the ground. Each sword represented a tenth. Thus, the number of swords indicated the tax owed. The tax collector awaited a representative from the opposing party to challenge. For each sword destroyed in battle, 1/10 of the tax would be mitigated. If not a single sword were to be broken, the full amount would be owed according to the number of swords he had driven into the ground. Mingta clenched his teeth, explaining, "So, he demands 50% tax?" Li Hua gasped in astonishment. "Not 50%, but 60%. He has one sword in hand." Martin's face turned ashen with dread. Li Hua found himself at a loss for. These two had intercepted the caravan, and their opening demand was a staggering 60% tax. Was this truly the conduct of an NPC? They were both formal knights, likely of level 16 or higher, an arduous challenge. Martin spoke in a low, grave tone. "Damn it. We were supposed to travel discreetly. How could they have caught wind of our presence? It must be that cursed Viscount who leaked our plans. We must tread carefully." The formal knights differ significantly from specters or demons, for they possess specialized techniques and skills tailored for combat between individuals, while their strength may not rival that of demons when it comes to one-on-one duels. "They truly excel," Mingtian cautioned. "Understood. Rest assured." Li Hua waved his hand dismissively, leaping down from the carriage with purposeful strides until he stood before the knight, exuding a fervent battle spirit. The knight opposite him glanced lazily at Li Hua, scrutinizing his movements and wrists for a moment before suddenly letting out a derisive laugh. "An apprentice?" Li Hua stood firm, raising an eyebrow. "A warrior, Li Hua." He smiled. "Soon, we shall see who will be left weeping. You had best pay heed to your mother's direction, lest you become disoriented." The knight did not take offense. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Are all warriors so arrogant? Regardless of your thoughts, the outcome remains unchanged. You shall find yourself on the receiving end of a kick." Li Hua, uninterested in bickering with an NPC, unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound, gripping it firmly and pointing it at his opponent. The knight, upon witnessing Li Hua's stance, laughed even louder. "Forgive me, but are you truly the one intending to challenge me? Let me guess, according to your warrior terminology, you're at level 0? My daughter wields a sword with greater finesse, and she is merely 6 years old. Ha! Well said." The knight applauded, drawing his knight's sword from the ground. "Even if you are level 0, I shall not hold back. I will give my all." Instantly, the knight's demeanor transformed from that of a languid middle-aged man into a ferocious beast poised to strike. A mere initial stance instilled immense pressure in Li Hua. as if the knight's blade were already poised at his throat. Sir Orokin of the Red Shirt Knight Order. A blade unsheathed, its brilliance evident. After a moment of tense standoff, it was Liu who could no longer withstand the pressure, letting out a mighty roar as he charged forward. "Ya!" Liu shouted, summoning all his strength to push forth with his qianche. Orokin, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a cold smile, effortlessly sliding to the side. With a dazzling flick of his sword, he deftly disarmed Liu, swiftly reversing the grip on the hilt to strike at his throat with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Liu was knocked to the ground, clutching his throat tightly as he coughed violently, nearly dislodging his Adam's apple. "Liu!" Mingtian screamed in alarm, ready to leap into the fray, only to be halted by Martin. For the indigenous NPCs, a duel is sacred. Any interference would be deemed an act of war. Aside from the combatants, none may intervene. Orokin leisurely circled around the prone Liu, tauntingly asking, "Do the warriors engage in play acting? Even children can wield a blade." Orokin observed Liu's pained expression with keen interest. "Aha, I concede. Your strength exceeds my expectations, and your physique astonishes me. But so what? You do not suppose that sheer brute force alone can vanquish me, do you? To defeat a knight of renown, a red shirt knight? What is this? Have you never endured such pain? Do you believe I should relent now and send you to the hospital?" Orokin ceased his circling, standing resolutely before the blazing flames. "Rise, O warrior. Grasp your sword with the valor of a true knight." Cough, cough. Fire, suppressing the discomfort in his throat, leaned against qianche and stood upright at a red-clad knight. "You say? Tiste, truly." Orokin observed Fire's precarious stance, growing somewhat impatient. "Listen well, you fledgling. Allow me this final reminder. The pride of a warrior lies in the readiness to advance without hesitation in battle. Do you comprehend? Only death can compel you to relinquish your weapon." Fire felt a jolt within, lowering his head slightly as he sensed the tremors from qianche. The Phantom Realm armament possesses its own soul, and at this moment, Fire suddenly perceived the emotions emanating from qianche, an indomitable spirit. It yearned for battle. Regaining his composure, Fire tightened his grip on his weapon, the blade's tip aimed squarely at Orokin. "Excellent. Now you appear somewhat respectable." Orokin nodded, assuming a preparatory stance, and instantly Fire felt the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him. "Ultimately, I shall convey to you through my sword that the wilderness is not as simplistic as you, a mere child, might envision." No sooner had he spoken than Orokin abruptly vanished from Fire's line of sight, reappearing beside him like a wraith. Phantom blade. Fire was momentarily taken aback by the disorienting sensation of the apparition, yet quickly regained his composure, raising his sword to parry. Clang, qianche clashed with the knight's sword, producing a resonant sound. Fire sensed that Orokin's blade was now different. Previously, he could suppress him with sheer force, but now it felt as if qianche had become a rock, his strength sinking into oblivion. Aware that he could not compete with Fire in strength, Orokin resorted to his earlier tactics, the ashen blade twisting in an attempt to breach Fire's defenses. However, Fire was no mere brute relying on brawn. Entwined, qianche remained closely aligned with the knight's sword, not yielding an inch. The so-called entwined technique boiled down to retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats, and against the crimson-clad knight's swordsmanship. The two were momentarily evenly matched. A flicker of surprise emerged in Orokin's eyes. Impressive, yet still insufficient. The silhouette before Fire dissipated once more, and he instinctively reacted, turning to block, narrowly intercepting the ashen sword light that had appeared behind him. Yet Orokin's assault was far from simplistic. He exploited Fire's unsteady footing from the sudden turn, delivering a powerful kick to Fire's heel, sending him sprawling. Fire's stance should have been stable, yet the hasty pivot had caused him to lose his balance, leading to an inelegant second fall. This time, Orokin was devoid of any intent to guide. The knight's sword lunged towards the fallen Fire like a specter, forcing him into a frantic defense. After a considerable struggle, he seized an opportunity to rise, now adorned with several wounds. Though fortunately, the miraculous armor had spared him from fatal injury. Truly, he was worthy of being a red-clad knight. Fire wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Though your combat relies solely on instinct, you are not entirely a novice in battle." Orokin conceded with rare praise. "However, with such meager skills, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat me." "Certainly," the fiery spirit grinned broadly. "Thus, are you prepared to face my ultimate strike?" "Bring it on." Orokin's countenance turned serious as he brandished his sword in readiness. The fiery spirit bellowed, charging forward. engaging Iroken in a fierce clash at that moment. Iroken's phantom sword had vanished, indicating that such a state could not be sustained for long. However, even so, it was not something the fiery spirit could withstand. From the very outset, he found himself at a disadvantage. The fiery spirit, willing to exchange wounds with Iroken, stood resolute against the onslaught, thrusting his sword towards Iroken's shoulder. Iroken, unwilling to trade blows, deftly sidestepped the fiery spirit's assault. Yet his knight's sword still managed to pierce the fiery spirit's shoulder. The miraculous armor, indeed a quasi-IA, showed no sign of damage even when struck directly by the knight's sword. Instead, it deflected the blade upward. With a cold huff, Iroken struck again, his sword slicing across the fiery spirit's arm. Ugh! The fiery spirit gritted his teeth against the pain, surging past Iroken, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last he had breached Iroken's defenses. In the eyes of all spectators, after the fiery spirit's initial failure, he did not immediately pivot to defend, but rather surged forward with even greater velocity. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Iroken comprehended his intent, his expression darkening. Damn it. Iroken's physical prowess was not as formidable as that of the fiery spirit. Under the latter's full-speed charge, unless he resorted to skills, he would be unable to keep pace. Yet it was too late. The fiery spirit swung his sword, severing 5 long swords embedded in the ground with a single stroke. The clattering sound of metal echoed as they fell, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. How does one even quantify this? The fiery spirit turned to face the flustered Iroken, a smile adorning his face. Sir Knight, you now have but a 10th remaining. Iroken's expression darkened to the hue of a burnt pot. Chapter 22. The Black Tulip. Please continue to support with collections and recommendations. As the fiery spirit severed the long swords embedded in the ground, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. Iroken's visage fluctuated between shades of green and black, momentarily at a loss for words. His companions stared wide-eyed, then burst into silent laughter, exchanging knowing glances between the arena and the members of the brigade. Meanwhile, the players of the Black Tulip Brigade were seen wiping their foreheads in a cold sweat, their expressions a peculiar mix of concern and suppressed laughter, appearing rather odd. Only the fiery spirit stood confidently. I must say you. Iroken ultimately shook his head in resignation. You truly are quite oblivious. Iroken once again assumed a battle stance, an imposing aura radiating from him. In a duel, I need not resort to lethal force. But now, just as Iroken was speaking, the sudden sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a troop of knights emerged from the entrance. The knights slowed their steeds, bringing them to a halt, clad in standard armor. Adorned with the emblem of the Gavia National Knights, the leader bore a crimson tunic beneath his armor, much like Iroken. Accompanying them were Julian, the leader of the Black Tulip Brigade, and the vice leader, Eid, marking the timely arrival of reinforcements for the brigade. Iroken in crimson, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The knight at the forefront held the reins firmly in both hands, remaining mounted as he nonchalantly declared, Malay Hou Xuan. Iroken squinted, urging not to disturb the sanctity of the duel. Huh. Malay let out a playful chuckle, glancing around before dismounting. It has been quite some time since I last witnessed. Let us allow the young members of the National Knights Order to observe as well. With Malay's words, the players accompanying him also dismounted, while several other knights maneuvered their steeds to encircle the area subtly. Malay Hou Xuan, please do not misunderstand. Iroken's companion dismounted and approached with a cordial expression. Cyprius Hou Xuan, I see you are here as well, Malay remarked as if just noticing him, a smile gracing his face. What brings 2 red shirts here? Are you here specifically to engage in a duel? Not at all. I am merely accompanying Iroken Hou Xuan on an excursion, intending to venture into the wasteland to hunt a scorpion lion for Marquis Say as a birthday gift. Encountering an impudent warrior here prompted Iroken Hou Xuan to decide on a lesson. Cyprius explained with a broad smile. So you are aware he is a warrior? Malay scrutinized Iroken with a discerning gaze. I had thought that the neutrality decree of the Grand Commander regarding warriors had ceased to apply here under Marquis Say. Not at all. Regardless of the circumstances, we would never contravene the Grand Commander's edict. It is truly merely a spar, nothing more. Cyprius replied cheerfully. Just a spar, you say? Malay regarded Cyprius with a knowing smile. That seems rather dubious. Although we are merely subordinates of the Earl Say, we too are red-shirt knights. How could we break the law? Wouldn't you agree? I see. Malay mused momentarily, then pointed at the several broken swords behind Liahua, implying significantly, this young warrior has performed admirably. 5 swords have been severed, leaving but one opportunity remaining. I presume, Cyprius's smile faltered slightly. While it may appear so, the reality is. Is there more to the story? No. No, absolutely not. Indeed, this warrior managed to sever 5 swords under Iroquois Hou Xuan's equal combat pressure, but that is where it ends. Cyprius maintained a smile, subtly signaling Iroquois to conclude the matter swiftly. Iroquois, you. Cyprius's expression turned anxious. You are called Lehua, correct? I shall remember you, warrior. Iroquois disregarded Cyprius, instead fixing his gaze on Lehua. Next time, I hope you can die standing. In an instant, Iroquois vanished, reappearing behind Lehua, delivering a swift kick to his rear, sending him sprawling to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. I said I would kick your backside. And I shall. With that, he paid no heed to the prone Lehua, baring his teeth in agony, and walked straight back to his horse. With skills like yours, you are far from surviving in the wasteland. You ought to learn what it truly means to be a warrior. Upon mounting his steed, without so much as waiting for Cyprus, he galloped away, leaving Cyprus's expression rather displeased. Malay cast a surprised glance at Cyprus. In light of this, there was nothing further to discuss. Thus, I bid you farewell. Cyprus dramatically tossed his cloak and strode towards his horse, pausing momentarily as he passed by Julian and the others. The Black Tulip Brigade. You perform admirably. Julian promptly offered a warm smile. My apologies, Sir Cyprus. At that moment, a portly player hurried forward, extending his hands to grasp Cyprus's, and in an instant, a small pouch was transferred into Cyprus's possession. Sir Cyprus, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The amiable rotund fellow stood beside Cyprus, exuding a harmonious aura, and then whispered in a manner audible only to the two of them. This evening at the Black Swan Hotel, I implore you to grace us with your presence. After the departure of the 2 members of the Say Knights, the National Knights exhibited little interest in lingering. Or perhaps they simply held no particular fascination for the adventurers. Their presence was merely a consequence of Julian's personal connections and his intentions regarding the Say Knights. Curian, I am obliged by duty, so I shall not tarry longer. Malay did not exhibit any air of arrogance, which can be attributed to Julian's status as a level 16 adventurer. After all, in the tumultuous lands of Senia, the powerful are esteemed guests wherever they may be. Farewell, Sir Malay. We shall discuss opera again when time permits. Julian offered a courteous bow. Following their pleasantries, Malay too received a dainty pouch, and thus the knights departed with satisfaction. The scene was left with only the players of the Black Tulip, who, seeing matters resolved smoothly, wore smiles of contentment. Julian then approached the Black Tulip Brigade, observing the weary convoy that had traversed the desolate plains, and embraced each member in turn, Flame, Minter, and Martin, before removing his extravagant feathered hat and bowing to all. Welcome back, my valiant warriors. The players erupted in rapturous cheers. Lachalipanoir, Lachalipanoir, Lachalipanoir. The applause was deafening. Chapter 23. Awe 1. Julian and his companions took their seats in the lead carriage. This is Flame. Our significant achievements this time are largely thanks to him. Julian introduced them. This is our deputy brigade leader Bernard, our esteemed steward. A pleasure to meet you. The rotund Bernard extended his hand to shake Flame's. Your exploits precede you. We owe you much, for without you, our brigade would have faced peril. Flame offered a courteous response, and at that moment, Bernard's earlier shrewd demeanor seemed to dissipate, perhaps due to the immense wealth acquired from vanquishing the Abyssal army. Julian exchanged knowing glances with Eder and jestingly chided. The brigade has supported you for so long, yet it seems you only know how to reap benefits. That is not quite the case. Mingta, in a feigned display of nonchalance, concealed the IA cube once more. Lihua, being a member of the brigade, certainly could not be accused of seeking personal gain. Indeed, I stand corrected. Julian, with his hands clasped in a gesture of supplication, assured them that he had long since prepared a reward for Lihua, one that would be utterly satisfying. Humph, now that is more like it. Mingta tossed the IA cube to him and then exchanged a wink with Lihua, who responded with a shy smile that it was beyond Julian to request benefits from Lihua, for such an act embodied the subtlety inherent to Eastern culture. Furthermore, having only recently embarked on this journey, he remained unaware of the true value of his actions. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Mingta for her assistance, despite her occasionally excessive enthusiasm. Julian unfurled the cube, revealing 2 swords. Within the confines of the carriage, the joy of recovering what was lost filled the brigade with elation. Mendel's stiletto could be deemed the very faith of the Black Tulip Brigade. To perish at the hands of the Abyssal Soul often resulted in a guaranteed demotion. All present players experienced a drop of 3 levels, accompanied by an additional week of outdoor debilitation. During this span, they would be unable to engage in any external activities, confined instead to the city housing the Rebirth Temple. Special Mission: The Chosen One's Extremity Mission details. Ascend to the 100th floor of the Chosen One's tower within 1 week. Mission Reward: Elimination of 100 penalty points. The Chosen One's tower serves as the initial experience for the majority of players, where nearly all navigate through their extensive novice period. Even non-combat players must enhance their levels within its confines. The Black Tulip Brigade, naturally, had its rivals, one of which was the Rattlesnake Brigade, also active within Cologne Fortress. The animosity between the Black Tulip Brigade and the Rattlesnake Brigade had roots that stretched back to their struggles within the Chosen One's tower, and as time progressed, their feud deepened, leaving little room for reconciliation. Upon learning of the Black Tulip Brigade's catastrophic annihilation, the Rattlesnake Brigade could hardly contain their delight. Seizing the opportunity, they leveraged their connection with Marquis Saya to challenge the Black Tulip Brigade to a brigade duel. Hoping to capitalize on Julian's misfortune with the IA-to stake their claim in this duel, the Rattlesnake Brigade even wagered their recently acquired Order of Fantasy and both prized items of the illusory realm, demonstrating their determination to secure victory. Had it not been for Li Hua, the Rattlesnake Brigade's plans might have succeeded. Thus, it is clear that these serpentine foes were calculating their advantage. Our IA has not been lost, and we possess the means to restore everyone's levels before the duel, Julian proclaimed with triumph. Let them believe we have lost an IA. They shall be in for a surprise. Minta chuckled incessantly, exclaiming, "Oh, I cannot wait to witness the sorrow of that fat snake when we defeat them. Their second IA scheme is bound to fail once more." I still vividly recall his foolish antics during the last contest over the second Order of Fantasy. He was also in high spirits. Moreover, they remain unaware of our additional combat strength in Li Hua, do they not? Zoro added with a grin. The group nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted, with a somewhat forced smile. Li Hua cast a gloomy gaze out the window. After a while, the players from the expedition began to recount their experiences along the journey. Minter and Martin supplemented each other's tales, to the astonishment of those who had not participated. "What is the matter? Are you disheartened by losing to an NPC?" Julian inquired, offering a glass of beer to Li Hua as he settled beside him. Li Hua chuckled softly, taking a swig without uttering a word. "I too have noticed that the NPCs in this game that are almost indistinguishable from real people," Li Hua interjected. "Indeed, they each possess their own lives, social structures, and emotional landscapes. Furthermore, their combat prowess far surpasses the expectations of the players. Their battle techniques, honed through countless trials and tribulations, can effortlessly dispatch a player of equal level. In their own words, players are merely Navi fledglings, endowed with power yet lacking reverence for weaponry and combat, often acting on impulse when wielding force." Julian leaned back, propping one arm on the chair's backrest, while he took a gulp from his glass, seemingly reminiscing about his own journey of growth. "But this is merely a game, isn't it?" Li Hua pondered, struggling to grasp the concept of reverence for power. "Isn't combat simply the strong overpowering the weak, reaping the rewards of victory, and the defeated resigning to their fate?" "No, I advise against harboring such thoughts." Julian shook his head. "Every player begins with questions similar to yours. However, those who act impulsively find themselves at a standstill. You know why? Because that NPCs possess preferences and aversions." Li Hua felt a flicker of understanding. "Precisely. NPCs experience a range of emotions. Should they deem a player unworthy of trust and respect, they will not hesitate to trample upon their dignity in severe cases. They might even pursue that player relentlessly, rendering them unable to move forward." Julian shrugged. "Thus, to thrive in this world, one must cultivate good relations with NPCs, engage in their social circles, adhere to their customs, and if necessary, partake in their political affairs to ensure a better existence. If one were to treat NPCs as mere targets for slaughter, ultimately, it is the player who meets their demise that I understand now." Li Hua nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he inquired, "But what does this have to do with reverence for power?" Julian smiled. "This brings us to the values held by the NPCs. Let us refer to them as the natives. The history of the natives is intricate, too complex to delve into here, yet it is their reverence for power that has shaped their history. Look around. This world is filled with holy light, abysses, and various supernatural forces. What grants humanity dominion over the earth? It is their respect for power, possessing strength, yet not succumbing to wantonness. Conversely, players acquire their power too easily, leading many to exhibit mere greed for it. Which is why some natives harbor disdain for warriors. To become a true warrior, it is not merely sufficient to possess strength. One must endure not only the trials of the body but, more crucially, the tribulations of the spirit. Yiyun gazed into the flames, understanding that one must not be enslaved by brute force, but rather, one must master and revere it. Hou paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. In truth, I comprehend all of this and have always held myself to such standards. Yet, I find that being immersed in this game has caused me to become somewhat lost. The victories against the Abyssal Army have inflated my ego, leading me to regard these indigenous people as inconsequential. Who would have thought that in the end, I would receive a harsh lesson? That is because you have yet to learn how to become a true warrior. Engaging in battle is simple. It merely requires the courage to wield a weapon. However, becoming a warrior is far more complex, as it demands a profound respect for those weapons. Yiyun replied, I do not quite understand. Hou admitted, let me put it this way. Let us begin with your duel against Knight Irakan today. Yiyun adjusted his posture and continued, the act of sword taxation stems from a mutual respect between warriors for one another's martial prowess. A sword planted in the ground does not signify that one can simply approach and sever it. Rather, it carries a symbolic meaning. Long ago, duels among warriors were fought with swords that represented their wealth and stakes. Although the meaning of the sword has evolved, its symbolic essence remains unchanged. If you can defeat the sword held by your opponent, the remaining swords will naturally belong to you. Hou covered his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So, my action of directly severing the sword was both unnecessary and made me appear foolish. Not quite. Yiyun chuckled. You cannot be blamed for your ignorance of these matters. And your participation in battle was originally intended to buy us time. This illicit taxation masquerading as a duel is inherently unjust. Therefore, we need not adhere to any codes of combat. In fact, your chaotic antics may yield the best outcome. Even the other nobles and knights would not criticize you, but rather mock the opposing side. Hearing this, Hou felt somewhat relieved. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Captain Yiyun, I have a request. Yiyun raised an eyebrow. Speak. I wish to witness your prowess, and engage you in a duel. Hou gazed earnestly at Yiyun, a peculiar light of determination igniting in his eyes. I believe you need not prove yourself in such a manner. No, it is not about proving anything, but rather, I have come to understand certain truths. As a martial artist, my spirit is ablaze. Previously, I managed to achieve certain feats solely because my foundation in the real world is stronger than that of most. However, this form of strength is confined to the realm of reality. I have been shackled in the real world for too long, and now, I find that in this realm, I can transcend the limitations of my previous self. Thus, I must learn to become a warrior of this world, honing my skills through its unique methods. This principle, in essence, is quite simple, akin to the circumstances faced by Tong Junwen. Tong Junwen's prowess can no longer be constrained by mere examination results. The limitations imposed by the examiners are but a ceiling of perfection that she effortlessly surpasses. For her, achieving the pinnacle of excellence is simply a matter of course, devoid of any challenge. Thus, she seeks to venture into a broader world, shedding the confines of traditional assessments to explore the frontiers of academia, where her sole examiner is herself. Similarly, Hou yearns to break free from the shackles of the mundane world, immersing himself in a realm that cannot hinder his ascension. This is his desire. So, you wish to learn the art of combat in this world through me? Yiyun has already grasped his intentions. You are the strongest player I have ever encountered. Some truths can only be uncovered in your presence. Yiyun and Hou locked gazes, and he beheld the flame of true strength in Hou's eyes, prompting a silent admiration and a nod of agreement. Very well. As you wish, I shall unveil all that I have learned. Their hands clasped firmly, and they exchanged smiles. Hey, Captain! Mint suddenly appeared beside them, prying apart their clasped hands and pulling Hou aside. You have a wife and children. You cannot lay a hand on Hou. Yiyun rolled his eyes in exasperation. You fool! What are you saying? Mint disregarded him, drawing Hou into the midst of the crowd to engage in conversation. They laughed heartily as they recounted the events of the day's sword tax duel, and soon a merry group began to fill Hou's cup with wine. The convoy swiftly entered Cologne Fortress, marking Hou's first sight of a city within the game. That he was awestruck by the medieval ambience that enveloped the city. Cologne Fortress was built against the backdrop of mountains and waters. The outer city belonged to ordinary farmers, teeming with various farms, slaughterhouses, tanneries, blacksmiths, and irrigation facilities sprawling along the hills and riverbanks with no discernible end. The inner city was delineated by its walls and primarily inhabited by the early disengaged populace, warriors, service providers, merchants, artisans, and citizens reliant on industries from other cities. This city bore resemblance to those of Europe during the Industrial Revolution. However, due to the presence of extraordinary beings and powers, it lacked the pollution and chaos characteristic. The city's governance was remarkably advanced, comparable to that of contemporary urban centers. The three most prominent structures within the inner city were the main fortress of the Marquis, the spire of the National Knight Order, and the Holy Light Cathedral, symbolizing divine radiance and angels, referred to by players as the Temple of Rebirth. The facilities for players were predominantly located around the temple, which was the convoys in Chapter 24. Observations of Cologne Fortress. The convoy of the Black Tulip Brigade gradually delved into the expansive farmlands of the outer city. Li Hua had become too engrossed to engage in conversation with the players. He leaned against the window, his gaze fixed outside. This was a world brimming with fantasy, starkly contrasting with the reality he knew. Strange livestock toiled in the fields, while diminutive sprites, adorned with dragonfly or butterfly wings, collected nectar. The flora and crops grew in manners entirely different from those of the real world, and the attire of the people exhibited novel styles. Some intelligent races were not even human. Yet they strode confidently through the marketplace. Occasionally, one might encounter street performers seated by the roadside, some strumming lutes while singing, others employing tricks to amuse housewives and children alike. From time to time, one may pass by training grounds where individuals are honing their skills in thrusting, horseback riding, or archery, among various other activities. These practitioners are apprentices of the guild. Mint explained that they had recently arrived from Elongsiu and must undergo training before venturing into battle. Apprentices? Players? Liehua's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, we all emerged from this very place, including you, and in the coming days, you will be required to participate as well. Without the guild's permission, one is not allowed to accept work or receive remuneration. Mint warned, shaking a finger. I see. Liehua nodded in understanding. After traversing several farms, the convoy arrived at the base of the city wall. The city gate featured 3 archways, with the central one firmly shut, while the 2 smaller side doors allowed for entry and exit. Carriages laden with goods were lined up, waiting to pay their taxes, while pedestrians were exempt from taxation but still subjected to appropriate inspections. The wait for the convoy to enter the city was not lengthy. However, most of the vehicles were thoroughly searched, with their cargo assessed for tax calculations, although the national regulations dictated that these taxes were not exorbitant. The meticulous process could still be quite burdensome. This is our passage document. The cart is loaded with materials destined for the National Knight Order, specifically from the beasts of the wasteland. Sir Miley has already verified this. Here is the tax receipt. Bernard cheerfully presented 2 sheets of parchment. Traditionally, groups like the Black Tulip Brigade merely hunted in the wasteland, but this time, they bore the spoils of an entire abyssal army. A stark contrast to the value of wasteland beasts. Fortunately, the brigade had already established connections with the National Knight Order, allowing them to navigate the situation smoothly. Upon hearing that it was Sir Miley's tax receipt, the gate officer did not dare to delay, reaching out to take it. He then meticulously compared it against the list, inspecting each card in a cursory manner, compared to the earlier chaotic inspections. This process was considerably more efficient, and soon he had completed his review. Very well. Since Sir Miley has verified it, we shall not prolong the matter. According to the tax receipt, the total amounts to 14,865 gold ICO. The gate officer announced, tucking away the receipt. It seems your haul this trip is quite substantial. Typically, the tax on a warrior's cart ranges between 100 to 300 gold ICO, yet the Black Tulip Brigade's carts averaged over 600 each. A clear indicator of their newfound wealth. Little did they realize the extent of their actual gains. The extravagant Hector had recklessly squandered 200 to 300,000 gold ICO, leaving one to ponder the true profits. Even if Liehua was unaware of the precise figures, he could still perform basic calculations, and the thought of how much tax the Black Tulip Brigade had evaded left him wide-eyed and breathing heavily. This is all hard-earned money. This time, we wiped out half a brigade. These gains merely offset our losses, he remarked. Bernard discreetly slipped a cloth pouch into the hands of the gatekeeper, saying, "You've worked hard. Sir, use this little sum to unwind at the tavern." The gatekeeper weighed the pouch in his hands, his eyes lighting up. "Very well. This is quite generous. You may pass." The gatekeeper was straightforward in accepting bribes, and promptly removed the obstacles from the path. Thus, the caravan of the Black Tulip Guild boldly entered the city, laden with immense wealth. The inner city was far more prosperous than the outer, as the inhabitants who were not bound to agricultural toil generally enjoyed a superior quality of life, allowing them greater energy to cultivate affluence. Cologne Fortress was perched atop a series of hills, resulting in numerous ascents and descents along the way. The houses rose tier upon tier according to the undulating terrain, presenting a remarkable sense of stratification among the medieval architecture. The citizens donned attire that was far more exquisite and tidy than that of the farmers in the outer city, with even the most ordinary citizens placing a premium on their quality. After passing through various residential and commercial districts, the caravan finally arrived in the church district, a gathering place for players. Upon traversing an archway, a distinct change in atmosphere enveloped, although the buildings remained unchanged. The attire, demeanor, and discourse of the people were utterly unlike those of the outer city's residents. An instinct whispered to him that these were indeed players. As expected, familiar faces greeted one another along the way, inquiring about each other's fortunes, exchanging playful banter, and making plans for evening revelries. Most of the players residing here were members of various guilds. Some had their own establishments, while others rented small courtyards in churches or inns. For players, gold was notably the most easily acquired resource. Players paid significant attention to their in-game homes, their decorations often surpassing those of the indigenous inhabitants in both taste and structure. Upon seeing some recognizable insignias, felt a sense of belonging. My dear Mint, a rather frivolous-looking player stood at the entrance of a courtyard, clutching a bouquet of roses and calling out affectionately. The sign above him prominently displayed a black tulip, indicating that this was indeed the residence of the Black Tulip Guild. However, found himself puzzled by the identity of this light-hearted individual. Mint leaped from the carriage, only to see the fellow quickly hide behind. Please help me teach this scoundrel a lesson. Oh no. Upon witnessing Mint's affectionate exchange with, the man dropped his bouquet and rushed over, exclaiming, My dear Mint, have you already found another love after just one day? Be quiet. Trigger, stop causing trouble. Julian interjected disapprovingly. I was merely jesting. The man, now donning a cheeky grin, retracted his exaggerated demeanor and turned to, extending his hand. Hello, I am Trigger, the sharpshooter of the guild. Trigger? Quite an apt name for his profession. Mused as he reached out to shake his hand. Greetings, I am a new member of the guild. Of course, I know. The international student from China who practices kung fu. Trigger exclaimed enthusiastically, shaking his hand vigorously before suddenly adding his other hand and exclaiming loudly as he applied more force. The blaze startled him momentarily, yet his strength was not to be underestimated. He swiftly retaliated with renewed vigor, only to find that this foe was alarmingly fragile, flailing his arms and leaping about exaggeratedly. Oh no, my hand is about to break. Good heavens, kung fu. Beads of cold sweat adorned the brow of the blaze. Was this fellow a fool? Chapter 25. The duel with Julian carriages passed through the gates of the encampment in a steady stream, entering the courtyard teeming with onlookers among the players. I had no idea there were so many people in the encampment. The blaze exclaimed, taken aback by the bustling throng. Our brigade currently has only about 200 combat-ready members, but there are many more essential roles that are not suited for battle, such as spellcasters and craftsmen, as well as some children, bringing the total to nearly 300, explained Minnie. Then the brigade has 500 or 600 members. The blaze remarked, astonished by the sheer number. To be precise, there are 613 individuals. You are the 614th. Minty clapped him on the shoulder, once the convoy entered the encampment. The cargo was swiftly transported to the inner courtyard, sealed off to prevent unauthorized entry. Only a group of merchant players under Bernard were busy tallying the spoils, while a few high-ranking individuals chatted casually nearby. After a while, the blaze checked the time and turned to Julian, saying, Captain, it will soon be dawn. Shall we proceed? Julian nodded in agreement. Very well, let us find a suitable venue. The two made their way outside, declining the company of others. Leaving a group in the inner courtyard exchanging puzzled glances, they arrived at an indoor training ground, scattered with wooden dummies and weapon racks, the floor marred by numerous broken tiles. The two stood in the center, selecting their respective weapons from the racks. Since you have sensed it yourself, I shall not hold back, Julian began. The confusion you are experiencing is something many elite players encounter upon entering the game. It is the realization that the power of the real world pales in comparison to that of this realm. Skills that may initially provide a significant advantage in acquiring resources soon reveal their limitations. Much like a motorcycle structure cannot harness the output of a car engine, your situation is quite unique. I have never seen a player possess such formidable strength at level 0. However, your case is not far removed from others. You may have possessed great physical prowess and skills in the real world, akin to a sports car, but in this world, you have acquired the engine of an aircraft. Thus, you might surpass most cars on a straight path. But on a mountain trail, your adversaries need only watch you plunge off the cliff. The Blaze raised his sword. Please, enlighten me. The battle commenced abruptly. Aside from the two of them, no one knew the outcome of the duel. In the morning light, an alarm clock buzzed insistently on the bedside. Imo lay asleep, nestled in bed, while the VRI on his head flickered intermittently with a soft blue glow. Thank you for utilizing our company's products. Until we meet again, a new world is yours to create. With a whoosh, the screen shut off, and the completely concealed eyepiece opened, revealing Immer's eyes. Exhaling deeply, Immer removed the VRI and sat up, lost in thought for a moment. He shook his head and chuckled. He had truly been defeated. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Although his martial arts focused on unlocking physical potential, he was not devoid of technique. He had never imagined that he could be bested by an ordinary individual from the real world through sheer skill. Covering his face, he closed his eyes and rubbed them for a while. However, he had already glimpsed his path. Opening his eyes, a spark of determination flickered within them. An astonishing world. He slammed his hand down on the incessantly ringing alarm clock and rolled out of bed. Today promised to be another day of routine. Pedaling his bicycle, he felt Tong Junwen quietly hugging his waist from behind. There was a hint of femininity in Xiaomo's presence. Suddenly, Tong Junwen spoke up. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Immer choked on his saliva. What are you saying? How could I possibly be involved with another woman? While he claimed this, his thoughts drifted to the French girl. Minter, shouldn't that be impossible? How could Tong Junwen perceive it? Tong Junwen wrinkled her little nose, saying, I can't smell anything. But there's always this annoying feeling. Cold sweat broke out on Immer's forehead. He had long since experienced Tong Junwen's uncanny sixth sense. Humph. Logically and realistically, it made no sense. Yet Tong Junwen turned her head away in a huff. Today, she still seemed unhappy. Hou Xuan arrived early as usual, and upon seeing Immer, he joyfully pulled him into the circle of sponsored players. Then began boasting about last night's remarkable achievements. The Hou Dezai Wu team had made steady progress yesterday, charging ahead triumphantly, and had successfully cleared the 41st level, entering the realm of the 42nd. This thrilled Hou Xuan immensely. However, there was also bad news. The He Dao team was nearing the completion of the 40th level, which left Hou Xuan deeply concerned. Immer felt a stir in his heart and inquired, is the demon-suppressing tower in Ba Huang City the same as the Chosen One's tower in Europe? Immer had never paid attention to such information before, but as he internally acknowledged his player identity, he naturally began to take an interest. Are there many graduates? Immer continued to ask. Absolutely. There are plenty. Hou Xuan responded, somewhat dejected. Although I entered the game early, I merely dabbled without forming a team sooner. My meager pocket money was hardly sufficient for the team's expenses. It wasn't until the last two elite tournaments and the destiny assessment that my father, seeing the significant influence, stopped opposing my investments in the game. For this, I even undertook a racial quest, reincarnating as a tiger man to start anew. Can you transform into other races? Immer asked in surprise. Of course, but you must complete a racial quest after reaching level 10. Which is quite troublesome, and unlike humans, you can't just be a jack of all trades. If it weren't for the team, I wouldn't bother at all, Hou Xuan expressed with some frustration. However, my father insisted that, as a representative of the Hou Dezai Wu group, I should appear formidable. The previous human form looked like a mere stick, so he insisted I switch to a tiger. It's truly exasperating. Yimo found that this father and son duo truly was a pair of lively characters. Today, Pang Xiujing refrained from causing any trouble, but during English class, Tong Junwen seized the opportunity to mercilessly mock his accent. Leaving him utterly humiliated, he dared not harbor resentment towards Tong Junwen. Instead, his gaze towards Yimo was filled with fury, suggesting that he, under the delusion of having a good rapport with Tong Junwen, believed Yimo to be the source of his embarrassment. After all, why else would Tong Junwen have put him in such an awkward position? Yimo paid this little heed. What harm could a mere bookworm inflict? Chapter 26. Amelia. That evening, Yimo promptly lay down in bed and activated the VRI. Firestorm online. Firestorm appeared in the offline safety zone. The so-called safety zone is a space designated by players for logging off, which can range from a small room to a tent or even a train carriage, provided that it remains immobile. The safety zone becomes impervious to destruction for a set duration, prohibits combat, and excludes NPCs, creating an absolutely secure environment for players before and after they log on or off. Setting up a safety zone requires 30 seconds. Firestorm deactivated the safety zone and stepped outside. It was 5 in the morning local time, and the dawn was just beginning to break. Yet for the local players, it was still 5 in the afternoon, with most yet to log in. Firestorm had anticipated an empty base and planned to stroll around. But upon reaching the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered the wandering Mingta. "Miss Mint, why are you up so early?" Firestorm inquired with surprise. "Of course, I'm waiting for you," Mingta replied cheerfully, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. "I figured you would be logging in soon. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. Oh, by the way, this is much better. What is this? The captain has officially reported your information to the Chosen Ones Guild. You are now a formal member of the brigade. This gold border signifies your status as a captain-level member. You can discard that temporary membership now," Mingta explained. Let us go. Let us go." Mingta tugged him out the door. At this hour, there were still few natives, but many players. As for them, their real bodies remained in a state of slumber, allowing them to spend as much time as they wished in the game, provided they attended to their physical nourishment. It was expected that once the issues with Alonxio were resolved, the entire brigade's equipment and combat strength would experience a significant enhancement. Finally, they arrived before a magnificent structure, which appeared like a small castle adorned with various towers. "What is this place?" Firestorm asked, gazing up at the uniquely styled building. "This is the Illusionist Guild," Mingta replied, stepping inside, prompting Firestorm to hastily follow. "The Illusionist Guild? A circus?" Firestorm questioned, bewildered. Illusionists are a type of mage, primarily studying illusion and practical spells, and it is a profession that players can learn. It's not the kind of tricks you find in the real world. "Oh, so they are mages," Firestorm said, feeling a sense of respect. For players in the real world, many might wield a sword proficiently, but the likelihood of finding someone capable of casting spells is remarkably rare. Perhaps 1 in 100. The game Hou Xuan is not one that can be mastered simply by a fleeting thought. One must truly grasp the nuances of skill utilization before wielding them. It is evident that while learning to swing a sword may be straightforward, the art of channeling spells is an entirely different matter. Who among us has ever cast a spell in the realm of reality? The majority of human learning capabilities are manifested in the comprehension of tangible phenomena. When it comes to understanding that which is invisible and intangible, human capacity diminishes significantly. As for acquiring knowledge about entities that have never existed in our world, this transcends the abilities of most individuals. You claim to have witnessed such feats in films and games. Yet, countless souls have observed lightning throughout the ages. Prior to Franklin and Tesla, did anyone truly harness its power? In this world, mages are already a rare breed, and for combatants, they are even scarcer, not to mention players who can wield spells in battle. "Amelia," Minter suddenly waved at a young girl. The girl looked up, squinting her eyes in a smile. "Sister." She appeared to be around 13 or 14, resembling her elder sibling with her vibrant red hair, though hers was styled into a fluffy braid, clad in the attire of a magic apprentice. She sat on a bench in a small garden, revealing her delicate, fair legs beneath her uniform, engrossed in a book. The sisters bore a striking resemblance, yet the younger one exuded a youthful, her smile utterly charming. Her name was Amelia. Minter approached and embraced Amelia. "Is everything well at home?" "Yes, I received the medicine you sent. Mother has been feeling much better lately," Amelia replied, nodding obediently. Minter affectionately stroked her hair. "And you?" "The doctor said I am recovering splendidly. I can even stand up now." "That is wonderful. In the game world, you must keep moving. This will help you retain the sensation of walking and aid in your recovery. Do you understand?" "I do, sister." After exchanging pleasantries, they turned to introduce Liuhua. Liuhua greeted her with a smile, and Amelia waved back shyly. "Amelia, do you recall what I told you?" Minter gently inquired, holding Amelia's hand. "Sister," Amelia lowered her gaze. "I am not suited for combat. Amelia, my little angel, have you forgotten the past? You are far more intelligent and braver than I. In this world, you can surely surpass me. Amelia, as long as you engage in battle and do not let momentary setbacks deter you, you will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior." Minter gestured towards Liuhua, saying, "He is the type of person I spoke of." Liuhua is a powerful warrior. Though he currently stands at level 0, he has already accomplished remarkable feats. He possesses great strength, but more importantly, regardless of the circumstances he faces, he possesses an indomitable spirit of combat, never yielding or conceding defeat. Minter took a breath, positioning Amelia before her. Amelia, he can teach you how to cultivate a warrior's heart. This is not for any other purpose, but for your own sake. The doctor proclaimed that your leg had succumbed to its limitations. However, behold, after having traversed this world, your leg has begun to regain sensation. Yet, this is insufficient. You must truly immerse yourself in this realm, to run and to fight. Only when you have genuinely mastered the physicality of this world, I believe, will your corporeal form and reality also mend. As long as you follow the flames of passion into battle, you shall undoubtedly learn the art of combat. Sister, Amelia cast a fleeting glance at the somewhat uneasy Li Hua, sighing softly. Some lessons cannot be acquired merely through study. Even if Li Hua is as formidable as you claim, he may not possess the knowledge to teach me. Moreover, I have no desire to engage in combat at all. Li Hua, feeling a twinge of frustration, scratched his head awkwardly. Amelia, I implore you, listen to me just this once, please. Mingta's eyes shimmered with tears as he beseeched. Amelia pressed her lips together, aware that Mingta's intentions were solely for her benefit, and she found it hard to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, If sister insists, then I shall acquiesce. Amelia, splendid, Mingta exclaimed, enveloping her in an embrace. Wait a moment. Sister, Amelia, cheeks puffed in indignation, pushed me. I have yet to finish. My condition is this. I shall not accept learning from someone inferior to me. I reach level 10 in 10 days, and if I am to be taught by him, he must not surpass my time to level 10. Chapter 27. Genius and Genius. Amelia's true name is Rebecca, the beloved younger sister of Isabella, currently residing with their mother, Tess, in the picturesque nestled by the Adour River. However, the bliss was short-lived, for the charming Rebecca fell victim to a neurological disorder, and after a certain dim morning, she could no longer rise. This was a devastating blow for the small household of Isabella. Unexpectedly, Isabella heard from her companions in the game that the VRI neural interface system possesses remarkable efficacy for neurological ailments. Thus, Rebecca entered this world, adopting the battle name Amelia. Phantom weaponry not only granted Rebecca a new lease on life within the game, but also led to significant improvements in her real-world condition. The symptoms of her muscle weakness gradually diminished, and perhaps, once Rebecca acclimatizes to this world, she may entirely cure her lower body paralysis. Upon entering the game, Rebecca's extraordinary talent was also discovered. It is widely known that, for players, mastering spells is the most arduous task. In 6 months, if you have engaged in combat using magic, many theories and concepts of spells starkly contrast with, or even completely conflict against, the realities of the physical world. Without exceptional imagination and control, it is utterly impossible to apply spells in real combat. However, Rebecca is an exception. She grasped a considerable portion of practical spells at a staggering pace and successfully employed them in battle. It is worth noting that the vast majority of those who have studied spells for several months are still only capable of using magic against wooden dummies. When Rebecca single-handedly navigated the first 10 levels of the Chosen One's tower, the entire guild was abuzz, all believing a new genius was emerging on the horizon. In a remarkable feat, she conquered the challenge alone in just 10 days. This was Rebecca's final testament. The entirety of Ilong Zio bore witness to the birth of a prodigious sorceress, who, while others were still grappling with the principles of spells, was able to unleash a tempest of magic that obliterated the entire tower of Chosen Ones, leaving onlookers in sheer disbelief. However, fate had other plans. As she encountered a general from the abyss in the wilderness, a staggering 90% reduction in her level 10 attributes was no trivial matter. It signified that her prodigious magical talent had been severely crippled, rendering her incapable of wielding advanced spells. This blow was far beyond the endurance of a mere 13-year-old girl. Haunted by the shadows cast by the abyssal general, Rebecca recoiled from confronting monsters, having lost her fighting spirit. Fortunately, she retained exceptional control, allowing her to achieve notable success in the realm of illusions. Thus, the Black Tulip Brigade lost a brilliant sorceress, gaining instead a reclusive bookworm who spent her days within the Illusionist Guild. Yet, do you truly believe I can teach her? Li Hua expressed his self-doubt, admitting he had yet to grasp it himself. Li Hua, you underestimate yourself, Minter replied with unusual seriousness. You are the most indomitable spirit I have ever encountered in battle, whether native or player. Even Curian pales in comparison to your fighting resolve. You can vanquish hordes of zombies and gargoyles with your bare hands, and you never flinch in the face of the Abyssal Army. Even against the formidable Abyssal Soul, you never relinquished your courage to fight. Lihua, I have never been more certain that you will undoubtedly become one of the most powerful players in the world. Minter's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. Only a genius could impart the knowledge of combat and the courage to fight. My sister, though she fears confronting monsters, still possesses the pride of a genius. No player in all of Ilong Zio is worthy of her regard, which is why no one has been able to revive her fighting spirit. You can, Lihua. You can. Minter murmured. You possess greater You will surely win her respect. Help her reclaim her courage to battle. Lihua scratched his head in embarrassment. Even with your flattery, I have nothing to offer you. Minter chuckled, resuming his usual teasing tone. Lifting Lihua's chin. But I have something to offer you. Ahem. Lihua coughed awkwardly. All right then. I shall assist you. So, I need to reach level 10 in 10 days. That's insufficient. You should aim to reach level 10 within 5 days. Then conquer the Tower of Chosen Ones in 2 days, Minter declared. What? Do you take me for a deity? Lihua choked on his words, utterly flabbergasted. Should you ascend to divinity one day, I would not be the least surprised. Minter raised an eyebrow. I have faith in you. After all, your innate attributes surpass even Curian's, and you can easily subdue the Red Shirt Knight. Rapid leveling up is hardly a rarity. Player advancement necessitates enhancement through the Chosen Ones Guild. With 2 fundamental prerequisites, meeting attribute standards and acquiring a sufficient number of core skills. Judging by the current performance of Lihua, his attributes have far surpassed the requirements of level 10. What remains is merely the selection of a profession and the learning of core skills. For the average player, mastering the use of weapons alone might consume several days, and attaining proficiency in combat techniques typically requires months of arduous practice. However, this pertains to ordinary players. For Lihua, he has already acquired most combat skills in the real world. His task is simply to integrate what he has previously learned into the game universe, clearly allowing him to progress at a pace significantly swifter than that of a typical player. Should he learn and certify his level with utmost efficiency, 5 days would suffice, as he does not need to engage in extensive practice to gain the attribute enhancements that would fulfill the upgrade requirements. Unlike ordinary players. Chapter 28. Attribute illusion stars and the femme fatale. As dawn gradually broke, the two set out from their encampment after enjoying breakfast. It must be said that the breakfast provided at the encampment was vastly superior to that of camping in the wild. In addition to oatmeal porridge, there were hot cocoa, hot coffee, and an array of unique beverages from the game. The baguette was no longer limited to mere mayonnaise. It was accompanied by various jam, peanut butter, and butter, as well as the quintessential French croissant. Additionally, there were authentic European-style yogurt and pudding. This time, Minter brought Lihua to the Chosen Ones Guild. 4 combat professionals. Guilds serve as venues for enhancing combat prowess. While individuals may choose to learn in different guilds, the Chosen Ones Guild is a requisite destination for all combat professionals, as it oversees their leveling system. Advancement in combat professions does not merely depend on accumulating experience. Thus, the phenomenon of sudden leveling up and retaliating in full state does not exist in Illusion Realm Armament. Once a combat professional meets the upgrade criteria, they must visit the Chosen Ones Guild to unlock their potential, elevating their level while simultaneously enhancing their attributes. The attributes of combat professionals are complex. Certain exceptional players may even possess unique attributes, allowing them to learn rare skills. However, the fundamental attributes generally encompass strength, endurance, burst, reaction, resilience, agility, intellect, control, and magic power. Strength correlates with muscle strength, while endurance influences stamina recovery and muscle durability. The burst attribute significantly amplifies attack potency. Reaction affects the speed of muscular response, and resilience determines the body's capacity to withstand damage, dictating the threshold of lethal attacks. Agility impacts sensory perceptions, including hearing, smell, sight, and the fabled sixth sense, while intellect affects the speed of spell construction. Control influences spell flexibility, and magic power determines spell intensity. All attributes are represented by the fluctuating illusion stars. Generally speaking, players at level 0, or rather, human beings in the real world, manifest their physical attributes within the game, which are meticulously scanned during initialization. Typically, this is represented by a singular ethereal star, the fullness of which varies from individual to individual. Upon transitioning to the status of a formal combatant, one ascends to level 1. Different individuals possess varying potentials for breakthrough. and their attribute growth diverges accordingly. However, it is customary for all to fully replenish their first ethereal star. The pinnacle of attributes may reach a maximum of 3 ethereal stars, although it is commendable for most ordinary individuals to attain 1.5. A fully filled ethereal star can be utilized for skill acquisition, with each skill demanding distinct attribute stars. For instance, mastering the skill of weapon mastery necessitates a star of strength. The compensation mechanism at level 1 ensures that all players possess the ability to learn this skill. Yet mastery hinges entirely on personal effort. Once learned, the skill is embedded within the ethereal star and cannot be repurposed for the acquisition of other skills. Upon completing weapon mastery, one receives an attribute reward equivalent. Each skill bears its respective reward. Some enhance related attributes while others confer bonuses in disparate domains. For example, the advanced skill Phantom Blade, wielded by the Arachon Redshirt Knight, rewards attributes such as strength, explosiveness, reflexes, and resilience. Beyond level 10, the pursuit and refinement of skills become the simplest means of acquiring attributes. Thus, my attributes have reached this point. Li Hua lay bare-chested upon a stone platform, his back illuminated by a soft glow. With several ethereal stars swirling around him, a goddess-like priestess, radiating a sanctified luminescence, stood smiling beside him, while Minter gazed from a distance, drooling at the harmonious yet explosively powerful lines of his musculature. This is a level 1 combatant. Good sir, the priestess remarked, her demeanor unhurried, seemingly unconcerned with Li Hua's anxiety. Yet, Li Hua's predicament was far from trivial. His condition was unlike that of the vast majority of humanity. Li Hua possessed a physique that far surpassed the ordinary, coupled with extraordinary ethereal limbs, which resulted in his attributes at level 0 being exceptionally formidable. As we know, level 0 attributes reflect the player's inherent qualities. Thus, to what extent are Li Hua's attributes remarkable? Strength, endurance, explosiveness, reflexes, resilience, and agility are all at a maximum of 30 stars. This is due to the basic combatant's prayer chamber only displaying 30 stars. Otherwise, the true extent remains unknown. Regarding spellcasting attributes, control surpasses 20 stars, cognition exceeds 10, and magical power is in single digits. The spectacle of over 200 ethereal stars floating within the prayer chamber was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a river of stars suspended in the air. However, the disheartening aspect lies in the fact that, for others, ascending from level 0 to level 1 signifies an attribute compensation, a transition from the ordinary to the realm of combatants. For Li Hua, however, it meant forcibly confining his astounding attribute values within a restrictive framework. Presently, Li Hua surveyed his attributes: strength 3, endurance 3, explosiveness 3, reflexes 3, resilience 3, agility 3, cognition 3, control 3, magical power 3. Impressive, indeed. Level 1 attributes at maximum. A prodigy among prodigies. Yet, for Li Hua, it felt akin to transforming from a dinosaur into a chameleon. Suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness, Li Hua experienced a profound discomfort and a welling desire to weep. Li Hua, do not be too despondent, Ming Tai comforted gently, yet his hands were not idle, beginning to unfasten Li Hua's trousers. You must remove the miraculous armor. Wearing gear that exceeds your attributes is detrimental to your health. Stop, please, Miss Bohe, Li Hua exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. But the strength of 3 illusion stars was no match for Ming Tai as the skirt, armor, and undergarments were being stripped away. Li Hua felt a profound sense of humiliation, akin to being assaulted by a rogue woman. No. He cried out, clutching his trousers, eliciting both sorrow from listeners and tears from onlookers. Chapter 29. The choice of the guild. The Chosen One's Guild is essentially the back door to the cathedral, or rather, a functional extension of in this realm. The relationship between players and the church is exceedingly close, almost symbiotic, as nearly all player activities revolve around the divine, which in turn provides ample convenience and benefits to the players, such as the existence of holy water. With a new set of novice light armor, Li Hua emerged from the Chosen One's Guild, his face a mask of sorrow, while Ming Tai, who had successfully stripped him, was in high spirits. Miss Bohe, your actions are utterly excessive. Ultimately, Li Hua found himself bereft of his trousers, left in an irredeemable state of embarrassment, fully exposed before 2 women, an event that weighed heavily on his soul. Ming Tai gazed skyward, feigning ignorance. The power of the 3 illusion stars felt dreadfully insufficient. Li Hua, accustomed to overwhelming strength, was now being tormented by a girl that he resolved silently, tears streaming down his face. To level up, after such a tumultuous ordeal, daylight had broken outside. The elevated position of the cathedral allowed them to observe the bustling streets below, teeming with not only players but also indigenous residents, each following their own path in life. The two decided to first seek nourishment, eager to sample the local delicacies. The Silver Tower is the name of the restaurant, established by players, featuring a chef of indigenous heritage at the helm. Thus, patrons can indulge not only in traditional French cuisine but also in authentic local dishes. The ambience is quite delightful, perched on the edge of a cliff, allowing guests to relish a tranquil setting while enjoying a panoramic view of the lower district through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a truly pleasant experience. Naturally, it is Minter who decides on the menu, as Lai Hua struggles to comprehend the offerings. "Miss Bo, where shall I proceed to upgrade next?" Upon ordering, Lai Hua eagerly inquired. Now, do not be hasty," Minter teased with a playful flick of his finger. "Why not seek a bit more enjoyment, Miss Bo?" Lai Hua retorted, somewhat flustered. All right, truly. I haven't had enough fun yet," Minter shrugged. Then commenced to elaborate on the upgrade information. The activities of players predominantly revolve around various guilds. Beyond the Chosen One's guild, there exists a multitude of specialized guilds. The Shield Warrior Guild trains heavy armored fighters, who should not be underestimated as merely brutish shield bearers, for they are also adept with heavy weaponry. This guild demands the use of strength, endurance, and resilience astral powers. The Swordsman Guild, the largest of its kind, offers training in nearly every weapon imaginable, despite its name suggesting a focus solely on swords. Almost all players come here to hone their skills. Notably, the training primarily revolves around melee fighters, with diverse styles ranging from the thrusting swordsman Julian to the heavy swordsman Ede. Traditional swordsmen are present alongside polearm users, daggers wielders, and others specializing in various weaponry. This guild emphasizes strength and explosive astral powers. The Ranger Guild is the most selective, as its members are all lone wolves, equipped with a diverse array of skills sufficient to tackle the dangers of the wilderness. Each ranger is a combat specialist, exhibiting formidable prowess, which is why the Black Tulip Brigade initially mistook Lai Hua for a ranger. Ranger skills encompass nearly all astral powers, including some abilities exclusive to special astral powers. The Sharpshooter Guild and the Archer Guild, while both focused on archery, differ in their weaponry. The former employs magical crystal guns, while the latter utilizes bows and arrows, with their skills being completely distinct. A level 10 finishing move, for instance, requires a combination of agility, reflexes, and intellect, totaling 3 astral powers. The Sharpshooter Guild specializes in concentrated shooting, whereas the Sharpshooter Guild focuses on explosive multi-shot techniques, relying on strength, agility, and reflex astral powers. The Scout Guild, or the Recon Guild, as its name suggests, primarily teaches stealth and reconnaissance techniques, alongside various skills for setting and disarming traps. Most archers seek practical skills from the Scout Guild, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. This guild predominantly requires endurance, reflexes, agility, and intellect astral powers. The Trickster Guild, Summoner Guild, Mage Guild, and Magic Circle Guild. These guilds are predominantly associated with mages. However, the intricacies of magic are profound and varied, resulting in an abundance of guilds. The aforementioned are merely the most commonplace among them. The Trickster specializes in practical illusions, such as automatic sweeping, self-cleaning, and dishwashing, alongside the creation of magical constructs and the generation of abnormal states. This type of mage is characterized by its broad applicability, albeit with relatively weak combat prowess. Mages generally require intellect, control, and magical resonance. With a particular emphasis on control, summoners delve into the architecture of magical puppets. Lower-tier puppets possess little to no combat capability, serving only as sources of light, scouts, or spectacles. However, mastering the creation of advanced puppets can exponentially increase their combat potential. An exemplar being the mount of the Grand Commander of the Gawea Knights, a magical dragon puppet, which can be deemed a strategic weapon and a national treasure. Summoners also necessitate intellect, control, and magical resonance, though they place greater importance on intellect. The mage class, in the conventional sense, embodies the archetype of spellcasters we have encountered in previous games, conjuring fireballs with remarkable ferocity. While theoretically formidable in combat, instances of mages engaging in real-world skirmishes remain scarce. Even prodigies like Amelia have faced dire defeat. Naturally, players are reluctant to acknowledge any lack of talent. The Mage Guild boasts the largest number of apprentices, with countless players progressing down the perilous path of self-detonation through misguided fireball casts. Clearly, the paramount concern for mages is the mastery of magical resonance. The Magic Circle Guild holds significant importance for adventuring parties, providing a sense of security while camping in the wilderness, whether for defensive or repulsive purposes. Magic circles are essential for any expedition, leading every party to cultivate mages specializing in these constructs. Their focus lies predominantly on intellectual resonance. The Enchanter Guild, a subset of mages, primarily engages in imbuing various substances, gases, liquids, and solids with magical properties. They can wield poisons and toxic gases in combat, concocting various potions, such as beastly elixirs, demon-slaying drafts, and healing potions, while also enchanting mithril weapons with special materials. Previously, the mithril short sword of flame underwent a dispelling enchantment, representing one of the most formidable weapons beneath the veil of illusion. Enchanters, too, require intellect, control, and magical resonance, maintaining a relatively balanced skill set. The Knightly Order can be regarded as a specialized guild. However, one must first pass the rigorous examination of a formal knight to gain admission. Candidates may choose to join the Gawea National Knights or opt for noble private forces such as the Scion Knights, as well as large multinational orders like the Hospital Knights. Only those who withstand the stringent tests may earn their place. Upon successful induction, one initially becomes a squire, adorned in gray insignia. Full knights wear white insignia, known as white robe knights. Achieving the rank of captain elevates one to the status of a red robe knight, typically connoting a higher social standing. Progressing beyond this rank proves considerably challenging, requiring exceptional abilities or status. For instance, the Paladins of the Holy Light, also known as the Holy Knights, don silver garments that in contrast, figures such as the Grand Commander of the Gawea National Knights Order attire themselves in golden vestments, symbolizing their exalted status. Typically, the generals of the knightly orders are clad in blue, with some adorned in red. There are also knights in black, orange, and green robes, each possessing unique abilities. Similarly, within the church, warriors may ascend to become clerics, retribution swordsmen, or other specialized combat professions. It is worth noting that while the Holy Light offers a gradual healing effect, this divine art is beyond the grasp of players at the current level, and its offensive capabilities are relatively weak. Thus, few clerics venture into battle, often regarded by most players as mere moving vessels of holy water. Moreover, there exist guilds such as the Beast Tamer Guild, the Demon Master Guild, and the Creator Guild, each endowed with special abilities and varying numbers. Players may choose a primary profession to study, but this does not preclude them from learning additional skills, provided they possess sufficient illusory stars and energy to master all techniques. Before reaching level 10, players who have not officially passed the Destiny assessment enjoy a skill proficiency bonus, allowing them to learn basic skills more rapidly. However, this advantage fades after level 10, leading many players to stagnate at that threshold in pursuit of acquiring more skills. There are indeed numerous such individuals, though their combat prowess varies. This concern, however, does not apply to Hou, who possesses hundreds of illusory stars. For him, the only issue is skill proficiency. The quantity of illusory stars, that is certainly not a problem. Thus, while Hou indulged in a meat patty, he inquired of Ming Te, "Which profession do you wish to choose? Need you even ask?" Hou chuckled, raising his juice, reclining against the chair's backrest, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling world below. Of course, it's the Ranger Guild. Chapter 30. Purchasing a foldable bag in this world. The pursuit of culinary delights is perhaps the most resonant theme between the Chinese and the French. Even within a game, Hou relished every bite. Foie gras and muffins were indispensable, and he bravely sampled a snail, finding its flavor quite agreeable. There were also numerous local delicacies, which, though appearing quite different from their real-world counterparts and somewhat peculiar, proved to be remarkably palatable. Ming Te contributed her Wind Sprite's honey brew. This was a reward I obtained in the territory of the Wind Sprites. It is nearly depleted. Ming Te shook the exquisite ceramic bottle and sighed. I should make another trip soon. Hou savored his drink slowly, relishing it. He had rushed through it last time and failed to appreciate its nuances. This time, however, he sensed something more. Was it the energy of illusory stars? Ming Te proudly lifted her chin. Finishing the entire bottle grants you a complete agile illusory star. Of course, it may also leave you inebriated for 3 days and nights. Truly, an extraordinary beverage. The fervent flames expressed their admiration, for they were well aware of the formidable challenge in acquiring high-tier illusion stars. For a player like Ming Te, The value of items that enhance illusion star energy was truly immeasurable. By the way. Mingta seemed to have had a sudden epiphany and exclaimed, "Let me take you to purchase a folding bag." A folding bag. The flames paused, then raised the military pack at their waist, inquiring, "Are you referring to this?" In the heat of battle, the military pack had not seemed overly cumbersome. Yet now, in comparison to Mingta's petite bag, it appeared utterly outdated. Indeed, Mingta pointed disdainfully at the military pack. That is merely a logistical bag used for carrying miscellaneous items. It's hideously unattractive. As an elite player, how could one resort to such a thing? We must find you something stylish. The so-called folding bag was designed to minimize the volume of items contained within, although it did not alleviate their weight. Previously, in the heat of battle, the military pack had been the only option for the logistics team to carry spoils, and Mingta had long endured its unsightly presence. Having satisfied their hunger, the two ventured into the commercial district. Entering a store specializing in items for combat professionals. "Welcome," greeted a cheerful shop assistant, a local girl clad in a dress reminiscent of Colon Fortress, exuding both competence and charm. "Could we see the folding bags for men?" Mingta requested. "Certainly, right this way." The shop assistant gestured invitingly. Folding bags came in various shapes and sizes. Those designed for the logistics team to transport consumables or spoils were typically quite large, as such items tended to occupy considerable space. Naturally, the size of a folding bag bore little relation to its capacity. A wallet-sized folding bag could theoretically accommodate an entire cart of holy water, provided one possessed the strength to lift. The folding bag did not lighten the load in the slightest. The material of the folding bag also influenced its usability. A military pack fashioned from canvas or cloth could typically only house a single durability-enhancing enchantment. If too many small items were crammed inside, locating a specific piece would become an arduous task. Conversely, special materials, such as the Wind Fairy's white lucent silk used in Mingta's folding bag, not only allowed for the application of enchantments that maintained consistent states and temperatures, but also enabled the establishment of a sorting magical array, facilitating swift access to essential items during battle, particularly quivers. This shop, of course, did not stock ordinary folding bags. Those crafted from various silks, velvets, rhinoceros hides, cowhide, and wolf pelts were considered low-end merchandise. Unique folding bags, like Mingta's Wind Fairy craftsmanship, were available, though their prices left the flames astounded. Additionally, there were folding bags made from the pelts of various magical creatures, each differing in price and functionality. The most extraordinary was a folding bag fashioned from black dragon hide, which not only boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, but could also accommodate massive items such as heavy shields and armor, albeit at a considerable cost. The flames were drawn to a white wyvern hide folding bag. Caressing it with an almost affectionate touch, it appeared remarkably stylish, with impressive functionality, allowing weapons to be magically unfolded within the bag and readily accessible at hand. Truly a marvel of practicality. However, it lacked the enchantments for maintaining consistent states and temperatures. "Have you seen this?" Mingta inquired with a bright smile. "Yes, it's quite useful," Liehua exclaimed, continuously inserting and withdrawing a small knife, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, it seems I am out of money. Heh, sister will support you. Mingta teased, draping an arm over Liehua's shoulder and playfully scratching his face with her nails. Liehua rolled his eyes, having grown accustomed to Mingta's playful banter. Upon glancing at the price, he was taken aback. 1,800 gold yak. How much did we spend on the meal earlier? It was just 5. Mingta replied, shaking her pouch and then producing 2 golden cards to hand to the shop attendant. "Isn't this a bit too expensive?" Liehua asked, feeling somewhat flustered. "For us players, this amount is trivial. We are warriors after all. If it enhances our combat power, then spending a significant sum is justified," Mingta asserted. For ordinary natives, a single gold yak could suffice to feed a family for a month, but for players, it merely equates to hunting a few hardy mice in the wild, ultimately just enough to purchase 5 bottles of holy water. Thus, as long as you possess strength, earning money is effortless. Do not hesitate to invest in equipment, Mingta admonished, wagging her finger. Moreover, this money is yours. The captain has advanced you 5,000 gold yak as your starting capital. This is your reward, so feel free to utilize it. Mingta handed over the cards and then retrieved 3 additional golden cards to stuff into the pouch before presenting it to Liehua. "Here you go. This is your asset." Liehua was aware of the value of gold yak. Although he recognized that the brigade had reaped substantial rewards this time, he did not anticipate that Julian would generously allocate 5,000 to him. After all, he understood that defeating the Abyssal army was not a feat he could accomplish alone. While his contributions were significant, the brigade's efforts were equally considerable. Inside the folding pouch, the wallet automatically shifted to a fixed position amidst the surrounding spaciousness. The categorization magic array was at work. You can store all your items in there. Just discard that cluttered bag, Mingta remarked disdainfully, gesturing at Liehua's military pack, feeling it was an eyesore. Mingta rolled her eyes and fell silent. Liehua's belongings were not numerous. A pouch containing 12 bottles of holy water, a few magic crystals collected as spoils from their initial skirmish, 2 spare longswords, and a short sword, along with a dagger, all selected by Mingta during their preparation. The most crucial items were the miracle armor and the miracle sword's magic cube, which, due to their attributes, could not be equipped. Leaving him yearning, he placed these items into the new folding pouch. Immediately sensing the added weight, securing the white folding pouch around his waist, he moved about and discovered that, although it was heavier, it did not impede his actions at all, after testing the functionality of quickly equipping his weapons twice. Liehua's face lit up with joy. This looks much better, Mingta mused, stroking her chin and nodding. Next, let us head to the Ranger Guild. Chapter 31, The Sky Ranger. 1. The district housing the Ranger Guild was situated below, on a platform closer to the ground. In truth, aside from the Mage Guild, most guilds were located in this vicinity. The hall of the Ranger Guild appears rather unassuming, marked only by the guild's emblem hanging at the entrance. The flow of passers-by is sparse, yet those who do venture close are undeniably formidable warriors, each wielding weapons and armor that are distinctly unique. Upon noticing the combination of Liehua and Mingtai, some individuals cannot help but cast a few glances. However, upon discovering that Liehua is merely at level 1, they quickly turn away with a lack of expression. Others exhibit less civility, some arrogantly shove past him, while others snicker and point. These individuals seem to exude an air of prowess. Liehua, too, observes these peculiar warriors, his brows furrowing slightly at their provocations. He realizes that their strength is no trifling matter. Standing on equal footing with Julian, although the Ranger Guild has the fewest members, it boasts the most formidable ones. The exclusive skills required of Rangers demand a high level of proficiency and pose significant challenges. Yet the combat prowess of a fully fledged Ranger is beyond doubt. Each one is a top-tier expert. Ming-Ai remarks, of course, there are a few individuals who are simply misfits or lack proper upbringing, and thus they find themselves mingling within the Ranger Guild. Upon hearing this, some individuals become displeased, and one of them turns around, exclaiming, "Hey, little girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Mingtai, undaunted by their hostility, responds, "The Ranger Guild possesses a wealth of high-end combatants. But not everyone is equally strong. That I was referring to a select few. How does that concern you? Do you believe I am speaking of you?" With brazen audacity, the individual declares, to speak so recklessly at the entrance of the Ranger Guild, and still maintains such defiance. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Ranger Guild." Drawing his long sword from his waist, he prepares to attack Mingtai. Instinctively, Liehua steps in front of Mingtai, producing a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, gripping them in a reverse manner. "If you think us easy prey, feel free to test your luck," Liehua states. "Hey, you level 1." Initially dismissing Liehua, the assailant suddenly catches the glint of lethal intent in Liehua's eyes, a primal instinct warning him that this individual possesses the capability to end his life. "Ahem, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. I am a member of the Black Tulip Brigade," he stammers awkwardly, seeking an escape, and hurriedly retreats. Seeing the spectacle dissipate, the surrounding players disperse as well. "Liehua, you certainly had my heart racing just now." Mingtai teases. Heh, I forgot. Liehua stammers, feeling somewhat embarrassed, momentarily forgetting that his strength is merely at the level of a 3-star illusion, while Mingtia's combat prowess far surpasses his. Let us proceed. Liehua quickly shifts the topic. Upon entering, they find themselves in the task hall of the Ranger Guild. The Ranger Guild often handles high-level commissions and special tasks that other mercenary guilds cannot manage. One side of the hall features a long counter where Rangers attend to their assignments, while others sit at small tables, sipping beer and perusing the task board. "Hello, I would like to register as a Ranger." Liehua approaches a counter and addresses the clerk. "Register?" The clerk, taken aback, has never encountered a job seeker in Cologne Fortress. Typically, job seekers complete their registrations in Destiny City, usually only changing jobs upon reaching a certain level. Liehua's situation is entirely unprecedented to her. "Certainly, please provide your star card," the clerk responded promptly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liehua handed over the card given to him by the Chosen One Guild. "Thank you." The clerk politely accepted the card, placing it into the slot. whereupon a projection materialized in the air. Battle name: Liahua Virion, C3 F25053 level. LV1 registered guild. None phantom stars. Strength 3. Endurance 3. Burst 3. Reaction 3. Resilience 3. Agility 3. Intellect 3. Control 3. Magic 3. The clerk was rendered speechless, for undoubtedly, this was the most suitable combatant for the Ranger Guild. She gazed at Liahua with astonishment, as such a combatant was only spoken of in legends, never before witnessed in reality. The employment procedures were completed smoothly, and Liahua's star card promptly transformed to reflect this. Registered Guild. Ranger occupation level. Apprentice skills. None. Congratulations, Liahua. You are now officially an apprentice ranger. Please proceed to mentor Kwaliki, who will guide you in your training as a ranger. May the holy light protect you. The clerk smiled as she returned the star card to Liahua. Thank you. Liahua accepted his star card. The card had transformed from its original crystalline transparency to a vibrant sky blue, adorned with the emblem of the Ranger Guild on its previously blank surface, signifying that Liahua was now a bona fide ranger. However, before that, Liahua still needed to master the skills of a ranger. Following the map's guidance, he sought out his mentor and soon arrived at Mentor Kwaliki's training grounds. Within the training area, several other students were practicing, while Mentor Kwaliki was instructing from the sidelines. Liahua stepped forward, standing aside to wait. Shortly thereafter, Kwaliki concluded his session and turned to Liahua. Mentor Kwaliki, I am the apprentice ranger Liahua. He announced that I have already reviewed your information, Kwaliki replied, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him. Nodding, he said, very well, follow me. Liahua followed Kwaliki into a small adjacent room, the mentor's office. The spirit of a ranger is one of solitary combat. Courageous and resolute, never yielding even in the face of despair. We are warriors who aspire to the skies and the thrill of the hunt. Thus, the falcon has become our emblematic spirit. As you can see, you are now a red falcon ranger, and rangers are categorized into different levels based on their strength. Beyond the conventional levels, there exists the title of Sky Ranger, though such beings belong to the realm of legend. It has been quite some time since a Sky Ranger has been sighted. Kwaliki patiently elucidated the hierarchy of rangers, granting Liahua a preliminary understanding of his new vocation. Liahua scratched his head. What about my phantom stars? Kwaliki nodded in acknowledgement. Continuing, LV1 signifies a combatant with 3 phantom stars, which are inherently rare. That a combatant like you, possessing all attributes at 3 phantom stars, is exceedingly uncommon. Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to present you with a path that no one has traversed before. Perhaps, in the future, you may catch a glimpse of a Sky Ranger along this path. Liahua did not engage in skill practice at the Ranger Guild like the other trainees. Instead, he emerged from the door, a touch of distress evident on his face as he clutched a note given to him by Mentor Trilek. So, that fellow has sent you out, has he? Mentor inquired with a hint of irritation. Indeed, I have been tasked with these 3 errands, Liahua replied, showing Mentor the note, which bore 3 lines. Learn weapon mastery at the Swordsman Guild, learn agility techniques at the Scout Guild, and accept and complete the A-level trial task, the challenge of the Silver Wolf. At the Mercenary Guild, weapon mastery might be manageable, and agility techniques could be considered somewhat unique. But what on earth is this A-level trial task? I have been at the Mercenary Guild for so long, and have never encountered such a thing. This fellow can't possibly be a fraud, Mentor exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. The ranger's fundamental skill is survival of the fittest, isn't it? This is the hallmark of a ranger. Without this skill, how can one level up to LV2? The mentor promised to reveal how to advance after I completed these 3 tasks. After all, it is the Sky Ranger. There must be something different about it. Liahua scratched his head. What on earth is a Sky Ranger? That sounds like a mythological tale. I've never seen anyone claim to be a Sky Ranger on the forums. In the entire world of 198 Destiny cities, with countless ranger players, I have never heard of such a thing. Mentor was growing increasingly agitated. Did you hear that? This person claims to be a Sky Ranger. Isn't that a mere LV1? To come here at such a low level and boast about becoming a Sky Ranger. Has he lost his mind? Just seeking attention. Perhaps he was unable to become a ranger and was cast out instead. A chorus of murmurs erupted around them, whispering behind my back with such petty remarks. If you have the guts, step forward and challenge me. Mentor shouted fiercely, hands on her hips, causing the surrounding chatter to cease abruptly, with everyone scurrying away in haste. After all, a LV-16 character possesses quite an intimidating presence. All right, let them chatter. Liahua attempted to placate her. Dealing with these shameless individuals requires a firm lesson. Minter retorted, still fuming, and continued, "Don't change the subject. If you ask me, you should simply switch mentors that I've never heard of needing to complete an A-level trial task to advance to LV2. An A-level task? Even LV10 players dare not touch such things, let alone you, who is merely LV1. I think there is some merit to it. After all, it is the legendary Sky Ranger. One cannot expect to achieve such a status without encountering some obstacles." Liu Hua reasoned, feeling it prudent to follow the mentor's instructions for now, that if he were to fail, he could always turn back to learn survival of the fittest afterward, considering he had plenty of resources. Well, isn't the body already in sleep mode during the immersion? Liu Hua scratched his head. "Mind your own business." Humph. Minter huffed as she walked away in a huff. Sighing in resignation, Liu Hua shook his head and turned his attention to the signpost. Setting off in search of the Swordsman Guild's location. The Swordsman Guild is relatively easy to locate, as the throngs of people are simply overwhelming. There are constantly individuals approaching from this direction, while others depart. The entire Swordsman Guild occupies 2 blocks, creating an atmosphere that feels somewhat crowded. After an arduous wait, Liu Hua finally reached the front of the queue and handed his star card to the attendant. "Hello, I am here to learn weapon mastery." "Very well, please hold on a moment." The attendant, somewhat brusque, could hardly be blamed given the sheer volume of patrons. After a short while, she returned the star card to him, stating, "Training ground number 17, under Minter Lauren." "Thank you," Liu Hua exclaimed as he took back the star card and valiantly maneuvered through the crowd towards training ground 17. Upon locating Minter Lauren at the designated training ground, he found the mentor vigorously directing a group of players wielding swords, occasionally delivering sharp reprimands with the hilt of his own sword. "Foolish pigs. Who taught you to grip a sword in such a manner? Is this how you fight in Alonxio? Pathetic. What is this? Slaughtering a chicken? Apologies, but with that grip, you couldn't even slay a chicken." Minter Lauren relentlessly struck the player's wrists, arms, and backsides with the sword's hilt, barking, "Draw your swords 300 times. Begin." With a shout, the players obediently commenced swinging their longswords. Then, he approached Liu Hua. "You are the student of Trelek?" Lauren inquired. "Indeed. Minter Trelek has sent me to learn weapon mastery from you." Lauren assessed him, touching his arm, wrist, and waist with the hilt of his sword, then nodded. "Follow me." Lauren led Liu Hua aside and handed him a crystal. "This can be used to inscribe skills on the illusory star. You may attempt it now." Liu Hua received the crystal and examined it closely. It was a perfectly shaped diamond, entirely transparent and devoid of impurities, with a small pattern of crossed sword and axe at its center. Inscription crystal, weapon mastery. Liu Hua steadied his mind, grasping the crystal in his palm. An unknown connection between the crystal and the illusory star began to form, and he felt a warmth flowing from his palm into his body. Ding! An inexplicable sound resonated within his consciousness, and he sensed the addition of something new within his heart. As he opened his palm, the inscription crystal had vanished without a trace. Learning, particularly the initial stages, is often the most challenging aspect, and mastering extraordinary powers is even more daunting. Lauren remarked, "In ancient times, humanity was merely mortal, with only a scant few possessing extraordinary powers. Compared to extraordinary races, even magical beings far surpassed humans in strength. It is not that humans are inherently dull or lazy. Rather, the nature of extraordinary powers transcends common understanding. Attempting to grasp the principles of extraordinary powers solely through experience and deduction is exceeding." It was not until much later that the Firestarter emerged, implanting the seeds of extraordinary power within mortals, allowing humanity to truly comprehend the methods of learning extraordinary powers. Though still weak in comparison to extraordinary races, humanity now possessed the potential for growth. This seed later evolved into the inscription crystal. Liu Hua reflected deeply, recognizing the significance of the inscription crystal. Much like Newton's contributions to physics, Franklin's advancements in Einstein's revelations in relativity, and the pioneering work of Heisenberg and his contemporaries in quantum physics, they are undoubtedly the foundational figures who shattered traditional empirical constraints. Were it not for their relentless succession of enlightenment in the realm of physics, humanity would still be groping in the interminable darkness of scientific ignorance. The extraordinary powers may seem as effortless as breathing in the hands of the extraordinary, yet for mere mortals, what is often lacking is a catalyst. As the flames opened their eyes, a sense of eager anticipation welled within. He felt as though he had grasped numerous new concepts, truly embodying the essence of combat prowess. Lorraine produced a practice sword and, before handing it to the flame, remarked, "I have taught many practitioners like you. Before you begin your training, I must advise you to forget the skills you acquired in another world. Those are mere techniques of the mundane. Now, you shall learn the art of the extraordinary. Flame nodded in agreement, accepting the practice sword, gently drawing it forth and caressing the unsharpened blade. In that moment, he cast aside all that he had learned in the realm of reality, allowing himself to revel in the swordsmanship born of extraordinary techniques. Perhaps these skills lacked the devastating power of certain lethal moves from the real world, yet they were undoubtedly the most harmonious with the S. After a considerable time, Flame unleashed a strike with his sword. Chapter 32. The Three Trials of the Mentor. 1. Within the confines of the 17th training arena, Flame shed his burdensome attire. Donning only the garb of a trainee as he practiced his swordplay. As he trained, he received guidance from Mentor Lorraine, diligently correcting his habitual movements. After all, Flame had merely learned the rudimentary ways of combat in the real world. And Lorraine, being a master trained in the art, could swiftly identify his flaws. Issues such as the misalignment of his wrist leading to potential injury, uneven force applied through his waist, and instability in his leg movements were starkly different from the martial arts of reality, necessitating Flame's careful discernment and understanding of these distinctions. After several hours, Mentor Lorraine expressed his satisfaction. You have fundamentally grasped the swordsmanship. However, true masters of the blade practice these basic techniques daily. Thus, you must not become complacent. Dedicate time each day to your training. Lorraine gestured for Flame to sheath the practice sword before continuing. Return tomorrow morning, and I shall provide you with your certification of competence. Yes, Mentor Lorraine. After several hours of instruction, Flame was deeply impressed. Lorraine was indeed a master of weaponry, and each piece of guidance he offered struck at the heart of the matter, proving immensely beneficial. Yet, I have only learned the techniques of the longsword. Will that suffice for passing? Mentor Lorraine chuckled warmly. Mastery of weaponry ultimately boils down to equipping the practitioner with fundamental combat skills, which you have already attained. What you lack is refinement. However, passing does not signify the end of your training. Should you wish to explore techniques of other weapons, my doors are always open to you. Flame bowed respectfully, gathered his belongings, and donned his attire before departing from the Swordsmanship Guild. Next, he retrieved the note from Trilek, pondering the Reconnaissance Guild. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to learn the skill of Eagle Eye. He was left with a lasting impression of Mentor's keen gaze. The Scout Guild is not difficult to locate, as it is entirely constructed against the mountain face. Numerous players leap about the rocky terrain, likely all apprentices of the Scout Guild. However, Liehua has merely come to acquire a skill and does not require the same apprenticeship as one would at the Swordsman Guild. Approaching a row of counters, Liehua presented his star card to the clerk, articulating his purpose, and soon found himself before the Scout Mentor. Are you here to learn agility as a level 1? The Scout Mentor inquired with a hint of surprise. Are you certain you do not wish to learn fleetness instead? Indeed, my professional mentor directed me to study agility, Liehua affirmed with a nod. The Scout Mentor shook his head, not probing further, and handed him a crystal for inscription. Seeing as this is not your first encounter with learning, I shall refrain from lengthy explanations. You may inscribe it onto a reaction mirage star. As Liehua grasped the crystal and began the inscription of agility. The Scout Mentor spoke. Agility is a state skill, designed to enhance your body's ability to keep pace with your reflexes. Many combat practitioners encounter a similar dilemma. Their minds react swiftly, yet their bodies lag behind. Agility can effectively rectify this issue, and it also improves bodily coordination, making it a commendable foundational skill. There was an unspoken truth the Scout Mentor did not express. Typically, individuals only seek to learn this skill when they possess formidable combat prowess yet find their reflexes unable to match. For a level 1, the benefits of learning this skill are minimal, far overshadowed by the advantages gained from skills like fleetness. Once the inscription was complete, Liehua began practicing under the Mentor's guidance. Yet, as Mentor Lorraine had stated, without igniting the extraordinary fire within. Understanding the method of usage does not guarantee mastery. For the first time, Liehua contemplated igniting the extraordinary fire in the real world. Of course, such thoughts felt distant at present. He diligently honed the techniques of agility, correcting his errors, and in a remarkably short span, he grasped it fully. The Scout Mentor, visibly pleased, remarked, "You are indeed a gifted combat practitioner. Few can master such skills in such a brief time." Consequently, he promptly provided a certificate of competence. Liehua gazed at the solitary mirage star on his star card that had transformed, his heart swelling with excitement. He had finally learned his first skill. What a considerable achievement it was. Observing the splendid and practical skills of Minty and Julian, he felt a stark contrast. Realizing he could only rely on his sword for combat, in terms of combat prowess, he felt utterly outclassed. From this moment forth, Liehua would begin to immerse himself in this extraordinary world, destined to acquire increasingly numerous skills and grow accustomed to the combat styles empowered by extraordinary force. However, this did not imply that the martial arts of the real world were rendered obsolete. Perhaps by integrating new powers and techniques, he could develop even more formidable moves. Having concluded his study of agility, only one task remained. Accept and complete the A-level trial task, the Silver Wolf's challenge at the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild. Liehua mused as he glanced at the note, then set off in search of it. The Mercenary Guild is established on the ground, standing as the sole guild not situated within the church district. This is intrinsically linked to the guild's purpose, as its clientele extends beyond mere players to include the indigenous populace, who are equally active within its ranks. Not only do they post tasks within the Mercenary Guild, but a substantial number of mercenary groups are also composed of natives. It is essential to note that mercenary groups and travel teams do not belong to the same framework. Travel teams are player-initiated groups registered within the Chosen One Guild, officially recognized by the authorities, and primarily serve as the entities responsible for undertaking player-centric missions. Conversely, mercenary groups are established within the Mercenary Guild, acting as the main body for large-scale scenario tasks. To accept commissions from the Mercenary Guild, one must possess the requisite level of a mercenary group, leading travel teams to often re-register under a new banner within the Mercenary Guild. Commissions from the Mercenary Guild are not solely reserved for combat professionals. The indigenous people can also partake in them. Furthermore, there exist solitary mercenaries, such as rangers, who typically operate independently without belonging to any mercenary group, engaging in activities under their own names. In fact, the Mercenary Guild functions as a subordinate organization to the Ranger Guild. Please hold on a moment. The information regarding the Ranger trial task is not available at the front desk, but the information officer will bring it shortly, the clerk said with a smile to Liehua. Liehua nodded and leaned against the counter, surveying his surroundings. The commission hall of the Mercenary Guild is even more colossal than that of the Swordsman Guild, accommodating a myriad of races, comprising not only players but also natives. Here, the distinction between players and natives seems to dissolve, as they mingle freely, engaging in lively discussions, enjoying drinks, or feasting heartily. While others are engrossed in serious deliberations. It is commonplace for players and natives to collaborate on a commission. Some players have joined indigenous mercenary groups, while some natives have enlisted in player-led mercenary groups, and no one perceives any impropriety in this. Liehua also spotted several fellow rangers among the players. Yet he had no inclination to forge connections at the moment. They too stood alone, awaiting their own commissions. Soon, Liehua was brought before the chief examiner of the trials. You are indeed the Red Falcon Ranger. No doubt. The chief examiner adjusted his glasses. But are you certain you wish to challenge Silver Wolf? What? Is there something amiss? Liehua inquired. Not exactly amiss, but it has been quite some time since anyone has undertaken this trial. Silver Wolf has a peculiar temperament, and is notoriously difficult to engage with, often disappearing from the Mercenary Guild for months on end. Although he holds the title of trial examiner, no one can ascertain his current state or whether he is still suited for this role. The chief examiner's disdain for Silver Wolf's eccentricity was palpable. Upon hearing this, Liehua felt a twinge of apprehension. This is arranged by my mentor, Quilike. There must be a reason behind it. Upon learning that the arrangement came from Quilike, the chief examiner's expression softened somewhat. If it was indeed the directive of Quilike, the Falcon Ranger, there might be merit to it. Silver Wolf happens to be at home. I regret to trouble you with this errand. It is nearly impossible to summon him to the Mercenary Guild for your trial. Very well, I shall make the journey. The Flames nodded in acknowledgement, pondering how one might consider the trial completed. With a hint of frustration, he exited the Mercenary Guild, clutching a note bearing the address of the Silver Wolf. Number 7, Hermit Lake District. Sighing, he remarked to himself how arduous this journey was, glancing at the map. He noted that the distance was quite considerable. It was already afternoon, with the sun dipping towards the west, casting the Hermit Lake District into shadow. He wondered why anyone would choose to reside in such a location. Lacking knowledge of public transportation and unable to ride a horse, he had no choice but to set off on foot, sprinting towards the Hermit Lake District. Fortunately, within the game, one's physical capabilities far surpass those of reality. Otherwise, only a marathon runner could endure such a distance. As he dashed forward, he occasionally resorted to shortcuts by leaping over rooftops or darting beneath bridges, provoking a chorus of exclamations from onlookers. After a considerable exertion, he finally arrived at the Hermit Lake District. True to its name, the district was dominated by a cove resembling a gem beneath a cliff, encircled by a vast expanse of trees, with a few homes nestled inconspicuously among the foliage. Due to its shaded location, the area appeared somewhat dim, intermittently disturbed by the calls of pelicans, which sent a shiver down his spine. He wondered, glancing up to find himself reluctant to enter. The structure before him was a two-story house with an attic, reminiscent of those often featured in ghostly tales. The narrow windows were cloaked in darkness, with a faint glimmer of light barely perceptible within, rendering it all the more eerie. Climbing vines, long untended, clung to the exterior walls, while numerous damaged surfaces and shutters lay neglected. The house boasted a garden, though one should harbor no illusions. It was overrun with weeds, some reaching a height of nearly 3 feet. The porch, once adorned with 2 splendid rose beds, was now littered with shattered ceramic shards. Navigating the barely recognizable gravel path and weaving through the dilapidated flower beds, he approached the porch. The front door was in a state of utter disrepair, with gaping holes that had gone unaddressed. Allowing the chilling breeze to sweep inside, he genuinely questioned whether anyone still resided in such a place. As he pushed the door open, a wave of mildew assaulted his senses, causing him to tear up and cough violently. Goodness, can anyone truly inhabit this place? The interior was engulfed in darkness, with only the slender windows permitting a faint glimmer of light. The decaying floorboards creaked ominously beneath his feet, devoid of any signs of life. Just as he contemplated exploring the first floor further, a sudden clatter of a rolling bottle echoed from above, the sound resounding starkly in the oppressive silence. The upper floor, swallowing hard, he cautiously ascended the equally decayed staircase, each step creaking underfoot. Standing on the second floor, he felt a pang of anxiety that the floor might suddenly give way, sending him crashing down to the hall below. He had witnessed a section of flooring plummet just moments ago. Steeling himself, he noticed a faint light ahead and proceeded with utmost caution. In that room, he finally encountered the one he had been searching for. He was a middle-aged man with silver-gray hair. Sprawled on a sofa as if devoid of bones, he wore a shirt that had not seen a wash in quite some time, stained with grease, the sleeves carelessly rolled up to his elbow, and the collar fastened haphazardly. His leather pants bore an indeterminate wine stain, which, if one were not careful, might be mistaken for a more unsavory accident. His boots remained on, propped casually on the armrest. When Liu Hua laid eyes on him, he was grasping a bottle of liquor in one hand and pinching a cigar in the other, squinting his eyes and emitting occasional grunts through his. A solitary candle flickered on the candelabrum, casting a dim light that barely illuminated the swirling liquid within the bottle. Silver Wolf? Liu Hua inquired. The middle-aged man let out a low grunt from his nose. Turning his head, "Who are you?" His voice was exceptionally hoarse. Well, I am here to undertake your trial." Liu Hua, seeing the despondent drunkard, felt a twinge of hopelessness, yet he maintained his politeness. "The Mercenary Guild should have sent you a message." Liu Hua's lips twitched slightly, and he spoke in exasperation. The Mercenary Guild, I seem to recall having a nominal affiliation there. Isn't it supposed to be rather leisurely, with nothing to do? Why have they thrown this pathetic trial at me? Honestly, I didn't want this either. Liu Hua scratched his head. It was arranged by my mentor, Quiliki, from the Ranger Guild. Quiliki, you say? Silver Wolf glanced over again. You're a ranger? Yes, I just recently took up the role of a ranger. Liu Hua nodded. No matter. The chief examiner has foreseen this, so I only need to retrieve a few items and be on my way. Liu Hua couldn't help but commend the chief examiner's prescience. None of that. Get lost. I won't give you anything. Silver Wolf cursed vehemently. In that case, I shall take it myself. Liu Hua assumed a fighting stance. Silver Wolf snickered, voice muffled by the cigar. All right, come at me. Apologies. Liu Hua drew his short sword and dashed towards the sofa, aiming to strike. Chapter 33. Lone Wolf. Liu Hua failed to notice the derision in Silver Wolf's eyes. Even if he had, it would not have deterred his resolve to attack. The short sword swept past the coffee table, targeting Silver Wolf's hair. However, as the sword approached his head, Silver Wolf vanished from the sofa with a soft pop, as if he were mere foam. Liu Hua was taken aback and quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding a bottle that soared past his head, rolling away as he braced himself against the floor. Quite confident, aren't we? Silver Wolf remarked, biting down on his cigar, casually placing the weapon that had aimed at Liu Hua on the coffee table. Can you enlighten me as to how a level 1 warrior could possibly execute such an attack? Liu Hua, gripping his short sword with one hand and supporting himself on the ground with the other, concealed in the shadows, chuckled softly upon hearing the words. Indeed, I'm a newly minted level 1 warrior. Temporarily a Red Hawk Ranger. Indeed, confidence is commendable. Silver Wolf exhaled a smoke ring, smacking his lips, then extinguished his cigar on the coffee table. Suddenly, two small swords manifested in the palms of his hands, one in each. However, being overly confident can lead to one's demise. In the fleeting moment, the blazing fire seemed to sense the suffocating sharpness of the blades slicing through the air, instinctively rolling away once more. Almost simultaneously, the small sword wielded by the Silver Wolf was embedded precisely where the fire had just been. Having narrowly evaded a fatal strike, the fire wasted no time in launching itself at the Silver Wolf. With a flick of his wrist, the Silver Wolf conjured two more small swords, deftly parrying the fiery onslaught. Calm and collected, he retreated step by step, the clashing sounds of their blades resonating in the air. While warding off the fire's relentless attacks, the Silver Wolf swiftly shot forth the small swords in his grasp, and in a mere instant, around 20 small swords were unleashed, yet the fire had already activated its agility technique. Even with the support of just 3 illusion stars, years of martial training allowed it to deftly evade each incoming blade by mere fractions of an inch, observing the futility of its assault. The Silver Wolf abandoned his reliance on hidden weapons and suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the fire's abdomen. The fire instinctively raised its knee for defense, but was still sent crashing into a pile of debris by the sheer force. So this is the quality of physical prowess, this level of combat proficiency, the Silver Wolf muttered to himself, choosing not to pursue further, instead stroking his chin as he paced, pondering curious to witness this technique. Level 1. He chuckled to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze back to the fire, scrutinizing it intently before suddenly inquiring, "Young one, what are the attributes of your illusion stars?" The fire hesitated for a moment, then responded, 3 attributes across the board." "Huh?" The Silver Wolf grinned widely, clearly intrigued. "Young one, you must be quite puzzled as to why you have been assigned to undergo trials under my tutelage," the Silver Wolf asked again. I truly don't quite understand," came the reply. "Then prepare yourself to witness," the Silver Wolf declared with seriousness, as 2 short swords abruptly materialized in his hands. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he sent them soaring into the air, and without pause, he swiftly threw out 2 more short swords, followed by yet another pair. Grasping them firmly, the fire wondered what this technique could be. Its eyes widened in astonishment as it gazed upwards. Suddenly, 2 identical figures emerged in midair, each mirroring the Silver Wolf perfectly. The rugged beard, the shoulder-length silver-gray hair, the greasy shirt. There was not a single difference. Triplets? Phantoms. The fire found itself bewildered by the unfolding situation. However, the Silver Wolf offered no respite for the fire's confusion. In an instant, all 3 figures charged forward, their blades shimmering with a silvery gleam. Unmistakably real, the fire barely had time to defend against the frontal assault from the Silver Wolf, as the 2 flanking figures seized the opportunity, striking its sides with the hilt of their swords. The searing pain momentarily sapped its strength, only for the frontal Silver Wolf to send it flying. Quickly recovering, the fire gritted its teeth against the excruciating agony. This was the lesson imparted by the Iroquois Red Jacket Knight, a principle that Mentor Lauren had reiterated time and again. In the heat of battle, one must advance fearlessly. To lay down one's weapon before complete failure is the mark of a coward. Impressive, the Silver Wolf remarked with unexpected admiration at the fire's tenacity. However, had you succumbed to defeat earlier, you might have spared yourself some suffering. Now, brace yourself for the possibility of being utterly overwhelmed. Even the Lord of the Abyss cannot utterly crush me. So come at me with all your might, Fierce Fire declared with a certain ferocity. Such bravado, the Silver Wolf scoffed, and 3 figures swiftly charged towards Fierce Fire. He steadied himself, discerning the direction of their assault. The Silver Wolf in the center must be the true form, his strikes imbued with the utmost power. A direct confrontation would be folly. Perhaps an opportunity might arise. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden realization struck Fierce Fire with dread. The frontal Silver Wolf had deftly maneuvered to flank him. He pivoted hastily, attempting to parry them, only to be blindsided by the Silver Wolf at the rear, who surged forward and struck him fiercely in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword. The overwhelming force sent Fierce Fire soaring into the air, a bitter taste rising in his throat. "What are you looking at?" the Silver Wolf taunted. "Which one is the illusion? Or are they all real?" Amidst the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Fierce Fire fell into disarray. Subsequently, he was mercilessly battered from all sides. This was not merely a matter of attributes. The Silver Wolf's exceptional skill had clouded his senses, each assault emerging from the most vulnerable angles. Shielded by the others, Fierce Fire felt an unsettling certainty. Even if he were to confront the Silver Wolf with his full attributes, he would still be the one to face suddenly. The picture frame in his hand was forcefully snatched away. Silver Wolf had appeared by Liu Hua's side without him noticing, gripping the frame tightly, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his weapon discarded aside. Silver Wolf. At this moment, Liu Hua seemed to grasp something, rising to his feet and softly calling out. Though aware that the timing was inopportune, he could not refrain from speaking for the sake of his own trial. My trial, has it been passed? A deep voice resonated from the corridor. What proof? Silver Wolf remained silent, producing a small sword that sliced through the air above him. The small sword clattered to the ground, accompanied by a cascade of silvery gray hair. With the creaking sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, Silver Wolf's figure vanished into the darkness. Liu Hua limped to the staircase, gazing up into the abyss, then lowered his head to pick up the small sword and the bundle of silver hair. Standing silently for a moment before stowing them in his folding bag, emerging from the dilapidated door, Liu Hua crossed the flower bed and stood upon the gravel path at that moment. His eyes perceived not the remnant, but a meticulously arranged courtyard, where blooming roses exuded an intoxicating fragrance, and the air resonated with the cheerful laughter of the male and female hosts. Blinking, Liu Hua understood that all of this was merely an illusion. The reality was a crumbling courtyard, littered with shattered pottery and the flower bed, an unmaintained exterior wall, and a disheartened man. With a sigh, Liu Hua walked out through the rusted gate, engulfed in despondency that I in the darkness. Silver Wolf entered the only room in the house that remained relatively intact. The presence of feminine furniture and decorations indicated that its owner was a charming little princess. Silver Wolf knelt beside the now empty princess, trembling as he caressed the photograph within the frame, weeping silently. Cecilia. This was the mournful wail of a wounded lone wolf. Chapter 34. When Fantasy Meets Reality. 1. The chief examiner lifted his gaze from the public announcement in his hands. Liu Hua nodded, remaining silent as he seated himself in a chair. What about the task item? Liu Hua retrieved it from his folding bag, examined it, sighed, and gently placed it on the table. It was a small cross-shaped sword designed as a concealed weapon, entwined with a strand of silvery gray hair. Very well. The chief examiner nodded, producing a bag into which he placed the cross-shaped sword along with the hair. Chief examiner, what sort of person is Silver Wolf? Silver Wolf. The chief examiner scoffed, not lifting his head. What do you think he is like? Liu Hua pondered for a moment before replying. A lone wolf. A lone wolf. Perhaps, the chief examiner remarked as he stuffed a commission document into the folder, retaining one copy and handing another to Liu Hua. He may have once been a wolf, but now he is merely a stray dog. Stray dog. Liu Hua fell into silence, tucking away the commission document. If you wish to speak of him, he was quite formidable in the Ranger Guild long ago, a notable figure. It is unclear what led to his current state. The chief examiner continued to peruse the announcement, his voice emanating from behind the newspaper. Perhaps your mentor knows more about the questions you have. Liu Hua rose to his feet, expressed his gratitude to the chief examiner, and then exited. Mingta is absent, and no one knows where he has gone wild. Only Martin remains behind, playing cards with a few players. In the routine of a typical morning, Yimo rides ahead, with Tong Junwen following closely on his bicycle. As they engage in casual conversation, Tong Junwen suddenly seems to recall something and inquires, Xiaomo, have you encountered any peculiar occurrences lately? Yimo's heart skips a beat, yet he maintains his composure and replies. Peculiar occurrences? What sort of peculiarities? It's something I came across on the Boundary Forum, a post by a well-known physics professor in the industry, Tong Junwen explains. The Boundary Forum serves as an academic platform teeming with cutting-edge scientists, where Tong Junwen is but a small fish in a vast ocean. Yimo accepts the phone that Tong Junwen extends towards him and swiftly scrolls through the titles and images. Anomalous points are suddenly appearing within. Could it be related to spatial bubbles? Is Earth situated on the boundary of a four-dimensional space? On 02-14 in Los Angeles, an anomalous point emerged at a villa, resulting in the death of several poultry and leaving the homeowner's family in a state of unconsciousness. Witnesses fainted upon approaching the villa within 3 meters. Attached images. On 02-22 in Vancouver, an anomalous point appeared in a subway, causing several individuals to faint. Albeit briefly. On 03-05 in Houston, an anomalous point manifested in an apartment, leading to 3 fatalities and several others collapsing. The police have since cordoned off the area. Attached images. A lengthy list unfolds, detailing anomalous points that have emerged in various cities worldwide, some resulting in fate, others merely causing fainting spells, and some being nothing more than rumors. As Yimo rapidly scrolls, a heavy weight settles in his heart with each photo. Eventually, he comes across one that catches his attention. The location is Chulong City. Yimo's heart tightens, and he leans in closer to examine it. On 05-03 in Chulong, an anomalous point appeared at a poultry farm, resulting in the mass death of chickens. Attached images. Yimo inexplicably breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not one of the two places he frequents. Had it been the small park he often visits or Baofishan that was exposed, he would have been at a loss for how to explain it to Tong Junwen. Maintaining his composure, Yimo hands the phone back to Tong Junwen and remarks, "Doesn't this seem reminiscent of supernatural phenomena? Do scientists truly believe in such things? It merely appears to resemble supernatural occurrences." In reality, these phenomena are linked to higher dimensional spaces. Numerous scientists are already investigating this. Although there are currently no definitive leads, Tong Junwen responds, as he puts away his phone. In fact, there is significant debate. Many European scientists firmly associate it with divine intervention, while their East Asian counterparts prefer to believe it is a result of higher dimensional space. Meanwhile, discussions in the Americas have devolved into a chaotic cacophony of theories. Some scientists can be quite unreliable. Yimo chuckles, regardless of the circumstances. If you ever encounter something strange, be sure to keep your distance and report it to the authorities instead. Tong Junwen wraps his arms around Yimo's waist, affirming, "Yes, I understand. You too must not put yourself in harm's way." Indeed, Yimo's heart flutters with uncertainty. Is it a supernatural phenomenon or a physical occurrence? Is it a ghost? Or merely an illusion caused by higher dimensional space? Yimo's mind was somewhat muddled. He had long believed that these phenomena were linked to the game Fantasy Armament. His experiences within the game seemed to corroborate this notion, suggesting that perhaps it was not merely a virtual realm, but a genuine world. Of course, such thoughts were difficult to share with Tong Junwen, for she would undoubtedly think Yimo had lost his sanity. However, the day that Guasian Daoist mentioned returning in 3 days prompted Yimo to consider that it might be time to visit Baofu Mountain. After school that afternoon, Tong Junwen went to the library, while Li Hua set off alone toward Baofu Mountain. It appeared that the Baoyuan temple had indeed reopened, as numerous devotees were making their way up the mountain. Li Hua arrived at the foot of the steps, secured his bicycle, and ascended the stairs. The temple was bustling with visitors, indicating a surge in the demand for divine guidance in recent days, as the air was thick with the scent of incense and candles. Naturally, Guasian Daoist could not manage the entire temple alone. Several hired Taoist priests were present to assist with various tasks and cleaning duties. After inquiring with a worker, Li Hua learned that Guasian Daoist was resting in the back courtyard and proceeded in that direction. As he walked, although nothing overtly alarming caught his eye, the subtle signs, scratches, and unremoved talismans spoke volumes. Upon encountering Guasian Daoist, who had his left arm in a splint suspended from his neck and was busy tidying up peculiar small objects with his right hand, Yimo expressed his concern. "Are you all right, Daoist?" "Ah, you've come," Guasian Daoist replied casually. "It's nothing serious, just a dislocation. So, what exactly did you encounter?" Yimo inquired eagerly. Guasian Daoist cast a sidelong glance at Yimo and remarked, "Well, since you are involved and indeed the son of Yidongbo, you could be considered a half-insider. I might as well show you, but don't be frightened." With that, Guasian Daoist led the way into a room, and Yimo hurriedly followed. They arrived at a storage room where Guasian Daoist kicked open several boxes, revealing a handle embedded in the floor. "Come, pull this up," he instructed. Yimo complied, exerting force to lift it, which revealed an entrance to a cellar. Faint, hoarse cries echoed from below, sending a chill through Yimo that made him shiver involuntarily. "It seems the creature has awakened," Guasian Daoist remarked with a cold grunt. Switching on the cellar light and descending into the depths, the cellar featured a short corridor, its walls adorned with vivid red talismans that, upon closer inspection, glimmered faintly. Soon, Yimo beheld the object of their visit. It was a humanoid entity, if one could even classify it as such, with an unhealthy black-gray complexion, emanating a putrid stench of decay. Its eyes were a pale gray, menacingly fixed on the two. Its mouth agape, drooling repulsively from between its sharp teeth. Its nostrils were mere black voids, its ears elongated and pointed, while its clawed hands gripped the bars of a cage, an iron enclosure plastered with talismans. Impervious to its attempts at escape, Yimo was overwhelmed with horror, rendered speechless in an instant. Indeed, this was the most common abyssal minion, the corpse spirit, from fantasy armament. How could this be possible? Yimo uttered a groan akin to a dreamlike lament, utterly unable to fathom that he was witnessing a creature from the game in the real world. How could he have forgotten the corpse spirit? He vividly recalled that, without the aid of holy water, even a disemboweled corpse demon could still retain its mobility. Was that what had appeared that day? Yimo's complexion turned pale as he turned to gaze at Dao Ringuizhen. Steeling himself, the Taoist decided to first ascertain where the exit led. Outside lay a lengthy corridor, reminiscent of an underground palace, the passageway seemingly unstable, creaking ominously as the Taoist treaded upon it. Suddenly, he was confronted by a ghastly visage. In that fleeting moment, he felt the chilling breath of death envelop him. He spun around and fled, the air behind him filled with ominous, guttural howls as countless specters surged forth, sending a jolt of terror coursing through his very being. One specter let out a piercing wail, the sound reverberating painfully against his eardrums, and a tremendous force suddenly collided with him from behind. However, the small gourd left to him by Guangyang Taoist proved pivotal in that critical moment. Erupting with a thunderous blast that caused the entire passageway to collapse, Guizhen Taoist was aware that another specter lurked behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He had no choice but to clear the area. Drawing forth the treasured talisman bestowed upon him by his master, engaging in a fierce struggle with the malevolent entity, after several days of confrontation, he finally succeeded in imprisoning the specter within a cage. And the eerie vortex had ceased to manifest. Such was the ordeal of Guizhen Taoist. He could not fathom the nature of that world, nor the terrors that lay buried within it. Reflecting upon his plight, perhaps I know where that is. Emo retrieved his phone, flipping to the compendium of corpse demons, and handed it to him. This is not a game? Guizhen Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily snatched it from Emo, alternating between glancing at the compendium and the specter he had captured. How could this be possible? I thought I had descended into the underworld, only to discover that it is a game. How can that be? It defies all logic. Emo patted the Taoist's shoulder. Having mentally prepared himself, he was not as shaken as the Taoist. Perhaps it was more than just a game. The flustered Taoist had no desire to converse further, merely stating his need to peruse the ancestral texts, and promptly ushered Emo out of the courtyard. Emo cast a glance at the firmly shut gate. The emergence of that corpse demon in the real world implied that the specter he had witnessed that day was likely a creature from the game. Regardless, a visit to the Fengdu underground palace was still in order. Once the affairs at Cologne Castle were resolved, and he acquired the map to exit the knightly kingdom of Jiawia, he needed to set off at the earliest opportunity. With such thoughts, Emo descended the mountain. That night, Emo sat upon his bed, holding the VR headset, his emotions in turmoil. A game, or a genuine world? What truly is the chosen one? Perhaps the answers could only be uncovered within that realm. Fire of the Blaze is online. At this hour, the online presence was sparse, but as Fire of the Blaze replenished his supplies, Mingte logged on. Fire of the Blaze, you're already here, Mingte exclaimed cheerfully, pouring himself a hot cocoa and snagging some bread from Fire of the Blaze's plate. You could get it yourself. Fire of the Blaze replied with a grin. No way. Mingte huffed, nudging him with his elbow. So, how did your trial go yesterday? Liu Hua recounted his encounters with Yin Lang in great detail, evoking a sentimental reaction from Mingte, who truly seemed like a pitiful soul. Previously, Liu Hua might have dismissed it as merely a game, but now he found himself unable to utter such words, instead letting out a quiet sigh. After having breakfast, their first destination was the Swordsman Guild, to practice swordsmanship and obtain a qualification certificate. Do you have no other matters to attend to? Liu Hua remarked, somewhat exasperated by Mingte's insistence on following him. What? Are you discontent? Mingte retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone, then raised her chin defiantly. I want to see just how you plan to learn your skills. Besides, we have an agreement. Only 4 days left. All right. Liu Hua conceded, not out of disdain, but rather due to the monotony of his practice sessions, fearing that the vivacious Mingte might grow bored. It was still early, and the Swordsman Guild was devoid of players, with a considerable number of locals present instead. Minter Luolin had just risen and was engaged in his morning exercises, demonstrating the poise of a master in every move. Minter Luolin, I have arrived. Liu Hua greeted him. It's you. Let us begin your practice. Go through everything you learned yesterday. Minter Luolin replied, sheathing his long sword and starting to guide Liu Hua. After an hour of practice, Minter Luolin finally called for a halt. Well done. I can grant you your qualification certificate. At last, Liu Hua had secured the final proof. After bidding farewell to Mentor Luolin, he and Mingta walked side by side towards the Ranger Guild. An entire day passed without Liuhua learning a single Ranger skill. Mingta was fuming, exclaiming, if it were any other Ranger, they would have at least grasped the concept of survival. At the very least, clearing the first floor of the Chosen One's tower would be a delightful endeavor. Yet you haven't even learned a professional skill. I was just about to learn. While Liuhua replied nonchalantly, do I even need skills to clear the Chosen One's tower? Mingta rolled her eyes, momentarily forgetting about his combat prowess. In this regard, Liuhua indeed did not require the conventional path that ordinary players followed. Given this, attempting the legendary Sky Ranger would bear no detriment. As the two engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the Ranger Guild. Chapter 35. Reflection of the Sky. 1. In stark contrast to the busy Mentor Luolin, Mentor Quilike enjoyed a more leisurely demeanor. Upon Liuhua's arrival, he was basking in the sun. Mentor Quilike, you certainly seem to be enjoying. Liuhua remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. It's you. Have you finished everything? Mentor Quilike lazily rose from his lounge chair. Liuhua presented him with the star card and the commission document, which Mentor Quilike casually examined. Upon noticing the items listed on the commission document, he cast a surprised glance at Liuhua. Items to be delivered. A small sword belonging to Yin Lang, and a strand of Yin Lang's hair. It appeared to have been an intense confrontation. Liuhua smiled bitterly and recounted the events to Mentor Quilike, who found the tale both amusing and perplexing. Yin Lang had once been a formidable ranger. He was not a local, and no one knew whence he came. His movements were shrouded in mystery, and he possessed great power, having been quite renowned in the Ranger Guild in his heyday. Mentor Quilake explained to Liuhua that it was only after an attack occurred in the Hermit's Lake district that they learned he resided there. Since that day, he had rarely shown himself, merely a nominal presence in the guild. In truth, none of you truly understand him. Liuhua rolled his eyes inwardly. For a ranger, it suffices to know his capabilities. As for who he truly is, many rangers are accustomed to acting alone, concealing their identities and pasts as a matter of instinct. Thus there is no necessity for us to delve into the nature of his being. Quilake chuckled. Perhaps one day his identity will be revealed, but to seek out his past without his consent would be an unfriendly act. After saying this, Quilake returned the star card to Liuhua and led the way towards the training grounds. Once they had come to a halt, Quilake inquired, what insights have you gained from your battle with the Silver Wolf? That doppelganger skill of his is formidable. I could hardly discern which was the real one and which was merely. Liuhua pondered before responding. Quilake laughed. Of course, you couldn't tell, for all his doppelgangers are real. What? Liuhua exclaimed in shock. How could that be? He clearly often executed dodges and defensive maneuvers to avoid being struck. Liuhua nodded in realization. This indeed was Silver Wolf's combat style. Just yesterday, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by this aspect, finding himself utterly defenseless, even believing until the end that Silver Wolf possessed a unique method to conceal his true form. The feeling of being outsmarted by the natives was rather disheartening. Liuhua mused ruefully. There are two types of doppelganger techniques. Point 1 is a skill learned at level 9, requiring 6 stamina points worth of illusionary stars. Among level 9 skills, its effects and consumption are moderate, and its practical effectiveness can only be said to match its cost. The other is exceedingly rare. Quilake's expression turned serious as he spoke. Shadow of the Void level requirement. Only level 1, illusionary star consumption, 3 stamina. 3 tenacity, 3 control effect, summons 2 soul shadows to assist in battle. The effect of the doppelganger technique is straightforward, akin to conventional items. It summons 2 phantoms with basic AI, although these phantoms are quite fragile. For a ranger, having 2 readily summonable expendables is immensely beneficial. Thus, if one possesses sufficient stamina and illusionary stars, rangers typically learn this skill after reaching level 9. However, the shadow is different. This skill never appears in the repertoire of conventional rangers. It can only be learned at level 1, and it requires stamina, tenacity, and control, each with a minimum of 3 points. It is important to note that even at level 1, the maximum attribute value is merely 3. Achieving full values in all 3 attributes at level 1 is an exceedingly demanding requirement. Naturally, the effects of the shadow justify its consumption. The shadow not only possesses a certain level of AI, but also considerable resilience. If necessary, the user can even operate it directly. Furthermore, the shadow possesses some degree of offensive capability, far surpassing the easily shattered doppelganger technique. Such stringent requirements exist because this is the legendary starting skill of the Sky Rangers. Blazing Fire, you possess an extraordinary talent that is truly one in a million. Over the years, it is not just in Cologne Fortress. The entire Yiyun Knight's domain has seen scarcely a handful of individuals who have attained a full level of illusory star. This is why I hold great expectations for you, and the entire Ranger Guild shares this sentiment. After elucidating the skill, Trelek turned to Blazing Fire with a serious demeanor and inquired, thus, on behalf of the Ranger Guild. I formally ask you, are you willing to accept the legacy of the Sky Rangers and embark on a path that is scarcely trodden by predecessors? Blazing Fire's response was, of course. Unsurprising, setting aside other considerations, the urgency stemming from the real world instinctively urged him to enhance his combat prowess within this game. With such an opportunity at hand, how could he possibly let it slip away? So, Silver Wolf is actually a Sky Ranger? Blazing Fire asked. If he is a Sky Ranger, how did he end up in such a predicament? Trelek chuckled. Perhaps he is merely a seeker on the path of the Sky Rangers. At the very least, his reflection has transcended the mere confines of the skill itself, evolving into a unique ability of his own. This is the first step towards becoming a Sky Ranger. Subsequently, Trelek prepared to initiate Blazing Fire's skill training. He retrieved a hefty wooden box from the adjacent office and carefully extracted a dragon skin scroll along with a small stack of copied parchment. Approaching Blazing Fire with a solemn demeanor, the reflection of the void can only be imparted by Silver Wolf. No one else can teach you. Furthermore, he lacks the interest in crafting engraved crystals. Trelek said apologetically as he handed the dragon skin scroll and the stack of parchment to Blazing Fire. Regardless, Silver Wolf should be aware of our intentions by now. Even if he is reluctant to teach you directly, he has likely demonstrated this skill to you in its entirety, so to give it your all. I have faith in you. With that, Trelek turned and jogged away, leaving Blazing Fire bewildered, watching as he was left alone. Gripping the scroll, he stood there in stunned silence. This is utterly ridiculous, in the desolate training ground. A chilly breeze swept through, causing the parchment in Blazing Fire's hand to flutter. How incredibly irresponsible. This is outrageous. Blazing Fire, filled with indignation, slammed the parchment to the ground. Resigned. He settled cross-legged to examine what Trelek had bestowed upon him. Reflection of the Void. Curse Seal. This is the Dragon Skin Scroll. Methods for guiding the Curse Seal. Rules for engraving the Curse Seal. How to install the illusory star post engraving. How to cast skills after engraving the Curse Seal. Solutions for unstable Curse Seal engravings. Dealing with insufficient and excessive power of the main star. 12 remedies for star key short circuits. These are the contents of the parchment. Blazing Fire felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. It seemed that this endeavor was rather unstable, wasn't it? With no other options, Blazing Fire could only muster the courage to continue. The so-called Curse Seal represents the unfolding of spells and skills in 2 dimensions, serving as the most fundamental step in casting. This process is both intricate and convoluted, and it is uncommon for an ordinary person to swiftly cast a spell-based. Hence, the method of engraving on illusory stars was developed later on. Just as we represent the number 100, primitive humans would undoubtedly tie 100 knots in a rope or arrange 100 sticks to convey the concept. While modern individuals can succinctly express it with a single 1 followed by 2 zeros, this is not an intrinsic change, but rather a conceptual summation and generalization. Now, what Li Hua is about to undertake is far beyond mere counting. It is akin to Xiaoming operating a calculator, first inputting 12, then entering 784, and subsequently pressing a button, pondering how to create a microcomputer, a rather perplexing dilemma. At this moment, Li Hua is tasked with conjuring a computer from thin air. The incantation was somewhat intricate. Li Hua scrutinized the parchment for quite a while before he deconstructed 3 interrelated yet self-contained symbols, each corresponding to a distinct illusory star, following the methods outlined on the parchment. Li Hua meticulously impressed the 3 symbols onto the illusory stars, which are referred to as the main stars. In addition to the primary symbols, several smaller designs encircled them. After discerning each, Li Hua transferred them onto the secondary stars. In accordance with the parchment's instructions, Li Hua first conducted a low-level testing of the impressions before commencing the formal engravings. Taking a deep breath, Li Hua felt a wave of anxiety, despite having followed the procedure without error thus far. This was his first time creating such an object. Full power, with a low command from Li Hua, the 3 main stars suddenly erupted in brilliant light. The impressions began to illuminate, followed by the star keys. And then the secondary stars, as the entire model radiated a shimmering brilliance. The speed of the flowing light intensified, and the 9 illusory stars began to emit a humming sound, gradually vibrating. Eventually, the vibrations of the illusory stars reached their zenith. and the engraving commenced. Li Hua's focus sharpened. He sensed the illusory limb extending delicate tendrils, starting from the initial point and gradually spreading outward. The impressed lines subtly recessed, transforming into various hues, while the illusory stars swiftly healed. Resembling amber encasing golden threads, the lines representing the engravings first completed on the main stars, the temporary impressions vanished entirely, transforming into an illusory star engraved with skills. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The engraved lines spread along the star keys, extending to the various secondary stars, where tricolored lines interwove, some even reaching other main stars, inscribing their lines as well. Time became an abstract concept, and suddenly, the entire model of the illusory stars resonated with a thunderous sound, all lines fully engraved, and the power emitted by the illusory stars began to flow seamlessly within the engravings. The skill model radiated an even more intense glow than before, illuminating the vast training ground and startling the concealed Sui Lai Ku. Sui Lai Ku gazed intently at Li Hua, his demeanor tinged with excitement. You truly accomplished it. The legends are real. It seems that only by personally engraving successfully at LV1 can one truly embark on the path of the Sky Ranger. He murmured. At that moment, Li Hua was completely oblivious to Sui Lai Ku's furtive observations and the words spoken. His mind was singularly focused. This was the final step, unleashing all his power to fully activate reflection of the void. The blazing fire contorted his face in a fierce grimace, veins bulging, as beads of sweat the size of beans cascaded down from his brow. The full power output of the illusion star had significant, yet despite this, the skill remained dormant. No matter how immense the output, he always felt he was just a step away from success. While maintaining his output, he cast a glance at the spell seal upon the Dragonhide scroll. A spark ignited within him as he exchanged the positions of two substars, and then he erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. With wide eyes, he shouted once more. Amidst the violent roar, the entire model transformed into a resounding symphony. The monotonous hum vanished, replaced by melodious chimes akin to bells or the harmonious sounds of a chime stone, emanating with each passing light that grazed a star. The chaotic rays were supplanted by a gentle azure glow, and an unprecedented force surged within the illusion stars. As he beheld the successful inscription, a wave of excitement washed over him, feeling a profound connection with each star he had inscribed. Rising to his feet, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the tremors of the illusion stars within him, and then activated the skill, Reflection of the Void. The sensation of controlling three bodies was peculiar. Human consciousness is accustomed to its own form. With the aid of the VR device, he had gained an additional illusory limb. For convenience, individuals tend to condense their forms to mirror reality, yet now, he had to learn to manage more. He felt as though he had transformed into a three-headed, six-armed monstrosity, nearly toppling over. Gradually, however, he mastered the art of distinguishing his primary self while simultaneously directing his reflections to perform different actions. Reminiscent of his initial experience with the illusory limb, currently, his reflections lacked the strength to wield heavy weaponry. Daggers, however, were manageable, albeit their offensive efficacy could only be described as marginally effective. The superiority of reflections lay in their ability to achieve coordinated combat through control, whereas clones merely served to obscure vision. Once he perfected the manipulation of his reflections, he would possess the combat prowess of an elite squad of warriors all within himself. Time slipped away unnoticed as he became entirely engrossed. His proficiency with reflection of the Void Sword, even enabling him to mimic some of the Silver Wolf's attack maneuvers. As moments passed, an interruption resounded from outside. Li Hua, where have you run off to? I've been waiting for you for hours. Just as he was immersed in his training, the voice of Minter, filled with exasperation, pierced through. To avoid disturbing Li Hua's practice, she had remained in the hall, but her patience had worn thin after waiting so long, prompting her to seek him out. As Minter made her way through the training grounds, her eyes fell upon either the desolate arena or unfamiliar figures engaged in practice, further aggravating her already limited patience. Li Hua, if you don't show up soon, I'll leave on my own, she called out, and at that moment, she spotted a figure waving at the far end of the arena to her left. Was it not Li Hua? She waved back and rushed over, exclaiming, "You've been at this for far too long." However, just as she was about to reach him, the figure before her vanished in a puff of smoke. Mingta gaped in astonishment at the spot where still struggling to comprehend the situation. Trembling, she cautiously extended her hand forward, yet encountered nothing. In a state of panic, Mingta glanced around frantically, only to suddenly see Li Hua on the other side, still waving at her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she hurried towards Li Hua's position. However, to her astonishment, as she drew near, the silhouette before her once again dissipated with a soft puff. Mingta stared wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. How could this happen again? The bizarre occurrence sent shivers down her spine. Hey, what are you doing? Li Hua appeared silently behind Mingta, giving her shoulder a hearty slap as he exclaimed loudly. Ah! Mingta was startled into a scream. What are you? Why do you look exactly like Li Hua? Observing her frantic demeanor, Li Hua could no longer contain his laughter, realizing she had been the subject of a prank. Mingta fumed as she scolded him vehemently. All right. Ha ha ha. Stop hitting me. I merely wanted to test out my new ability. I came to find you, and you scared me. After kicking him for a while to vent her frustration, she finally found the mood to inquire, what was that just now? A clone technique? But you're only at level 1, and clone techniques don't work like that. That was a new ranger skill I just learned. It quite impressive. Li Hua replied, a hint of pride in his voice. It's called Shadow of the Void, and it took me a considerable effort to master. Shadow of the Void? I've never heard of it before. Mingta inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's a beginner skill of the Sky Ranger class. Only those who embark on the path of the Sky Ranger can learn it. Suddenly, a voice interjected from the side. And Quilike, who had been eavesdropping for a while, strolled in nonchalantly. Well, if it's that significant, why not let me engrave it myself? Li Hua retorted, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha. Quilike awkwardly laughed. He couldn't possibly admit in front of the trainees that he didn't know. Could he? Li Hua and Mingta exchanged a glance, affirming silently, before departing from the Ranger Guild. This skill of yours. Shadow of the Void. Yes, Shadow of the Void. Mingta chuckled. How does it differ from a regular clone technique? Is it merely the distinction between a level 1 skill and a level 9 skill? It's difficult to articulate. Li Hua scratched his head, spreading his hands. Perhaps you should experience it for yourself. Oh, how do I experience it? You're not going to scare me again, are you? Mingta asked, tilting her head curiously. Li Hua smiled silently, and suddenly, a voice emanated from his left side. Well, I've never seen a clone technique. It is indeed a summoning type skill, correct? Mingta quickly turned her head, only to find another identical Li Hua walking alongside her. Although she had witnessed this scene moments ago, her curiosity remained as she glanced back and forth, trying to discern any differences between the two. The Shadow of the Void is neither a summoning skill nor an illusion. If one were to describe it, it bears some resemblance to a transformation skill. The flame on the left spoke up. Transformation? Yet you appear unchanged. Mingta expressed her bewilderment. I merely recounted what I read, augmented by my own thoughts, she stated, adhering to the text. Suddenly, the flame on the right chimed in, prompting Mingta to turn her head, only to find the left flame speaking again, which vexed her greatly. Taking the transformation skill, Angelic Descent, as an example, a human body might suddenly sprout one or even several. This requires the user to transcend the shackles of common understanding, allowing the mind to comprehend the addition of a limb and to utilize it with normalcy. The Void's reflection is akin to this. In my view, this process resembles the phenomenon of phantom limbs resplitting. Most players have become accustomed to the sensation of possessing an additional body, while Void's reflection demands players to manage 3 or even 4 bodies simultaneously. The right flame continued, leaving Mingta with the sensation of conversing with several individuals at once. So, does that mean each one is a new body? Can you control them all? Curiosity sparkled in Mingta's eyes. Wow. Mingta widened her gaze, staring at the figure on the overpass that bore an uncanny resemblance to the flame beside her, her mouth agape in innocent wonder. At that moment, Mingta was traversing a narrow. The overpass was a level higher than this neighborhood, meaning that unless she took a lengthy detour or climbed, the flame could not possibly appear on the overpass. Yet, the flame at present seemed leisurely, entirely unperturbed by any vigorous movement. So, which one of you is the true essence? Mingta raised her voice, calling out to the flame on the overpass. All 3 flames smiled in unison, and the flame on the overpass playfully bowed, saying, Now, Miss Mint, take a guess. Which one is the real me? Mingta, intrigued, scrutinized each one, her blue eyes darting back and forth. All 3 flames were equally infuriating. As for my guess, Mingta pondered, tapping her finger on her lips. Casting a sidelong glance at the left flame. It must be this one. With that declaration, her hand lunged towards the right flame, attempting to seize its neck in a mock act of revenge, only to be met with a sudden puff as the right flame vanished without a trace. Startled, Mingta feared she had inadvertently extinguished the flame, but the laughter emanating from the left and above soon enlightened her. She had once again been tricked. Hee, the flames beamed, speaking in unison. Not quite, Miss Mint. Ah, how vexing. This is infuriating. Almost losing her balance, Mingta sprang up, catching her breath, and fiercely lunged at the left flame, whose smile was so exasperating that she was certain it had to be him. Yet, what greeted her was merely a puff of smoke as the illusion dissipated, that detestable smile vanishing into thin air. Frustrated, Mingta stomped her foot, pointing angrily at the flame on the overpass, stammering, "You rascal! When did you manage to get up there? That path doesn't lead to the Chosen One's Guild." At this point, Mingta had already passed beneath the overpass, and the flame had shifted sides, leaning against the railing. Smiling down at her. "Not quite right, Miss Mint." The voice of Blaze suddenly echoed from ahead. Mint promptly turned her head, and there stood Blaze, leisurely exiting a dessert shop, a large treat in hand. Noticing Mint's gaze, he bowed slightly. "Miss Mint, I've been waiting here for quite some time." Feeling utterly humiliated, Mint's heart was filled with grievance as she burst into tears. With a fierce determination, she snatched the treat away, biting into it voraciously, as though she were gnawing on Blaze's flesh, seeking vengeance for the 2 times she had been played for a fool. Chapter 37. Blaze at Level 2-1. Miss Priestess. "I must trouble you once more," Blaze said politely, then lay bare-chested upon the stone platform. The priestess smiled and nodded, gracefully approaching Blaze's side point. One hand hovered over his back, poised to press down, as she began to recite the divine incantation. As the priestess's rhythmic tones resonated, light cascaded from the air, illuminating Blaze's back and the stone platform, and ethereal stars began to materialize behind him. Battle name: Blaze VRN. Scene 04093F25B0053 level. LV1 Registered Guild. Ranger Guild. Illusory Stars. Strength 3. Endurance 3, Burst 3, Reaction 3, Resilience 3, Agility 3, Intellect 3, Control 3, Magic 3. Skills mastered. Weapon Mastery, Agility Arts, Shadow of the Void. Excellent, Mr. Blaze, the priestess's gentle voice chimed. "You are now eligible to ascend to LV2. Shall we proceed with the upgrade?" "Yes, please, I beg of you, Miss Priestess." Blaze nodded eagerly. "Very well, please pay attention. We shall commence." With that, the priestess resumed her incantation, and Blaze's back began to shine ever more brightly. All the illusory stars swirled around a central point, eventually coalescing into a dazzling sphere of shifting light. With a resounding pop, the light burst apart, scattering the illusory stars across Blaze's back, clearly indicating an increase in their number. Battle name: Blaze VRN. Scene 04093F25B0053 level. LV2 Registered Guild. Ranger Guild. Illusory Stars. Strength 5. Endurance 5, Burst 5, Reaction 5, Resilience 5, Agility 5, Intellect 5, Control 5, Magic 5. 1 At last, Blaze had ascended to the rank of a LV2 combatant. He gazed at his star card with delight, suddenly noticing an unfamiliar illusory star without a name. "Miss Priestess, why do I have an unnamed illusory star?" The priestess glanced at it and replied leisurely, "These matters, I too cannot ascertain." "But are you not a priestess of the Chosen One's Guild?" Blaze inquired, somewhat distressed. Even a priestess has her limitations. She spread her hands, maintaining her usual tone that if you wish to know more, the well-informed ranger mentors will certainly enlighten you. The little priestess lacks such extensive knowledge. Having never ventured beyond the cathedral district, I too wish to broaden my horizons. Both Liahua and Minter were drenched in cold sweat. It appeared that this priestess was not particularly satisfied with her work, and they were left wondering what had transpired. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking her ire. "Perhaps I should inquire with Quilike," Liahua mused. After donning his attire and light armor, he departed the Chosen One's Guild alongside the flushed-faced Minter. As it was time to replenish their supplies, the two decided to seek out a restaurant for a meal. They chose an indigenous eatery, which, while not particularly refined, was reputed for its distinctive pork sausages. And Minter led Liahua there to sample the delicacies. The restaurant was spacious, boasting a rugged aesthetic, with heavy wooden counters, tables, and benches fashioned from solid timber. While lighter furniture could have sufficed, the clientele, comprised mainly of adventurers and mercenaries, necessitated a sturdier design to mitigate the impulse of patrons to engage in brawls by wielding table legs. The sign, "Wasteland Behemoth," hung at the entrance, reflecting the same rough-hewn style, evoking images of grilling game over rudimentary fires on the open plains, seasoned merely with salt. "Polly, a platter of sizzling pork sausages, and a roast, please, and a serving of vegetables and fruits. 2 mugs of beer to start," Minter called out with the familiarity of a regular patron. "Sit tight." Coming right up, Polly, a robust woman with arms thicker than Minter's waist, appeared, resembling a half-orc in her formidable physique, a presence capable of intimidating the reckless rogues frequenting the establishment. It remained uncertain whether Polly was entirely human, The duo settled at a window-side table. And for Liehua, dining in such an environment was a novel experience, prompting him to gaze around in wonder. The atmosphere was considerably more boisterous than that of the garrison's dining hall. In comparison, the brutish men from the Black Tulip Brigade could be deemed almost subdued. Yet, Liehua found himself relishing this ambience, listening to adventurers and mercenaries boast about their exploits, recounting tales of hidden treasures within wilderness castles or underground dungeons, while others merely engaged in drinking contests and feasting, a spectacle unimaginable back on Earth. This is precisely why we prefer venturing into indigenous territories, while Alongxio is a player's city replete with conveniences. The presence of players everywhere renders it akin to the real world. Minter remarked, true adventurers choose to dwell in indigenous cities to immerse themselves in experiences that starkly contrast with reality. Liehua wholeheartedly concurred. Players had grown weary of the mundane world. With the advent of this new realm, those with aspirations sought to escape the reality-laden environments. Before long, their meals arrived, and the restaurant's reputation for meat was well-deserved. The rich aroma of the pork sausages and the satisfying heft of the roasted beast leg kept Liehua yearning for more. As the two enjoyed their meal, an unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted them. Oh dear, isn't that the little feline from the Black Tulip, switching boyfriends again today? A gaunt man sporting a mohawk, accompanied by several similarly unfortunate-looking players, took a seat at a nearby table. The Mohican, when speaking, exudes a sense of insincerity, his voice eliciting discomfort. This little rascal possesses delicate skin and tender flesh. Surely a Chinese, a yellow-skinned monkey. What use is that? Heh, a little wildcat, with such a frail physique. Why not join my gang, the Big Snake, for some revelry? I assure you, you shall be satisfied. The Big Snake chuckled. How have you Black Tulips been faring lately? I hear this haul has been quite fruitful. What brings you to such an establishment for a meal? Isn't Julian a bit stingy, not allocating you more funds? Or has he diverted it elsewhere? What we possess, how we choose to divide it, and how we wish to spend it, is none of your concern. Running low on funds for a meal? I have you covered. With a swift flick of his wrist, Minty tossed a bone onto the ground with a resounding crack. Come, crawl over and take it. The greasy, meaty thigh bone rolled across the floor, gleaming enticingly. Though its flesh had long been devoured, it remained a favorite among certain creatures. You, one of the players beside the big snake, his countenance darkened by indignation, could no longer tolerate the humiliation and slammed his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, the big snake quickly intervened, maintaining a faade of calm. Let us not be foolish. Should a brawl break out here, the indigenous guards would swiftly arrive, and that half-orc proprietress would not simply stand by. Our collective strength pales in comparison to hers. Here, we shall engage in a war of words. Revenge will come in due time. You seize the moment to bully us weaker players, but just wait. You shall see. The big snake scoffed. You, a weaker player? Minnie burst into laughter, pondering if he should inquire with kindergarten children about who had pilfered their toys and lollipops. Clearing his throat, the big snake shifted the topic. Is this lad a newcomer to your guild? He hardly seems remarkable. One hand from Blaze could easily dispatch your entire group, Mindy retorted. Dare to test that? Just him. The big snake's entourage exchanged glances, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. With that physique, which middle school did they pluck this yellow-skinned monkey from? Cursing would not alter the fact that you would be strung up by Blaze. So do not weep when that time comes. Minnie savored a delectable pork sausage. The big snake's group continued to laugh heartily, muttering profanities that soured Blaze's expression, pondering whether to humiliate them further. Minty gently shook his head, signaling him to temper his impulses. The big snake fixed his gaze on Blaze for a moment before continuing. This Chinese fellow can't possibly be a novice in the game. Can he? What level? Level 2. Ha ha. The big snake slung an arm around a nearby player's shoulder, proclaiming, allow me to introduce our new recruit from the Viper Guild, Chi, an elite player who has recently completed his assessment. Having arrived at Cologne Castle not long ago, he is already nearing level 11. Truly the hope of our Viper Guild. Chi quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No. The Viper Guild hardly lacks for someone of my stature. I owe much to the guidance of the leaders, especially your mentorship, Chief. Casting a malevolent glance at the blazing fire, I mused that there was no need for the leader to intervene when dealing with a mere yellow-skinned monkey. It has come to my attention that the pass rate for assessments in Asia is notably low. The physical aptitude of Asians seems ill-suited for this game. Such a level 2 opponent is hardly a challenge for me. However, it must be noted that the claims made by Chi are not without merit. The physical prowess of individuals from Europe and America is indeed evident, with their average physical statistics surpassing those of Asians. resulting in a general lag in progress for East Asians compared to Europeans and Americans. Of course, such prejudiced remarks are hardly surprising. Ultimately, the fiery one will silence them with sheer prowess. Ha ha ha. The great class snake appeared quite pleased. Ha ha. The large class snake appeared quite pleased, gazing triumphantly at the blazing fire, declaring that our Chi Wei could topple this pitiful level 2 with just a single finger. The black tulip has also seen better days, as there are hardly any capable newcomers, and a level 2 has emerged merely to fill the scene. Ha ha ha. The group erupted in laughter, seemingly enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Oh leader, you mustn't say such things. I could never bring myself to target those below level 10. My current aspirations lie with those elite players at level 12 or 13. It is not our Viper Guild style to prey upon such fledgling newcomers, exclaimed the red-tailed one. You scoundrel. The fiery one seethed with anger. He was indifferent to their jibes about himself, for he understood that, fundamentally, they were not his adversaries. However, he could not ignore the derision. Fundamentally, these individuals were not his adversaries. However, he could not ignore the taunts aimed at Mingta and her sister. Smack. Mingta slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. Aunt Polly. The bill. Please. Witnessing the departure of the two, the members of the Viper Brigade grew even more self-satisfied, erupting in jeers and whistles. Yellow-skinned monkey. I hope that when we meet again, you won't have regressed to level 1. Chi Wei shouted, accompanied by a chorus of raucous laughter. The two settled their bill and exited the restaurant. Once on the street, the blazing fire could not contain his thoughts, exclaiming, those people really. Engaging in a brawl inside the restaurant could lead to Aunt Polly dealing with them. Walked ahead with an air of confidence, so we are powerless against them. A moment of bravado means little, but when the opportunity arises, they shall be made to kneel. Minty declared fiercely, her own irritation evident. Mingta declared fiercely, clearly harboring her own frustrations. The blazing fire smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Miss Mint. I understand. Indeed, still possessing full attributes. What a rare constitution, exclaimed Krulek at the Ranger Guild's training grounds. Instructor, what exactly is that unnamed attribute? The fiery one could not help but inquire. This is a phantom star that emerges only after one has successfully taken on a special profession at level 1, Trelek replied, setting aside the fiery one star card to sift through the... Krulek set aside the blazing fire star card and began perusing the documents in hand. The specifics are of little use to discuss at this moment. I shall inform you when the time comes. There are no particular skills to learn at level 2, just 2. The professional skill potential surge and the swordsman's guild skill heavy strike. Chui Lake closed the data board and said to Liehua, come with me. However, Minter, Liehua protested, shouldn't I learn about survival of the fittest? Survival of the fittest. Chui Lake paused momentarily. That was a skill necessary for the rangers on the ground. Yet you are a ranger of the sky. Engraved crystal. Potential eruption level requirement. LV2 phantom star consumption. 3 eruption stars effect. Amplifies all phantom star attributes by a multiple. This was the second specialized skill that Liehua was to learn. Chapter 38. Combination skill. Heavy strike eruption. 1. Please collect and vote. Liehua held the engraved crystal in his hand, examining it before tightly gripping it in his palm, ready to engrave. The engraved crystal gradually emanated light and warmth. As 3 eruption stars sprang to life, forming an inexplicable connection with the crystal, mysterious energy flowed through Liehua's arm and into his body, inscribing the spell upon the phantom stars. Ding! A soft sound resonated from the mysterious space, signifying that the skill had taken shape. Liehua's eyes flew open wide, and drawing upon the insights imparted by the engraved crystal, he summoned the full potential of his being. Ah! Liehua gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging, veins protruding on his forehead, as the phantom stars trembled under immense pressure, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy. Ha! A flash of sky-blue light enveloped Liehua, and the skill had successfully activated. He felt an exhilarating surge of power, realizing that he was no longer as feeble as in his LV0 state. Caution. A sudden spike in attributes can be overwhelming for many, making it difficult to adapt at first. One must control the output power and avoid releasing it all at once. All right, attack me. Chui Lake directed from the side. In truth, for Liehua, this level of attribute increase posed no challenge. Even doubling it would be effortless. Yet, for the sake of familiarizing himself with the skill, he practiced earnestly. The training ground was equipped with a special magic circle, significantly reducing the time for recovery from weakness and recharging the phantom stars, allowing Liehua to continually experience the states of attribute surges and weaknesses, becoming accustomed to battling in such conditions. Yes, Mentor Chui Lake, Next, you will learn Heavy Strike at the Swordsman Guild. Though this skill is classified as LV2, many warriors opt to learn it only after reaching LV10. However, I believe that Potential Eruption and Heavy Strike are an exceptional pairing. Since you are destined to tread the path of the Sky Ranger, mastering the combination of these two skills sooner rather than later would be advantageous. Mingta continued to follow Liu Hua toward the Swordsman Guild. I say, Miss Bo, don't you have anything else to attend to? I am swamped. Not only must I message my sister, but I also have to chat with the ladies in the brigade and report to Julian. I'm utterly overwhelmed. As long as you're not bored, Liu Hua thought. Today, the Swordsman Guild was as crowded as ever. Liu Hua finally managed to register for Mentor Lauren's class, straining to push through the throngs of people toward Mentor Lauren's training grounds. Since it was an open class, Mingta accompanied him inside as well. As the two conversed casually, they made their way to the training grounds. Mentor Lauren had just finished his guidance and was seated, taking a moment to rest. Li Hu was about to approach. MNGT suddenly nudged his armed Li Hu. Look over there. Upon turning his gaze, Li Hu couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. What a coincidence! The Viper Brigade, whom he had encountered earlier in the midday wasteland, was also present nearby. 4 players were practicing in the arena, while the imposing figure of DB/NSH leaned against the side. Evidently having noticed the newly arrived Li Hu and MNGT, whispering amongst themselves and bursting into smug laughter. The presence of these individuals was fortuitous. It was time to collect some interest. A sly smile crept across Li Hu's lips. The crushing strike will undoubtedly provide an opportunity for practical application. Target that red tail and let him know who's boss. Li Hu nodded fiercely, and the members of the Viper Brigade, upon witnessing his expression, exchanged sinister smiles and gestured with their thumbs against their throats. Not one to be outdone, Li Hu retaliated with a decisive downward motion of his thumb, even before the battle commenced. The atmosphere was already charged with tension. Ah, you've arrived, Trelek. What brings you here so early to learn Crushing Strike? Mentor Lauren greeted as he noticed Li Hu approaching. Mentor Trelek instructed me to study the combination technique of Potential Surge and Crushing Strike. Li Hu replied, recounting his explanation to Mentor Lauren. Oh, Potential Surge, let me see your star card. Lauren responded with a hint of surprise. Complying, Li Hu materialized his star card and presented it to him, prompting a glimmer of astonishment in Lauren's eyes as he examined the skills listed. Battle name, Li Hu Vrian. CN 04093F5B0053 level. LV2 acquired skills. Weapon Mastery, Agility. Shadow of the Void. Potential Surge this. Mentor Lauren inhaled sharply, his gaze towards Li Hu transforming. A Sky Ranger? Li Hu nodded affirmatively. I never thought someone could successfully engrave it. It has been ages since a learner of Shadow of the Void has emerged. Lauren mused, then nodded. I understand your needs now. Follow me. Li Hu accompanied Mentor Lauren to a nearby chamber, where Lauren rummaged for a moment before producing an engraving crystal. Engraving crystal combination Crushing Strike consumption of illusory stars. 2 strength. 1 surge effect. Combination prefix. Producing varying Crushing Strike effects through different combination skills. While the standard Crushing Strike required merely 2 strength illusory stars to learn, the combination Crushing Strike demanded an additional surge illusory star. It is noteworthy that most LV2 players possess only 1 surge illusory star, and none would squander it on such a skill. Even after reaching LV10, surge illusory stars are typically reserved for learning other, higher priority explosive skills, who would willingly invest in a foundational skills combination. I certainly aim to learn the combination technique, Li Hu chuckled. Lauren nodded in agreement, continuing his explanation. Crushing Strike is a skill whose efficacy is determined by the total amount of strength illusory stars. The more strength illusory stars one possesses, the greater the effect. This is why most individuals opt to learn Crushing Strike around LV10, as its effectiveness during the foundational period is somewhat limited. However, you possess a complete array of attributes, thus rendering this issue non-existent. Not to mention that what you are learning is a combination technique with explosive potential. As Mentor Lauren elucidated, the fiery spirit gradually entered a state of engraving. Aside from the primary and secondary illusory stars, there was an additional illusory star for the combination, subtly linking Heavy Strike and Potential Explosion. Ding! The engraving of combination Heavy Strike was completed. The fiery spirit first executed Heavy Strike independently, and at Mentor Lauren's signal, threw a punch towards him, which was effortlessly caught by Lauren. There are numerous methods to execute a Heavy Strike, the most straightforward being a fist, followed closely by the reverse of a sword hilt, which is a favorite among many. Both methods allow for a rapid deployment that can effectively strike an opponent. Mentor Lauren guided the fiery spirit, elucidating various techniques for heavy strike under different circumstances, as well as the opportune moments for utilizing combination techniques. After a thorough explanation, he was permitted to practice freely with wooden stakes in the hall. The fiery spirit explored the applications of heavy strike and heavy strike explosion. He increasingly perceived the similarities between this skill and collapse. However, heavy strike focused more on incapacitating the opponent or forcing them to retreat, while collapse prioritized destructive power. In terms of usage, the two were strikingly similar. Perhaps it was feasible to employ the techniques of collapse simultaneously while executing heavy strike. Contemplating this, the fiery spirit commenced his experimentation. This should be achievable. It is known that when muscles exert force, only a small fraction of their power is utilized. The majority remains inactive. Martial arts can mobilize a significant portion of these otherwise dormant muscles, directing them all towards a single purpose, which encapsulates the principle of collapse. In reality, it is challenging to maintain continuous use without a robust physique, yet in the realm of the game, such concerns are absent. Just as the fiery spirit was engrossed in his experimentation, a group from the Viper Brigade began to gossip again. "Boss, look at that level 2 yellow-skinned monkey. What is he fiddling with?" One trainee remarked, in his quest to find the balance between heavy strike and collapse. The fiery spirit was merely simulating with minimal force, making it appear to onlookers as if he was striking the wooden stake, which showed no sign of reaction. This hardly resembled the usage of heavy strike. What could he possibly be doing? Practicing heavy strike, of course. How much power can a level 2 possess, especially a yellow-skinned monkey attempting to learn heavy strike, truly treating combat as a child's play? Jeered the senior snake. Who, being an experienced combatant, recognized that the fiery spirit was indeed learning heavy strike. Although the fiery spirit's movements seemed peculiar, he attributed it merely to the latter's lack of skill. I thought he was here to master weaponry. Contemplating how to deal with him, little did I know he was also learning heavy strike. With a resounding thud, the crimson-tailed one struck the wooden stake, seemingly shaking the firmly anchored wood. Glancing at the fiery spirit's light punch, which didn't even cause the rope on the stake to quiver, he displayed a look of disdain. What little power he possessed dared to learn heavy strike. The Black Tulip Brigade was hardly impressive either. Amidst their laughter, a sudden, thunderous noise startled everyone, causing them to turn in unison. Boom! Before their eyes, the wooden post crafted from fir was unexpectedly sent flying in half. Even the roots that were firmly anchored beneath the tile exhibited a hint of looseness. My apologies. I must have exerted too much force." The voice issuing the apologies was none other than Lai Hua. While rubbing the back of his head, he offered his contrition to those nearby. "Control your strength. It's not that sturdy." Lorlin observed his excessive commotion with a touch of dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful." Lai Hua stuck out his tongue and, opting for a new post, resumed his practice, delivering his light and airy punches one after another. The members of the Viper Brigade exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. How could he possibly break the post? One player, who had been speaking, struck his own post a couple of times, yet it remained utterly unmoved. No, it must not be his doing. The mentor mentioned it wasn't that robust. Perhaps that particular post was already damaged and merely cracked. The large class Viper, attempting to appear clever, remarked, "After all, he has just a level 2. How could he possibly break a post? It should be so. Look at how light his strength is. How could he ever break the post?" Chi Wei focused intently on Lai Hua for a moment, finding nothing particularly strange, and shook his head. Regardless, he thought, he would just beat him up later, without delving into the thoughts of the Viper Brigade. Lai Hua had already begun to see some clarity. Although his previous strike had spiraled out of control, he had discovered a method to blend the two elements, gradually adjusting the balance between the illusory star and his physical body. Collapse was the technique Lai Hua was most familiar with. It merely involved altering the sequence and timing of his force application to facilitate the execution of heavy strike, a task not overly challenging for him. Time slipped away, and eventually, Mentor Lorlin clapped his hands, signaling everyone to cease their activities and gather around the largest wooden post. Next, each of you will take turns using heavy strike on the post. You need not exert excessive force, but you must fully execute the skill. With that, he instructed them to proceed in order. The combatants took their turns approaching the post, unleashing heavy strikes that produced varying sounds of impact. While Lorlin offered guidance, occasionally delivering a few taps with his sword sheath to those whose comprehension seemed somewhat lacking, when it was Lai Hui's turn, he positioned himself before the post, inhaled deeply, and delivered a deft punch that emitted a sound neither too light nor too heavy, a soft puff. The members of the Viper Brigade erupted into laughter, mocking him. However, Mentor Lorlin remained unfazed. He was quite pleased with Li Hua's mastery of the technique and only offered a few pointers before allowing him to pass. After all, aspiring to become a Sky Ranger, such skill was hardly a challenge in Lorland's eyes. As it came time for the Viper Brigade, newly recruited members stepped forward one after another, deliberately showcasing their might with heavy punches that produced thunderous sounds, although the members of the Viper Brigade were somewhat irksome. Their technical prowess was undeniable. Being chosen as trainees for the Viper Brigade was a testament to their strength, especially since they were personally mentored by the vice captain, the large Viper, to learn new skills. Bang! The stout wooden post seemed to sway slightly under the impact, and even a rope tied to it snapped under the force. All present were astonished by its strength, their gasps of amazement echoing throughout the space. Even the fiery Li Hua and the enigmatic Ming Tai cast curious glances in their direction. Humph! Chi Wei let out a cold snort, his shadowy gaze momentarily fixed on Li Hua before shifting to mentor Lauren. Awaiting his guidance. Not bad at all. Lauren stroked his chin, recognizing the distinctive qualities of the power displayed, though he noted a lack in the subtlety of technique. As mentor Lauren elucidated, he ultimately instructed Chi Wei to give it another attempt. Bang! The wooden post was mercilessly ravaged. Mentor, I choose him as my opponent, Chi Wei declared, pointing at Li Hua. Are you certain? Lauren's expression was cryptic as he cast a sidelong glance at Chi Wei. Assuming that Lauren disapproved of his choice of a weaker adversary, Chi Wei quickly reassured, rest assured, Mentor, I won't exert too much force. Well, Lauren regarded Li Hua with a probing look. And what about you? Li Hua smiled lightly. In that case, let me face him. Very well. Lauren nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the only trainee capable of battling a candidate for the Sky Ranger. He then added, just be mindful not to use excessive force. Before Li Hua could respond, Chi Wei, under the impression that Lauren's warning was directed at him, boisterously affirmed, completely oblivious to the strange look from Lauren. Li Hua and Chi Wei positioned themselves face to face, taking their stances, amidst the laughter of the Viper Brigade and the concerned gaze of Ming Tai towards the seemingly simple-minded. The time had come to settle old scores. The training arena was identical to that of the Ranger Guild, designed to allow the rapid recharge of Mirage Stars following skill usage, facilitating the purpose of practice. Both Li Hua and Chi Wei donned a special set of armor, each wielding a practice sword. The training armor was configured to withstand only heavy strikes. Any other form of attack would yield minimal damage, and the practice swords could only absorb the energy from heavy strike Mirage Stars. Victory would be claimed by destroying the training armor. Mentor Lauren elaborated on the rules of the combat training. Li Hua felt little pressure, casually standing with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. In contrast, Chi Wei was somewhat impatient, brandishing a two-handed sword, spinning it in a display of strength, accompanied by raucous sounds. Yellow-skinned monkey, I won't hold back. If you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you won't escape just because you wish to surrender. Chi Wei sneered, licking his lips with a wicked grin. It is the truly insecure who belittle others to derive a sense of superiority. Should you fail to recognize your own faults, I shall not hesitate to enlighten you. As Li Hua spoke, he drew his long sword, ready to engage with fist and blade. Ha! Chi Wei laughed heartily. With that meager strength and that scrap of iron in your hands, yellow-skinned monkey, you need me to teach you what true power is. Your frail bodies are ill-suited to be warriors. Li Hua smiled. Remaining silent, his sword's tip directed at him. Prepare, begin. Mentor Lauren commanded. Li Hua, give it your all. Smash his head. Ming Tai shouted with fervor. Chi Wei, show this yellow-skinned monkey the might of our Viper Brigade. The cohort led by Banshee clamored excitedly. In an instant, Chi Wei surged into action. Assault. He disregarded the rules set forth by Mentor Lauren and immediately unleashed the exclusive skill of the heavy armored assault specialist. The short distance of merely 6 or 7 meters vanished in an instant. Clang! The fierce flames intercepted this sudden attack. Though it appeared formidable, the impact of the strike was surprisingly weak, easily deflected by the longsword. Realizing it had been ineffective, Chi Wei had no time to ponder further and promptly acted. Windmill, the blade, over a meter long, spun violently, surging towards the flames with tremendous force. Zing! Unexpectedly, this powerful blow was once again effortlessly blocked by the flames, seemingly handled even more easily than the initial assault. Oh, is this what true power looks like? The flames taunted. Chi Wei, if you employ skills outside the rules again, I shall disqualify you. Lauren shouted with crossed arms, evidently displeased. Using other skills in this arena would significantly diminish their potency. Do not harbor any illusions. Consider yourself fortunate, yellow-skinned monkey. Chi Wei prepared to unleash a heavy strike. Do not get too smug. Even with just a heavy strike, I can make you eat dirt. No, I won't be the one searching for your teeth. The flames chuckled ominously. Die? Qi Wei gritted his teeth, swinging his sword with the force of the heavy strike toward the flames. Clang. Being a level 10 heavy armored assault specialist, the two-handed sword imbued with heavy strike effects possessed terrifying destructive power. Even now, the flames were pressed down by the sweeping blow. Although he managed to block the attack with his sword, the nature of the heavy strike and the configuration of his training armor resulted in visible damage to him as well. Did you see that, yellow-skinned monkey? Qi Wei, seeing his attack yield results, broke into a triumphant smile. This is the mark of a true warrior. He then swept his sword once more, realizing he could not engage him directly. The flames ceased to block his attacks, instead opting to evade with agility. In the ensuing moments, several of Qi Wei's strikes were deftly dodged or deflected by the longsword. Curse it. Is dodging all you can do? Qi Wei found himself increasingly irritable. Although the flames were continually forced back, the inability to secure a definitive victory began to instill a sense of frustration within him. Ahem. Mentor Lauren, observing the spectacle, cleared his throat. Flame, if you step out of the arena, it will be deemed your defeat. The flames glanced behind him, and to his surprise, he had been cornered to the edge of the arena. Qi Wei, noticing this, gleefully proclaimed, "Yellow-skinned monkey, let's see how you evade now." With that, he swept his sword towards the flames. The arena was small, and the flames had been driven to the corners. Moreover, with Qi Wei wielding a two-handed sword, this strike effectively blocked any avenue for escape, leaving the flames with little room to maneuver. However, how could the flames be limited to such tactics? Rather than retreating, he advanced, contracting his body and approaching Qi Wei's inner circle at an astonishing angle. What? Qi Wei gasped in shock. Yet having committed fully to his strike, he was left with no capacity to react in time. Heavy strike. Bang. The flames replicated the blow delivered by the Arakan red shirt knight using the hilt of his sword. The tremendous force of the hilt crashing brutally into Qi Wei's chest. This sudden impact momentarily left him breathless, and he could only rely on his stronger physique to break free. Cough, cough, cough. You damned that yellow-skinned monkey. Cough, cough, cough. For a moment, Qi Wei found himself almost speechless, his dual-handed sword cast aside as he gasped for breath. The pain of being struck was something Li Hua could truly empathize with. Unfortunately, due to his height, he could only strike Qi Wei's chest, unable to target his throat. Otherwise, this encounter would likely have concluded in an instant. Yet, perhaps that was for the best, as if he had been too easily spared. Qi Wei would not have taken it to heart. If you do not retrieve your weapon, I shall continue, Li Hua declared. Humph. Qi Wei grunted, picking up his dual-handed sword once more at yellow-skinned monkey. Your luck is about to run out. Suddenly, Qi Wei seemed to swing his sword with excessive vigor, and Li Hua seized the opportunity to unleash his skill. Heavy strike eruption. Timing was crucial. Using the blade would not suffice, and he could only strike swiftly with the hilt. However, Qi Wei responded unexpectedly, discarding his weapon entirely and unleashing a massive punch. Heavy strike. Li Hua's level 2 attributes were still too low. Even with heavy strike eruption, he struggled to bridge the gap in strength between them, especially as they collided head-on. Thus, without question, Li Hua was sent flying by that blow, his practice armor shattering piece by piece, and it seemed imminent that the armor would be destroyed under Qi Wei's assault. Li Hua steadied himself, shaking his hands at yellow-skinned monkey. Did you not see this coming? Qi Wei sneered. Apologies, I truly underestimated you. Li Hua shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, no one would have anticipated that this individual would relinquish the advantage of his weapon, opting instead to engage in bare-handed combat with a heavy strike. I have been an underground fighter for years. Do you think I lack fighting skills? Qi Wei boasted with a triumphant grin. Now, let's see where you can run. Li Hua's armor was beginning to crumble, clearly unable to withstand many more attacks, yet he remained unperturbed, discarding his weapon as well and assuming a fighting stance. Both combatants recognized that, in such a confined space, wielding weapons for heavy strikes was far too slow and cumbersome. It was far more efficient to settle this with unarmed combat. Qi Wei's punches were incredibly swift and his footwork agile. For an underground boxer, he felt a natural familiarity in this limited arena. Of course, Li Hua was no slouch either. Martial arts ultimately relied on one's body as a weapon, and he excelled in grappling. Although Li Hua was somewhat inferior in strength compared to Qi Wei, his other attributes were not significantly lacking, and as a player with full attributes, he harbored no fear of someone merely at level 10. The two, one seasoned and the other possessing exceptional physical control. found themselves in a deadlock. Players on the sidelines held their breath, watching intently. A sigh of relief escaped as they began to murmur among themselves. Who would have thought this Chinese youth could actually hold his own against Qi Wei? Quite unexpected. One player remarked that I wouldn't say it's an equal match. Everyone knows Qi Wei's track record. Though this mysterious boy is momentarily holding his ground, he surely cannot outlast Qi Wei. Another player expressed his belief in Qi Wei's eventual victory. That may not necessarily be the case. If one were to calculate effective strikes, the young Chinese boy would undoubtedly emerge victorious, having accumulated more points. He is an enthusiast of sports boxing. My friend. This is a real battle. No matter how you slice it, the Chinese lad is merely at level 2, his attributes significantly lagging behind the nearly level 11 Akai. Just his stamina alone could... Another person interjected. Have you all noticed? Akai is already beginning to exhibit signs of anxiety. He is being struck by the young Chinese boy increasingly more often. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their attention now fully captured. The practice armor, which appeared on the verge of shattering, remained intact, while Akai, who initially had only sustained a blow to his chest, now bore ragged practice armor all over. This mysterious lad from China has actually managed to suppress Akai. How is that possible? Hey, am I seeing things? How could Akai have suffered such a significant setback? The attacks were clearly neither too light nor too heavy, and Akai had been handling them with ease. How could it have come to this? Akai is on the verge of losing, defeated by a Chinese boy. Go, Chinese boy. Observing the excitement of the players, the members of the Viper Brigade could no longer maintain their composure. Do you want to die? You fool. How dare you suggest that we might lose? Akai has single-handedly challenged a 100-layer boss in team mode. There is no way he can lose. Just watch. Akai will soon triumph over this yellow-skinned monkey. Dabin Shi intervened, silencing their futile bickering with a dark expression, and turned to shout into the arena. Akai, do you still expect to receive elite member privileges with your current performance? Upon hearing Dabin Shi's call, Akai's face shifted through shades of green and white, revealing his distress. He glared ominously at the fire. His opponent was inferior in every aspect, only at level 2, no matter how high his illusions. They could not exceed 5 stars. And what of Akai? He was a super warrior, causing a sensation in Alongxio. Apart from the long-graduated veteran players, he believed he was unrivaled at this level in Alongxio. With 19 stars in strength illusions, he was on the brink of accumulating 20, a stat nearly maxed out at level 10. Once he achieved 20 strength stars and learned the advanced skills he had long coveted, he could elevate himself to level 11, truly entering the ranks of warriors and becoming a pillar of the brigade. And now, reduced to being toyed with by a level 2 yellow-skinned whose potential could not surpass 5 strength stars. How could he accept this? Without needing Dabin Shi to tell him, he knew precisely what to do. This was his pride as the rookie king. At that moment, Fire noticed the shift in Akai's gaze. It was one filled with murderous intent. His opponent had resolved not to hold back. Even someone as formidable as Fire had to steel himself for the... Fire slightly adjusted his posture, transitioning from offense to defensive counterattack, bracing for Akai's assault. Akai bellowed, shifting his stance as he launched his attack against Fire. Jab, hook, straight punch. A relentless series of combinations surged like a tide against Fire's defenses. This was Akai's fighting style, to overwhelm his opponent with an unceasing barrage of rapid punches. Qi Wei was acutely aware that mere boxing prowess was insufficient to vanquish the formidable Li Hua in the game. Drawing upon his extensive years of boxing experience, he ingeniously integrated heavy strike into his conventional punches. Should Li Hua fail to evade this heavy strike, he would undoubtedly meet with misfortune as a naturally gifted boxer. Qi Wei had reached the zenith of human capability in combat. At that moment, Li Hua found himself somewhat weary from the exchanged. To be candid, he had engaged in underground boxing before, yet his opponents had paled in comparison to Qi Wei's skill. Swiftly, he devised a countermeasure. It was evident that avoiding the heavy strike was imperative, and he would evade the heavy punches wherever possible. If evasion proved impossible, he would brace himself to withstand the impact as for the less forceful punches. He could easily disregard them, as they served little purpose beyond obscuring his vision under the protection of his training armor. Indeed, they merely served to distract his line of sight with a wealth of practical experience. Qi Wei understood precisely where his opponent's focus lay. In a sudden move, he seized the opportunity to unleash an uppercut aimed at Li Hua's chin. Heavy strike. The uppercut, swift as lightning, left Li Hua with no time to retreat or block. Should that punch land, it would surely incapacitate him, leading to complete defeat. Remarkably, Li Hua remained composed. Retreat had never crossed his mind. He was intent on counterattacking. Heavy strike eruption, collapse. Li Hua sidestepped, evading the uppercut aimed at his chin, and retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Qi Wei's chest. Bang! Bang! Both combatants stood their ground, landing punches on each other's shoulders and chests in quick succession. Yet, the consequences were worlds apart, in the astonished gaze of Qi Wei. Li Hua's seemingly mundane punch, which would typically merely tickle in the realm of boxing, unleashed a terrifying force that in that fleeting moment, Qi Wei felt as though he were facing a speeding train. Unsurprisingly, he was sent hurtling through the air. Soaring over the heads of onlookers, in their astonished stares, he collided with the decorative emblem of the Swordsman Guild, crashing down amidst a heap of weapon racks with a resounding thud, ultimately losing consciousness after demolishing several weapon stands. His training armor lay shattered, a horrifying dent marking his chest, suggesting he had sustained grave injuries. All present were left dumbfounded, their necks rigidly turned to gaze at the seemingly unremarkable Chinese youth. Their minds momentarily stalled. What was this? How could a slender boy possibly send a burly boxer flying in such a dramatic fashion? Most incredulous were the members of the Viper Brigade, who were all too aware of Qi Wei's prowess. How could they reconcile such an exaggerated defeat? Instructor! Instructor! He must have cheated, the Viper Brigade members cried, pointing at Li Hua. Amidst the scrutiny of all, Li Hua shrugged nonchalantly, brushing off the remnants of the training armor that Qi Wei's uppercut had compromised, and turned his gaze towards Minter Lolan. Although Minter Lolan too found the outcome astonishing, he maintained his impartiality, stating, "It is indisputable that Li Hua, the trainee, indeed utilized heavy strike to triumph over Qi Wei. Li Hua emerges victorious, and this merits a reward." Li Hua accepted the potion from Minter Lolan's hand. It was a rare demon-slaying elixir. With great delight, he stowed it away. The onlookers were utterly astonished. This extraordinary Chinese lad had actually managed to vanquish the Crimson Tail with a direct blow using heavy strike. It was simply beyond belief. Kung Fu. It must be Kung Fu. Indeed, indeed. I had heard that Kung Fu could unleash terrifying power with just a mere finger, and I had always thought it was mere fabrication. Little did I know I would witness such a phenomenon firsthand. Truly, it was astounding. The miraculous Chinese youth. The players were abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, the Viper Brigade, with sullen expressions, dared not speak loudly, gathering around Crimson Tail to administer healing. However, Li Hua and Mingta paid them no mind. Having obtained the qualification certificate from Minter Lolan, they had more pressing matters at hand, namely seeking out the beleaguered priestess for further advancement. One more level, reaching LV3. Chapter 39, Skill Training 3rd Day 1. Seeking collections and recommendations. The following midnight, Yimo donned the VRI once more, and as the blue light flickered, Li Hua Online appeared, stepping out of the safe house and gazing at the faint glimmer of dawn on the horizon. He felt an unsettling sense of dislocation, despite the passage of days. While it was night on one side, morning had arrived on the other. Li Hua rubbed his nose, preparing to head to the dining hall in search of sustenance. By chance, he encountered Martin there. He did not see Mingta, so he joined Martin's group, eating and conversing simultaneously. "How is the progress with Captain Julian?" Li Hua inquired. "Not too shabby, with the captain's IA in place. The process does get slightly delayed during boss clearances, but the speed of eliminating the final boss is remarkably swift. The Tower of the Chosen, with its 100 floors, harbors a boss guarding each level, posing quite a challenge. In addition to the final boss, there exists a varying number of elite creatures. Players must undertake random tasks to unlock the gate to the final boss, typically requiring the complete clearing of all elite domains. Upon clearing a level, all status is reset for the subsequent battle, including the cooldowns of skills on the illusory armament, thus providing a natural advantage to those wielding such weapons while traversing the Tower of the Chosen. Of course, this advantage diminishes as players accrue more illusory stars. The greater the average illusory stars, the more formidable the monsters within the tower become. However, for the current Black Tulip Brigade, the unique abilities of the illusory armament still offer them significant. While the captain and the others focused on leveling up, the Viper Brigade had grown increasingly audacious, injuring several of our members outside the city on multiple occasions. A player lamented, "I encountered them yesterday, but I managed to deal with them instead." Another chimed in. Li Hua felt a spark of intrigue and quietly confided in Martin, "Yesterday, we faced the Great Class Serpent. They seemed particularly keen on the spoils from last time." Constantly probing that aspect, a glimmer of realization crossed Martin's eyes. No wonder they are so fond of seizing valuable items. It stems from such intentions. Moreover, when dining at the savage behemoths, The great class serpent always provokes us to make the first move. Mingta suddenly appeared from behind, squeezing onto the bench beside Li Hua and snatching his bread. As if I were unaware of the rules of the savage behemoth. Whoever strikes first bears the cost. It is evident that a trap has been laid for us, so we sought alternative opportunities to deal with them. Why did you not mention this matter yesterday? Martin glared at her. Hee. Minter looked up at the sky. After contemplating for a moment, Martin nodded with understanding and said, let us not make this public. For the next few days, be frugal with your spending. I will discuss with the commander how to set a trap for the Viper Brigade. When the brigade duels, we shall make them regret it. Huh? What do you mean by being frugal with money? Minter's eyes widened in surprise. What? No, I want to go to the Silver Tower. I want to go to Emildo. I also want to buy beautiful clothes, Minter protested, starting to argue. Martin, feeling a headache coming on, pressed his forehead. If you won't listen, I'll have the commander speak to you. After finishing breakfast, Firebrand stepped out, heading towards the Ranger Guild, with Minter trailing behind like a shadow. Having successfully leveled up to LV3 yesterday, his attributes had been further unleashed. Battle name, Firebrand Vrin. Level, LV3, Registered Guild. Ranger Guild Phantoms. Strength 7. Endurance 7. Burst 7. Reaction 7. Resilience 7. Agility 7. Mind 7. Control 7. Magic 7. 3 foot. All attributes had reached 7 phantoms, a level comparable to an average LV10 in total, though still with discrepancies in individual aspects. The increase in phantoms also allowed him to learn more advanced skills. Upon arriving at the Ranger Guild, Mentor Tralek was already waiting for him. Today, I shall teach you but one specialized skill. Thereafter, I will provide you with a list of subsequent skills. Come to find me again at LV6. Tralek stated directly. This skill was the LV3 Ranger Specialization Skill Flash Strike, the most popular among the high-tier skills at LV3, renowned for its formidable explosive power and stealth, making it a skill that nearly all Rangers learn before reaching LV5. For you, it is an essential skill to master. Tralek handed Firebrand a crystal for engraving. Engraving crystal, flash strike level requirement. LV3, phantom cost. Burst 3 phantoms effect. A lethal strike with no forewarning. This skill cannot be used simultaneously with enhancement skills. But state-based skills can take effect. The inherent destructive power of flash strike is not particularly strong, even somewhat weaker than a regular slash. However, its unique feature lies in its ability to launch an attack without any prior indication. This means you can reverse the situation even while losing your balance, being suppressed, or under minor control, and that is the true strength of flash strike. Its drawback is that it cannot be used alongside enhancement skills like potential burst. But the cleric skill blessing can still take effect. It is crucial to note that if you intend to use flash strike, do not activate potential burst beforehand. What about heavy strike? Firebrand inquired, looking at the engraving crystal. That too is not permissible. Activating 2 offensive skills simultaneously will lead to weapon damage. Once Firebrand had a general understanding of the characteristics of flash strike, Tralek gestured for him to begin engraving. The blazing fire nodded, cradling the engraved crystal in his palm as he commenced the engraving process. The explosive phantoms were the most challenging to inscribe, for they perpetually quivered, utterly unlike other phantoms that would patiently await their turn. They incessantly attempted to leap away, and to inscribe 3 explosive phantoms simultaneously was no small feat. Fortunately, having gained some experience while inscribing potential surge yesterday, he ultimately succeeded with a satisfying chime that when flash strike was initiated, it lacked the dramatic flair of other skills. It activated silently, in perfect harmony with its nature. After absorbing the insights bestowed by the engraving crystal, the fire opened his eyes to I shall subdue you, and you will endeavor to escape my grasp and counterattack. Kwalaki produced 2 practice longswords, tossing one to the fire while retaining the other. Be advised, I am about to launch my assault. Kwalaki, a true Falcon Ranger, demonstrated combat prowess that even surpassed that of the Elrican Redshirt Knights in previous encounters. The fire had found himself with no opportunity against him, unless he resorted to unleashing his phantom limbs and adopting the form of a demon. Thus, the fire could only endure Kwalaki's relentless onslaught. Learning how to utilize flash strike under duress, time gradually slipped away. You have qualified in flash strike. No more practice is required, Kwalaki declared, handing him a note. Now, do not disturb me until you complete the tasks at hand. Out. Out. Thus, the fire was expelled, only to find Minter idly blowing soap bubbles nearby. Upon seeing him emerge, Minter joyfully abandoned her soap bottle and dashed over. Have you finished learning? The fire couldn't help but chuckle at the bubbles adorning her face and hair. You should clean your face. After Minter clumsily wiped her face clean, the fire presented the note for her to see. Illusionist Guild LV3 Universal Skill. Cheap Blade Scout Guild LV4 Intermediate Skill. Lightness Technique Swordsman Guild LV4 Advanced Skill. Meteor Strike Mage Guild LV5 Professional Skill. Multicasting completion of the above allows for advancement to LV6. Minter blinked. Multicasting? Ah, indeed. The fire, equally perplexed, recounted. I specifically asked Kwalaki. He insisted there was no mistake. It is indeed multicasting. Yet, what use does a ranger have in learning a mage's skills? Who knows? The fire replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Perhaps it relates to the reflection of void. In its quadruple doppelganger state, I currently cannot employ multiple offensive skills simultaneously, but multicasting only applies to spells. Is it truly useful to learn this? Moreover, can one even acquire professional skills, if not? And then there's Chi Blade. Minter rolled her eyes. Although it was a rare universal trick that theoretically anyone could learn, even those officially designated as mages struggled to master the art of controlling the Chi Blade. Rendering it erratic, what chance did others from different guilds have to learn it? It might be better to wield a bow or daggers as ranged weaponry. Li Hou scratched his head, having heard of the predicaments faced by the spellcasting warriors. The only individual he had witnessed employing magic in actual combat was Amelia, the sister of Mingte Dada. Never mind. Let us first visit the Trickster Master Guild. I might catch a glimpse of your sister as well. The two ascended the staircase, navigating through the ebb and flow of warriors and locals, until they arrived at the Trickster Master Guild. Amelia, Mingte called out, spotting the small figure seated under a tree. Engrossed in a book, and hurried over to her. Sister. The little girl squinted her eyes and beamed a charming smile. Li Hou approached as well, greeting Amelia, who, in her usual manner, was quite amiable and politely returned his salutation. You two carry on. I shall register first, Li Hou stated, then proceeded towards the guild's hall. Sister Amelia, your arrival today has saved me, came Mingta's plaintive voice from behind. Ranger? The attendant at the registration counter paused upon glancing at Li Hou's star card. Her mouth agape as she noted his attributes. Please hold on, let me check. Indeed, there is a reservation. Kindly proceed to venue number 3, she said respectfully, returning the star card to him. Thank you, Li Hou replied politely. Making his way down the corridor, the arena utilized by mages bore a resemblance to the training grounds, albeit with the flooring replaced by anti-magic tiles instead of impact-resistant ones. The wooden stakes had been substituted with anti-magic puppets. The number of apprentices at the Trickster Master Guild was quite substantial. Each donned robes akin to Amelia's, some adorned with gem-studded fingerless gloves, others wielding staffs, murmuring to the various items before them. These were the apprentices ensnared in the depths of the magical arts, irresistibly drawn to the allure of Gandalf and Harry Potter, ultimately choosing the path of mages, only to find themselves mired in a quagmire of dependency. Indeed, everyone has witnessed on television and in films how those formidable sorcerers cast spells and engage in combat with flair. Yet, this raises a pertinent question. How exactly do incantations harness magical? A familiar jest springs to mind. Let me teach you how to draw a horse, with simple steps yielding great results. Step 1. Draw 2 circles. Step 2. Add the horse's legs. Step 3. Sketch the horse's face. Step 4. Draw the mane. Up to this point, it's merely kindergarten-level doodling. Step 5. Embellish with minor details to complete the picture. This final step results in a complete horse. Magic operates on a similar principle. Some aspects can indeed be replicated by rote, but the crux lies in understanding how to channel magical energy effectively. This conundrum has stumped 99 of spellcasting warriors worldwide. They can gather magical energy. Yet when it comes to releasing it, they find themselves at a loss. This crucial step cannot be outsourced to others, relying solely on innate talent or organic insight. This is why the Mage Guild boasts the largest membership. Yet the ranks of the successful are rather sparse. Spells such as tricks, magic circles, puppetry, and enchantments often operate autonomously once magical energy has been successfully gathered. However, offensive spells are an exception. Both the gathering and the releasing of magical energy are indispensable steps. You are indeed the wayward ranger, under the scrutinizing gaze of the trickster Minter, who fixates upon the flames. Quilek has shared tales of your exploits with me, and while I harbor doubts regarding your ability to successfully wield the airblade, I shall refrain from interference, for it is your Minter's directive. The trickster Minter produced a crystal inscribed with arcane symbols. Given the folly of you combatants, I shall not expect you to possess practical combat skills, as the majority of combatants remain mere apprentices devoid of such prowess. As long as you can successfully condense your magical energy, I shall provide you with a certificate of competence that, of course. Akin to these individuals, you will need to rely on relentless practice and innate talent to truly master the airblade. The flames nodded, beginning the inscription of the airblade. Inscription crystal, airblade level requirement. LV 3 mana consumption. 2 orbs of magic. 2 orbs of strength effect. Summons a blade of air to strike at foes. This spell can be applied to sword or dagger blades and may also be cast using mage-enhancing equipment. It was a novel sensation. Although currently his magical energy and other attributes were all at full capacity of 7 orbs, the flames had never inscribed a magical skill before. Feeling the unique essence of magic, which bestowed upon him a wondrous sense of dominion over all things, the flames began to comprehend why so many apprentice mages would rather linger in their pursuits than switch to another guild. When utilizing magical energy, one feels as though they have become the sovereign of the entire world. The thrill of uttering incantations is not something easily relinquished. As these thoughts swirled within, the flames gradually stabilized the inscription. With the reverberation of the skill model, he sensed that he had grasped the method of employing the airblade. Chapter 40. Amelia's Airblade Instruction 1. Seeking support and recommendations, the flames began to prepare for the casting of the airblade spell. Gripping his sword with both hands and closing his eyes, he summoned magical energy to weave an invisible pattern upon the blade, drawing in the drifting magical essence until he felt the spell was complete. At which point he opened his eyes. You possess great talent, having constructed a complete spell in such a brief period. You are already worthy of certification. The trickster mentor nodded. Now, attempt to cast it. The flames held his breath, concentrating on the surging magical energy entwined around the sword's edge. He swung the sword. The spell was activated. Then he felt that a refreshing breeze. The casting had failed. The trickster mentor's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. Do not be disheartened. This is the bottleneck of a combatant. You have performed admirably. The flames acutely sensed the reason why most mages seldom entered the battlefield. From a conceptual standpoint regarding spells, shaped by our experiences in games, anime, and films, spells are akin to flying projectiles. In truth, many games design fireballs or lightning arrows that are fundamentally no different from a thrown dagger, gathering energy and then casting. Often, we witness mages performing exaggerated motions to hurl fireballs or ice orbs. But is this truly the case? At least from the flame's current perspective, it does not seem so. Magic is distinct from skills. Skills are constructed within the realm of the illusory star, exerting immediate effects within the body, characterized by remarkable stability and alignment with human empirical experience. Conversely, spells are guided by the magical energy of the illusory star, drawing in magical essence from the external environment to ultimately form a spell. This structure exists in the outside world, representing a non-natural creation that is inherently tenuous. It precariously resides within the natural realm solely due to the influence of the caster's magical energy, making it susceptible to disintegration with even the slightest inadvertent action from the spellcaster. Given the conjectural experiences derived from the real world, how could one possibly succeed in casting a spell through a throwing motion? The result would merely be a chaotic amalgamation of dissipating magical energy and essence. Fortunately, this instance involved only a gust of air. There have been instances where players recklessly constructed a fireball spell, only to meet their untimely demise in the process. Upon realizing this, players express their disdain for the cinematic misrepresentation while beginning to ponder what constitutes the true method of spellcasting. What was the outcome? We can draw a comparison using bows and modern firearms. For primitive humans, what constituted the most potent source of propulsion? Dried animal sinew, their own arms, and the fire used for warmth and cooking. These were nearly the entirety of their power sources. They utilized sinew to launch arrows and threw stone spears with their arms. However, one day, a time traveler showcased the terrifying power of bullets fired from a firearm before their eyes. Could they fathom the potency of gunpowder? Certainly not. They would attempt to fire bullets with rudimentary bows or throw them with their hands, ultimately sending them astray. How could they conceive of the power of fire, though fire is indeed searing? It merely burns quietly, incapable of launching arrows or throwing spears. The notion that fire, or combustion, could generate propulsion would seem ludicrous to the primitive mind. Ultimately, they would invent a slingshot to project bullets, which, while occasionally useful, would be entirely dissimilar to the firearms wielded by the time traveler. Such is the plight of the primitive man. humanity's inability to harness forces beyond their objective experience to resolve dilemmas. How can players be taught the art of magic? This question parallels the challenge of instructing primitive humans in the creation of firearms. The knowledge, principles, and extraordinary concepts involved are far too extensive to be resolved by merely reading a couple of books. Consequently, the majority of players in the magical profession must embark on their journey as apprentices, gradually accumulating foundational knowledge in the hope of one day achieving the enlightenment necessary to construct a magical slingshot. Of course, crafting a magical firearm would be even more advantageous. Now, the plight of the primitive man began to trouble Li Hua, who found himself at a loss with the bullet in hand, feeling as helpless as an uncivilized monkey. After the trickster Minter bestowed upon him a certificate of competence, he departed. Yet Li Hua did not relinquish his efforts. He wielded his longsword, repeatedly attempting to invoke the gust of air, but the only outcome was the raucous wind of the day. After practicing for an extended period, when Minter and Amelia finally located him, he had made no discernible progress. Li Hua, have you not yet mastered the gust of air? Minter inquired. Li Hua shook his head, gripping his sword as he attempted to demonstrate the gust of air for her, then shouted as he swung forward, only to face the dissipating airflow. There it is, absolutely no progress whatsoever. Li Hua lamented, but you have already succeeded in casting it. Very well, in the entire Alanzio region. There are hardly any individuals capable of successfully casting a complete spell. Generally, merely being able to gather magical energy can be deemed a success. As for mastering the art of casting, that is not something that can be accomplished in such a short time. Mingta waved his hand dismissively. No, I am certain I can achieve it. The fire within him ignited a stubborn side. Without reason, he simply believed in his own potential, feeling that he was merely a step away from success. Sighing, Mingta placed a hand on his forehead and suddenly turned to his sister, Amelia. Why don't you lend him a hand? Amelia's eyes widened in surprise, her expression adorably bewildered. How should I help? Oh, just show him a few air blades. Perhaps he might glean something from it, Mingta said, wrapping his arms around Amelia's shoulders and nuzzling his cheek against hers. Sister. Amelia found herself at a loss against Mingta's persistence. All right, I understand. Li Hua recognized that as a pioneer, Amelia must possess insights worth learning from, and with a serious expression, he said, Amelia, I humbly seek your guidance. Amelia smoothed out her wrinkled short cloak and retrieved her wand. Reminiscent of those from Hogwarts, as she was an admirer of Hermione. In most films he had seen in reality, the manner of spell casting was often depicted inaccurately. To truly master magic, one must completely discard the subtle notions ingrained from the real world. Amelia grasped her wand, pointing its tip forward. In my experience, the spellcasting gestures demonstrated in Hogwarts are much closer to practicality, although they do have their drawbacks. With a flick of her wrist, she moved the wand through the air, replicating the gestures seen in the films where wizards cast spells. However, they all shared a common flaw. The exaggerated movements prioritized theatricality over efficacy. If one were to emulate them, even a millennium of practice would yield no results. Magical essence behaves like small fish competing for food and water. They will chase after your magical energy, but if your movements are too rough, they will scatter in disarray. Point one must become like water, like the wind, guiding the fish to heed your commands. Then, with a gentle flick of her wrist, an invisible wave surged forth. Swish! The motionless magical puppet was pierced through the chest by an unseen blade. Li Hua stood there, dumbfounded, while the apprentices around them, who had struggled in vain, turned to gaze in astonishment. Magical girl Amelia, there are some truths that cannot be fully grasped merely through hearsay. For instance, he had previously heard Mingta declare that Amelia was a genius sorceress. But it was only after experiencing the difficulty of spellcasting himself that he truly understood the significance of such genius. The act of casting spells was exceedingly challenging. Everyone was stymied by this bottleneck, unable to advance even an inch. Yet, Amelia accomplished it with effortless ease. This is the essence of a pioneer. To cast spells like me, it is impossible with your mere mortal minds. The magical girl Amelia displayed her pride appropriately, though she acknowledged that attempting to create a magical slingshot was still within the realm of possibility. First and foremost, a spell is not merely a thrown object. The entirety of a spell constitutes a complex structure, a sophisticated instrument residing within a higher dimensional space. The construction of three-dimensional space merely serves as the key to unlock the spell. Have you ever heard of the instance when the key to the black box was discarded during the launch of an atomic bomb? Therefore, I urge you to cast aside your preconceived notions and approach this subject with the curiosity befitting the unknown, Amelia continued, stating that all outdated concepts regarding spellcasting hold no relevance for us. Whether derived from films, antiquated games, or even the practitioners that exist within this world, their notions are of no consequence when it comes to guiding players in the art of spellcasting. This is fundamentally tied to our understanding of the world. Unless one undertakes to learn the worldview of the indigenous people from scratch, their experiences bear no utility. Furthermore, while the casting of a spell may appear to be akin to launch, it is, in fact, entirely unrelated to the act of launching. There is no need for you to provide propulsion or to aim. How can this be? Without propulsion, how could it possibly fly? Has Newton's 3 laws of motion ceased to apply? Firebrand found himself perplexed. You are even aware of the laws of mechanics. Amelia shot him a glance, which left Firebrand feeling rather vexed. Classical mechanics pertains to macroscopic objects. However, spells are not macroscopic entities, but rather bear a closer resemblance to waves. It is quite straightforward to demonstrate that spells are waves. In the absence of spell defenses, if struck by my sister's IA, the freezing effect occurs at a rate far surpassing that of thermal conduction. The human body or a monster would freeze from the inside out, rather than from the point of impact spreading inward. The illusion of freezing diffusion is a result of wave propagation, not thermal conduction. When spell protection is in place, the fluctuations of the spell cannot take effect within the target's body, as the protective magic negates the diffusive waves, thus achieving a protective effect. Clearly, spells do not possess the characteristics of objective matter. Instead, they exhibit numerous wave-like attributes that, of course, my analogy of waves is intended for better comprehension. In reality, spells differ significantly from waves in the traditional sense. Amelia sheathed her wand and picked up Firebrand's practice sword. Do you understand what I am saying? I think I sort of get it. To be honest, Firebrand felt a bit dizzy from the information. Yet after enduring the intense tutoring from Tong Junwen, he could grasp this level of explanation. At the very least, Amelia endeavored to elucidate using simpler concepts without resorting to excessive jargon. Then I shall proceed. Amelia traced patterns on the ground with the longsword, explaining that these wave-like phenomena exist in higher dimensional space, forming a world composed of magical essence. The magical essence is not fixed in one location. It can manifest randomly wherever it chooses, resulting in the emergence of magical tides. The casting of spells relies on these magical tides, necessitating the identification of a tidal pathway between you and your target for the spell to naturally take effect. Much like in three-dimensional space, there is launching, flight, impact, and effect. Yet, all of this is fundamentally influenced by the underlying workings of magical tides, having absolutely no relation to the postures or tools employed in spellcasting within three-dimensional space. As she spoke, Amelia gently raised her long sword, causing it to quiver slightly. With a swift motion, an invisible wave materialized from thin air, once again piercing through the chest of the magical automaton. Amelia lowered her long sword, exhaling softly, and turned to look at Lai Hua. It is unrealistic to expect you to seek out the tidal passage, but you can create a temporary tide on your own. This is what I refer to as a magical slingshot. The fabrication of a magical slingshot is not something that just anyone can accomplish. Amelia was well aware of Lai Hua's current situation with his phantoms, which were severely restricted by their level, limiting their potential to the current cap. This predicament was quite similar to Amelia's own, as her substantial magical energy was similarly suppressed, although these constrained phantoms could not be directly utilized. Leveraging certain properties of the phantoms to generate a temporary mana tide through high attributes remained a possibility. The magical girl Amelia was an excellent teacher. However, when it came to magic, she resembled a sovereign reigning in her domain, where any misstep would earn a scathing reprimand. Fortunately, Lai Hua had grown accustomed to being intellectually outmatched, maintaining a steady mindset as he gradually constructed his magical slingshot. Remember, a magical slingshot is merely a clever workaround. This method can only ensure the casting of a spell-like effect. There remains a vast chasm between launching a projectile with a slingshot and firing a bullet from a firearm, both in terms of range and precision. Amelia stated earnestly, this technique may serve you temporarily, but it cannot be relied upon indefinitely. If you truly wish to master magic, you will need to engage in further study. Before long, Lai Hua completed the construction of his magical slingshot and resumed practicing spellcasting. Gripping his sword with both hands, he stood resolutely as a blade of air gradually formed along its edge. After a considerable moment, he gently shook the blade. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged towards the automaton, significantly stronger than before. Amelia sat poised on the steps, resting her chin on her hands. Her expression Lai Hua, keep it up, cheer up, Lai Hua, encouraged Ming Te, sitting beside him. Lai Hua took a deep breath. Although he had not succeeded previously, he had at least maintained the correct direction, ensuring that the constructed spell did not scatter, but rather held a fundamental trajectory. Once more. Ha! Whoosh! Ah! Phew! Through relentless practice, a sudden crack. The once unresponsive automaton was unexpectedly pushed back 2 steps. The eyes of the 3 brightened. They had found the right approach. Lai Hua hastily closed his eyes, holding his breath and focusing intently. After some time, he opened his eyes once more. Air blade. An invisible wave sliced through the air, striking the automaton with force. Wow! Lai Hua, you did it! Ming Te exclaimed in jubilation. No, it's still lacking. Amelia was not yet satisfied. The power was too feeble. Lai Hua concentrated once more, channeling his magical energy, and an unprecedented air blade emerged, sharp and lethal. Air blade. The intangible wave surged forth again. Clang! The automaton was finally injured by the air blade. A slender gash appeared across its chest, revealing the shimmering magical runes beneath its surface. Lai Hua had learned his very first spell. Congratulations, brother Lai Hua. Amelia rose to her feet, her magnificent braids cascading down her chest, hands clasped behind her back, revealing a delightful smile. Thank you, Amelia. Li Hua expressed his gratitude earnestly, in accordance with Mentor Tralek's guidance. It was now time to advance to level 4. After bidding temporary farewell to Amelia, Li Hua and Mentor made their way towards the Chosen Ones Guild. Upon arriving at the prayer chamber of the former priestess, they were met with an unexpected sight. The priestess, radiating with a celestial glow, was precariously stacking several tables and chairs, leaning over to peer through the skylight, her pristine clerical robe hinting at the divine light beneath. Li Hua paused for a moment before calling out. Priestess, what are you doing? Hey! The priestess struggled to descend from her makeshift tower of furniture, which swayed dangerously, prompting Li Hua and Mentor to rush forward to support her. Thank you. The priestess expressed her gratitude upon safely reaching the ground, then clasped her hands together and began to chant as the divine words flowed. The soot and grime that clung to her vanished in an instant, rendering her pure and immaculate, exuding an inexplicable radiance. So, Mr. Li Hua, what brings you here today? Li Hua's mouth twitched slightly. May I ask what you were just doing? What do you mean, Mr. Li Hua? The priestess chuckled, her laughter somewhat eerie. I was praying to the holy light. Li Hua grimaced as he watched her feign ignorance, pointing toward the precarious stack of tables and chairs by the wall. So, Mr. Li Hua, what brings you here today? The priestess inquired once more. Li Hua felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Is that truly how Fist of Holy Light is used? Well, I am about to level up again. I hope you can assist me. Li Hua focused his thoughts and replied, Didn't you just level up yesterday? The priestess expressed mild surprise. You are aware of my situation with the illusory star, so? Li Hua shrugged. The trio approached the stone platform, where Li Hua removed his upper armor and undergarment, lying bare-chested upon the stone surface. After a flicker of brilliance, Li Hua ascended to level 4. War name. Li Hua Virian. CN93F2553 level. LV4 registered guild. Ranger Guild Illusory Star. Strength 10, Endurance 10, Burst 10, Reaction 10, Resilience 10, Agility 10, Mind 10, Control 10, Magic 10. For the attributes at level 4 experienced a significant enhancement, with individual attributes of 10 nearly rivaling those of an ordinary level 10 player, thereby providing Li Hua with greater flexibility in skill selection. Naturally, he was also drawing closer to the point of re-equipping the Sword of Miracles and Armor of Miracles once the leveling process concluded. Li Hua expressed his thanks and prepared to exit with Mentor. Mr. Li Hua, the priestess interjected suddenly, her hands clasped, eyes closed, a grand fist of holy light looming behind her in a display of grandeur. Today, the little priestess hasn't done anything at all. With beads of cold sweat upon his brow, Li Hua pondered. After departing from the Chosen Ones Guild, he pulled out a slip of paper. Rogue Guild LV4 Intermediate Skill. Lightness Technique. The Rogue Guild, he mused, scratching his head. Lightness Technique. I can do it. Mentor raised his hand as if offering a treasure, proclaiming, Let me teach you. If even Amelia, that little girl, could be a teacher, why couldn't I? This was Mentor's thought. Let's inscribe the skill first. Li Hua chuckled, leading the way toward the Rogue Guild. After registering at the Rogue Guild, he was promptly assigned a mentor and received the Inscription Crystal. Inscription Crystal, Lightness Technique level requirement. LV4 Illusion, Stars Consumption, 3 Reaction. 3. Control effect. Can reduce one's physical weight and can be used in conjunction with non-offensive skills. This skill is exceedingly practical for light armored combatants. The most common use is to alleviate weight, significantly aiding in movement. As long as no combat ensues, they can maintain a lighter state for extended periods. Furthermore, it can be utilized for adjusting one's position and posture swiftly before launching an attack, enhancing the adjustment speed. Of course, there is also the method Mentor is currently teaching Liyahua, renowned for its practicality. Tree climbing. Mentor's tree climbing isn't about clawing and scrambling upwards. For sharpshooters, it's essential to swiftly reposition or ascend to higher ground to find shooting angles. And that's where the lightness technique comes into play. Under the influence of the technique, they can ascend merely by pushing off with their feet. Liyahua attempted repeatedly, yet he invariably lost grip on the trunk mid-climb, helplessly falling to the ground. No, you're exerting force outward again. You must push upward quickly, and the angle of force must be precise. Mentor shouted from her perch on a branch. In truth, it was rather challenging to maintain a steady upward, perfectly balanced. Mastering this without extensive training is quite difficult. However, for Liyahua, muscle control was his forte, so after a few failed attempts, he quickly discovered the method to coordinate his muscles and swiftly climbed up. Upon reaching a sturdy branch, he found that several illusion stars of the lightness technique had been consumed. Mentor sat on the branch, swinging her long, slender legs, grinning as she watched him. Liyahua smiled back, settling beside her. This was a grand tree by the cliff's edge, and looking down, one could see the lower districts and half of the downtown panorama. The breeze wafted by, invigorating the spirit. Liyahua, as your level increases and you learn, do you feel increasingly powerful? Does it bring you joy? Mentor turned to him and asked. Liyahua pondered for a moment, smacking his lips. Yes, it makes me very happy. As my strength grows, I yearn more to explore this vast world. I wonder how many opponents await my challenges. I, too, feel immense joy. Hence, I cherish this place, and every individual in this world, whether companions, natives, or even foes from the Adventurers Guild. I am fond of them. For it is their very existence that has bestowed upon me such an extraordinary world, one where I can soar freely. Ultimately, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Mingta's gaze. Chapter 42. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Do not forget to bookmark and recommend. Throughout the entire lunch, the ambience surrounding Mingta was rather somber. Once the meal concluded, Mingta eagerly tugged at Liyahua, eager to depart, wishing not to linger at the encampment for even a moment longer. Subsequently, is it the Swordsman Guild? Mingta walked along, holding up a note to read. Swordsman Guild LV4 Advanced Skill. Meteor Strike. Advanced skills typically demand a high level of expertise within the realm of Mirage Stars. And generally, one would not select such skills unless one is specialized in that profession. However, since it is a request from Mentor Kwiliki, I shall comply. Upon arriving at the Swordsman Guild, Mingta successfully located Mentor. Today, he did not encounter any members of the Viper Brigade, much to Liahua's disappointment, as he yearned to engage with others in combat. Finding someone of similar skill in the real world is indeed a rare endeavor. Meteor Strike? Are you certain? Mentor Loring expressed surprise. Perhaps this is yet another of Mentor Kwiliki's schemes. Mentor Loring shrugged, offering no further commentary, and retrieved a crystal inscribed with the skill. Meteor Strike level requirement. LV4, Mirage Star Consumption, 5 Strength. 1 Burst effect can be activated while airborne, accelerating descent to deliver a powerful strike. The Strength Mirage Star, being the most demanding type in terms of consumption, requires the expenditure of 5 stars at LV4. A significant investment indeed, which explains its classification as an advanced skill. One can only hope that its potency justifies its cost. Generally, Meteor Strike necessitates the use of a heavy weapon, such as a warhammer, flail, or great sword. Mentor Loring guided Liyahua to the weapon rack, stating, "You may select a heavy weapon from here." Liyahua gazed at the rack, where numerous hefty weapons glimmered faintly. Many were familiar to him, while others were entirely foreign. Yet, for Liyahua, there was no need for contemplation. He strode forward and seized a practice great sword. A great sword, you say? Mentor Loring stroked his chin with interest, declaring, "Today's lesson will focus on instructing you in the use of the great sword and Meteor Strike." The great sword was something Liyahua was relatively well acquainted with. During the assault on Count Balzac's castle in the wilderness, he had worn out several great swords, thus gaining considerable experience. However, after observing Liahua's practice, Mentor Loring covered his face in disbelief. "What is this? Are you performing a monkey show? This is a great sword, not a wooden stick." Liehua felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he indeed wielded the great sword as one would a hefty club. Your physical prowess surpasses that of the average individual, and it is appropriate not to be confined to the conventional methods of wielding a great sword. However, this is not the correct approach. Pay attention. Follow my lead. Mentor Loring unsheathed his own great sword, beginning to instruct Liehua. For Liehua, as long as he grasped the correct methods, he would swiftly learn combat techniques. This, too, is a form of talent. Thus, despite the limited time spent, his proficiency with the slicing sword had become quite commendable, but in comparison to his previous attempts to wield the sword merely to strike at monsters, he had made considerable progress. The technique known as Meteor Strike was not particularly challenging. Originally, it was intended to be executed in conjunction with the essential skill Jump Slash, which was vital for heavy assault warriors and shield bearers. The synergy between the two often resulted in a formidable impact upon landing. However, the unconventional ranger, Liehua, was capable of scaling walls like a scout or archer while also wielding heavy weaponry, thus necessitating a more versatile approach to his combat strategy. As time steadily passed during Mentor Lorraine's instruction, after mastering Meteor Strike, only one final endeavor remained. Mage Guild Level 5 Specialized Skill, Multiple Casting. Liehua, can the Mage Guild truly impart specialized skills to you? Mentor inquired with a hint of concern that I believe the real question is not whether they allow you to learn, but rather if you can grasp it. Liehua mused, burdened by a different kind of anxiety than Mentor. I find the spells exceedingly difficult. They are not something one can master in a short span of time. To be candid, Liehua harbored a degree of psychological trepidation that in reality, he had never been particularly fond of studying. And mastering spells was far more challenging than deciphering geometry. The average mind could hardly manage the multitude of calculations required during casting, which left Liehua feeling apprehensive whenever he encountered spells. You can certainly do it. Enhancement spells are not significantly more difficult than other skills. Mentor expressed his admiration for Liehua's skill acquisition speed. For most players, leveling up was no simple feat. Firstly, they needed to enhance their illusory stars, which required prolonged dedication and relentless practice. Secondly, once they had sufficient illusory stars, they needed to learn the specialized skills for each level, or those deemed necessary by their mentor, which was not something one could easily master. Yet for Liehua, he needn't worry about illusory stars during the foundational phase, as leveling up meant reaching maximum stars. Moreover, his skill acquisition speed was exponentially faster than that of the average individual, surpassing even that of Amelia during her time in the Mage Guild. To Mentor, Liehua appeared almost godlike. Why is it you again? The Chosen One's Guild, in that same prayer room, created an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. After mastering Meteor Strike, Liehua met the conditions for leveling up, prompting the duo to visit the priestess once more. To their surprise, they found her precariously perched atop a towering stack of tables and chairs, her backside aimed at the window as she attempted to climb through. Earlier this morning, you claimed to have seen nothing. Why you were here this morning? The priestess stammered, her face flushed. Today, there's nothing. To attend to. It was supposed to be just you, and yet you came this morning. And now you want to come back. Mentor stifled a laugh from the side, while Liehua cleared his throat. My apologies, priestess. I have come to level up again. Level up? Didn't you just level up this morning? The priestess, her cheeks aflame, flustered as she clumsily withdrew from the window, her priestly robes shimmering with holy light. White lace. The precariously stacked tables and chairs swayed dangerously as the priestess struggled to find a suitable spot to step down. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me down. The young priestess, her head seemingly on the verge of emitting smoke, shouted loudly with her eyes tightly shut. The two rushed forward to assist her descent. Upon finally touching the ground, she immediately clasped her hands together, cleared her throat, and composed herself. The holy light illuminated her pure visage, radiating a solemn yet warm voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Flame. How may I assist you? Mr. Flame felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face, while Mingta had already crouched to the side, stifling laughter. That is to say, I am here to level up. Mr. Flame managed to suppress his urge to comment. Speaking instead, level up, you say? Please follow me, the priestess replied with a smile, her slight blush going unnoticed. A strange brilliance flashed, and Mr. Flame, now bare-chested, successfully ascended to level 5. Well then, we look forward to your next visit, the priestess said warmly, though her gaze upon Mr. Flame carried an unsettling edge. Of course, it would be preferable if next time you could properly introduce yourself and perhaps knock before entering. My sincerest apologies. Goodbye then, priestess. Mr. Flame hastily donned his undergarments and light armor, and, accompanied by Mingda, scurried out of the prayer chamber, closing the door with a forced smile, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. He thought he heard the priestess's muffled sob of embarrassment as the door clicked shut. Chapter 43. The Mage Guild. 1. Seeking collections and recommendations. The Mage Guild was conspicuously visible. A tower imbued with a fantastical artistic style, its vibrant radiance captivating a multitude of sprites engaged in playful pursuits. Numerous players traversed its vicinity, wielding various casting implements, most clad in apprentice robes. Their expressions bleak and disheartened, resembling forlorn faces, starkly contrasting with the spirited demeanor of trainees from other guilds. They appeared akin to university students who had just endured a rigorous advanced mathematics lecture. Surrounding the tower were several 5- to 6-story palatial structures, encircling it at the center, with pathways, flower beds, and grassy expanses interspersed throughout. The grand hall occupied the ground floor of the magical tower, where the two navigated through the despondent crowd to reach their destination. I apologize, Mr. Adventurer, but professional skills are not available to non-guild members, stated the guild clerk. Well, my mentor should have communicated with the Mage Guild regarding this matter. Perhaps you might inquire with your superior? Mr. Flame leaned against the counter, smiling as he spoke. The clerk examined his star card, gestured for him to wait, and then exited through a back door. Mr. Adventurer, I sincerely apologize for the communication oversight that led to our failure to receive the notification. Please proceed to the 8th laboratory of the Void Palace. Mentor Pellos is awaiting you. Although somewhat baffled, Mr. Flame refrained from further questioning and rejoined Mingta as they made their way to the Void Palace. The Mage Tower served as a strategic stronghold of Cologne Fortress, housing a myriad of powerful magical devices and arrays, as well as being the seat of the Arcane Council of Cologne, thus making it impossible for apprentices to roam freely. The surrounding palaces were designated for educational and residential purposes. The Void Palace was one such establishment, its structure enveloped in a swirling starlight formed of dark, exuding an air of mystery and splendor. Upon arriving at the 8th laboratory, a mentor was already awaiting within. Mentor Pellos was not clad in the traditional robes of a mage, but rather donned a sleek black trench coat. Complemented by round spectacles and slick-back hair. He appeared relatively youthful, likely no older than 30. His style contrasted somewhat with the image that Liehua had envisioned. Noticing the subtle shift in Liehua's expression, Mentor Pellos chuckled. What's this? Are you somewhat disappointed to see me? No, not at all. I just didn't expect my mentor to be so young, Liehua replied with a sheepish grin. Did you imagine a mage with a white beard, wearing a pointed hat and flowing robes? Mentor Pellos was not offended. Instead, he exhibited an approachable demeanor. This remark elicited laughter from both Liehua and Mingta. Liehua candidly admitted, that was indeed my assumption. You warriors often harbor peculiar notions. White-robed wizards, gray-robed sorcerers, and some even recite incantations learned from who knows where. Correcting them consumes considerable time, Mentor Pellos remarked with a touch of exasperation. Leading the two to a round table, he gestured for them to take their seats. After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Pellos began. So, you are Tralek's apprentice? Liehua nodded in affirmation. That explains much, Mentor Pellos mused. Do not take it to heart. It is unrelated to you, merely the aftermath of previous conflicts among the council. You are but an innocent bystander. Liehua scratched his nose, realizing he had not overthought the matter. Now, let us cease with idle chatter. Mentor Pellos cleared his throat. Are you certain you wish to learn multiple? This too was arranged by Mentor Tralek. Liehua replied with resignation. Indeed, multiple spellcasting is seldom pursued by warriors. As you likely know, most warriors struggle to cast even a single spell, let alone multiple. Mentor Pellos commenced his explanation. Of course, multiple spellcasting is not inherently complex. It merely demands a higher level of astral energy. He produced a crystal and handed it to Liehua. Inscription crystal, multiple spellcasting level requirement. LV5 professional skill, astral energy consumption. 5 magical stars. 6 control stars effect. Grants the ability to simultaneously activate multiple spell models, a foundational skill for large-scale spells. This skill is essential for formal mages of LV12 and above, as most composite spells, such as Rain of Fire and Ice Storm, necessitate its use. However, it also requires a significant amount of astral energy. Thus, mages typically learn this skill after reaching LV10, TO require it at LV5, as a compulsory skill for advancement. I must say, I have never encountered such an instance. You have only learned a single spell, Airblade, so our practice will primarily focus on the plural form of this skill. Now, begin your inscription. Liehua nodded, cradling the crystal in his palm. closing his eyes to commence the inscription. This skill differed from those he had previously encountered. Multiple spellcasting required all 6 control stars to be utilized as primary stars, while the magical stars served solely as secondary stars. After a brief interlude, the incantation was meticulously inscribed, and within his heart, a flicker of understanding regarding the use of multiple spellcasting began to emerge. This skill, in truth, possesses a myriad of applications. The most frequently employed method involves the successive layering of the same spell model, resulting in effects akin to a rain of fire or ice. There exists another approach that Li Hou believes may prove beneficial for himself, which entails simultaneously activating multiple distinct spell models, thereby significantly augmenting a mage's solo combat prowess. However, it is regrettable that mastery of this second method requires a mage to be no less than level 16. A feat far beyond the grasp of a novice like Li Hou. Moreover, multiple spellcasting is only effective for vector-type spells, rendering it entirely ineffectual for other schools of magic and status-based incantations. Consequently, Li Hou's aspiration for each of his avatars to possess the capability to wield skills has been dashed. Upon completing the inscription, Pelos led Li Hou to an adjacent spacious chamber, where several practice golems were moving about in the center. "Please, cast air blade for me to observe," instructed Mentor Pelos. Li Hou nodded, and, adhering to the techniques imparted by Amelia, successfully constructed the spell model and launched it using a magical slingshot. Clang! The golem staggered back a half-step, bearing merely a white mark upon its chest, without any rupture. Nevertheless, Pelos was quite satisfied. After all, these golems were designed for experimental purposes and were inherently more durable than those intended for apprentices. Inflicting even a white mark was a commendable feat, quite impressive. At the very least, you surpassed those apprentices who struggled to cast even a minimal spell, Pelos remarked, nodding in astonishment that I never anticipated that a ranger could outshine our magical apprentices. Have you considered joining the Mage Guild? Li Hou naturally declined with gratitude, as he favored being a sky ranger over a mage. Furthermore, the vast array of knowledge required for magic was far beyond the grasp of someone like him, who considered himself a lackluster student. Pelos, though somewhat disappointed, diligently proceeded to instruct him on how to layer the air blade for casting. Multiple spell casting is not inherently difficult. Rather, it is a skill that is easy to initiate yet challenging to master. Li Hou's primary objective was to learn how to maintain a completed spell model while simultaneously constructing another, then utilizing the magical slingshot to launch them together. Initially, he managed 2, then 3, and 4. Ultimately, he reached the limit of simultaneously unleashing 5 air blades. Although the individual strike power was significantly diminished due to the use of the magical slingshot, the tactical effect of firing multiple air blades at once was still commendable. Just as Pelos was about to speak, a small sprite suddenly emerged through the wall, hastily landing on his shoulder, chattering away in a melodious voice. Upon hearing its words, Pelos's expression shifted dramatically. He gently reassured the sprite before turning to Li Hou and the others. "There seems to be a situation. You two should take cover." Li Hou felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he scanned the vast space. Where should he hide? Make no sound. It's a member of the Secretary General's staff. If he discovers us, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Pelos instructed, "Wait for me to handle this." The fiery presence first squeezed in, followed closely by Mingtai, who nearly struggled to enter due to her ample bosom. Upon catching sight of the magnificently rounded curves being further accentuated by the pressure, Lihua's face flushed crimson, and he hastily averted his gaze. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of a door opening from the adjacent room broke the silence, prompting both individuals to quiet down. It turned out to be Counselor Jerome, who seemed to have taken a sudden interest in visiting. "What brings you here today?" came the voice of Pelos. Pelos the mage. A sinister voice resonated. "Today, as part of my patrol duties, I am free to go wherever I please. Is a reason truly necessary?" "Of course not. Feel free to look around. There is nothing of particular interest here," Pelos replied with an air of nonchalance. The sound of footsteps echoed from next door, seemingly meandering about. Pelos the mage. "Are you employing a magical puppet?" Jerome inquired. Pelos appeared to chuckle softly. "My laboratory, my puppets. What is so strange about utilizing them?" "The laboratory of the Arcane Council and the puppets of the Arcane Council," Jerome corrected. The sound of his pacing resuming. Tio claimed there is nothing peculiar here would be misleading. These traces are clearly remnants of an apprentice's spell casting. "Huh. While I may not conduct many instructional sessions, There are occasionally a few apprentices who attend. What is so unusual about traces of their spellcasting? Incorrect. Jerome raised his voice. The traces here are evidently freshly made. That cannot be. Pelos feigned ignorance. Let me see. Ah, you are overreacting. Did you not notice? This is the trace of the combined skill Gale Blade. I cast that. Gale Blade? Do you take me for a fool? Such intensity could not possibly belong to an apprentice. Could your abilities have truly diminished to such a degree? Perhaps I should consider reporting this to the Arcane Council. I merely controlled my magical energy to explore the casting methods of combatants. Is that so peculiar? Look here. The ongoing exchange between Pelos and Jerome echoed from next door, causing Lai Hua to hold his breath in silence. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss with his hand, and in astonishment, he glanced sideways. The cramped space was uncomfortable enough for two individuals, let alone the generously endowed Ming Te. Poor Miss Mint was being squeezed to the point of breathlessness. Her face, at that moment, Ming Te attempted to turn around, serendipitously discovering a recess behind her that could ease the pressure on her bosom. However, with her restless movements, Lai Hua's hand inadvertently became ensnared amidst that soft flesh. Me, Miss Mint. Lai Hua swallowed hard, feeling his throat grow dry. Lai Hua. Please, do not grip so tightly. The sensitive nature of the situation only intensified the flush on Ming Te's cheeks. Well, just like that. Miss Mint, please remain still. Li Hua could only gaze up at the ceiling, feeling the astonishing softness in his hands, hoping that this awkward moment would swiftly pass. Should it be over quickly or linger a little longer? That is a question. At that moment, the sounds from outside suddenly grew louder, evidently approaching the laboratory. The two promptly ceased all actions, holding their breath in silence, and no more concealing the truth. Mage Pelos, I warn you. It is illegal to teach professional skills to non-guild members without the permission of the Arcane Council. I also solemnly advise you, Counselor Jerome, the very essence of the Arcane Council is to impart knowledge to those in need. The establishment of a professional skills system is merely to prevent apprentices and trainees from investing excessive energy in unsuitable pursuits. Since this is an official summons from the Ranger Brotherhood, we have no justification to obstruct the dissemination of knowledge. Are you admitting to teaching professional skills to a non-guild member? Do not conflate facts and distort my words. I advocate for knowledge without borders. But that does not imply I will act against the Council's directives. Pelos spoke these words with a clear conscience, as he was indeed acting under the Secretary's instructions. How could that be against the Council? Just then, Jerome forcefully swung open the door connecting the laboratory and the training ground, bellowing, "Where are you? I warn you, Counselor Jerome, if you treat the items in my laboratory with such rudeness and cause any loss to my experiments, I will not let this matter rest. Where on earth are you?" Jerome disregarded all caution, scanning the surroundings. Do you take me for a child, so easily deceived? Step aside, or I shall be less than courteous. This is my laboratory. I have the right to refuse unwelcome intrusions. Please leave. Just as the two were locked in their dispute, a resonant voice abruptly echoed within the laboratory. Enough, Counselor Jerome. Mage Pelos, the voice, indiscernible in origin, reverberated through the air, reminding them to consider the dignity of the Arcane Council. Your Excellency, the speaker. The two wizards, on the brink of a brawl, exchanged disdainful glances before hastily bowing respectfully towards the disembodied voice. Now, immediately, to the Council, I leave for merely a week, and look at the chaos you have created. The furious voice faded into silence. Yes, Your Excellency. The two bowed once more, each letting out a cold huff, then turned to stride toward the door, leaving the two in the gap to exchange glances. Chapter 44. Layla's Agreement. 1. Seeking collections and votes. The following day, upon logging in, Minter was absent from the residence. It was said she had not been seen all day, likely accompanying Amelia on an outing. However, Li Hua was now quite familiar with this area, so it was no trouble to navigate without her company. After finishing his meal, Li Hua set off alone towards the Chosen One's Guild. After registering his star card and qualification certificate at the counter, he obtained the upgrade eligibility, then, with familiarity, made his way to the prayer room. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly seemed to recall something, opting instead to knock. "Priestess, are you in? Please come in." A gentle voice from within responded, "I." In the fleeting moment that the door swung open, Li Hua truly believed he beheld the embodiment of divine radiance. The priestess sat serenely upon her chair, her hands clasped together in prayer, her eyes gently shut, as sacred light enveloped her, bestowing upon her an air of sanctity and grace. Miss Priestess, I have returned for another upgrade. It is you. The priestess, upon recognizing Li Hua, exhibited a hint of languor, her demeanor no longer as immaculate. You are leveling up rather swiftly, aren't you? Li Hua chuckled. My illusion star is innately high. Indeed. The priestess rose and approached the stone platform, while Li Hua instinctively prostrated himself that a peculiar brilliance flickered, and Li Hua ascended to level 6. Battle name. Li Hua Virion. C3F253 level. LV6 registered guild. Ranger Guild Illusion Stars. Strength 14. Endurance 14. Burst 14. Reaction 14. Resilience 14. Agility 14. Intellect 14. Control 14. Magic 14. 6. Miss Priestess, has my magic power increased beyond what it was on the first day at level 0? Li Hua gazed at his star card. Feeling a sudden perplexity, the priestess cast a brief glance, dismissively stating, what is so strange about that? For each level gained, all attributes are compensated by half a star, and skills similarly receive rewards from illusion stars. However, your magic power was already rather low, and it is nearing its limit. The next upgrade will not yield a full value. Enlightened, Li Hua nodded and stowed away his star card as he sat up. The priestess moved to the window alcove and called out, Mr. Li Hua, please come here. Li Hua, though slightly puzzled, obediently approached. Kindly place this table here, she directed, pointing to the floor. Li Hua began to sweat nervously. This table appeared rather weighty, being the largest in the prayer room, and had scarcely been moved. Nevertheless, with Li Hua's current strength, it was manageable. Now, please stack this on top. The priestess continued her instructions. Realizing her intentions, Li Hua understood that she, herself, could hardly lift a few large tables. So she had resorted to enlisting his labored, so be it. As tables and chairs were piled atop one another, a staircase sturdier than the one constructed the previous day was erected, reaching up to the window alcove. This structure was far more stable than her own efforts, ensuring it would not wobble precariously. Due to the architectural design of the church, the prayer room possessed no windows. Its walls were adorned with stained glass, shimmering brilliantly under the influence of sacred light. The only semblance of a window was the skylight above, which appeared as a loft-like opening from the outside. Yet within, it was merely a short aperture leading directly to the void. Allowing a soft glow of daylight to filter through, the priestess's objective seemed to be this aperture, but her self-constructed staircase was insufficient for her to enter. She always fell just short. Miss Priestess. It is completed. Li Hua wiped his brow and dusted off his hands, feeling quite accomplished. The priestess, engrossed in her task, nodded absent-mindedly. Li Hua felt a peculiar sensation within, turning his head slightly, as a twitch danced at the corner of his mouth. The priestess, in a moment of audacity, tore her ceremonial robe and bound it around her waist, revealing her smooth, alabaster legs. The white leather boots she donned accentuated the length of her bare limbs, while 2 spools of fishing line and a rope woven from metal hung from her waist like a thief's spoils. The priestess, catching the understanding in Li Hua's gaze, patted her waist and declared with a hint of pride, I acquired these from a scout warrior. What's with the bravado? And why is it acquired? Li Hua mentally scoffed. Initially, he intended to scout a path for her, yet the priestess boldly climbed ahead. With enthusiasm, she ascended, her long legs surprisingly agile and powerful, despite her sheltered upbringing. Beneath the rolled-up robe, radiant light shimmered, clearer than the day before. Indeed, it was pure lace. Li Hua steadied himself, ensuring the priestess was secure, and adeptly maneuvered her through the window opening. Unlike yesterday when he struggled fruitlessly, as he witnessed her vanish into the window, he followed suit, quickly climbing inside. The window was surprisingly clean, the glass pane evidently indicating the priestess had already made her way to the rooftop. As he emerged into the open air, a sight unfolded before him, one he would never forget. The priestess stood with her arms raised high. Squinting slightly, a beam of divine light cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping her in a celestial glow, while ethereal angelic figures, crafted from the same light, encircled her, singing hymns of praise. Tendrils of sacred light swirled around her. And in a daze, Li Hua imagined he saw wings of luminescence unfurling from her back, as if she were soaring. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the priestess lowered her arms, and the divine illusion dissipated. She set aside her robe, sitting gracefully on the rooftop, beckoning Li Hua to join her. Sighing in relief, he approached and settled beside her. Miss Priestess, did you come all the way up here just to sit? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Merely to enjoy a moment of repose, a hint of exasperation graced her features, and in that instant, the pretense of solemnity she had maintained in the prayer room faded, revealing a glimpse of an ordinary girl. Which version of her was the true one? Li Hou pondered silently. Well, since you've done me a great favor, there's no need for such formalities. You may call me by my name. She smiled softly. I am Layla. Miss Layla, Li Hou replied with an amused nod. I've longed to be up here, but the high priest and the bishop would never permit it. Layla pouted, her expression clouded with discontent. Normal people wouldn't allow a girl to climb rooftops. Li Hou's lips twitched as he mentally critiqued. It's not merely about climbing rooftops. Layla shot him a sidelong glance. Since I arrived at the church, they've never permitted me to leave. They claim that demons lurk outside, waiting to capture me. As if I were a child to be deceived, Li Hou felt a chill run down his spine. How did she perceive his thoughts without him uttering a word? Layla let out a huff. I can tell what you're thinking just by looking into your eyes. Li Hou felt somewhat embarrassed, as if he had been caught gossiping behind someone's back. Miss Layla, you truly are remarkable. Of course, Layla declared proudly, raising her chin. I even know when you were just eyeing my backside. Cough, cough, cough. Li Hou choked on his saliva, quickly clasping his hands in a gesture. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Miss Layla. I was wrong. Humph, humph, humph. Layla jovially patted Li Hua's shoulder. Peeking at my backside comes at a price. You must be prepared. Li Hua, at the tender age of 17, had once again been caught in the act of lewdly admiring a game character. The morning light streamed upon the church's rooftop as Li Hua and Layla sat there, basking in the gentle morning breeze, their hair and collars swaying softly. Layla was sharing her story. I am a foundling. The matron of the orphanage discovered me by the water's edge. Layla recounted the fact of her orphanhood in a matter-of-fact tone. The matron said that when she found me, I was wrapped in leaves, with a stag protecting me and little fairies guarding me from harm. Just then, a procession from the church passed nearby, drawn by the sound of the stag, which led the matron to her. By the time Layla turned 6 at the orphanage, she was fortunate to be chosen for a nun training program, demonstrating an affinity for the holy light. Little did she know that this marked the beginning of a life devoid of joy. Layla's voice grew somber. Li Hua was captivated by her narrative, bracing himself to offer words of comfort. You know, I have to sleep at 9 every night, rise at 4. If I break any rules, I'm punished with a paddle. My days are packed to the brim. I only have 5 minutes to eat. 5 minutes? Just look at how thin my arms are. I can't put on any weight. No, not a bit too thin. Li Hua, feeling somewhat flustered, resolutely thought to himself. Every morning, I start by singing hymns. Then I learn the divine language. The most infuriating part is, all the other nuns get to go out and have fun. But I am not allowed, Layla exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, clutching her head. Whether it's the matron, the high priest, or the bishop, they all forbid me from going out. They constantly frighten me with tales of demons that devour people. They treat me like a child. Suddenly, Layla turned to Li Hua, who was at a loss for what expression to wear, glaring at him. Tell me, isn't that excessive? Isn't it utterly outrageous? Let me calm my emotions. Seeing the ferocious look in Layla's eyes, Li Hua quickly exclaimed, Indeed, it is. Absolutely excessive. Exactly. Just because I don't have parents, does that mean I'm not allowed to go outside? I am a young woman too. I want to go shopping and have picnics. Layla was pleased with Li Hua's response and continued. Do you know? Ever since I left the orphanage, I haven't stepped outside the church even once. I study in the church, eat in the church, sleep in the church, and work in the church. Everyone else can go out, so why can't I? Layla vented her frustration by pounding on the roof. I'm about to turn 18. I've never been shopping. I want to buy pretty clothes and bags. I want to eat sweets. As the conversation unfolded, Layla began to weep, truly a sight that would wrench the hearts of those who witnessed her sorrow. Li Hua felt a twinge of amusement, yet upon reflection, he found her plight undeniably tragic, evoking a sense of sympathy within him. Miss Layla, I am of the same age as you, and you have a sister. Therefore, do share how I may aid you. I shall surely oblige, Li Hua declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Really? Layla gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. Li Hua raised his thumb, flashing a radiant smile akin to sunlight. Fear not, for I shall help. Splendid. I knew you would be able to assist me, Layla exclaimed, not bothering to wipe away her tears and snot as she turned and knelt before him. The fragrance wafting from Layla made Li Hua feel somewhat bashful. Miss Layla, do tell, how shall we proceed? He inquired. Wiping her tears, Layla began to articulate her plan. In 5 days, I shall celebrate my 18th birthday, and I wish to stealthily slip away from the church to enjoy a day of revelry outside. But how do you intend to escape without being detected? Liehua, familiar with the church's layout, knew well the challenges of such an endeavor. Naturally, I shall use this, Layla exclaimed, brandishing a rope. So you have been preparing for this all along. Liehua wiped his brow. I have been planning this for an entire year. I've trained daily. I will not falter midway, Layla proclaimed with confidence, hands on her hips. Very well. Liehua assessed the distance to the rooftop before offering guidance to avoid detection. We cannot simply drop into the courtyard. We must first slide onto the adjacent rooftop, then maneuver around before descending beyond the walls. Are you certain you are willing to use the pulley? Layla blinked innocently. Huh? What is a pulley? Liehua held his head. You truly know nothing. What purpose does the rope serve then? I've heard that it can be used to scale walls and traverse surfaces. Surely, that is possible. Layla fluttered her eyelashes. Liehua, having relinquished hope of salvaging the situation, began to explain the use of the rope from the ground up. After his detailed explanation, Layla grasped the concept. So I must dangle and slide to the other side. How do you feel about it? Do you think you can manage? Well, it does seem rather perilous. Layla surveyed the height of the eaves, imagining herself suspended in midair, shivering at the thought. No, I don't believe I can do it. Liehua sighed, offering reassurance. Do not fret about the mechanics. I shall consult Miss Mint, the girl who accompanied me. She has the means to procure professional gear, and when the time comes, you need only close your eyes and allow her to pull you across. All right. The sheltered priestess finally realizes the difficulties of escape. I will strive to overcome my fears. Observing Layla's trepidation, Liehua comforted her. Fear not, Miss Layla. I shall ensure your safe escape. Miss Layla, do you wish to venture within the city or beyond? I wish to go to the Fountain of Fallen Feathers. Layla gazed in a particular direction, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Where is that? It was a celestial spring, where water cascaded from the floating islands amidst the clouds, forming a magnificent waterfall, a place graced by divine light. Layla explained with a visage filled with yearning. It is also the place where I was found. I see. Liehua responded with understanding. Miss Layla. Liehua hesitated for a moment, gently resting his hands on her delicate shoulders, offering her a handkerchief. Thank you, Layla said, covering her face with the cloth, momentarily calming her emotions. I do not wish to search for my parents or anything of the sort. Layla gazed into the distance, sniffing slightly before continuing. I merely wish to visit the place of my birth, my place of abandonment, to tell my parents from 18 years ago that I have grown up healthy and well. And moreover, I am doing quite well. Layla turned her head slightly, smiling at Leo. In the embrace of the morning sun, her smile, tinged with tears yet radiant with relief, was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 45. The most detestable are those who criticize a lady's weight. As Liehua emerged from the Chosen One's Guild, he encountered Mingtai, who had come searching for him. What a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. Liehua pulled her aside and muttered about Layla's situation. Liehua, no wonder you didn't wait for me. It turns out you ran off to flirt with the native priestess. However, Mingtai's focus lay elsewhere as she pinched his cheek. Miss Mint, keep your voice down. Liehua quickly interjected. I feel quite sorry for Miss Layla. She is around our age, yet she has never wandered the streets or worn beautiful clothes. I cannot help but feel compelled to assist her. Ming shot him an exasperated glance, surveying the eaves and walls. In this kind of terrain, it's simple. Our guild has plenty of tools to sort it out in no time. Really? That's wonderful, Liehua exclaimed. And the two proceeded to discuss their plans as they made their way to the Ranger Guild. Upon their arrival at the Ranger Guild, Kwalaki was already waiting for him in the training grounds. Not bad. You've reached level 6. Keep it up. The entire Ranger Guild is watching you. Mentor Kwalaki expressed his satisfaction with Liehua's progress, offering no superfluous words as he handed him a crystal inscribed with runes. Today, you will learn a Ranger professional skill, Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade level requirement. LV6 professional skill Phantom, star consumption. 6 strength, 3 reflex effect. Swiftly thrust multiple blades at a speed that is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This skill is exceptionally practical and powerful, boasting impressive might and rapid execution, making it well suited to Liehua's combat style, that if utilized before the enemy can react or while drawing their attention elsewhere, it can yield remarkable results. Familiar with the terrain, Liehua quickly mastered the skill's application, earning his certification. Next, it was time to learn a high-level skill at the Swordsman Guild, Charge Blade. Charge Blade level requirement. LV6 Phantom Star Consumption, 6 Burst Effect. Charge before launching an attack, allowing for a strike with up to 3 times the destructive power. This can be deemed a universal skill for all warriors and archers. The archers possess 2 identical skills, namely Charging Arrow and Destruction Shot. Virtually everyone is endowed with this skill, which boasts immense power and does not entail overly complicated learning prerequisites. Many ordinary players, lacking in explosive fantasy stars, have diligently accumulated their explosive fantasy stars to level 10 solely to acquire this skill. After all, skills that significantly enhance attack power are indeed scarce, and most require special learning conditions or fantasy star prerequisites, rendering Charging Sword far more practical. Thus, upon reaching the requisite level and having sufficient fantasy stars, Master Krelak promptly dispatched him to learn the skill without delay. Upon arriving at the Swordsman Guild, it was unfortunate that Master Lorne was out, leaving him to seek guidance from an unfamiliar instructor. However, given that such universal skills can be imparted by an instructor to hundreds of players in a single day, the process was exceedingly familiar, making the change of instructor inconsequential. The learning process of Charging Sword proceeded smoothly, and upon completion, Liu Hua was ready to elevate his level once more. "Miss Layla, I have returned," he announced. Having experienced the events of the morning, Liu Hua felt less inclined to be overly courteous. "It's you," Layla replied. Her demeanor relaxed as she laid her clasped hands down and leaned languidly on the table. "Is it truly acceptable to be so leisurely during work hours?" Liu Hua couldn't help but critique. "What does it matter?" Layla propped her chin on her hand, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Hua before turning her gaze to Mint. "So, can Miss Min assist us?" "Why us?" Liu Hua inquired, sensing something amiss. "Actually, it is quite simple to go outside," Mint remarked nonchalantly, her arms crossed. Layla's eyes sparkled. Nothing was more important to her than her escape plan at that moment. "Miss Mint, please close the door tightly. We have matters to discuss." The three gathered around a small round table, beginning to murmur about the logistics of scaling the wall. "Miss Layla, may I ask if you have learned lightness technique or any similar skills that can reduce weight?" Mint inquired. "I have not. The clerics do not possess such spells," Layla replied, furrowing her brow as she racked her brain. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. "What about this?" Layla stood up, clasped her hands in prayer, and her melodious incantation resonated in the air. A swirl of holy light began to encircle her, bestowing upon her an aura of sanctity and elegance. Finally, with a resounding burst, the light scattered, revealing a pair of resplendent angelic wings shimmering with divine radiance behind Layla. "This is the divine art summoned sacred wings, which allows me to fly," Layla declared triumphantly, fluttering her wings a couple of times, causing her to levitate gracefully. Liu Hua was even more astonished. Witnessing a pair of angelic wings unfurl on a person was an entirely different experience from seeing it on television or in films. Each feather glimmered with luminescence, encircled by holy light, leaving Liu Hua utterly mesmerized. In contrast, the well-traveled Mint could only gaze in pure envy, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar excitement, revealing her desire to touch the wings. "Miss Layla, you are simply incredible," Mint exclaimed in awe. "Humph," Layla replied with a hint of pride. Layla raised her head high, reveling in the opportunity to showcase her talents before her new friends, which filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. The skill Summon Holy Wings was not typically attainable for a priest of Layla's level, yet her innate affinity for holy light allowed her to grasp this ability with relative ease. It was akin to the fervent pursuit of advanced skills by fierce flames. As long as one possessed the requisite attributes, nothing was insurmountable. However, this skill did not enable true flight. It merely facilitated levitation. Thus, soaring directly into the sky was impossible, though it could alleviate one's weight. Layla candidly acknowledged this limitation. Minter furrowed his brow in contemplation and remarked, "However, that simply won't do." "Why not?" Layla inquired, perplexed by the objection. "Those radiant wings would be spotted by the church's personnel the moment you use them on the rooftop." Minter gestured with exasperation. Layla's expression fell, her face clouded with dismay. "Oh no, if I'm discovered, it would be disastrous." As she spoke, her wings vanished in an instant, leaving only a few feathers that quickly dissipated into the air. "I wish I could touch them." This sentiment echoed in the hearts of both the fierce flames and Minter, feeling a tinge of regret. "By the way, what about that pulley? Can we still use it?" Layla gazed at Minter with pleading eyes. Absolutely. Minter reassured her. "We can simply thicken the cable." "Yes. If we braid 3 of these ropes together, it will be utterly foolproof." "Thank you," Miss Mint, Layla expressed her gratitude, clasping Minter's hand that in truth. With a levitation spell, both the fierce flames and Minter could manage with a single rope. However, as Layla lacked any similar skills or spells, safety was paramount. Yet, the fierce flames could not resist teasing Layla. You are rather heavy, Miss Layla. In unison, Minter and Layla brought the ropes down upon the fierce flame's head, exclaiming, "Those who mock a lady's weight are the most detestable." Chapter 46. Lightning Assault. The fierce flames exited the church alone. The two individuals, who felt as though they had met far too late, cast aside their work, focusing solely on how to enhance their plans, making them more comprehensive and minimizing any flaws. Recognizing the urgency, the fierce flames reluctantly urged Layla to elevate his level, after which he would proceed with the ensuing tasks. Battle name: Fierce Flames Varin. Scenes in 193 F2.053 level. LV7 Registered Guild. Ranger Guild. Illusory Stars. Strength 16. Endurance 16. Burst 16. Reaction 16. Resilience 16. Agility 16. Mind 16. Control 16. Magic 15. 7. Next, he had to embark on learning a specialized skill. The fierce flame stowed away his star card, contemplating, and made his way toward the Ranger Guild. The upgrade plan devised by Minter Trelek could be deemed the swiftest route to advancement. A skill, as its proficiency increased, would gradually enhance the practitioner's illusory stars. However, the mentors assessed the adequacy of a skill not by its effects, but rather by whether the increase in illusory stars surpassed the qualifying threshold. Only upon genuinely mastering the skill would the illusory stars begin to rise, thereby eliminating any possibility of cheating. The upgrade process is similarly predicated upon this standard. Different tiers possess varying requirements for the growth of the illusory stars. Although the illusory stars of the Fire of Fury cannot visibly increase due to the constraints of level caps, the augmentation of attributes is undeniably tangible. For instance, the magical illusory stars have expanded from 9 to 15 due to various factors. However, at level 6, it remains capped at 14, only to cease being at full capacity upon reaching level 7. Each guild provides certificates of skill proficiency or trial completion, which are ultimately collated by the Chosen One's guild. If one meets the requisite illusory star growth criteria for an upgrade, success is assured. Moreover, the illusory stars that different skills can augment vary. Some advanced skills may equate to the effect of 4 or 5 basic skills illusory stars. Fire of Fury's journey has predominantly involved the acquisition of advanced and specialized skills, or highly practical universal skills, resulting in a significantly accelerated learning pace compared to ordinary players. Additionally, Fire of Fury need not worry about the foundational illusory stars required for skill acquisition, as the speed of upgrades feels akin to having a cheat. The skill to be learned at level 7 is a specialized one: Thunderbolt Assault. Thunderbolt Assault level requirement: LV7 illusory star consumption. Reaction 5, Burst 3, Agility 3 effect. Swiftly close the distance to the enemy. Maneuver rapidly beyond their line of sight, and seize the opportunity to unleash a thunderous attack. It must be noted that for melee combatants, each guild offers similar advanced skills, ranging from basic to advanced, each with differing effects. Among them, the Ranger's specialized skill set, particularly the Assault category, stands out, featuring skills such as Wind Assault, Flash Assault, and Phantom Assault. With Thunderbolt Assault being the most formidable, the assault skills may lack the grandiose impact of the Shield Warrior's Shield Bash techniques, the sheer power favored by Heavy Assault Warriors and Charge skills, or the elegance of the Light Assault Warrior and Scout's Swift skills, yet they amalgamate the strengths of these abilities while discarding their shortcomings, rendering them the most comprehensive of advanced skills, possessing remarkable mobility and the capacity to inflict devastating damage unexpectedly. Of course, this is counterbalanced by a substantial illusory star expenditure, an aggregate of 11 illusory stars. Such a cost can only be borne by prodigies like Fire of Fury or seasoned warriors who have undergone prolonged training. It represents the most illusory stars consumed for an offensive skill that Fire of Fury has encountered thus far. The last skill requiring 11 illusory stars was multicasting, an auxiliary skill, and since Fire of Fury is not a mage, it did not resonate deeply. However, it remains a core skill for mages, an exceptionally practical ability that can be utilized throughout one's life. When Mentor Quilek handed over the crystal to Fire of Fury, even he was taken aback. After all these days, he had come to understand what an expenditure of 10 or more illusory stars signifies: immense power and broad applicability. A coveted aspiration for countless warriors. Can I learn such a skill now? Fire of Fury's eyes widened. It was said that offensive skills costing over 10 illusory stars could fundamentally alter a warrior's combat prowess. typically learned only after level 10. They are who they are, and you are who you are. Quiliki shall etch the crystal into the hands of the blazing fire. You may embark upon the path of the Sky Ranger. For there are numerous similar skills at your disposal. The blazing fire pondered this notion, feeling a slight thrill as he clasped the etched crystal in his palm, commencing the engraving of this ranger's core skill. Once one surpasses 10 phantom stars and offensive skills, the distinction between primary and secondary stars ceases to exist, for it necessitates the construction of a vast model, with each phantom star assuming a corresponding function. The complexity is unparalleled by ordinary skills, which is why such core skills wield immense power. Even auxiliary skills heavily rely on primary stars, as exemplified by multiple casting. It took an exceedingly long time, far longer than mere multiple casting, for the engraving of these 11 phantom stars to be completed. Beads of sweat emerged on the forehead of the blazing fire, indicating the arduous nature of the task. After a moment of reflection, he commenced the offensive practice alongside Kulik. As the battleground expanded, the complexity escalated geometrically. Skills such as lightning strike and shadowless sword merely engage in linear combat, confined to a one-dimensional line. However, thunderous assault diverges from this pattern, as its combat range encompasses a plane, requiring movement within a two-dimensional or even three-dimensional scope, rendering mastery a formidable challenge. Boom! Once again, the blazing fire was sent hurtling into the weapon rack by the force of Quiliki's strike during a high-speed maneuver. Use your head. What is thunder? Speed as swift as lightning, a trajectory as erratic as a bolt, and power that is unstoppable. Quiliki bellowed. Again. Bang! What use is mere speed? Your attack trajectory is crystal clear. Again. Clang! Your attack is too weak. Again. Under Quiliki's guidance, the blazing fire practiced repeatedly, gradually honing his skills as time passed. After an indeterminate number of rapid assaults, Quiliki finally acknowledged the blazing fire's proficiency. Remember, your thunderous assault is merely adequate, strictly speaking, just acceptable. If you wish to wield this skill as your trump card in actual combat, far more effort and practice are required. Though Quiliki bestowed upon him the certificate of adequacy, his admonitions remained stern. In his eyes, the blazing fire's level was still far from practical application, but I wonder how Minty and Layla are faring in their conversation. The blazing fire mused as he made his way to the Chosen Ones. Chapter 47. The Little Fairy and the Candy House. 1. Seeking collections and recommendations on the way, the blazing fire received a message from Minty, who, in a playful manner, insisted that he bring. Big brother, please help me. I'm far too familiar with the shopkeeper. If I go myself, I'll surely be recognized, and the leader will spank them. This was the message from Minty. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the blazing fire's brow. Overwhelmed by the plethora of absurdities, unsure of where to begin. After all, he carried a white dragon hide bag specifically designed for combat, lacking the preservation and stability features of Minty's. If he placed something inside, who knows what daggers might be buried within. Minty's message continued. Oh dear, big brother, you are here to assist others, aren't you? 3. The flames nearly toppled from the overpass, cold sweat cascading down my forehead uncontrollably. Dear lady, please refrain from being so endearing. Emilito's Candy House is a confectionery establishment run by fairies, where all positions, save for the service and cashier roles, are filled by these enchanting beings. Each morning, a significant number of diligent fairies, who tirelessly gather nectar both in and out of the city, dedicate their efforts to this fairy shop. The fairy-crafted honey is a treasure for all dessert enthusiasts, drawing countless female players who linger here in pursuit of sheer delight. Naturally, there are also a fair share of gentlemen, and while the typical patrons are rather unremarkable, some peculiar individuals circulate bizarre rumors that the candies of Emilito are merely fairy feces. They frequently flock to purchase the fresh confections, driven by an insatiable curiosity for these so-called sacred relics. Honey, after all, is but bee excrement. Thus, fairy honey must also be their excrement. Long live pink excrement. This proclamation comes from a certain eccentric leader adorned with a gigantic pink helmet, a testament to the enduring affection for two-dimensional beauties. Upon reflection, one might argue there is a semblance of logic in such absurdity. However, as a gentleman with a standard moral compass, I must vehemently abhor such sentiments. A staunch opposition. For those who propagate such unfounded claims, I would confront each one without hesitation. Yet, at this moment, I have not heard of such rumors. With a composed demeanor, I stepped into the bustling Emilito's Candy House, filled with young ladies. Dyer, a new customer has arrived. A figure radiating a kaleidoscope of light danced before me, accompanied by several other diminutive figures fluttering above. This was a fairy with butterfly-like wings, akin to the one belonging to the mage Pelos. Standing merely a few inches tall, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, her physique reminiscent of a human female, albeit reduced in size by 100-fold. Fairies are the darlings of nature. Born from the floating islands among the clouds, naturally imbued with an allure for magical essence, in ancient times, magicians regarded fairies as the source of magic, referring to them as elemental spirits, categorizing the magical essences that constitute spells into earth, air, water, fire, and the like, according to the distinct preferences of each fairy. It wasn't until modern times that it became apparent that fairies have no intrinsic connection to the source of magic. Nonetheless, the custom of forming contracts with fairies has endured. Earning their trust is no simple feat, requiring a harmonious blend of timing, location, and circumstance. This cultural phenomenon explains why enthusiasts, particularly from certain island nations, are so fervently devoted to becoming magicians for these misguided novice wizards. I can only extend my best wishes. Returning to the matter at hand, with the fairy's cheerful exclamation, the attendant named Dio approached. The staff donned exquisite black and white maid outfits, and one can only commend the brilliance of whoever conceived this idea. Welcome to Emilito's Candy House. May I inquire if you would like to dine in or take away? Dia greeted me with an impeccable smile. Hello. The visual impact rendered the fiery figure somewhat anxious. I would like to take out. Please prepare a takeout box for me. Very well. May I inquire if this is your first visit? Would you like me to provide an introduction? No, that won't be necessary. I am here to collect for someone else. She has already informed me of the varieties to purchase, so I can select for myself. The fiery figure waved his hand dismissively. In that case, please proceed with your selection, and I shall fetch the takeout box. Dyer extended the basket in her hands towards him, saying, please place your selected items into the takeout box. The fiery figure expressed his gratitude and, grasping the basket, began to choose the desserts required by Mingta and Layla according to the list. What he did not anticipate was that he had already caught the attention of the little sprites. The sprites, conversing in their own language, gathered together, whispering, "Did you hear? He is bringing something for someone. Do those perverts not give up? How terrifying." One little sprite began to cry. Duo, do not cry. A nearby sprite comforted her. No, we cannot sell candy to them. The sprite with butterfly wings clenched her fist in indignation. Nini is right. We must not allow them to succeed. But Dyer will be angry. Her reprimands are quite fearsome. Dyer does not permit bullying of guests. We will be spanked. What shall we do? Shall we just watch him leave? No, they will hold their strange gatherings again. We cannot let him go. They are the ones who say candy is our excrement. Nini exclaimed, hands on her hips, raising her voice. Wow. Whoa. The sprites flushed in embarrassment, flapping their wings wildly and covering their eyes in a frenzy. Sisters, for the sake of our candy not being sullied, let us turn him into a pig's head. Nini shouted, leading the charge towards the fiery figure. Turn him into a pig's head. The sprites united in spirit, clenching their tiny fists and following suit, unbeknownst to the fiery figure, while selecting his desserts. Calamity struck as a small figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a sprite delivered a punch right to the tip of his nose. Surprisingly, the sprite possessed considerable strength. The blow caught him off guard, causing him to cry out in pain while instinctively covering his nose, and the basket clattered to the ground. Hit him. Turn him into a pig's head. Excrement-laden Nini is not causing trouble. Nini is teaching that pervert a lesson, the little sprite declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, let's turn that pervert into a pig's head, the feculent otaku. He belongs to the feculent legion. Upon hearing the sprite's words, the female players in the shop shifted from sympathy to disdain, with several even displaying expressions of revulsion, whispering among themselves. Even Dare's gaze towards Liehua lost its warmth, replaced by scrutiny. Wait a moment. What is this feculent legion? What do you mean by feculent otaku? Are you mistaken? Liehua exclaimed, hissing in confusion. This patron, the little sprites now suspect you might be an undercover agent for that group of otaku. So you had best prove your innocence to them. Dare leaned slightly forward, her voice tinged with aloofness. So, what exactly is this feculent legion? Liehua inquired, a headache beginning to form. They are the ones spreading rumors that the candies everyone makes are made of feces. You pervert, Nini declared, one hand on her hip, the other pointing accusingly at Liehua. Wow. Oh dear, how terrifying. The little sprites covered their eyes, flailing about in chaos. The chatter among the female players grew increasingly loud. Liehua found himself even more bewildered, exclaiming, when did I ever utter such disgusting and perverse words? You are the one purchasing candies for the feculent legion. Nini concluded with It seems you need to demonstrate to the little sprites who you are bringing the sweets for, dear patron. Dare remarked. I am bringing them for. Leh was suddenly recalled Mint's warning not to let the shopkeeper and staff discover he was the buyer. Therefore he amended, I cannot disclose who it is, but I can assure you it is absolutely not that perverted feculent legion. Disbelievers, fraud. The little sprites clamored in uproar. Liehua looked to Dare for help, but she merely shrugged, signifying her inability to assist. Without obtaining the sprite's understanding, I am powerless, dear patron. After all, I am merely working for the little sprites. All right. I have already contacted my companions, Liehua said, extending his palm to silence the sprite's commotion. Please, stop for a moment. I will soon prove it to you. The little sprites quieted down, and the girls became curious to see how he would demonstrate his innocence. Liehua cleared his throat, addressing his fist. You are called Nini, correct? Please lean in. My companion has asked me to convey a secret message to you. Nini took 2 steps back, eyeing him warily. Nini does not wish to converse with the great pervert. You may just speak from there. However, Liehua, unhurried, replied with a grin. Oh, is that so? Then you mustn't regret what I am about to say. It will be quite embarrassing. Embarrassing? Nini will be embarrassed. What could Nini possibly be embarrassed about? The little sprites chattered excitedly behind her. Hearing his words, Nini's expression shifted, and with a flutter of her wings, she pressed her hands against Liehua's face, pushing him into a corner, whispering softly, You may say what you wish. Just go ahead. Liehua smiled and ceased his teasing, stating, Firstly, you must not tell anyone, especially Dare and the other staff in the shop, who my companion is. Nini quickly nodded in agreement. The fiery spirit expressed great satisfaction with her obedience. My companion mentioned that if you do not sell her any desserts, she won't take you to our usual place to sing for you. And I appeared somewhat bewildered. The spirit added, She also said that if you don't sell her anything, she will get you intoxicated and provoke a large rooster, ultimately leading to a frantic chase where you would be pecked at the rear until you jumped into a barrel of wine to escape. The fiery spirit stifled a laugh as she spoke to Nini's face flushed crimson, and she covered her ears, exclaiming, Yes, Fin, sho. The fiery spirit raised her index finger to her lips. Sho. Reacting quickly, Ni, blushing fiercely, mirrored the gesture, raising her own finger. After a considerable moment, the little sprites finally reached a consensus, their faces all aflame with embarrassment as they lined up before the fiery spirit, bowed, and chorused, We are sorry. We were wrong. Upon finishing, they scattered, exclaiming in disarray, having mistaken the individual and feeling too bashful to remain. Seeing the sprite's reaction, Dare realized they had created a significant blunder and felt somewhat vexed, contemplating catching Ni to give her a light swat. However, Ni was already on guard, having dashed away at great speed, leaving no trace behind. Dare felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly approached the fiery spirit to apologize. I sincerely apologize, dear guest. The little sprites have caused a ruckus again. It's quite all right. It was merely a misunderstanding. The fiery spirit graciously waved his hand. Such adorable creatures as the sprites could hardly invoke anger, even when they played tricks on him. I am truly sorry. To express our regret. All desserts today will be half price for you. Please do accept. Dare bowed to the fiery spirit, although he did not particularly care about the money. He realized that if he declined, Nini's little behind would surely suffer, so he graciously accepted Dare's kind offer, not being greedy. After selecting desserts for Minter and Layla, he chose 3 or 4 of his favorites as well. The desserts crafted by the sprites were visually stunning, and the delightful aromas nearly tempted the fiery spirit to sneak a taste. Of course, with such exquisite offerings came a price, even with the discount. He was charged 7 golden Ico. It is worth noting that 1 golden Ico could sustain a humble family for an entire month, making 7 golden Ico equivalent to half a year's living expenses. The restaurant provided convenient packaging, capable of holding numerous desserts without them interfering with one another or losing their shape due to ordinary jostling. Once everything was packed, Dare added a cup of freshly prepared pudding, specially concocted by the sprites to express their apologies, hoping that he would accept their contrition and not harbor any dislike for Amelia's candy house because of their recklessness, and that he would frequently come to play with them. With a cheerful smile, Dare explained. The fiery spirit, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, Please convey to them that I am not angry at all, nor will I dislike them, and I certainly won't hold any ill will toward the candy house. If I have the time, I will surely visit often. Chapter 48. The 10 Illusions of the Star, Cognitive Acceleration. 1. Seeking collections and votes. Li Hua completed the upgrade procedures while carrying a meal box, then made his way to Layla's prayer room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of two individuals climbing up and down ropes suspended from the pillars. That I exclaimed, "Are you performing monkey tricks?" Li Hua covered his face in disbelief. You're here? Minter joyfully leaped down from the pillar. What are you doing? Li Hua placed the meal box on the table. Miss Mint is teaching me how to use the rigging. It's truly impressive. Layla also set down the rope and approached eagerly. You all seem quite relaxed, while I was just pummeled by some little sprites. Li Hua lamented, recounting the events that transpired in the candy shop, which prompted the two to erupt into laughter, collapsing onto the table in amusement. Nini often engages in unreliable antics. You shouldn't take it to heart. Minter chuckled heartily. They're just a bunch of kids. How could I possibly hold it against them? Li Hua touched his face, feeling a lingering sting akin to being pricked by needles, akin to the sensation of being bullied by unruly children at kindergarten. Leaving him somewhat disheartened, the two girls continued to laugh uncontrollably. Nini is over 100 years old. By age, you are the real child, Minter teased mischievously. Huh? Over 100? Li Hua's emotions became complicated. However, the growth cycle of sprites differs from that of humans. Their mentalities remain perpetually youthful, typically not exceeding the maturity of a 7-year-old, except for a few exceptional sprites. So, don't let it bother you. Just treat it as playful banter. I envy you for being able to frolic with those adorable little sprites. Layla sighed, resting her chin on the table, her eyes sparkling with envy. I wish I could join in. The poor homebound priestess, having lacked companions throughout her 18 years of life, felt a deep yearning for the sprites who seemed to exist solely for merriment. When the day comes for us to escape, I'll make sure Nini plays with you, Minter promised. Great. That sounds wonderful. Layla's spirits lifted significantly. The three then gathered around a small table to share their food. As hunger began to set in, this, Minter suddenly exclaimed with delight, reaching out to grab something, only to be thwarted by the quick-witted Li Hua, who snatched it away first. How cunning. How did you manage to procure this? Minter huffed in frustration, pointing at the exquisite crystal cup. Curse it. Had I known, I would have asked for this too. You didn't remind me when you bought it. Don't even think about it. This is my compensation. There's no way I would give it up, Li Hua retorted, having endured a beating to obtain it, and having been unjustly labeled as a feces-loving otaku. He was resolute in not sharing it with anyone. Not even Miss Mint. Miss Mint, what is this? Layla asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Minter, her face filled with envy and resentment, replied indignantly, this is the signature dessert from Imirdwa, the morning dew pudding. It is crafted from the dew collected from the tree of life on the floating islands by the Queen of Sprites, combined with other precious ingredients. It's a rarity, only seen once a month. This guy managed to get it on his first visit to Imirdwa. How utterly infuriating. The fiery spirit, initially reluctant to part with the pudding as it was merely a token of apology from a small sprite, now found himself utterly enchanted after hearing Minter recount the pudding's origins. Relishing the delicacy under the gaze of the two girls, he indulged with a sense of righteousness, blissfully ignoring Minter, the excrement of the Sprite Queen. Wait, the treasure of the Sprite Queen. The flavor was simply exquisite. Layla blinked, feeling no particular sentiment. She merely listened, without a hint of envy, for the first time savoring a dessert. She was entirely melted by the delightful sensation, her gaze lost in the sweet paradise. After a considerable time, once they had finished feasting, the fiery spirit, with Layla's assistance, ascended to level 8. Battle name: Fiery Spirit Vorion. CN0409D3F25B0053 level. LV8, Registered Guild. Ranger Guild Phantasm Stars. Strength 18. Endurance 18. Burst 18. Reaction 18. Resilience 18. Agility 18. Intellect 18. Control 18. Magic 16. 8-foot bidding farewell to the goddess officer Layla. The fiery spirit and Minter made their way to the Trickster Master Guild, as the next skill to be learned was the specialized skill Accelerated Thinking. Indeed. Minter walked alongside the fiery spirit, now accustomed to the peculiar skill paths of his mentor, noting yet another specialized skill. The fiery spirit's face flushed. Ah, indeed. Could it be that yesterday's incident will repeat itself? Minter, bending slightly to observe the embarrassed expressions on his face, teasingly remarked, Are you perhaps looking forward to it? Not at all, the fiery spirit retorted, his cheeks reddening as he coughed lightly into his fist. This seemed to be a 10-star phantasm skill, yet its name did not suggest any extraordinary power. Well, all I know is that Amelia can simultaneously sketch 10 different drawings. Amelia is truly remarkable, the fiery spirit exclaimed. Upon arriving at the Trickster Master Guild, the fiery spirit proceeded to register, while Minter hastily sought out Amelia. Fortunately, the Trickster Master Guild was not as convoluted as the Mage Guild. While specialized skills were not entirely barred from those outside the guild, any apprentice could gain the privilege to learn as long as they earned their mentor's approval, passing through several verification processes. Beyond level 10, there were additional avenues to learn specialized skills from different guilds. These restrictions mainly served to prevent apprentices from aspiring too high too soon. In a laboratory, the fiery spirit encountered his mentor, the sorcerer Selah. Frankly speaking, I am quite surprised that the Ranger Guild would send a request to learn accelerated thinking, Selah remarked, clad in her modified wizard's robe that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. At that moment, she sat at her desk, propping her chin up as she regarded the fiery spirit who had come to report in. I am equally astonished. I do not even comprehend the purpose of learning this skill. The fiery spirit replied, shrugging his shoulders. You are quite candid. Sierra the enchanter chuckled softly, gesturing for him to take a seat before remarking, the specialized skill of cognitive acceleration is an exceptionally formidable asset for illusionists. Of course, its potency is predominantly confined to the realm of illusions, a strength that often eludes the comprehension of outsiders. Yet, for illusionists who prioritize the concealment and swiftness of their spells, it is undoubtedly the quintessential supportive skill. She is none other than Amelia's apprentice. The Illusionist Guild belongs to the contemporary faction. In the medieval era, mages were primarily distinguished by their elemental attributes, with illusions not yet recognized as a distinct classification. However, as time progressed, mages uncovered the essence of spells, categorizing certain incantations, dissimilar to the typical forms of magic such as fire and ice, into a new class, as most lacked destructive power. These spells came to be known as illusion, and the pioneers of this discipline were referred to as masters of illusion. In modern times, illusions have evolved into a vital branch of magic, leading to the emergence of dedicated apprentices for its study, who are classified according to their prowess as illusion apprentices, illusionists, and illusionists of higher rank, collectively termed illusionists. Nonetheless, some staunch traditionalists still contend that only the spells of a master of illusion truly qualify as illusions, insisting that regardless of their capabilities, others should be deemed merely apprentices. The professions that have only recently been delineated are referred to as contemporary guilds, while those established prior to modernity are known as traditional guilds. In the laboratory, Layla continued to elucidate to Blaze. This skill is not easily inscribed, even for illusionists, as it not only pertains to the astral essence, but also hinges upon one's ability to sustain an accelerated cognitive state. Moreover, considering that you are pursuing a cross-disciplinary study, I harbor reservations about your prospects. Layla's concerns were not unfounded. The success rate of mastering specialized skills through cross-disciplinary study has historically been low, particularly for a skill tied to the 10 astral essences. Had she been aware that Blaze had traversed a path of cross-disciplinary learning, her confidence in him might have been bolstered. Layla handed Blaze the inscription crystal, signaling that he could commence at any moment. Inscription crystal. Cognitive acceleration level requirement. LV8 astral essence consumption. 10 cognitive essences effect. Induces a state of cognitive acceleration, endowing the mind with multitasking capability, significantly enhancing the concealment and casting speed of illusions. This marked Blaze's inaugural attempt at inscribing a skill composed purely of 10 corresponding astral essences, proving to be even more challenging than anticipated. As the greater the number of essences from the same category, the harder it becomes to maintain their stability. He teetered on the brink of failure several times. Yet each occasion was accompanied by an inexplicable intuition guiding him towards the correct. In his tense state of inscription, Blaze remained oblivious to this insight, instinctively following the guidance of the inscription crystal as he pressed onward. The status-affecting skills, even when not activated, confer beneficial effects upon the player. At this moment, Blaze felt as though his mind had been endowed with something extra, even sensing the subtle ebb and flow of magical essence that Amelia had mentioned. Indeed, the skill of a 10 astral essence illusion is worthy of its reputations. The mere success of the inscription granted Blaze the ability to transcend his previous limitations. The acceleration of thought produces a consistent effect, which is advantageous for your mastery of spells. Once you activate this skill, you will gain the ability to cast spells with a swiftness that approaches instantaneousness. Of course, this is not all. There are more effects for you to discover on your own, the sorceress, Sarah, remarked. Now, you may attempt to activate it and see for yourself. Li Hua nodded vigorously, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the transformation this skill bestowed upon him, then invoked acceleration of thought. In an instant, Li Hua felt as though he were tethered to a rocket. He quickly shook off this illusion and stabilized his almost toppling form. Li Hua sensed that the entire world appeared differently through his eyes. The rhythm of the illusory stars seemed entirely natural to him. The construction of magical power flowed with effortless precision, swiftly assembling model after model. The tides of magical essence could now be perceived distinctly, as if he could unleash vector-based spells without the aid of a magical slingshot. Observing the diminishing energy of the illusory stars, an idea struck Li Hua. Time was of the essence. He must act decisively. Reflection of the void. With a swift motion of his hands, the dragon-hide pouch instantaneously a short sword and a dagger into the respective hands of Li Hua, who then coordinated a simultaneous assault on the magical puppet. The puppet continuously sustained wounds, only to heal again, demonstrating a commendable effectiveness, although it did not rival the enigmatic and tangible prowess of Silver Wolf's reflections. It proved adequate for combat. After a brief interval, the effects of acceleration of thought waned, and the reflection could no longer maintain its perfect form, dissipating with a resounding thud, while the weapons clattered to the ground. I can hardly believe you possess such a skill. Sarah's expression grew complex as she recognized the distinction between Li Hua's ability and the ordinary clone technique. Indeed, the combination of reflection and acceleration of thought could yield formidable results. Your comprehension is impressively swift. Originally, the skill reflection belonged to the realm of tricks. Yet, for a trickster, its efficacy was not vastly superior to that of standard clone techniques. Unexpectedly, this skill was magnified by a ranger, who merged it with their own abilities to develop reflection of the void, thereby becoming the original Sky Ranger. These are tales of legend, and to witness a ranger mastering this skill is truly remarkable. Sarah gazed at him for a moment. So, is it true that the Ranger Guild sent such an unusual notice for your ascent to Sky Ranger? Perhaps. Li Hua scratched his head. Sarah smiled. Then, do your utmost. I, too, wish to see what it is like for the legendary Sky Ranger to soar through the heavens. Li Hua accepted the certificate of qualification that Sarah offered, bidding her farewell as he strode toward the courtyard. Minter and Amelia were engaged in cheerful conversation, their laughter ringing out high. What are you two discussing? Li Hua greeted them. Why, we were just talking about how Nini gave you a good thrashing. Minter chuckled mischievously, covering her mouth. You rascal, are you truly making fun of me? Whose fault was it that I received that beating? Li Hua waved his fist at her. Li Hua Gidge, I heard you came to learn acceleration of thought. Is that correct? Amelia stifled a giggle before inquiring. Well, I have indeed mastered it. Isn't that impressive? Truly, you are someone whom the elder sister has high hopes for. Nothing seems to challenge you. Amelia, well aware of the difficulty associated with the skill of cognitive acceleration, was quite astonished that Li Hua had genuinely acquired it.